Chapter 20 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 20. Mrs. Powell and her daughter to see Miss Estelle and Miss Edna. "Why did you not say we were at dinner?" cried Mrs. Murray impatiently, darting an angry glance at the servant. "I did, ma'am, but they said they would wait." As Estelle folded up her napkin and slipped it into the silver ring, she looked furtively at St. Elmo, who, holding up a bunch of purple grapes, said in an indifferent tone to his mother, "The vineyards of Axarchia show nothing more perfect. This cluster might challenge comparison with those from which red hermitage is made, and the seeds of which are said to have been brought from Shiraz. Even on the sunny slopes of Cyprus and Naxos, I found no finer grapes than these. A propos, I want a basketful this afternoon. Henry, tell old Simon to gather them immediately." "Pray, what use have you for them? I'm sure the courteous idea of sending them as a present never could have forced an entrance into your mind, much less have carried the outworks of your heart." As his cousin spoke, she came to the back of his chair and leaned over his shoulder. "I should go out on the terrace and renew the obsolete Dionysia, shouting Evo Elalius. I shall crown and pelt my marble Bacchus yonder with the grapes till his dainty sculptured limbs are bathed in their purple sacrificial blood. What other use could I possibly have for them?" He threw his head back and added something in a lower tone, at which Estelle laughed and put up her red, full lip. Mrs. Murray frowned and said sternly, "If you intend to see those persons, I advise you to do so promptly." Her niece moved toward the door, but glanced over her shoulder. "I presume Gertrude expects to see Edna, as she asked for her." The orphan had been watching Mr. Murray's face, but could detect no alteration in its expression, save a brief gleam as of triumph when the visitors were announced. Rising, she approached Mrs. Murray, whose clouded brow betokened more than ordinary displeasure, and whispered, "Gertrude is exceedingly anxious to see the house and grounds. Have I your permission to show her over the place? She is particularly anxious to see the deer." "Of course, if she requests it, but their effrontery in coming here caps the climax of all the impudence I ever heard of. Have as little to say as possible." Edna went to the parlor, leaving mother and son together. Mrs. Powell had laid aside her mourning garments and wore a dress of blue muslin, which heightened her beauty, and as the orphan looked from her to Gertrude, she found it difficult to decide who was the loveliest. After a few desultory remarks, she rose, saying, "As you have repeatedly expressed a desire to examine the park and hothouses, I will show you the way this afternoon." "Take care, my love, that you do not fatigue yourself," were Mrs. Powell's low, tenderly spoken words as her daughter rose to leave the room. Edna went first to the greenhouse, and though her companion chattered ceaselessly, she took little interest in her exclamations of delight and was conjecturing the probable cause of Mrs. Murray's great indignation. For some weeks she had been thrown frequently into the society of Mr. Hammond's guests, and while her distrust of Mrs. Powell, her aversion to her melting musical voice, increased at every interview, a genuine affection for Gertrude had taken root in her heart. They were the same age, but one was an earnest woman, the other a fragile, careless, gleeful, enthusiastic child. Although the orphan found it impossible to make a companion of this beautiful, warm-hearted girl, who hated books and turned pale at the mention of study, still Edna liked to watch the lovely, radiant face with its cheeks tinted like sea shells, its soft childish blue eyes sparkling with joyousness, and she began to caress and to love her as she would have petted a canary or one of the spotted fawns gambolling over the lawn. As they stood hand in hand, admiring some goldfish in a small aquarium in the centre of the greenhouse, Gertrude exclaimed, "The place is as fascinating as its master. Do tell me something about him. I wonder very often why you never mention him. I know I ought not to say it, but really, after he has talked to me for a few minutes, I forget everything else and think only of what he says for days and days after." "You certainly do not allude to Mr. Murray," said Edna. "I certainly do. What makes you look so astonished?" "I was not aware that you knew him." "Oh, I've known him since the week after our arrival here. Mamma and I met him at Mrs. Inge's. Mr. Inge had some gentlemen to dinner, and they came into the parlour while we were calling. Mr. Murray sat down and talked to me then for some time, and I've frequently met him since, for it seems he loves to stroll about the woods almost as well as I do, and sometimes we walk together. You know he and my uncle are not friendly, and I believe mamma does not like him, so he never comes to the parsonage, and never seems to see me if I am with her or Uncle Allen. But is he not very fascinating? If he were not a little too old for me, I believe I should really be very much in love with him." An expression of disgust passed swiftly over Edna's pale face. She dropped her companion's hand and asked coldly, "Does your mother approve of your walks with Mr. Murray? For heaven's sake, don't look so solemn." Really, I don't know. I never told her a word about it. Once I mentioned having met him, and showed her some flowers he gave me, and she took very little notice of the matter. Several times since he has sent me bouquets, and though I kept them out of uncle's sight, she saw them in my room, and must have suspected where they came from. Of course he cannot come to the parsonage to see me when he does not speak to my uncle or to mamma, but I do not see any harm in his walking and talking with me when I happen to meet him. Oh, how lovely those lilies are, leaning over the edge of the aquarium. Mr. Murray said that some day he would show me all the beautiful things at Le Bocage, but he has forgotten his promise, I'm afraid, and Miss Gertrude, how could you doubt me? I am here to fulfill my promise." He pushed aside the boughs of a guava which stood between them, and coming forward took Gertrude's hand, drew it under his arm, and looked down eagerly, admiringly into her blushing face. "Oh, Mr. Murray, I had no idea you were anywhere near me. I'm sure I could. Did you imagine you could escape my eyes, which are always seeking you? Permit me to be your cicerone over Le Bocage, instead of Miss Edna here, who looks as if she had been scolding you. Perhaps she will be so good as to wait for us, and I will bring you back in a half hour at least." "Edna, will you wait here for me?" asked Gertrude. "Why cannot Mr. Murray bring you to the house? There is nothing more to see here." "Allow us to judge for ourselves, if you please. There is a late Paris paper which will amuse you till we return." St. Elmo threw a newspaper at her feet, and led Gertrude away through one of the glass doors into the park. Edna sat down on the edge of the aquarium, and the hungry little fish crowded close to her, looking up wistfully for the crumbs she was wont to scatter there daily. But now their mute appeal was unheeded. Her colourless face and clasped hands grew cold as the marble basin on which they rested, and the great hopeless agony that seized her heart came to her large eyes and looked out drearily. It was in vain that she said to herself, "St. Elmo Murray is nothing to me. Why should I care if he loves Gertrude? She is so beautiful and confiding and winning. Of course, if he knows her well, he must love her. It is no business of mine. We are not even friends. We are worse than strangers, and it cannot concern me whom he loves or whom he hates." Her own heart laughed her words to scorn, and answered defiantly, "He is my king, my king. I have crowned and sceptred him, and right royally he rules." In pitiable humiliation she acknowledged that she had found it impossible to tear her thoughts from him, that his dark face followed, haunted her, sleeping and waking. While she shrank from his presence and dreaded his character, she could not witness his fond manner to Gertrude without a pang of the keenest pain she had ever endured. The suddenness of the discovery shocked her into a thorough understanding of her own feelings. The grinning fiend of jealousy had swept aside the flimsy veil which she had never before fully lifted, and looking sorrowfully down into the bared holy of holies, she saw standing between the hovering wings of golden cherubim an idol of clay, demanding homage, daring the wrath of conscience, the high priest. She saw all now, and saw, too, at the same instant, whither her line of duty led. The atmosphere was sultry, but she shivered, and if a mirror could have been held before her eyes, she would have started back from the grey, stony face so unlike hers. It seemed so strange that the heart of the accomplished misanthrope, the man of letters and science who had ransacked the world for information and amusement, should surrender itself to the prattle of a pretty young thing who could sympathize in no degree with his pursuits, and was as utterly incapable of understanding his nature as his Tartar horse or his pet bloodhound. She had often heard Mrs. Murray say, "If there is one thing more uncertain even than the verdict of a jury, if there is one thing which is known neither in heaven, earth, or hell, and which angels and demons alike waste time in guessing at, it is what style of woman any man will fancy and select for his wife. It is utterly impossible to predict what matrimonial caprice may or may not seize even the wisest, most experienced, most practical and reasonable of men, and I would sooner undertake to conjecture how high the thermometer stands at this instant on the crest of Mount Copernicus up yonder in the moon, than attempt to guess what freak will decide a man's choice of a bride." Sternly Edna faced the future and pictured Gertrude as Mr. Murray's wife, for if he loved her, and did not his eyes declare it, of course he would sweep every objection, every obstacle to the winds, and marry her speedily. She tried to think of him, the cold, harsh scoffer, as the fond husband of that laughing child, and though the vision was indescribably painful, she forced herself to dwell upon it. The idea that he would ever love any one or anything had never until this hour occurred to her, and while she could neither tolerate his opinions or respect his character, she found herself smitten with a great voiceless anguish at the thought of his giving his sinful bitter heart to any woman. Why did she love him? Curious fool, be still. Is human love the growth of human will? Pressing her hand to her eyes, she murmured, "Gertrude is right. He is fascinating, but it is the fascination of a tempting demon. Ah, if I had never come here, if I had never been cursed with the sight of his face! But I am no weak, silly child like Gertrude Powell. I know what my duty is, and I am strong enough to conquer, and if necessary to crush my foolish heart. Oh, I know you, Mr. Murray, and I can defy you. To-day, short-sighted as I have been, I look down on you. You are beneath me, and the time will come when I shall look back to this hour and wonder if I were temporarily bewitched or insane. Wake up, come to your senses, Edna Earle. Put an end to this sinful folly. Blush for your unwomanly weakness." As Gertrude's merry laugh floated up through the trees, the orphan lifted her head, and the blood came back to her cheeks while she watched the two figures sauntering across the smooth lawn. Gertrude leaned on Mr. Murray's arm, and as he talked to her, his head was bent down so that he could see the flushed face shaded by her straw hat. She drew her hand from his arm when they reached the greenhouse, and looking much embarrassed, said hurriedly, "I'm afraid I have kept you waiting an unconscionable time, but Mr. Murray had so many beautiful things to show me that I quite forgot we had left you here alone. I dare say your mother thinks I've run away with you, and as I have an engagement, I must either bid you good-bye and leave you here with Mr. Murray, or go back at once with you to the house." The orphan's voice was firm and quiet, and as she handed the French paper to St. Elmo, she turned her eyes full on his face. "Have you read it already?" he asked, giving her one of his steely, probing glances. "No, sir, I did not open it, as I take little interest in continental politics. Gertrude, will you go or stay?" Mr. Murray put out his hand to Gertrude's and said, "Good-bye till to-morrow. Do not forget your promise." Turning away, he went in the direction of the stables. In silence Edna walked on to the house, and presently Gertrude's soft fingers grasped hers. "Edna, I hope you are not mad with me. Do you really think it is wrong for me to talk to Mr. Murray, and to like him so much?" "Gertrude, you must judge for yourself concerning the propriety of your conduct. I shall not presume to advise you, but the fact that you are unwilling to acquaint your mother with your course ought to make you look closely at your own heart. When a girl is afraid to trust her mother, I should think there were grounds for uneasiness." They had reached the steps, and Mrs. Powell came out to meet them. "Where have you two runaways been? I have waited a half hour for you. Estelle, do come and see me. It is very dreary at the parsonage, and your visits are cheering and precious. Come, Gertrude." When Gertrude kissed her friend, she whispered, "Don't be mad with me, dearie. I will remember what you said and talk to mamma this very evening." Edna saw mother and daughter descend the long avenue, and then running up to her room, she tied on her hat and walked rapidly across the park in an opposite direction. About 1.5 miles from Le Bocage, on a winding and unfrequented road leading to a sawmill, stood a small log house containing only 2 rooms. The yard was neglected, full of rank weeds, and the gate was falling from its rusty hinges. Edna walked up the decaying steps, and without pausing to knock, entered one of the comfortless-looking rooms. On a cot in one corner lay an elderly man in the last stage of consumption, and by his side, busily engaged in knitting, sat a child about 10 years old, whose pretty white face wore that touching look of patient placidity peculiar to the blind. Huldah Reed had never seen the light, but a marvellous change came over her countenance when Edna's light step and clear, sweet voice fell on her ear. "Huldah, how is your father to-day?" "Not as well as he was yesterday, but he is asleep now, and will be better when he wakes." "Has the doctor been here to-day?" "No, he has not been here since Sunday." Edna stood for a while watching the laboured breathing of the sleeper, and putting her hand on Huldah's head, she whispered, "Do you want me to read to you this evening? It is late, but I shall have time for a short chapter." "Oh, please do. If it is only a few lines, it will not wake him." The child rose, spread out her hands, and groped her way across the room to a small table, whence she took an old Bible. The two sat down together by the western window, and Edna asked, "Is there any particular chapter you would like to hear? Please read about blind Bartimaeus, sitting by the roadside waiting for Jesus." Edna turned to the verses and read in a subdued tone for some moments. In her eager interest, Huldah slid down on her knees, rested her thin hands on her companion's lap, and raised her sweet face with its wide, vacant, sad hazel eyes. When Edna read the 24th verse of the next chapter, the small hands were laid upon the page to arrest her attention. "Edna, do you believe that? What things soever you desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Jesus said that. "And if I pray that my eyes may be opened, do you believe I shall see?" "They tell me that Paul will not live." "Oh, do you think I pray day and night? And if I believe, and oh, I do believe, I will believe, do you think Jesus will let me see him, my Father, before he dies? If I could only see his dear face once, I would be willing to be blind afterward. All my life I have felt his face, and I knew it by my fingers, but oh, I can't feel it in the grave. I've been praying so hard ever since the doctor said he must die, praying that Jesus would have mercy on me and let me see him just once. Last night I dreamed Christ came and put his hands on my eyes and said to me too, 'Thy faith hath made thee whole,' and I waked up crying, and my own fingers were pulling my eyes open, but it was all dark, dark. Edna, won't you help me pray, and do you believe I shall see him?" Edna took the quivering face in her soft palms and tenderly kissed the lips several times. "My dear Huldah, you know the days of miracles are over, and Jesus is not walking in the world now to cure the suffering and the blind and the dumb. But he is sitting close to the throne of God, and he could send some angel down to touch my eyes and let me see my dear, dear Pa once, just once. Oh, he is the same Jesus now as when he felt sorry for Bartimaeus, and why won't he pity me too? I pray and believe, and that is what he said I must do." I think that the promise relates to spiritual things, and means that when we pray for strength to resist temptation and sin, Jesus sends the Holy Spirit to assist all who earnestly strive to do their duty. But, dear Huldah, one thing is very certain. Even if you are blind in this world, there will come a day when God will open your eyes, and you shall see those you love face to face, for there shall be no night there in that city of rest, no need of sun or moon, for the Lamb is the light thereof. "Huldah, daughter, The child glided swiftly to the cot, and looking round, Edna doubted the evidence of her senses, for by the side of the sufferer stood a figure so like Mr. Murray that her heart began to throb painfully. The corner of the room was dim and shadowy, but a strong deep voice soon dispelled all doubt. "I hope you are better to day, Reed. Here are some grapes which will refresh you, and you can eat them as freely as your appetite prompts." Mr. Murray placed a luscious cluster in the emaciated hands, and put the basket down on the floor near the cot. As he drew a chair from the wall and seated himself, Edna crossed the room stealthily, and laying her hand on Huldah's shoulder, led her out to the front steps. "Huldah, has Mr. Murray ever been here before?" "Oh, yes, often and often. But he generally comes later than this. He brings all the wine poor pa drinks, and very often peaches and grapes. Oh, he is so good to us. I love to hear him come up the steps, and many a time when pa is asleep I sit here at night, listening for the gallop of Mr. Murray's horse. Somehow I feel so safe, as if nothing could go wrong when he is in the house." "Why did you never tell me this before? Why have you not spoken of him?" "Because he charged me not to speak to any one about it. Said he did not choose to have it known that he ever came here. There, pa is calling me. Won't you come in and speak to him?" "Not this evening. Good bye. I will come again soon." Edna stooped, kissed the child hastily, and walked away. She had only reached the gate where Tamerlane was fastened when Mr. Murray came out of the house. "Edna!" Reluctantly she stopped and waited for him. "Are you not afraid to walk home alone?" "No, sir. I am out frequently, even later than this." "It is not exactly prudent for you to go home now alone, for it will be quite dark before you can possibly reach the park gate." He passed his horse's reins over his arm, and led him along the road. "I'm not going that way, sir. There is a path through the woods that is much shorter than the road, and I can get through an opening in the orchard fence. Good evening." She turned abruptly from the beaten road, but he caught her dress and detained her. "I told you some time ago that I never permitted espionage in my affairs, and now with reference to what occurred at the greenhouse, I advise you to keep silent. Do you understand me?" "In the first place, sir, I could not condescend to play spy on the actions of any one. And in the second, you may rest assured I shall not trouble myself to comment upon your affairs, in which I certainly have no interest. Your estimate of me must be contemptible indeed if you imagine that I can only employ myself in watching your career. Dismiss your apprehensions, and rest in the assurance that I consider it no business of mine where you go or what you may choose to do. My only desire is to shield my pretty Gertrude's head from the wrath that may be bottled up for her." Edna looked up fixedly into the deep, glittering eyes that watched hers, and answered quietly, "Mr. Murray, if you love her half as well as I do, you will be more careful in the future not to subject her to the opening of the vials of wrath." He laughed contemptuously, and exclaimed, "You are doubtless experienced in such matters, and fully competent to advise me." "No, sir, it does not concern me, and I presume neither to criticize nor to advise. Please be so good as to detain me no longer, and believe me when I repeat that I have no intention whatever of meddling with any of your affairs or reporting your actions." Putting his hands suddenly on her shoulders, he stooped, looked keenly at her, and she heard him mutter an oath. When he spoke again, it was through set teeth. "You will be wise if you adhere to that decision. Tell them at home not to wait supper for me." He sprang to his saddle and rode toward the village, and Edna hurried homeward, asking herself, what first took Mr. Murray to the blacksmith's hovel? Why is he so anxious that his visits should remain undiscovered? After all, is there some latent nobility in his character? Is he so much better or worse than I have thought him? Perhaps his love for Gertrude has softened his heart. Perhaps that love may be his salvation. God grant it. God grant it. The evening breeze rose and sank solemnly through the pine trees, but to her it seemed only to chant the melancholy refrain, "My pretty Gertrude, my pretty Gertrude." The chill light of stars fell on the orphan's pathway, and over her pale features, where dwelt the reflection of a loneliness, a silent desolation, such as she had never realized, even when her grandfather was snatched from her clinging arms. She passed through the orchard, startling a covey of partridges that nestled in the long grass, and a rabbit that had stolen out under cover of dusk. And when she came to the fountain, she paused and looked out over the dark, quiet grounds. Hitherto duty had worn a smiling, loving countenance, and walked gently by her side as she crossed the flowery vales of girlhood. Now the guide was transformed into an angel of wrath, pointing with drawn sword to the gate of Eden. As the girl's light fingers locked themselves tightly, her beautiful lips uttered mournfully, "What hast thou done, O soul of mine, that thou tremblest so? Hast thou wrought his task, and kept the line he bade thee go? Ah, the cloud is dark, and day by day I am moving thither. I must pass beneath it on my way. God pity me, whither? When Mrs. Murray went to her own room later than usual that night, she found Edna sitting by the table with her Bible lying open on her lap and her eyes fixed on the floor. "I thought you were fast asleep before this. I sat up waiting for St. Elmo, as I wished to speak to him about some engagements for to-morrow." The lady of the house threw herself wearily upon the lounge, and sighed as she unclasped her bracelets and took off the diamond cross that fastened her collar. "Edna, ring for Hagar. Will you not let me take her place to-night? I want to talk to you before I go to sleep." "Well, then, unlace my gaiters and take down my hair. Child, what makes you look so very serious?" "Because what I am about to say saddens me very much. My dear Mrs. Murray, I have been in this house 5 peaceful, happy, blessed years. I have become warmly attached to everything about the home where I have been so kindly sheltered during my girlhood, and the thought of leaving it is exceedingly painful to me." "What do you mean, Edna? Have you come to your senses at last, and consented to make Gordon happy?" "No, no, I am going to New York to try to make my bread." "You are going to a lunatic asylum?" "Stuff! Nonsense! What can you do in New York? It is already overstocked with poor men and women who are on the verge of starvation. Pooh, pooh! You look like making your bread. Don't be silly." "I know that I am competent now to take a situation as teacher in a school or family, and I am determined to make the experiment immediately. I want to go to New York because I can command advantages there which no poor girl can obtain in any Southern city, and the magazine for which I expect to write is published there. Mr. Manning says he will pay me liberally for such articles as he accepts, and if I can only get a situation which I hear is now vacant, I can easily support myself. Mrs. Powell received a letter yesterday from a wealthy friend in New York, who desires to secure a governess for her young children, one of whom is deformed. She said she was excessively particular as to the character of the woman to whose care she committed her crippled boy, and that she had advertised for one who could teach him Greek. I shall ask Mrs. Powell and Mr. Hammond to telegraph to her to-morrow, and request her not to engage any one till a letter can reach her from Mr. Hammond and myself. I believe he knows the lady, who is very distantly related to Mrs. Powell. Still, before I took this step, I felt that I owed it to you to acquaint you with my intention. It is a step which I cannot sanction. I detest that Mrs. Powell. I utterly loathe the sound of her name, and I should be altogether unwilling to see you domesticated with any of her friends. I am surprised that Mr. Hammond could encourage any such foolish scheme on your part. As yet he is entirely ignorant of my plan, for I have mentioned it to no one except yourself, but I do not think he will oppose it. Dear Mrs. Murray, much as I love you, I cannot remain here any longer, for I could not continue to owe my bread even to your kind and tender charity. You have educated me, and only God knows how inexpressibly grateful I am for all your goodness. But now I could no longer preserve my self-respect or be happy as a dependent on your bounty." She had taken Mrs. Murray's hand, and while tears gathered in her eyes, she kissed the fingers and pressed them against her cheek. "If you are too proud to remain here as you have done for so many years, how do you suppose you can endure the humiliations and affronts which will certainly be your portion when you accept a hireling's position in the family of a stranger? Don't you know that of all drudgery, that required of governesses is most fraught with vexation and bitterness of spirit? I've never treated you as an upper servant, but loved you and shielded you from slights and insults as if you were my niece or my daughter. Edna, you could not endure the lot you have selected. Your proud, sensitive nature would be galled to desperation. Stay here and help me keep house. Write and study as much as you like, and do as you please, only don't leave me." She drew the girl to her bosom while she kissed her. Tears fell on the pale face. "Oh, Mrs. Murray, it is hard to leave you, for indeed I love you more than you will ever believe or realize. But I must go. I feel it is my duty, and you would not wish me to stay here and be unhappy." "Unhappy here? Why so? Something is wrong, and I must know just what it is. Somebody has been meddling, taunting you. Edna, I ask a plain question, and I want the whole truth. You and Estelle do not like each other. Is her presence here the cause of your determination to quit my house?" "No, Mrs. Murray. If she were not here, I should still feel it my duty to go out and earn my living. You are correct in saying we do not particularly like each other. There is little sympathy between us, but no bad feeling that I am aware of. and she is not the cause of my departure." Mrs. Murray was silent a moment, scrutinizing the face on her shoulder. "Edna, can it be my son? Has some harsh speech of St. Elmo's piqued and wounded you?" "Oh, no. His manner toward me is quite as polite, nay, rather more considerate than when I first came here. Beside, you know, we are almost strangers. Sometimes weeks elapse without our exchanging a word." "Are you sure you have not had a quarrel with him? I know you dislike him. I know how exceedingly provoking he frequently is. But, child, he is unfortunately constituted. He is bitterly rude to everybody, and does not mean to wound you particularly. I've no complaint to make of Mr. Murray's manner to me. I do not expect or desire that it should be other than it is. Why do you doubt the sincerity of the reason I gave for quitting dear old Bocage? I've never expected to live here longer than was necessary to qualify myself for the work I have chosen. I doubt it because it is so incomprehensible that a young girl who might be Gordon Lee's happy wife and mistress of his elegant home, surrounded by every luxury, and idolized by one of the noblest, handsomest men I ever knew, should prefer to go among strangers and toil for a scanty livelihood. Now I know something of human nature, and I know that your course is very singular, very unnatural. Edna, my child, my dear little girl, I can't let you go. I want you. I can't spare you. I find I love you too well, my sweet comforter in all my troubles, my only real companion." She clasped the orphan closer and wept. "Oh, you don't know how precious your love is to my heart, dear, dear Mrs. Murray. In all this wide world whom I have to love me but you and Mr. Hammond, even in the great sorrow of leaving you, it will gladden me to feel that I possess so fully your confidence and affection. But I must go away, and after a little while you will not miss me, for Estelle will be with you, and you will not need me. Oh, it is hard to leave you. It is a bitter trial, but I know what my duty is, and were it even more difficult, I would not hesitate. I hope you will not think me unduly obstinate when I tell you that I have fully determined to apply for that situation in New York." Mrs. Murray pushed the girl from her, and with a sob buried her face in her arms. Edna waited in vain for her to speak, and finally she stooped and kissed one of the hands, and said brokenly, as she left the room, "Good night, my dearest, my best friend. If you could only look into my heart and see how it aches at the thought of separation, you would not add the pain of your displeasure to that which I already suffer." When the orphan opened her eyes on the following morning, she found a note pinned to her pillow. "My dear Edna, I could not sleep last night in consequence of your unfortunate resolution, and I write to beg you, for my sake, if not for your own, to reconsider the matter. I will gladly pay you the same salary that you expect to receive as governess, if you will remain as my companion and assist at Le Bocage. I cannot consent to give you up. I love you too well, my child, to see you quit my house. I shall soon be an old woman, and then what should I do without my little orphan girl? Stay with me always, and you shall never know what want and toil and hardship mean. As soon as you are awake, come and kiss me good morning, and I shall know that you are my own dear little Edna. Affectionately yours, Ellen Murray." Edna knelt and prayed for strength to do what she felt duty sternly dictated. But though her will did not falter, her heart bled, as she wrote a few lines thanking her benefactress for the affection that had brightened and warmed her whole lonely life, and assuring her that the reasons which induced her to leave Le Bocage were imperative and unanswerable. An hour later she entered the breakfast room, and found the members of the family already assembled. While Mrs. Murray was cold and haughty, taking no notice of Edna's salutation, Estelle talked gaily with Mr. Alston concerning a horseback ride they intended to take that morning, and Mr. Murray, leaning back in his chair, seemed engrossed in the columns of the London Times, which contained a recent speech of Gladstone's. Presently he threw down the paper, looked at his watch, and ordered his horse. "St. Elmo, where are you going? Do allow yourself to be prevailed on to wait and ride with us." Estelle's tone was musical and coaxing as she approached her cousin, and put one of her fingers through the buttonhole of his coat. "Not for all the kingdoms that Satan pointed out from the pinnacle of Mount Corentina. I've as insuperable an objection to constituting one of a trio as some superstitious people have to forming part of a dinner party of 13. Where am I going? To that sea of serenity which astronomers tell us is located in the left eye of the face, known in common parlance as the man in the moon. Where am I going? To western Rocheshire, to pitch my tent and smoke my cigar in peace on the brink of that blessed Loch Marie, whereof Pennant wrote." He shook off Estelle's touch, walked to the mantelpiece, and taking a match from the johnny case, drew it across the heel of his boot. "Where is Loch Marie? I do not remember ever to have seen the name," said Mrs. Murray, pushing aside her coffee cup. Oh, pardon me, mother, if I decline to undertake your geographical education. Ask that incipient Isota Nagarole, sitting there at your right hand. Doubtless she will find it a pleasing task to instruct you in Scottish topography, while I have an engagement that forces me most reluctantly and respectfully to decline the honour of enlightening you. Confound these matches, they are all damp." Involuntarily Mrs. Murray's eyes turned to Edna, who had not even glanced at St. Elmo since her entrance. Now she looked up, and though she had not read Pennant, she remembered the lines written on the old Druidic well by an American poet. Yielding to some inexplicable impulse, she slowly and gently repeated 2 verses. "O restless heart and fevered brain, unquiet and unstable, that holy well of Loch Maree is more than idle fable. The shadows of a humble will and contrite heart are o'er it. Go read its legend, trust in God, on faith's white stones before it." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 21. Well, your decision is very painful to me. I shall not attempt to dissuade you from a resolution which I know has not been lightly or hastily taken. But my child, what shall I do without you? Mr. Hammond's eyes filled with tears as he looked at his pupil, and his hand trembled when he stroked her bowed head. "I dread the separation from you and Mrs. Murray, but I know I ought to go, and I feel that when duty commands me to follow a path, lonely and dreary though it may seem, a light will be shed before my feet, and a staff will be put into my hands. I have often wondered what the Etrurians intended to personify in their Dii Involuti, before whose awful decrees all other gods bowed. Now I feel assured that the chief of the shrouded gods is Duty, veiling her features with a silver-lined cloud, scorning to parley, but whose unbending figure signs our way, an unerring pillar of cloud by day, of fire by night. Mr. Hammond, I shall follow that stern finger till the clods on my coffin shut it from my sight." The August sun, shining through the lilac and myrtle boughs that rustled close to the study window, glinted over the pure, pale face of the orphan, and showed a calm mournfulness in the eyes which looked out at the quiet parsonage garden, and far away to the waving lines against the sky, where a golden lustre slept upon the hills. Just beyond the low, ivy-wreathed stone wall that marked the boundary of the garden ran a little stream, overhung with alders and willows, under whose tremendous shadows rested contented cattle, some knee-deep in water, some browsing leisurely on purple-tufted clover. From the wide, hot field stretching away on the opposite side came the clear metallic ring of the scythes as the mowers sharpened them, the mellow whistle of the driver lying on top of the huge hay mass beneath which the oxen crawled toward the lowered bars, and the sweet gurgling laughter of 2 romping sunburned children who swung on at the back of the wagon. Edna pointed to the peaceful picture and said, "If Rosa Bonheur could only put that on canvas for me, I would hang it upon my walls in the great city whither I am going. And when my weary days of work ended, I could sit down before it, and fold my tired hands, and look at it through the mist of tears, till its blessed calm stole into my heart, and I believed myself once more with you, gazing out of the study window. Ah, blessed among all gifted women is Rosa Bonheur! accounted worthy to wear what other women may not aspire to, the cross of the Legion of Honor. Yesterday, when I read the description of the visit of the Empress to the studio, I think I was almost as proud and happy as that patient worker at the easel, when over her shoulders was hung the ribbon which France decrees only to the mighty souls who increase her glory, and before whom she bows in reverent gratitude. I am glad that a woman's hand laid that badge of immortality on womanly shoulders. A crowned head, crowning the queen of artists. I wonder if, when obscure and in disguise, she haunted the Abattoir du Roule, and worked on amid the lowing and bleeding of the victims. I wonder if faith prophesied of that distant day of glorious recompense, when the ribbon of the Legion fluttered from Eugenie's white fingers, and she was exalted above all thrones. Ah, Mr. Hammond, we all wear our crosses, but they do not belong to the order of the Legion of Honor. The minister enclosed in his own the hand which she had laid on his knee, and said gently but gravely, "My child, your ambition is your besetting sin. It is Satan pointing to the tree of knowledge, tempting you to eat and become as gods. Search your heart, and I fear you will find that while you believe you are dedicating your talent entirely to the service of God, there is a spring of selfishness underlying all. You are too proud, too ambitious of distinction, too eager to climb to some lofty niche in the temple of fame, where your name, now unknown, shall shine in the annals of literature and serve as a beacon to encourage others equally as anxious for celebrity. I was not surprised to see you in print, for long, long ago, before you realized the extent of your mental dowry, I saw the kindling of that ambitious spark, whose flame generally consumes the women in whose hearts it burns. The history of literary females is not calculated to allay the apprehension that oppresses me, as I watch you just setting out on a career so fraught with trials of which you have never dreamed. As a class, they are martyrs, uncrowned and uncanonized, jeered at by the masses, sincerely pitied by a few earnest souls, and whipped over by the relatives who really love them. Thousands of women have toiled over books that proved millstones and drowned them in the sea of letters. How many of the hundreds of female writers scattered through the world in this century will be remembered 6 months after the coffin closes over their weary, haggard faces? You may answer, they made their bread. Ah, child, it would have been sweeter if earned at the wash-tub, or in the dairy, or by their needles. It is the rough handling, the jars, the tension of the heartstrings, that sap the foundations of a woman's life, and consign her to an early grave, and a Cherokee rose hedge is not more thickly set with thorns than a literary career, with grievous, vexatious, tormenting disappointments. If you succeed after years of labor and anxiety and harassing fears, you will become a target for envy and malice, and possibly for slander. Your own sex will be jealous of your eminence, considering your superiority an insult to their mediocrity, and mine will either ridicule or barely tolerate you, for men detest female competitors in the Olympian game of literature. If you fail, you will be sneered down till you become embittered, soured, misanthropic, a curse to yourself, a burden to the friends who sympathize with your blasted hopes. Edna, you have talent. You write well, you are conscientious, but you are not de Stael, or Hannah More, or Charlotte Bronte, or Elizabeth Browning, and I shudder when I think of the disappointment that may overtake all your eager aspirations. If I could be always near you, I should indulge less apprehension for your future, for I believe that I could help you to bear patiently whatever is in store for you. But far away, among strangers, you must struggle alone. Mr. Hammond, I do not rely upon myself. My hope is in God. My child, the days of miraculous inspiration are ended. Ah, do not discourage me. When the Bishop of Noyon hesitated to consecrate St. Radegund, she said to him, "Thou wilt have to render thy account, and the shepherd will require of thee the souls of his sheep." My dear sir, your approbation is the consecration that I desire upon my purpose. God will not forsake me. He will strengthen and guide me, and bless my writing, even as he blesses your preaching. Because he gave you 5 talents, and to me only 1, do you think that in the great day of reckoning mine will not be required of me? I do not expect to enter into the joy of my Lord, as you will be worthy to do, but with the blessing of God, I trust the doom of the altogether unprofitable servant will not be pronounced against me." She had bowed her head till it rested on his knee, and presently the old man put his hands upon the glossy hair, and murmured solemnly, "And the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your heart and mind through Christ Jesus." A brief silence reigned in the study, broken first by the shout of the haymakers and the rippling laugh of the children in the adjacent field, and then by the calm voice of the pastor. "I've offered you a home with me as long as I have a roof that I can call my own, but you prefer to go to New York, and henceforth I shall never cease to pray that your resolution may prove fortunate in all respects. You no longer require my direction in your studies, but I will suggest that it might be expedient for you to give more attention to positive and less to abstract science. Remember those noble words of Sir David Brewster, to which I believe I've already called your attention. If the God of love is most appropriately worshipped in the Christian temple, the God of nature may be equally honored in the temple of science. Even from its lofty minarets the philosopher may summon the faithful to prayer, and the priest and the sage may exchange altars without the compromise of faith or of knowledge. Infidelity has shifted the battlefield from metaphysics to physics, from idealism and rationalism to positivism or rank materialism, and in order to combat it successfully, in order to build up an imperishable system of Christian teleology, it is necessary that you should thoroughly acquaint yourself with the natural sciences, with dynamics, and all the so-called inherent forces of nature, or what Humboldt terms primordial necessity. This apotheosis of dirt, by such men as Moleschott, Buchner, and Vogt, is the real Antaeus, which, though continually overthrown, springs from Mother Earth with renewed vigor, and after a little while some Hercules of science will lift the boaster in his inexorable arms and crush him. Here Mrs. Powell entered the room, and Edna rose and tied on her hat. "Mr. Hammond, will you go over to see Huldah this afternoon? Poor little thing, she is in great distress about her father." "I fear he cannot live many days. I went to see him yesterday morning, and would go again with you now, but have promised to baptize 2 children this evening." Edna was opening the gate when Gertrude called to her from a shaded corner of the yard, and turning, she saw her playing with a fawn, about whose neck she had twined a long spray of honeysuckle. "Do come and see the beautiful present Mr. Murray sent me several days ago. It is as gentle and playful as a kitten, and seems to know me already." Gertrude patted the head of her pretty pet, and continued, "I've often read about gazelles' eyes, and I wonder if these are not quite as lovely. Very often when I look at them they remind me of yours. There is such a soft, sad, patient expression, as if she knew perfectly well that some day the hunters would be sure to catch and kill her, and she was meekly biding her time to be turned into venison steak. I never will eat another piece. The dear little thing. Edna, do you know that you have the most beautiful eyes in the world, except Mr. Murray's? His glitter like great stars under a long, long black silk fringe. By the way, how is he? I've not seen him for some days, and you can have no idea how I do want to look into his face and hear his voice, which is so wonderfully sweet and low. I wrote him a note thanking him for this little spotted darling, but he has not answered it, has not come near me, and I was afraid he might be sick." Gertrude stole one arm around her companion's neck, and nestled her golden head against the orphan's shoulder. "Mr. Murray is very well, at least appears so. I saw him at breakfast." "Does he ever talk about me?" "No, I never heard him mention your name but once, and then it occurred incidentally." "Oh, Edna, is it wrong for me to think about him so constantly? Don't press your lips together in that stern, hard way. Dearie, put your arms around me and kiss me. Oh, if you could know how very much I love him, how happy I am when he is with me. Edna, how can I help it? When he touches my hand and smiles down at me, I forget everything else. I feel as if I would follow him to the end of the earth. He is a great deal older than I am, but how can I remember that, when he is looking at me with those wonderful eyes? The last time I saw him, he said, well, something very sweet, and I was sure he loved me, and I leaned my head against his shoulder, but he would not let me touch him. He pushed me away, with a terrific frown that wrinkled and blackened his face. Oh, it seems an age since then." Edna kissed the lovely coral lips, and smoothed the bright curls that the wind had blown about the exquisitely moulded cheeks. "Gertrude, when he asks you to love him, you will have a right to indulge your affection, but until then you ought not to allow him to know your feelings, or permit yourself to think so entirely of him." "But do you believe it is wrong for me to love him so much?" "That is a question which your own heart must answer." Edna felt that her own lips were growing cold, and she disengaged the girl's clasping arms. "Edna, I know you love me. Will you do something for me? Please give him this note. I'm afraid that he did not receive the other, or that he is offended with me." She drew a dainty three-cornered envelope from her pocket. "No, Gertrude, I can be a party to no clandestine correspondence. I have too much respect for your uncle to assist in smuggling letters in and out of his house. Beside, your mother would not sanction the course you are pursuing." "Oh, I showed her the other note, and she only laughed and patted my cheek, and said, 'Why, mignonne, he is old enough to be your father.' This note is only to find out whether he received the other. I sent it by the servant who brought this fawn. Oh, dear me, just see what a hole the pretty little wretch has nibbled in my new Swiss muslin dress. Won't mamma scold? There, do go away, pet. I will feed you presently. Indeed, Edna, there is no harm in your taking the note, for I give you my word mamma does not care. Do you think I would tell you a story? Please, Edna, it will reach him so much sooner if you carry it over, than if I were to drop it into the post office, where it may stay for a week. And Uncle Allen has no extra servants to run around on errands for me." "Gertrude, are you not deceiving me? Are you sure your mother read the other note and sanctions this?" "Certainly. You may ask her if you doubt me. There, I must hurry in. Mamma is calling me. Dear Edna, if you love me." "Yes, mamma, I am coming." Edna could not resist the pleading of the lovely face pressed close to hers, and with a sigh she took the tiny note and turned away. More than a week had elapsed since Mr. Hammond and Mrs. Powell had written, recommending her for the situation in Mrs. Andrews's family, and with feverish impatience she awaited the result. During this interval she had not exchanged a word with Mr. Murray, had spent much of her time in writing down in her note-book such references from the library as she required in her manuscript. And while Estelle seemed unusually high-spirited, Mrs. Murray watched in silence the orphan's preparations for departure. Absorbed in very painful reflections, the girl walked on rapidly till she reached the cheerless home of the blacksmith, and knocked at the door. "Come in, Mr. Murray." Edna pushed open the door and walked in. "It is not Mr. Murray this time." "Oh, Edna, I'm so glad you happened to come. He would not let me tell you. He said he did not wish it known. But now you are here, you will stay with me, won't you, till it is over?" Huldah was kneeling at the side of her father's cot, and Edna was startled by the look of eager, breathless anxiety printed on her white, trembling face. "What does she mean, Mr. Reed?" "Poor little lamb, she is so excited she can hardly speak, and I'm not strong enough to talk much. Huldah, daughter, tell Miss Edna all about it." "Mr. Murray heard all I said to you about praying to have my eyes open, and he went to town that same evening, and telegraphed to some doctor in Philadelphia who cures blindness, to come on and see if he could do anything for my eyes. Mr. Murray was here this morning, and said he had heard from the doctor, and that he would come this afternoon. He said he could only stay till the cars left for Chattanooga, as he must go back at once. You know he Hush! There, there, I hear the carriage now. Oh, Edna, pray for me. Pa, pray for my poor eyes." The sweet, childish face was colourless, and tears filled the filmy, hazel eyes as Huldah clasped her hands. Her lips moved rapidly, though no sound was audible. Edna stepped behind the door and peeped through a crack in the planks. Mr. Murray entered first, and beckoned to the stranger, who paused at the threshold with a case of instruments in his hand. "Come in, Hugh. Here is your patient, very much frightened, too, I'm afraid. Huldah, come to the light." He drew her to the window, lifted her to a chair, and the doctor bent down, pushed back his spectacles, and cautiously examined the child's eyes. "Don't tremble so, Huldah. There is nothing to be afraid of. The doctor will not hurt you." "Oh, it is not that I fear to be hurt. Edna, are you praying for me?" "Edna is not here," answered Mr Murray, glancing round the room. "Yes, she is here. I did not tell her, but she happened to come a little while ago. Edna, won't you hold one of my hands? Oh, Edna, Edna!" Reluctantly the orphan came forward, and without lifting her eyes, took one of the little outstretched hands firmly in both her own, while Mr Murray silently appropriated the other. Huldah whispered, "Please, both of you, pray for me." The doctor raised the eyelids several times, peered long and curiously at the eyeballs, and opened his case of instruments. "This is one of those instances of congenital cataract which might have been relieved long ago. A slight operation will remove the difficulty. St. Elmo, you asked me about the probability of an instantaneous restoration, and I had begun to tell you about the case which Wardrop mentions of a woman, blind from her birth till she was 46 years of age. She could not distinguish objects for several days." "Oh, sir, will I see my father?" Her fingers closed spasmodically over those that clasped them, and the agonizing suspense written in her countenance was pitiable to contemplate. "Yes, my dear, I hope so, I think so. You know, Murray, the eye has to be trained. But Haller mentions a case of a nobleman who saw distinctly at various distances immediately after the cataract was removed from the axis of vision. Now, my little girl, hold just as still as possible. I shall not hurt you." Skilfully he cut through the membrane and drew it down, then held his hat between her eyes and the light streaming through the window. Some seconds elapsed, and suddenly a cry broke from the child's lips. "Oh, something shines. There is a light, I believe." Mr Murray threw his handkerchief over her head, caught her in his arms, and placed her on the side of the cot. "The first face her eyes ever look upon shall be that which she loves best, her father's." As he withdrew the handkerchief, Mr Reed feebly raised his arms toward his child, and whispered, "My little Huldah, my daughter, can you see me?" She stooped, put her face close to his, swept her small fingers repeatedly over the emaciated features, to convince herself of the identity of the new sensation of sight with the old and reliable sense of touch. Then she threw her head back with a wild laugh, a scream of delight. "Oh, I see, thank God, I see my father's face, my dear pa, my own dear pa." For some moments she hung over the sufferer, kissing him, murmuring brokenly her happy, tender words, and now and then resorting to the old sense of touch, while Edna wiped away tears of joyful sympathy, which she strove in vain to restrain. She glanced at Mr Murray, and wondered how he could stand there watching the scene with such bright, dry eyes. Seeming suddenly to remember that there were other countenances in the world beside that tear-stained one on the pillow, Huldah slipped down from the cot, turned toward the group, and shaded her eyes with her fingers. "Oh, Edna, a'n't you glad for me? Where are you? I knew Jesus would hear me. What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. I did believe, and I see, I see. I prayed that God would send down some angel to touch my eyes, and he sent Mr Murray and the doctor." After a pause, during which the oculist prepared some bandages, Huldah added, "Which one is Mr Murray? Will you please come to me? My ears and my fingers know you, but my eyes don't." He stepped forward, and putting out her hands, she grasped his, and turned her untutored eyes upon him. Before he could suspect her design, she fell at his feet, threw her arms around his knees, and exclaimed, "How good you are! How shall I ever thank you enough? How good!" She clung to him and sobbed hysterically. Edna saw him lift her from the floor, and put her back beside her father, while the doctor bandaged her eyes, and waiting to hear no more, the orphan glided away and hurried along the road. Ere she had proceeded far, she heard the quick trot of the horses, the roll of the carriage. Leaning out as they overtook her, Mr Murray directed the driver to stop, and swinging open the door, he stepped out and approached her. "The doctor dines at Le Bocage. Will you take a seat with us, or do you, as usual, prefer to walk alone?" "Thank you, sir. I'm not going home now. I shall walk on." He bowed and was turning away, but she drew the delicately perfumed envelope from her pocket. "Mr. Murray, I was requested by the writer to hand you this note, as she feared its predecessor was lost by the servant to whom she entrusted it." He took it, glanced at the small, cramped, school-girlish handwriting, smiled, and thrust it into his vest pocket, saying in a low, earnest tone, "This is indeed a joyful surprise. You are certainly more reliable than Henry. Accept my cordial thanks, which I have not time to reiterate. I generally prefer to owe my happiness entirely to Gertrude, but in this instance I can bear to receive it through the medium of your hands. As you are so prompt and trusty, I may trouble you to carry my answer." The carriage rolled on, leaving a cloud of dust, which the evening sunshine converted into a glittering track of glory, and seating herself on a grassy bank, Edna leaned her head against the body of a tree, and all the glory passed swiftly away, and she was alone in the dust. As the sun went down, the pillared forest aisles stretching westward filled first with golden haze, then glowed with a light redder than Phaethon. Wine poured from the burning beaker of the sun, and only the mournful cooing of doves broke the solemn silence, as the pine organ whispered its low coronach for the dead day, and the cool shadow of coming night crept, purple-mantled, velvet-sandaled, down the forest glades. "Oh, if I had gone away a week ago, before I knew there was any redeeming charity in his sinful nature! If I could only despise him utterly, it would be so much easier to forget him. Ah, God pity me! God help me! What right have I to think of Gertrude's lover, Gertrude's husband? I ought to be glad that he is nobler than I thought, but I am not. Oh, I am not. I wish I had never known the good that he has done. Oh, Edna Earle, has it come to this? How I despise, how I hate myself!" Rising, she shook back her thick hair, passed her hands over her hot temples, and stood listening to the distant whistle of a partridge, to the plaint of the lonely dove nestled among the pine boughs high above her, and gradually a holy calm stole over her face, fixing it, as the merciful touch of death stills features that have long writhed in mortal agony. Into her struggling heart entered a strength which comes only when weary, resting, honest souls turn from human sympathy, seek the hallowed cloisters of nature, and are folded tenderly in the loving arms of Mother Cybele, who never did betray the heart that loved her, whose dwelling is the light of setting suns, and the round ocean, and the living air, and the blue sky. 'Tis her privilege through all the years of this our life to lead from joy to joy, for she can so inform the mind that is within us, so impress with quietness and beauty, and so feed with lofty thoughts, that neither evil tongues, rash judgments, nor the sneers of selfish men, nor greetings where no kindness is, nor all the dreary intercourse of daily life, shall e'er prevail against us, or disturb our cheerful faith that all which we behold is full of blessing. To her dewy altars among the mountains of Gilead fled Jephthah's daughter in the days when she sought for strength to fulfill her father's battle vow, and into her pitying starry eyes looked stricken Rizpah, from those dreary rocks where love held faithful vigil, guarding the bleaching bones of her darling dead, sacrificed for the sins of Saul. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, Part 1 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 22, Part 1. Mrs. Andrews writes that I must go on with as little delay as possible, and I shall start early Monday morning, as I wish to stop one day at Chattanooga. Edna rose and took her hat from the study table, and Mr. Hammond asked, "Do you intend to travel alone?" "I shall be compelled to do so, as I know of no one who is going on to New York. Of course I dislike very much to travel alone, but in this instance I do not see how I can avoid it." "Do not put on your hat. Stay and spend the evening with me." "Thank you, sir. I want to go to this church and practice for the last time on the organ. After tomorrow I may never sing again in our dear choir. Perhaps I may come back after a while and stay an hour or two with you." During the past year she had accustomed herself to practising every Saturday afternoon the hymns selected by Mr. Hammond for the services of the ensuing day, and for this purpose had been furnished by the sexton with a key, which enabled her to enter the church whenever inclination prompted. The churchyard was peaceful and silent as the pulseless dust in its numerous sepulchres. A beautiful red bird sat on the edge of a marble vase that crowned the top of one of the monuments, and leisurely drank the water which yesterday's clouds had poured there, and a rabbit nibbled the leaves of a cluster of pinks growing near a child's grave. Edna entered the cool church, went up into the gallery, and sat down before the organ. For some time the low, solemn tones whispered among the fluted columns that supported the gallery, and gradually swelled louder and fuller and richer as she sang, "Cast thy burden on the Lord." Her sweet, well-trained voice faltered more than once, and tears fell thick and fast on the keys. Finally she turned and looked down at the sacred spot where she had been baptized by Mr. Hammond, and where she had so often knelt to receive the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. The church was remarkably handsome, and certainly justified the pride with which the villagers exhibited it to all strangers. The massive mahogany pew doors were elaborately carved and surmounted by small crosses. The tall arched windows were of superb stained glass, representing the 12 apostles. The floor and balustrade of the altar and the grand Gothic pillared pulpit were all of the purest white marble, and the capitals of the airy, elegant columns of the same material that supported the organ gallery were ornamented with rich grape-leaf moulding, while the large window behind and above the pulpit contained a figure of Christ, bearing his cross, a noble copy of the great painting of Solario at Berlin. As the afternoon sun shone on the glass, a flood of ruby light fell from the garments of Jesus upon the glittering marble beneath, and the nimbus that radiated around the crown of thorns caught a glory that was dazzling. With a feeling of adoration that no language could adequately express, Edna had watched and studied this costly painted window for 5 long years, had found a marvelous fascination in the pallid face stained with purplish blood drops, in the parted lips quivering with human pain and anguish of spirit, in the unfathomable divine eyes that pierced the veil and rested upon the Father's face. Not all the sermons of Bossuet or Chalmers or Jeremy Taylor or Melville had power to stir the great deeps of her soul like one glance at that pale, thorn-crowned Christ who looked in voiceless woe and sublime resignation over the world he was dying to redeem. Today she gazed up at the picture of Emmanuel till her eyes grew dim with tears, and she leaned her head against the mahogany railing and murmured sadly, "And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. Strengthen me, O my Saviour, so that I neither faint nor stagger under mine." The echo of her words died away among the arches of the roof, and all was still in the sanctuary. The swaying of the trees outside of the windows threw now a golden shimmer, then a violet shadow over the gleaming altar pavement, and the sun sunk lower, and the nimbus faded, and the wan Christ looked ghastly and toil spent. "Edna, my darling, my darling!" The pleading cry, the tremulous, tender voice, so full of pathos, rang startlingly through the silent church, and the orphan sprang up and saw Mr. Murray standing at her side, with his arms extended toward her, and a glow on his face, and a look in his eyes which she had never seen there before. She drew back a few steps and gazed wonderingly at him, but he followed, threw his arm around her, and despite her resistance, strained her to his heart. "Did you believe that I would let you go? Did you dream that I would see my darling leave me, and go out into the world to be buffeted and sorely tried, to struggle with poverty, and to suffer alone? Oh, silly child! I would part with my own life sooner than give you up. Of what value would it be without you, my pearl, my sole hope, my only love, my own pure Edna?" "Such language you have no right to utter, and I none to hear it. It is dishonorable in you and insulting to me. Gertrude's lover cannot and shall not address such words to me. Unwind your arms instantly. Let me go." She struggled hard to free herself, but his clasp tightened, and as he pressed her face against his bosom, he threw his head back and laughed. "Gertrude's lover! Knowing my history, how could you believe that possible? Am I, think you, so meek and forgiving a spirit as to turn and kiss the hand that smote me? Gertrude's lover! Ha, ha! Your jealousy blinds you. I know nothing of your history. I've never asked. I've never been told one word. But I'm not blind. I know that you love her, and I know, too, that she fully returns your affection. If you do not wish me to despise you utterly, leave me at once." He laughed again, and put his lips close to her ear, saying softly, tenderly, ah, how tenderly, "Upon my honour as a gentleman, I solemnly swear that I love but one woman, that I love her as no other woman ever was loved, with a love that passes all language, a love that is the only light and hope of a wrecked, cursed, unutterably miserable life, and that idol which I have set up in the lonely grey ruins of my heart is Edna Earle." "I do not believe you. You have no honour. With the touch of Gertrude's lips and arm still on yours, you come to me and dare to perjure yourself. Oh, Mr. Murray, Mr. Murray, I did not believe you capable of such despicable dissimulation. In the catalogue of your sins I never counted deceit. I thought you too proud to play the hypocrite. If you could realize how I loathe and abhor you, you would get out of my sight. You would not waste time in words that sink you deeper and deeper in shameful duplicity. Poor Gertrude, how entirely you mistake your lover's character, how your love will change to scorn and detestation." In vain she endeavoured to wrench away his arm. A band of steel would have been as flexible, but St. Elmo's voice hardened, and Edna felt his heart throb fiercely against her cheek as he answered, "When you are my wife, you will repent your rash words, and blush at the remembrance of having told your husband that he was devoid of honour. You are piqued and jealous, just as I intended you should be. But, darling, I'm not a patient man, and it frets me to feel you struggling so desperately in the arms that henceforth will always enfold you. Be quiet and hear me, for I have much to tell you. Don't turn your face away from mine. Your lips belong to me. I never kissed Gertrude in my life, and so help me God, I never will. Hear." "No, I will hear nothing. Your touch is profanation. I would sooner go down into my grave out there in the churchyard, under the granite slabs, than become the wife of a man so unprincipled. I am neither piqued nor jealous, for your affairs cannot affect my life. I am only astonished and mortified and grieved. I would sooner feel the coil of a serpent around my waist than your arms." Instantly they fell away. He crossed them on his chest, and his voice sank to a husky whisper, as the wind hushes itself just before the storm breaks. "Edna, God is my witness that I am not deceiving you, that my words come from the great troubled depths of a wretched heart. You said you knew nothing of my history. I find it more difficult to believe you than you to credit my declarations. Answer one question. Has not your pastor taught you to distrust me? Can it be possible that no hint of the past has fallen from his lips? Not one unkind word, not one syllable of your history has he uttered. I know no more of your past than if it were buried in mid-ocean." Mr. Murray placed her in one of the cushioned chairs designed for the use of the choir, and leaning back against the railing of the gallery, fixed his eyes on Edna's face. "Then it is not surprising that you distrust me, for you know not my provocation. Edna, will you be patient? Will you go back with me over the scorched and blackened track of an accursed and sinful life? It is a hideous waste I am inviting you to traverse. Will you?" "I will hear you, Mr. Murray, but nothing that you can say will justify your duplicity to Gertrude, and damn Gertrude. I ask you to listen, and suspend your judgment till you know the circumstances." He covered his eyes with his hand, and in the brief silence she heard the ticking of his watch. "Edna, I roll away the stone from the charnel house of the past, and call forth the Lazarus of my buried youth, my hopes, my faith in God, my trust in human nature, my charity, my slaughtered manhood. My Lazarus has tenanted the grave for nearly 20 years, and comes forth at my bidding, a grinning skeleton. You may or may not know that my father, Paul Murray, died when I was an infant, leaving my mother the sole guardian of my property and person. I grew up at Le Bocage under the training of Mr. Hammond, my tutor, and my only associate, my companion from earliest recollections, was his son Murray, who was 2 years my senior, and named for my father. The hold which that boy took upon my affection was wonderful, inexplicable. He wound me around his finger as you wind the silken threads with which you embroider. We studied, read, played together. I was never contented out of his sight, never satisfied until I saw him liberally supplied, with everything that gave me pleasure. I believe I was very precocious, and made extraordinary strides in the path of learning. At all events, at 16 I was considered a remarkable boy. Mr. Hammond had 6 children, and as his salary was rather meagre, I insisted on paying his son's expenses as well as my own when I went to Yale. I could not bear that my Damon, my Jonathan, should be out of my sight. I must have my idol always with me. His father was educating him for the ministry, and he had already commenced the study of theology. But no, I must have him with me at Yale. And so to Yale we went. I had fancied myself a Christian, had joined the church, was zealous and faithful in all my religious duties. In a fit of pious enthusiasm, I planned this church, ordered it built. The cost was enormous, and my mother objected, but I intended it as a shrine for the apple of my eye, and where he was concerned, what mattered the expenditure of thousands? Was not my fortune quite as much at his disposal as at mine? I looked forward with fond pride to the time when I should see my idol, Murray Hammond, standing in yonder shining pulpit. Ha! At this instant it is filled with a hideous spectre. I see him there, his form and features mocking me, daring me to forget, handsome as Apollo, treacherous as Apollyon. He paused, pointing to the pure marble pile, where a violet flame seemed flickering, and then with a groan bowed his head upon the railing. When he spoke again, his face wore an ashy hue, and his stern mouth was unsteady. Hallowed days of my blessed boyhood, ah, they rise before me now like holy burning stars breaking out in a stormy, howling night, making the blackness blacker still. My short, happy springtime of life, so full of noble aspirations, of glowing hopes, of philanthropic schemes, of all charitable projects. I would do so much good with my money. My heart was brimming with generous impulses, with warm sympathy and care for my fellow creatures. Every needy sufferer should find relief at my hands as long as I possessed $1 or a crust. As I look back now at that dead self, and remember all that I was, all the purity of my life, the nobility of my character, the tenderness of my heart, I do not wonder that people who knew me then predicted that I would prove an honor, a blessing to my race. Mark you, that was St. Elmo Murray, as nature fashioned him, before man spoiled God's handiwork. Back to your shroud and sepulchre, O Lazarus of my youth, and when I am called to the final judgment, rise for me, stand in my place, and confront those who slaughtered you. My affection for my chum, Murray, increased as I grew up to manhood, and there was not a dream of my brain, a hope of my heart, which was not confided to him. I reverenced, I trusted, I almost, nay, I quite worshipped him. When I was only 18, I began to love his cousin, whose father was pastor of a church in New Haven, and whose mother was Mr. Hammond's sister. You have seen her. She is beautiful even now, and you can imagine how lovely Agnes Hunt was in her girlhood. She was the belle and pet of the students, and before I had known her a month, I was her accepted lover. I loved her with all the devotion of my chivalric, ardent, boyish nature, and for me she professed the most profound attachment. Her parents favored our wishes for an early marriage, but my mother refused to sanction such an idea until I had completed my education and visited the old world. I was an obedient, affectionate son then, and yielded respectfully, but as vacation approached, I prepared to come home, hoping to prevail on mother to consent to my being married just before we sailed for Europe the ensuing year after I left Yale. Murray was my confidant and adviser. In his sympathizing ears I poured all my fond hopes, and he insisted that I ought to take my lovely bride with me. It would be cruel to leave her so long, and beside he was so impatient for the happy day when he should call me his cousin. He declined coming home on the plea of desiring to prosecute his theological studies with his uncle Mr. Hunt. Well do I recollect the parting between us. I had left Agnes in tears, inconsolable because of my departure, and I flew to Murray for words of consolation. When I bade him good-bye, my eyes were full of tears, and as he passed his arm around my shoulders, I whispered, Murray, take care of my angel Agnes for me. Watch over and comfort her while I am away. Ah, as I stand here today, I hear again ringing over the ruins of the past 20 years his loving musical tones, answering, My dear boy, trust her to my care. St. Elmo, for your dear sake, I will steal time from my books to cheer her while you are absent. But hurry back, for you know I find black letter more attractive than blue eyes. God bless you, my precious friend. Write to me constantly. Since then, I always shudder involuntarily when I hear parting friends bless each other, for well, well do I know the stinging curse coiled up in those smooth, liquid words. I came home and busied myself in the erection of this church, in plans for Murray's advancement in life as well as my own. My importunity prevailed over my mother's sensible objections, and she finally consented that I should take my bride to Europe. While I had informed Mr. Hammond that I wished Murray to accompany us, that I would gladly pay his traveling expenses, I was so anxious for him to see the East, especially Palestine. Full of happy hopes, I hurried back earlier than I had intended, and reached New Haven very unexpectedly. The night was bright with moonshine, my heart was bright with hope, and too eager to see Agnes, whose letters had breathed the most tender solicitude and attachment. I rushed up the steps and was told that she was walking in the little flower garden. Down the path I hurried, and stopped as I heard her silvery laugh blended with Murray's. Then my name was pronounced in tones that almost petrified me. Under a large apple tree in the parsonage garden they sat on a wooden bench, and only the tendrils and branches of an Isabella grapevine divided us. I stood there, grasping the vine, looking through the leaves at the two whom I had so idolized, and saw her golden head flashing in the moonlight as she rested it on her cousin's breast. Heard and saw their kisses. Heard what wrecked, blasted me. I heard myself ridiculed, sneered at, maligned. Heard that I was to be a mere puppet, a cat's paw, that I was a doting, silly fool, easily hoodwinked, that she found it difficult, almost impossible, to endure my caresses, that she shuddered in my arms, and flew for happiness to his. I heard that from the beginning I had been duped, that they had always loved each other, always would, but poverty stubbornly barred their marriage, and she must be sacrificed to secure my fortune for the use of both. All that was uttered I cannot now recapitulate, but it is carefully embalmed, and lies in the little Taj Mahal among other cherished souvenirs of my precious friendships. While I stood there I was transformed. The soul of St. Elmo seemed to pass away. A fiend took possession of me. Love died, hope with it, and an insatiable thirst for vengeance set my blood on fire. During those 10 minutes my whole nature was warped, distorted, my life blasted, mutilated, deformed. The loss of Agnes's love I could have borne. Nay, fool that I was, I think my quondam generous affection for Murray would have made me relinquish her almost resignedly, if his happiness had demanded the sacrifice on my part. If he had come to me frankly and acknowledged all, my insane idolatry would have made me place her hand in his, and remove the barrier of poverty, and the assurance that I had secured his lifelong happiness would have sufficed for mine. Oh, the height and depth and marvelous strength of my love for that man passes comprehension. But their scorn, their sneers at my weak credulity, their bitter ridicule of my awkward, overgrown boyishness, stung me to desperation. I wondered if I were insane or dreaming, or the victim of some horrible delusion. My veins ran fire as I listened to the tingling of her silvery voice, with the rich melody of his, and I turned and left the garden and walked back toward the town. The moon was full, but I staggered and groped my way, like one blind, to the college buildings. I knew where a pair of pistols were kept by one of the students, and possessing myself of them, I wandered out on the road leading to the parsonage. I was aware that Murray intended coming into the town, and at last I reeled into a shaded spot near the road and waited for him. Oh, the mocking glory of that cloudless night! To this day I hate the cold glitter of stars and the golden sheen of midnight moons. For the first time in my life I cursed the world and all it held, cursed the contented cricket singing in the grass at my feet, cursed the blood in my arteries, that beat so thick and fast I could not listen for the footsteps I was waiting for. At last I heard him whistling a favorite tune which all our lives we had whistled together, as we hunted through the woods around Le Bocage, and as the familiar sound of the braes of Balquetheur drew nearer and nearer, I sprang up with a cry that must have rung on the night air like the yell of some beast of prey. Of all that passed, I only know that I cursed and insulted and maddened him till he accepted the pistol which I thrust into his hand. We moved 10 paces apart, and a couple of students, who happened accidentally to pass along the road, and heard our altercation, stopped at our request, gave the word of command, and we fired simultaneously. The ball entered Murray's heart, and he fell dead without a word. I was severely wounded in the chest, and now I wear the ball here in my side. Ah, a precious in memoriam of murdered confidence. Until now Edna had listened breathlessly with her eyes upon his, but here a groan escaped her, and she shuddered violently, and hid her face in her hands. Mr. Murray came nearer, stood close to her, and hurried on. My last memory of my old idol is as he lay with his handsome treacherous face turned up to the moon, and the hair which Agnes had been fingering dabbled with dew, and the blood that oozed down from his side. When I recovered my consciousness, Murray Hammond had been 3 weeks in his grave. As soon as I was able to travel, my mother took me to Europe, and for 5 years we lived in Paris, Naples, or wandered to and fro. Then she came home, and I plunged into the heart of Asia. After 2 years I returned to Paris and gave myself up to every species of dissipation. I drank, gambled, and my midnight carousals would sicken your soul were I to paint all their hideousness. You have read in the scriptures of persons possessed of devils. A savage, mocking, tearing devil held me in bondage. I sold myself to my Mephistopheles on condition that my revenge might be complete. I hated the whole world with an intolerable murderous hate, and to mock and make my race suffer was the only real pleasure I found. The very name, the bare mention of religion maddened me. A minister's daughter, a minister's son, a minister himself had withered my young life, and I blasphemously derided all holy things. Oh, Edna, my darling, it is impossible to paint all the awful wretchedness of that period when I walked in the world seeking victims and finding many. Verily, there's not a crime but takes its proper change out still in crime. If once rung on the counter of this world, let sinners look to it. Ah, upon how many lovely women have I visited Agnes's sin of hypocrisy! Into how many ears have I poured tender words until fair hands were as good as offered to me, and I turned their love to mockery. I hated and despised all womanhood, and even in Paris I became notorious as a heartless trifler with the affections I won and trampled under my feet. Whenever a brilliant and beautiful woman crossed my path, I attached myself to her train of admirers until I made her acknowledge my power and give public and unmistakable manifestation of her preference for me. Then I left her, a target for the laughter of her circle. It was not vanity. Oh, no, no, that springs from self-love, and I had none. It was hate of everything human, especially of everything feminine. One of the fairest faces that ever brightened the haunts of fashion, a queenly, elegant girl, the pet of her family and society, now wears serge garments and a black veil, and is immured in an Italian convent because I entirely won her heart, and when she waited for me to declare my affection and ask her to become my wife, I quitted her side for that of another belle, and never visited her again. On the day when she bade adieu to the world, I was among the spectators, and as her mournful but lovely eyes sought mine, I laughed and gloried in the desolation I had wrought. Sick of Europe, I came home. And to a part I come where no light shines. My tempting fiend pointed to one whose suffering would atone for much of my misery. Edna, I withhold nothing. There is much I might conceal, but I scorn to do so. During one terribly fatal winter, scarlet fever had deprived Mr. Hammond of 4 children, leaving him an only daughter, Annie, the image of her brother Murray. Her health was feeble, consumption was stretching its skeleton hands toward her, and her father watched her as a gardener tends his pet, choice, delicate, exotic. She was about 16, very pretty, very attractive. After Murray's death, I never spoke to Mr. Hammond, never crossed his path, but I met his daughter without his knowledge, and finally I made her confess her love for me. I offered her my hand. She accepted it. A day was appointed for an elopement and marriage. The hour came. She left the parsonage, but I did not meet her here on the steps of this church as I had promised, and she received a note that announced my inability to fulfill the engagement. 2 hours later her father found her insensible on the steps, and the marble was dripping with a hemorrhage of blood from her lungs. The dark stain is still there. You must have noticed it. I never saw her again. She kept her room from that day and died 3 months after. When on her deathbed she sent for me, but I refused to obey the summons. As I stand here, I see through the window the gray granite vault, overgrown with ivy, and the marble slab where sleep in untimely death Murray and Annie Hammond, the victims of my insatiable revenge. Do you wonder that I doubted you when you said that afflicted father, Alan Hammond, had never uttered one unkind word about me? Mr. Murray pointed to a quiet corner of the churchyard, but Edna did not lift her face, and he heard the half-smothered shuddering moan that struggled up as she listened to him. He put his hands on hers, but she shivered and shrank away from him. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, part 2 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans, Chapter 22, Part 2. Years passed. I grew more and more savage. The very power of loving seemed to have died out in my nature. My mother endeavored to drag me into society, but I was surfeited, sick of the world, sick of my own excesses, and gradually I became a recluse, a surly misanthrope. How often have I laughed bitterly over those words of Mill's? Yet nothing is more certain than that improvement in human affairs is wholly the work of the uncontented characters. My indescribable, my tormenting discontent daily belied his aphorism. My mother is a woman of stern integrity of character and sincerity of purpose, but she is worldly and ambitious, and inordinately proud, and for her religion I had lost all respect. Again I went abroad solely to kill time, was absent 2 years and came back. I had ransacked the world and was disgusted, hopeless, prematurely old. A week after my return, I was attacked by a very malignant fever, and my life was despaired of, but I exulted in the thought that at last I should find oblivion. I refused all remedies and set at defiance all medical advice, hoping to hasten the end, but death cheated me. I rose from my bed of sickness, cursing the mockery, realizing that indeed the good die first, and they whose hearts are dry as summer dust burn to the socket. Some months after my recovery, while I was out on a camp hunt, you were brought to Le Bocage, and the sight of you made me more vindictive than ever. I believed you selfishly designing, and I could not bear that you should remain under the same roof with me. I hated children as I hated men and women, but that day when you defied me in the park and told me I was sinful and cruel, I began to notice you closely. I weighed your words, watched you when you little dreamed that I was present, and often concealed myself in order to listen to your conversation. I saw in your character traits that annoyed me, because they were noble and unlike what I had believed all womanhood or girlhood to be. I was aware that you dreaded and disliked me. I saw that very clearly every time I had occasion to speak to you. How it all came to pass I cannot tell, I know not, and it has always been a mystery even to me. But Edna, after the long lapse of years of sin and reckless dissipation, my heart stirred and turned to you, child though you were, and a strange, strange, invincible love for you sprang from the bitter ashes of a dead affection for Agnes Hunt. I wondered at myself, I sneered at my idiocy, I cursed my mad folly, and tried to believe you as unprincipled as I had found others. But the singular fascination strengthened day by day. Finally I determined to tempt you, hoping that your duplicity and deceit would wake me from the second dream, into which I feared there was danger of my falling. Thinking that at your age curiosity was the strongest emotion, I carefully arranged the interior of the Taj Mahal so that it would be impossible for you to open it without being discovered. And putting the key in your hands, I went abroad. I wanted to satisfy myself that you were unworthy, and believed you would betray the trust. For 4 years I wandered, restless, impatient, scorning myself more and more because I could not forget your sweet, pure, haunting face, because, despite my jeers, I knew that I loved you, At last I wrote to my mother from Egypt that I should go to central Persia, and so I intended. But one night, as I sat alone smoking amid the ruins of the propylon at Philus, a vision of Le Bocage rose before me, and your dear face looked at me from the lotus-crowned columns of the ancient temple. I forgot the hate I bore all mankind. I forgot everything but you, your pure, calm, magnificent eyes, and the longing to see you, my darling. The yearning to look into your eyes once more took possession of me. I sat there till the great golden dewless dawn of the desert fell upon Egypt, and then came a struggle, long and desperate. I laughed and swore at my folly, but far down in the abysses of my distorted nature, hope had kindled a little feeble, flickering ray. I tried to smother it, but its flame clung to some crevice in my heart and would not be crushed. While I debated, a pigeon that dwelt somewhere in the crumbling temple fluttered down at my feet, cooed softly, looked in my face, then perched on a mutilated red granite sphinx immediately in front of me, and after a moment rose, circled above me in the pure, rainless air, and flew westward. I accepted it as an omen, and started to America instead of to Persia. On the night of the 10th of December, 4 years after I bade you good-bye at the park gate, I was again at Le Bocage. Silently and undiscovered, I stole into my own house, and secreted myself behind the curtains in the library. I'd been there 1 hour when you and Gordon Lee came in to examine the Targum. Oh, Edna, how little you dreamed of the eager, hungry eyes that watched you. During that hour that you two sat there bending over the same book, I became thoroughly convinced that while I loved you as I never expected to love anyone, Gordon also loved you, and intended, if possible, to make you his wife. I contrasted my worn, haggard face and greyish locks with his, so full of manly hope and youthful beauty, and I could not doubt that any girl would prefer him to me. Edna, my retribution began then. I felt that my devil was mocking me, as I had long mocked others, and made me love you when it was impossible to win you. Then and there I was tempted to spring upon and throttle you both, before he triumphantly called you his. At last Lee left, and I escaped to my own rooms. I was pacing the floor when I heard you cross the rotunda, and saw the glimmer of the light you carried. Hoping to see you open the little Taj, I crawled behind the sarcophagus that holds my 2 mummies, crouched close to the floor, and peeped at you across the gilded byssus that covered them. My eyes, I've often been told, possess magnetic or mesmeric power. At all events, you felt my eager gaze. You were restless, and searched the room to discover whence that feeling of a human presence came. Darling, were you superstitious, that you avoided looking into the dark corner where the mummies lay? Presently you stopped in front of the little tomb, and swept away the spider-web, and took the key from your pocket, and as you put it into the lock, I almost shouted aloud in my savage triumph. I absolutely panted to find Lee's future wife as unworthy of confidence as I believe the remainder of her sex. But you did not open it. You merely drove away the spider, and rubbed the marble clean with your handkerchief, and held the key between your fingers. Then my heart seemed to stand still as I watched the light streaming over your beautiful, holy face and warm crimson dress. And when you put the key in your pocket and turned away, my groan almost betrayed me. I had taken out my watch to see the hour, and in my suspense I clutched it so tightly that the gold case and the crystal within all crushed in my hand. You heard the tingling sound and wondered whence it came, and when you had locked the door and gone, I raised one of the windows and swung myself down to the terrace. Do you remember that night? Yes, Mr. Murray. Her voice was tremulous and almost inaudible. I had business in Tennessee, no matter now what or where, and I went on that night. After a week I returned, that afternoon when I found you reading in my sitting-room. Still I was skeptical, and not until I opened the tomb was I convinced that you had not betrayed the trust which you supposed I placed in you. Then as you stood beside me in all your noble purity and touching girlish beauty, as you looked up half reproachfully, half defiantly at me, it cost me terrible effort to master myself, to abstain from clasping you to my heart and telling you all that you were to me. Oh, how I longed to take you in my arms and feed my poor famished heart with one touch of your lips. I dared not look at you, lest I should lose my self-control. The belief that Gordon was a successful rival sealed my lips on that occasion, and the dreary wretchedness of the days of suspense that followed. I was a starving beggar who stood before what I coveted above everything else on earth, and saw it labelled with another man's name and beyond my reach. The daily sight of that emerald ring on your finger maddened me, and you can form no adequate idea of the bitterness of feeling with which I noted my mother's earnest efforts and manoeuvres to secure for Gordon Lee to sell to him the little hand which her own son would have given worlds to claim in the sight of God and man. Continually I watched you when you least expected me. I strewed infidel books where I knew you must see them. I tempted you more than you dreamed of. I teased and tormented and wounded you whenever an opportunity offered. For I hoped to find some flaw in your character, some defect in your temper, some inconsistency between your professions and your practice. I knew Lee was not your equal, and I said bitterly, she is poor and unknown, and will surely marry him for his money, for his position, as Agnes would have married me. But you did not, and when I knew that you had positively refused his fortune, I felt that a great dazzling light had broken suddenly upon my darkened life, and for the first time since I parted with Murray Hammond, tears of joy filled my eyes. I ceased to struggle against my love. I gave myself up to it and only asked, how can I overcome her aversion to me? You were the only tie that linked me with my race, and for your sake I almost felt as if I could forget my hate. But you shrank more and more from me, and my punishment overtook me when I saw how you hated Clinton Alston's blood-smeared hands, and with what unfeigned horror you regarded his career. When you declared so vehemently that his fingers should never touch yours, oh, it was the fearful apprehension of losing you that made me catch your dear hands and press them to my aching heart. I was stretched upon a rack that taught me the full import of Isaac Taylor's grim words, remorse is man's dread prerogative. Believing that you knew all my history and that your aversion was based upon it, I was too proud to show you my affection. Douglas Manning was as much my friend as I permitted any man to be. We had traveled together through Arabia, and with his handwriting I was familiar. Suspecting your literary schemes, and dreading a rival in your ambition, I wrote to him on the subject, discovered all I wished to ascertain, and requested him for my sake to reconsider and examine your manuscript. He did so to oblige me, and I insisted that he should treat your letters and your manuscript with such severity as to utterly crush your literary aspirations. Oh, child, do you see how entirely you fill my mind and heart? How I scrutinize your words and actions, oh, my darling? He paused and leaned over her, putting his hand on her head, but she shook off his touch and exclaimed, "But Gertrude, Gertrude!" Be patient, and you shall know all. For as God reigns above us, there is no recess of my heart into which you shall not look. It is perhaps needless to tell you that Estelle came here to marry me for my fortune. It is not agreeable to say such things of one's own cousin, but today I deal only in truths, and facts sustain me. She professes to love me, has absolutely avowed it more than once in days gone by. Whether she really loves anything but wealth and luxury, I've never troubled myself to find out, but my mother fancies that if Estelle were my wife I might be less cynical. Once or twice I tried to be affectionate toward her, solely to see what effect it would have upon you, but I discovered that you could not easily be deceived in that direction. The mask was too transparent, and beside, the game disgusted me. I have no respect for Estelle, but I have a shadowy traditional reverence for the blood in her veins, which forbids my flirting with her as she deserves. The very devil himself brought Agnes here. She had married a rich old banker only a few months after Murray's death, and lived in ease and splendor until a short time since, when her husband failed and died, leaving her without a cent. She knew how utterly she had blasted my life, and imagined that I had never married because I still loved her. With unparalleled effrontery she came here, and trusting to her wonderfully preserved beauty, threw herself and her daughter in my way. When I heard she was at the parsonage, all the old burning hate leaped up, strong as ever. I fancied that she was the real cause of your dislike to me, and that night, when the game of billiards ended, I went to the parsonage for the first time since Murray's death. Oh, the ghostly thronging memories that met me at the gate, trooped after me up the walk, and hovered like vultures as I stood in the shadow of the trees, where my idol and I had chatted and romped and shouted and whistled in the far past, in the sinless bygone. Unobserved I stood there and looked once more, after the lapse of 20 years, on the face that had caused my crime and ruin. I listened to her clear laugh, silvery as when I heard it chiming with Murray's under the apple tree on the night that branded me and drove me forth to wander like Cain. And I resolved, if she really loved her daughter, to make her suffer for all that she had inflicted on me. The first time I met Gertrude, I could have sworn my boyhood's love was restored to me. She is so entirely the image of what Agnes was. To possess themselves of my home and property is all that brought them here, and whether as my wife or as my mother-in-law, I think Agnes cares little. The first she sees is impracticable, and now to make me wed Gertrude is her aim, like mother, like daughter. Oh, no, no, visit not her mother's sins on her innocent head. Gertrude is true and affectionate, and she loves you dearly. Edna spoke with a great effort, and the strange tones of her own voice frightened her. Loves me? Ha, ha! Just about as tenderly as her mother did before her. That they do both dearly love. My purse, I grant you. Hear me out. Agnes threw the girl constantly and adroitly in my way. The demon here in my heart prompted revenge, and above all, I resolved to find out whether you were indeed as utterly indifferent to me as you seemed. I know that jealousy will make a woman betray her affection sooner than any other cause, and I deliberately set myself to work to make you believe that I love that pretty cheat over yonder at the parsonage, that frolicsome wax doll who would rather play with a kitten than talk to Cicero, who intercepts me almost daily to favor me with manifestations of devotion, and shows me continually that I've only to put up my hand and take her to rule over my house, and trample my heart under her pretty feet. When you gave me that note of hers a week ago and looked so calmly, so coolly in my face, I felt as if all hope were dying in my heart, for I could not believe that if you had one atom of affection for me, you could be so generous, so unselfish toward one whom you considered your rival. That night I did not close my eyes, and had almost decided to revisit South America, but next morning my mother told me you were going to New York, that all entreaties had failed to shake your resolution. Then once more hope cheered me, and I believed that I understood why you had determined to leave those whom I know you love tenderly, to quit the home my mother offered you and struggle among strangers. Yesterday they told me you would leave on Monday, and I went out to seek you, but you were with Mr. Hammond as usual, and instead of you I met that curse of my life, Agnes, face to face at last with my red-lipped Lamia. Oh, it was a scene that made jubilee down in pandemonium. She pled for her child's happiness, ha, ha, ha. Implored me most pathetically to love her Gertrude as well as Gertrude loved me, and that my happiness would make me forget the unfortunate past. She would willingly give me her daughter, for she did not know how deep, how lasting, how deathless was my affection. I had Gertrude's whole heart, and I was too generous to trifle with her tender love. Edna, darling, I will not tell you all she said. You would blush for your sisterhood, but my vengeance was complete when I declined the honor she was so eager to force upon me, when I overwhelmed her with my scorn, and told her that there was only one woman whom I respected or trusted, only one woman upon the broad earth whom I loved, only one woman who could ever be my wife, and her name was Edna Earle. His voice died away, and all was still as the dead in their grassy graves. The orphan's face was concealed, and after a moment St. Elmo Murray opened his arms and said in that low, winning tone which so many women had found it impossible to resist, "Come to me now, my pure, noble Edna, you whom I love as only such a man as I have shown myself to be can love." "No, Mr. Murray, Gertrude stands between us." "Gertrude, do not make me swear here in your presence. Do not madden me by repeating her name. I tell you she is a silly child, who cares no more for me than her mother did before her. Nothing shall stand between us. I love you. The God above us is my witness that I love you as I never loved any human being, and I will not, I swear I will not live without you. You are mine, and all the legions in hell shall not part us." He stooped, snatched her from the chair as if she had been an infant, and folded her in his strong arms. "Mr. Murray, I know she loves you. My poor little trusting friend, you trifled with her warm heart as you hope to trifle with mine, but I know you. You have shown me how utterly heartless, remorseless, unprincipled you are. You had no right to punish Gertrude for her mother's sins, and if you had one spark of honor in your nature, you would marry her and try to atone for the injury you have already done. By pretending to give her a heart which belongs entirely to you, if I wished to deceive you now, think you I would have told all that hideous past, which you cannot abhor one half as much as I do? Your heart is not mine, it belongs to sin, or you could not have so maliciously deceived poor Gertrude. You love nothing but your ignoble revenge and the gratification of your self-love. You, take care, do not rouse me. Be reasonable, little darling. You doubt my love? Well, I ought not to wonder at your skepticism after all you have heard, but you can feel how my heart throbs against your cheek, and if you will look into my eyes, you will be convinced that I am fearfully in earnest when I beg you to be my wife tomorrow, today, now, if you will only let me send for a minister or a magistrate. You ask Annie to be your wife, and hush, hush, look at me, Edna, raise your head and look at me." She tried to break away, and finding it impossible, pressed both hands over her face and hid it against his shoulder. He laughed and whispered, "My darling, I know what that means. You dare not look up because you cannot trust your own eyes, because you dread for me to see something there which you want to hide, which you think it your duty to conceal." He felt a long shudder creep over her, and she answered resolutely, "Do you think, sir, that I could love a murderer, a man whose hands are red with the blood of the son of my best friend? Look at me, then." He raised her head, drew down her hands, took them firmly in one of his, and placing the other under her chin, lifted the burning face close to his own. She dreaded the power of his lustrous, mesmeric eyes, and instantly her long silky lashes swept her flushed cheeks. "Ah, you dare not, you cannot look me steadily in the eye and say, 'Saint Elmo, I never have loved, do not, and never can love you.' You are too truthful, your lips cannot dissemble. I know you do not want to love me. Your reason, your conscience forbid it. You are struggling to crush your heart. You think it your duty to despise and hate me. But my own Edna, my darling, you do love me. You know you do love me, though you will not confess it, my proud darling." He drew the face tenderly to his own, and kissed her quivering lips repeatedly, and at last a moan of anguish told how she was wrestling with her heart. "Do you think you can hide your love from my eager eyes? Oh, I know that I am unworthy of you. I feel it more and more every day, every hour. It is because you seem so noble, so holy to my eyes, that I reverence while I love you. You are so far above all other women, so glorified in your pure, consistent piety, that you only have the power to make my future life redeem the wretched and sinful past. I tempted and tried you, and when you proved so true and honest and womanly, you kindled a faint beam of hope that, after all, there might be truth and saving, purifying power in religion. Do you know that since this church was finished, I have never entered it until a month ago, when I followed you here and crouched downstairs yonder behind one of the pillars, and heard your sacred songs, your hymns so full of grandeur, so full of pathos, that I could not keep back my tears while I listened? Since then I have come every Saturday afternoon, and during the hour spent here my unholy nature was touched and softened as no sermon ever touched it. Oh, you wield a power over me, over all my future, which ought to make you tremble. The first generous impulse that has stirred my callous, bitter soul since I was a boy, I owe to you. I went first to see poor Reed, in order to discover what took you so often to that cheerless place, and my interest in little Huldah arose from the fact that you loved the child. Oh, my darling, I know I have been sinful and cruel and blasphemous, but it is not too late for me to atone. It is not too late for me to do some good in the world, and if you will only love me and trust me and help me." His voice faltered, his tears fell upon her forehead, and stooping, he kissed her lips softly, reverently, as if he realized the presence of something sacred. "My precious Edna, no oath shall ever soil my lips again. The touch of yours has purified them. I have been mad, I think, for many, many years, and I loathe my past life, but remember how sorely I was tried, and be merciful when you judge me. With your dear little hand in mine to lead me, I will make amends for the ruin and suffering I've wrought, and my Edna, my own wife, shall save me." Before the orphan's mental vision rose the picture of Gertrude, the trembling coral mouth, the childish wistful eyes, the lovely head nestled down so often and so lovingly on her shoulder, and she saw too the bent figure and white locks of her beloved pastor as he sat in his old age in his childless, desolate home, facing the graves of his murdered children. "Oh, Mr. Murray, you cannot atone. You cannot call your victims from their tombs. You cannot undo what you have done. What amends can you make to Mr. Hammond and to my poor little confiding Gertrude? I cannot help you. I cannot save you." "Hush, you can, you shall. Do you think I will ever give you up? Have mercy on my lonely life, my wretched, darkened soul. Lean your dear head here on my heart, and say, 'Saint Elmo, what a wife can do to save her erring, sinful husband, I will do for you. If I am ever to be saved, you only can effect my redemption, for I trust, I reverence you, Edna, as you value my soul, my eternal welfare. Give yourself to me. Give your pure, sinless life to purify mine.'" With a sudden bound she sprang from his embrace, and lifted her arms toward the Christ, who seemed to shudder as the flickering light of fading day fell through waving foliage upon it. "Look yonder to Jesus bleeding. Only his blood can wash away your guilt, Mr. Murray. I can never be your wife. I have no confidence in you, knowing how systematically you have deceived others, how devoid of conscientious scruples you are, I should never be sure that I too was not the victim of your heartless cynicism. Beside, hush, hush, to your keeping I commit my conscience and my heart. No, no, I am no vice-regent of an outraged and insulted God. I put no faith in any man whose conscience another keeps. From the species of fascination which you exert, I shrink with unconquerable dread and aversion, and would almost as soon entertain the thought of marrying Lucifer himself. Oh, your perverted nature shocks, repels, astonishes, grieves me. I can neither respect nor trust you. Mr. Murray, have mercy upon yourself. Go yonder to Jesus. He only can save and purify you. Edna, you cannot intend to leave me, darling. He held out his arms and moved toward her, but she sprang past him, down the steps of the gallery, out of the church, and paused only at sight of the dark, dull spot on the white steps where Annie Hammond had lain insensible. An hour later, St. Elmo Murray raised his face from the mahogany railing, where it had rested since Edna left him, and looked around the noble pile which his munificence had erected. A full moon eyed him pityingly through the stained glass, and the gleam of the marble pulpit was chill and ghostly, and in that weird light the Christ was threatening, wrathful, appalling. As St. Elmo stood there alone, confronting the picture, confronting the past memory, like the witch of Endor, called up visions of the departed that were more terrible than the mantled form of Israel's prophet, and the proud, hopeless man bowed his haughty head with a cry of anguish that rose mournfully to the vaulted ceiling of the sanctuary. It went up single, echoless, My God, I am forsaken. End of chapter 22, part 2. Chapter 23 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 23. The weather was so inclement on the following day that no service was held in the church, but notwithstanding the heavy rain, Edna went to the parsonage to bid adieu to her pastor and teacher. When she ascended the steps, Mr. Hammond was walking up and down the portico with his hands clasped behind him, as was his habit when engrossed in earnest thought, and he greeted his pupil with a degree of mournful tenderness very soothing to her sad heart. Leading the way to his study, where Mrs. Powell sat with an open book on her lap, he said gently, Agnes, will you be so kind as to leave us for a while? This is the last interview I shall have with Edna for a long time, perhaps forever, and there are some things I wish to say to her alone. You will find a better light in the dining room, where all is quiet. As Mrs. Powell withdrew, he locked the door and for some seconds paced the floor. Then, taking a seat on the chintz-covered lounge beside his pupil, he said eagerly, St. Elmo was at the church yesterday afternoon. Are you willing to tell me what passed between you? Mr. Hammond, he told me his melancholy history. I know all now, know why he shrinks from meeting you, whom he has injured so cruelly, know all his guilt and your desolation. The old man bowed his white head on his bosom, and there was a painful silence. When he spoke, his voice was scarcely audible. The punishment of Eli has fallen heavily upon me, and there have been hours when I thought that it was greater than I could bear, that it would utterly crush me, but the bitterness of the curse has passed away, and I can say truly of the meekest angel of God, the angel of patience, he walks with thee, that angel kind, and gently whispers, Be resigned, bear up, bear on, the end shall tell, the dear Lord ordereth all things well. I tried to train up my children in the fear and admonition of the Lord, but I must have failed signally in my duty, though I have never been able to discover in what respect I was negligent. One of the sins of my life was my inordinate pride in my only boy, my gifted, handsome son. My love for Murray was almost idolatrous, and when my heart throbbed with proudest hopes and aspirations, my idol was broken, and laid low in the dust. And like David mourning for his rebellious child Absalom, I cried out in my affliction, my son, would God I had died for thee. Murray Hammond was my precious diadem of earthly glory, and suddenly I found myself uncrowned, and sackcloth and ashes were my portion. Why did you never confide these sorrows to me? Did you doubt my earnest sympathy? No, my child, but I thought it best that St. Elmo should lift the veil and show you all that he wished you to know. I felt assured that the time would come when he considered it due to himself to acquaint you with his sad history. And when I saw him go into the church yesterday, I knew that the hour had arrived. I did not wish to prejudice you against him, for I believe that through your agency the prayers of 20 years would be answered, and that his wandering, embittered heart would follow you to that cross before which he bowed in his boyhood. Edna, it was through my son's sin and duplicity that St. Elmo's noble career was blasted, and his most admirable character perverted, and I have hoped and believed that through your influence, my beloved pupil, he would be redeemed from his reckless course. My dear little Edna, you are very lovely and winning, and I believe he would love you as he never loved anyone else. Oh, I have hoped everything from your influence. Far, far beyond all computation is the good which a pious, consistent Christian wife can accomplish in the heart of a husband who truly loves her. Oh, Mr. Hammond, you pain and astonish me. Surely you would not be willing to see me marry a man who scoffs at the very name of religion, who wilfully deceives and trifles with the feelings of all who are sufficiently credulous to trust his hollow professions, whose hands are red with the blood of your children. What hope of happiness or peace could you indulge for me in view of such a union? I should merit all the wretchedness that would inevitably be my life-long portion, if, knowing his crimes, I could consent to link my future with his. He would not deceive you, my child, if you knew him as well as I do. If you could realize all that he was before his tender, loving heart was stabbed by the two whom he almost adored, you would judge him more leniently. Edna, if I, whom he has robbed of all that made life beautiful, if I, standing here in my lonely old age in sight of the graves of my murdered darlings, if I can forgive him and pray for him, and as God is my witness, love him, you have no right to visit my injuries and my sorrows upon him. Edna looked in amazement at his troubled, earnest countenance, and exclaimed, "Oh, if he knew all your noble charity, your unparalleled magnanimity, surely your influence would be his salvation. His stubborn, bitter heart would be melted. But, sir, I should have a right to expect Annie's sad fate, if I could forget her sufferings and her wrongs." Mr. Hammond rose and walked to the window, and after a time, when he resumed his seat, his eyes were full of tears, and his wrinkled face was strangely pallid. "My darling Annie, my sweet, fragile flower, my precious little daughter, so like her sainted mother. Ah, it is not surprising that she could not resist his fascinations. But Edna, he never loved my pet lamb. Do you know that you have become almost as dear to me as my own dead child? She deceived me. She was willing to forsake her father in his old age, but through long years you have never once betrayed my perfect confidence." The old man put his thin hand on the orphan's head and turned the countenance toward him. "My dear little girl, you will not think me impertinently curious when I ask you a question which my sincere affection for and interest in you certainly sanction. Do you love St. Elmo?" "Mr. Hammond, it is not love, for esteem, respect, confidence belong to love, but I cannot deny that he exerts a very singular, a wicked fascination over me. I dread his evil influence. I avoid his presence, and know that he is utterly unworthy of any woman's trust. And yet, And yet, oh, sir, I feel that I am very weak, and I fear that I am unwomanly, but I cannot despise, I cannot hate him as I ought to do. Is not this feeling on your part one of the causes that hurry you away to New York? That is certainly one of the reasons why I am anxious to go away as early as possible. Oh, Mr. Hammond, much as I love, much as I owe you and Mrs. Murray, I sometimes wish that I had never come here, never seen Le Bocage and the mocking, jeering man who owns it. Try to believe that somehow, in the mysterious divine economy, it is all for the best. In reviewing the apparently accidental circumstances that placed you among us, I have thought that, because this was your appointed field of labor, God in his wisdom brought you where he designed you to work. Does Mrs. Murray know that her son offered to make you his wife? No, no, I hope she never will, for it would mortify her exceedingly to know that he could be willing to give his proud name to one of whose lineage she is so ignorant. How did you know it? I knew what his errand must be when he forced himself to visit a spot so fraught with painful memories as my church. Edna, I shall not urge you, but ponder well the step you are taking, for St. Elmo's future will be colored by your decision. I have an abiding and comforting faith that he will yet lift himself out of the abyss of sinful dissipation and scoffing skepticism, and your hand would aid him as none other human can. Mr. Hammond, it seems incredible that you can plead for him. Oh, do not tempt me. Do not make me believe that I could restore his purity of faith and life. Do not tell me that it would be right to give my hand to a blasphemous murderer. Oh, my own heart is weak enough already. I know that I am right in my estimate of his unscrupulous character, and I am neither so vain nor so blind as to imagine that my feeble efforts could accomplish for him what all your noble magnanimity and patient endeavors have entirely failed to effect. If he can obstinately resist the influence of your life, he would laugh mine to scorn. It is hard enough for me to leave him when I feel that duty demands it. Oh, my dear Mr. Hammond, do not attempt to take from me the only staff which can carry me firmly away. Do not make my trial even more severe. I must not see his face, for I will not be his wife. Instead of weakening my resolution by holding out flattering hopes of reforming him, pray for me, oh, pray for me, that I may be strengthened to flee from a great temptation. I will marry no man who is not an earnest, humble believer in the religion of our Lord Jesus Christ, rather than become the wife of a sacrilegious scoffer, such as I know Mr. Murray to be. I will, so help me God, live and work alone, and go down to my grave, Edna Earle. The minister sighed heavily. Bear one thing in mind. It has been said that in disavowing guardianship we sometimes slaughter Abel. You cannot understand my interest in St. Elmo. Remember that if his wretched soul is lost at last, it will be required at the hands of my son in that dread day, dies irae, dies illa, when we shall stand at the final judgment. Do you wonder that I struggle in prayer in an all possible human endeavor to rescue him from ruin, so that when I am called from earth I can meet the spirit of my only boy with the blessed tidings that the soul he jeopardized and well nigh wrecked has been redeemed, is safe, anchored once more in the faith of Christ. But I will say no more. Your own heart and conscience must guide you in this matter. I would pour a flood of glorious sunshine upon my sad and anxious heart as I go down to my grave, if I could know that you, whose life and character I have in great degree molded, were instrumental in saving one whom I have loved so long, so well, and under such afflicting circumstances as my poor St. Elmo. To the mercy of his Maker and the intercession of his Savior I commit him. As for me, I go my way, onward, upward. A short silence ensued, and at last Edna rose to say good-bye. Do you still intend to leave at 4 o'clock in the morning? I fear you will have bad weather for your journey. Yes, sir, I shall certainly start tomorrow. And now I must leave you. Oh, my best friend, how can I tell you good-bye? The minister folded her in his trembling arms, and his silver locks mingled with her black hair, while he solemnly blessed her. She sobbed as he pressed his lips to her forehead, and gently put her from him, and turning, she hurried away, anxious to escape the sight of Gertrude's accusing face, for she supposed that Mrs. Powell had repeated to her daughter Mr. Murray's taunting words. Since the previous evening she had not spoken to St. Elmo, who did not appear at breakfast, but when she passed him in the hall an hour later, he was talking to his mother, and took no notice of her bow. Now as the carriage approached the house, she glanced in the direction of his apartment, and saw him sitting at the window with his elbow resting on the sill, and his cheek on his hand. She went at once to Mrs. Murray, and the interview was long and painful. The latter wept freely, and insisted that if the orphan grew weary of teaching, as she knew would happen, she should come back immediately to Le Bocage, where a home would always be hers, and to which a true friend would welcome her. At length, when Estelle Harding came in with some letters which she wished to submit to her aunt's inspection, Edna retreated to her own quiet room. She went to her bureau to complete the packing of her clothes, and found on the marble slab a box and note directed to her. Mr. Murray's handwriting was remarkably graceful, and Edna broke the seal, which bore his motto, Nemo me impune lacessit. Edna, I send for your examination the contents of the little tomb which you guarded so faithfully. Read the letters written before I was betrayed, the locket attached to a ribbon which was always worn over my heart, and the miniatures which it contains are those of Agnes Hunt and Murray Hammond. Read all the record, and then judge me as you hope to be judged. I sit alone amid the mouldering, blackened ruins of my youth. Will you not listen to the prayer of my heart, and the half-smothered pleadings of your own, and come to me in my desolation, and help me to build up a new and noble life? Oh, my darling, you can make me what you will. While you read and ponder, I am praying. I, praying for the first time in 20 years. Praying that if God ever hears prayer, he will influence your decision and bring you to me. Edna, my darling, I wait for you. Your own St. Elmo. Ah, how her tortured heart writhed and bled, how piteously it pleaded for him and for itself. Edna opened the locket, and if Gertrude had stepped into the golden frame, the likeness could not have been more startling. She looked at it until her lips blanched and were tightly compressed, and the memory of Gertrude became paramount. Murray Hammond's face she barely glanced at, and its extraordinary beauty stared at her like that of some avenging angel. With a shudder she put it away, and turned to the letters that St. Elmo had written to Agnes and to Murray in the early happy days of his engagement. Tender, beautiful, loving letters that breathed the most devoted attachment and the purest piety, letters that were full of lofty aspirations and religious fervor, and generous schemes for the assistance and enlightenment of the poor about Le Bocage, and especially for my noble, matchless Murray. Among the papers were several designs for charitable buildings, a house of industry, an asylum for the blind, and a free schoolhouse. In an exquisite ivory casket containing a splendid set of diamonds and the costly betrothal ring bearing the initials, Edna found a sheet of paper around which the blazing necklace was twisted. Disengaging it, she saw that it was a narration of all that had stung him to desperation on the night of the murder. As she read the burning taunts, the insults, the ridicule heaped by the two under the apple tree upon the fond, faithful, generous, absent friend, she felt the indignant blood gush into her face, but she read on, and 2 hours elapsed ere she finished the package. Then came a trial, a long, fierce, agonizing trial, such as few women have ever been called upon to pass through, such as the world believes no woman ever triumphantly endured. Girded by prayer, the girl went down resolutely into the flames of the furnace, and the ordeal was terrible indeed. But as often as love showed her the figure of Mr. Murray, alone in his dreary sitting-room, waiting, watching for her, she turned and asked of duty the portrait of Gertrude's sweet, anxious face, the picture of dying Annie, the mournful countenance of a man shut up by iron bars from God's beautiful world, from the home and the family, who had fondly cherished her in her happy girlhood, ere St. Elmo trailed his poison across her sunny path. After another hour, the orphan went to her desk, and while she wrote, a pale, cold rigidity settled upon her features, which told that she was calmly, deliberately shaking hands with the expelled, the departing Hagar of her heart's hope and happiness. To the mercy of God and the love of Christ and the judgment of your own conscience I commit you. Henceforth we walk different paths, and after tonight it is my wish that we meet no more on earth. Mr. Murray, I cannot lift up your darkened soul, and you would only drag mine down. For your final salvation I shall never cease to pray till we stand face to face before the bar of God. Edna Earle. Ringing for a servant, she sent back the box and even his own note, which she longed to keep, but would not trust herself to see again, and dreading reflection and too miserable to sleep, she went to Mrs. Murray's room and remained with her till 3 o'clock. Then Mr. Murray's voice rang through the house, calling for the carriage, and as Edna put on her bonnet and shawl, he knocked at his mother's door. "It is raining very hard, and you must not think of going to the train as you intended. But, my son, the carriage is close, and I cannot permit you to expose yourself so unnecessarily, and in short, I will not take you, so there is an end of it. Of course I can stand the weather, and I will go over with Edna, and put her under the care of some one on the train. As soon as possible, send her down to the carriage. I shall order her trunks strapped on." He was very pale and stern, and his voice rang coldly clear as he turned and went downstairs. The parting was very painful, and Mrs. Murray followed the orphan to the front door. "St. Elmo, I wish you would let me go. I do not mind the rain." "Impossible. You know I have an unconquerable horror of scenes, and I do not at all fancy witnessing one that threatens to last until the train leaves. Go upstairs and cry yourself to sleep in 10 minutes. That will be much more sensible. Come, Edna, are you ready?" The orphan was folded in a last embrace, and Mr. Murray held out his hand, drew her from his mother's arms, and taking his seat beside her in the carriage, ordered the coachman to drive on. The night was very dark. The wind sobbed down the avenue, and the rain fell in such torrents that as Edna leaned out for a last look at the stately mansion, which she had learned to love so well, she could only discern the outline of the bronze monsters by the glimmer of the light burning in the hall. She shrank far back in one corner, and her fingers clutched each other convulsively. But when they had passed through the gate and entered the main road, Mr. Murray's hand was laid on hers. The cold fingers were unlocked gently but firmly and raised to his lips. She made an effort to withdraw them, but found it useless, and the trial which she had fancied was at an end seemed only beginning. "Edna, this is the last time I shall ever speak to you of myself, the last time I shall ever allude to all that has passed. It is entirely useless for one to ask you to reconsider. If you have no pity for me, have some mercy on yourself. You cannot know how I dread the thought of your leaving me and being roughly handled by a cold, selfish, ruthless world. Oh, it maddens me when I think of your giving your precious life, which would so glorify my home and gladden my desolate heart, to a public who will trample upon you, if possible, and if it can not entirely crush you, will only value you as you deserve, when, with ruined health and withered hopes, you sink into the early grave malice and envy will have dug for you. Already your dear face has grown pale, and your eyes have a restless, troubled look, and shadows are gathering about your young, pure, fresh spirit. My darling, you are not strong enough to wrestle with the world. You will be trodden down by the masses in this conflict upon which you enter so eagerly. Do you not know that literati means literally the branded, the lettered slave? Oh, if not for my sake, at least for your own, reconsider before the hot irons sear your brow, and hide it here, my love. Keep it white and pure and unfurrowed here, in the arms that will never weary of sheltering and clasping you close and safe from the burning brand of fame. Literati, a bondage worse than Roman slavery, help me to make a proper use of my fortune, and you will do more real good to your race than by all you can ever accomplish with your pen, no matter how successful it may prove. If you were selfish and heartless as other women, adulation and celebrity and the praise of the public might satisfy you, but you are not, and I have studied your nature too thoroughly to mistake the result of your ambitious career. My darling, ambition is the mirage of the literary desert you are anxious to traverse. It is the bar shaitan, the Satan's water, which will ever recede and mock your thirsty, toil-spent soul. Dear little pilgrim, do not scorch your feet and wear out your life in the hot, blinding sands, struggling in vain for the constantly fading, vanishing oasis of happy literary celebrity. Ah, the Sahara of letters is full of bleaching bones that tell where many of your sex as well as of mine fell and perished miserably, even before the noon of life. Ambitious spirit, come, rest in peace in the cool, quiet, happy palm grove that I offer you, my shrinking violet, sweeter than all pistomphos. You cannot cope successfully with the world of selfish men and frivolous, heartless women, of whom you know absolutely nothing. Today I found a passage which you had marked in one of my books, and it echoes ceaselessly in my heart. My future will not copy fair my past. I wrote that once, and thinking at my side my ministering life angel justified the word by his appealing look upcast to the white throne of God. I turned at last, and there instead saw thee, not unallied to angels in thy soul. Then I, long tired by natural ills, received the comfort fast, while budding at thy sight my pilgrim's staff gave out green leaves with morning dews impearled. I seek no copy of life's first half. Leave here the pages with long musing curled. Write me new my future's epigraph, new angel mine, unhoped for in the world. He had passed his arm around her and drawn her close to his side, and the pleading tenderness of his low voice was indeed hard to resist. No, Mr. Murray, my decision is unalterable. If you do really love me, spare me further entreaty. Before we part, there are some things I should like to say, and have little time left. Will you hear me? He did not answer, but tightened his arm, drew her head to his bosom, and leaned his face down on hers. Mr. Murray, I want to leave my Bible with you, because there are many passages marked which would greatly comfort and help you. It is the most precious thing I possess, for Grandpa gave it to me when I was a little girl, and I could not bear to leave it with any one but you. I have it here in my hand. Will you look into it sometimes if I give it to you? He merely put out his hand and took it from her. She paused a few seconds, and as he remained silent, she continued, Mr. Hammond is the best friend you have on earth. Yesterday, having seen you enter the church and suspecting what passed, he spoke to me of you, and oh, he pleaded for you as only he could. He urged me not to judge you too harshly, not to leave you, and these were his words, Edna, if I, whom he has robbed of all that life made beautiful, if I, standing here alone in my old age in sight of the graves of my murdered darlings, if I can forgive him and pray for him, and as God is my witness, love him, you have no right to visit my injuries and my sorrows upon him. Mr. Murray, he can help you, and he will, if you will only permit him. If you could realize how dearly he is interested in your happiness, you could not fail to reverence that religion which enables him to triumph over all the natural feelings of resentment. Mr. Murray, you have declared again and again that you love me. Oh, if it be true, meet me in heaven. I know that I am weak and sinful, but I am trying to correct the faults of my character. I am striving to do what I believe to be my duty, and I hope at last to find a home with my God. For several years, ever since you went abroad, I have been praying for you, and while I live, I shall not cease to do so. Oh, will you not pray for yourself? Mr. Murray, I believe I shall not be happy even in heaven, if I do not see you there. On earth we are parted. Your crimes divide us, but there, oh, for my sake, make an effort to redeem yourself and meet me there. She felt his strong frame tremble, and a heavy, shuddering sigh broke from his lips and swept across her cheek. But when he spoke, his words contained no hint of the promise she longed to receive. Edna, my shadow has fallen across your heart, and I am not afraid that you will forget me. You will try to do so. You will give me as little thought as possible. You will struggle to crush your aching heart and endeavor to be famous. But amid your ovations, the memory of a lonely man who loves you infinitely better than all the world for which you forsook him will come like a breath from the sepulchre to wither your bays, and my words, my pleading words, will haunt you, rising above the paeans of your public worshippers. When the laurel crown you covet now shall become a chaplet of thorns piercing your temples, or a band of iron that makes your brow ache, you will think mournfully of the days gone by when I prayed for the privilege of resting your weary head here on my heart. You cannot forget me, sinful and unworthy as I confess myself. I am conqueror. I triumph now, even though you never permit me to look upon your face again, for I believe I have a place in my darling's heart which no other man, which not the whole world can usurp or fill. You are too proud to acknowledge it, too truthful to deny it, but my pure pearl, my heart feels it as well as yours, and it is a comfort of which all time cannot rob me. Without it, how could I face my future, so desolate, somber, lonely? Edna, the hour has come when, in accordance with your own decree, we part. For 20 years no woman's lips, except my mother's, have touched mine until yesterday, when they pressed yours. Perhaps we may never meet again in this world, and Do not shrink away from me. I want to kiss you once more, my darling, my darling. I shall wear it on my lips till death stiffens them, and I am not at all afraid that any other man will ever be allowed to touch lips that belong to me alone, that I have made, and here seal all my own. Good-bye." He strained her to him and pressed his lips twice to hers. Then the carriage stopped at the railroad station. He handed her out, found a seat for her in the cars, which had just arrived, arranged her wrappings comfortably, and went back to attend to her trunks. She sat near an open window, and though it rained heavily, he buttoned his coat to the throat, and stood just beneath it, with his eyes bent down. Twice she pronounced his name, but he did not seem to hear her, and Edna put her hand lightly on his shoulder and said, "Do not stand here in the rain. In a few minutes we shall start, and I prefer that you should not wait. Please go home at once, Mr. Murray." He shook his head, but caught her hand and leaned his cheek against the soft palm, passing it gently and caressingly over his haggard face. The engine whistled. Mr. Murray pressed a long, warm kiss on the hand he had taken. The cars moved on, and as he lifted his hat, giving her one of his imperial, graceful bows, Edna had a last glimpse of the dark, chiseled, repulsive, yet handsome face that had thrown its baleful image deep in her young heart, and defied all her efforts to expel it. The wind howled around the cars. The rain fell heavily, beating a dismal tattoo on the glass. The night was mournfully dreary, and the orphan sank back and lowered her veil and hid her face in her hands. Henceforth she felt that in obedience to her own decision and fiat, they stood aloof, the scars remaining, like cliffs that had been rent asunder. A dreary sea now flows between, but neither heat nor frost nor thunder shall wholly do away, I ween, the marks of that which once hath been. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 24. As day dawned, the drab clouds blanched, broke up in marbled masses. The rain ceased. The wind sang out of the west, heralding the coming blue and gold, and at noon not one pearly vapor sail dotted the sky. During the afternoon Edna looked anxiously for the first glimpse of Lookout, but a trifling accident detained the train for several hours, and it was almost twilight when she saw it, a purple spot staining the clear beryl horizon, spreading rapidly, shifting its Tyrian mantle for grey robes, and at length the rising moon silvered its rocky crest as it towered in silent majesty over the little village nestled at its base. The kind and gentlemanly conductor on the cars accompanied Edna to the hotel and gave her a parcel containing several late papers. As she sat in her small room, weary and yet sleepless, she tried to divert her thoughts by reading the journals, and found in 3 of them notices of the last number of such magazine, and a special mention of her essay, Keeping the Vigil of St. Martin under the Pines of Grudley. The extravagant laudations of this article surprised her, and she saw that while much curiosity was indulged concerning the authorship, one of the editors ventured to attribute it to a celebrated and very able writer, whose genius and erudition had lifted him to an enviable eminence in the world of American letters. The criticisms were excessively flattering, and the young author, gratified at the complete success that had crowned her efforts, cut out the friendly notices, intending to enclose them in a letter to Mrs. Murray. Unable to sleep, giving audience to memories of her early childhood, she passed the night at her window, watching the constellations go down behind the dark, frowning mass of rock that lifted its parapets to the midnight sky, and in the morning light saw the cold, misty cowl drawn over the venerable hoary head. The village had changed so materially that she could scarcely recognize any of the old landmarks, and the people who kept the hotel could tell her nothing about Peter Wood, the miller. After breakfast she took a box containing some flowers packed in wet cotton, and walked out on the road leading in the direction of the blacksmith's shop. Very soon the trees became familiar. She remembered every turn of the road and bend on the fences, and at last the grove of oak and chestnut shading the knoll at the intersection of the roads met her eye. She looked for the forge and bellows, for the anvil and slack tub, but shop and shed had fallen to decay, and only a heap of rubbish, overgrown with rank weeds and vines, marked the spot where she had spent so many happy hours. The glowing yellow chestnut leaves dropped down in her feet, and the oaks tossed their gnarled arms as if welcoming the wanderer whose head they had shaded in infancy, and stifling a moan, the orphan hurried on. She saw that the timber had been cut down, and fences enclosed cultivated fields where forests had stood when she went away. At a sudden bend in the narrow, irregular road, when she held her breath and leaned forward to see the old house where she was born, and reared, a sharp cry of pain escaped her. Not a vestige of the homestead remained, save the rocky chimney standing in memoriam in the center of a cornfield. She leaned against the low fence, and tears trickled down her cheeks as memory rebuilt the log house, and placed the split-bottomed rocking chair on the porch in front, and filled it with the figure of a white-haired old man, with his pipe in his hand and his blurred eyes staring at the moon. Through the brown cornstalks she could see the gaping mouth of the well, now partly filled with rubbish, and the wreaths of scarlet cypress which once fringed the shed above it, and hung their flaming trumpets down until they almost touched her childish head, as she sang at the well, where she scoured the cedar piggin, where, bereft of all support, and trailed helplessly over the ground. Close to the fence and beyond the reach of plough and hoe, a yellow 4 o'clock with closed flowers marked the location of the little garden, and one tall larkspur leaned against the fence, sole survivor of the blue pets that Edna had loved so well in the early years. She put her fingers through a crevice, broke the plumy spray, and as she pressed it to her face she dropped her head upon the rails, and gave herself up to the flood of painful yet inexpressibly precious memories. How carefully she had worked and weeded this little plat! How proud she once was of her rosemary and pinks, her double feathery poppies, her sweet-scented lemongrass! How eagerly she had transplanted wood violets and purple phlox from the forest! How often she had sat on the steps, watching for her grandfather's return, and stringing those 4 o'clock blossoms into golden crowns for her own young head, and how gaily she had sometimes swung them over Brindle's horns when she went out to milk her. Ah, sad and strange, as in dark summer dawns, the earliest pipe of half-awakened birds to dying ears, when unto dying eyes the casement slowly grows a glimmering square, so sad, so strange, the days that are no more. With a sob she turned away and walked in the direction of the burying ground, for there certainly she would find all unchanged. Graves, at least, were permanent. The little spring bubbled as of yore. The brush creepers made a tangled tapestry around it, and crimson and blue convolvulus swung their velvety dew-beaded chalices above it, as on that June morning long ago when she stood there filling her bucket, waiting for the sunrise. She took off her gloves, knelt down beside the spring, and dipping up the cold, sparkling water in her palms, drank and wept and drank again. She bathed her aching eyes, and almost cheated herself into the belief that she heard again Grip's fierce bark ringing through the woods, and the slow, drowsy tinkle of Brindle's bell. Turning aside from the beaten track, she entered the thick grove of chestnuts, and looked around for the grave of the Dents. But the mound had disappeared, and though she recognized the particular tree which had formerly overhung it, and searched the ground carefully, she could discover no trace of the hillock where she had so often scattered flowers. A squirrel leaped and frisked in the boughs above her, and she startled a rabbit from the thick grass and fallen yellow leaves. But neither these, nor the twitter of gossiping orioles, nor the harsh, hungry cry of a bluebird told her a syllable of all that had happened in her absence. She conjectured that the bodies had probably been disinterred by friends and removed to Georgia, and she hurried on toward the hillside where the neighborhood graveyard was situated. The rude, unpainted paling still enclosed it, and rows of headboards stretched away among grass and weeds. But whose was that shining marble shaft standing in the center of a neatly arranged square, around which ran a handsome iron railing? On that very spot, in years gone by, had stood a piece of pine board, sacred to the memory of Aaron Hunt, an honest blacksmith and true Christian, who had dared to disturb his bones, to violate his last resting place, and to steal his grave for the interment of some wealthy stranger. A cry of horror and astonishment broke from the orphan's trembling lips, and she shaded her eyes with her hand and tried to read the name inscribed on the monument of the sacrilegious interloper, but bitter scalding tears of indignation blinded her. She dashed them away, but they gathered and fell faster, and unbolting the gate, she entered the enclosure and stepped close to the marble, erected in honor of Aaron Hunt by his devoted granddaughter. These gilded words were traced on the polished surface of the pure white obelisk, and on each corner of the square pedestal or base stood beautifully carved vases from which drooped glossy tendrils of ivy. As Edna looked in amazement at the glittering shaft, which rose 20 feet in the autumn air, as she rubbed her eyes and reread the golden inscription, and looked at the sanded walks and the well-trimmed evergreens, which told that careful hands kept the lot in order, she sank down at the base of the beautiful monument and laid her hot cheek on the cold marble. "Oh, Grandpa, Grandpa, he is not altogether wicked and callous as we once thought him, or he could never have done this. Forgive your poor little Pearl if she cannot help loving one who, for her sake, honors your dear name and memory. Oh, Grandpa, if I had never gone away from here, if I could have died before I saw him again, before this great pain fell upon my heart." She knew now where St. Elmo Murray went that night, after he had watched her from behind the sarcophagus and the mummies, knew that only his hand could have erected this noble pillar of record, and most fully did she appreciate the delicate feeling which made him so proudly reticent on this subject. He wished no element of gratitude in the love he had endeavored to win, and scorned to take advantage of her devoted affection for her grandfather by touching her heart with a knowledge of the tribute paid to his memory. Until this moment she had sternly refused to permit herself to believe all his protestations of love, had tried to think that he merely desired to make her acknowledge his power, and confess an affection flattering to his vanity. But to-day she felt that all he had avowed was true, that his proud, bitter heart was indeed entirely hers, that this assurance filled her own heart with a measureless joy, a rapture that made her eyes sparkle through their tears and brought a momentary glow to her cheeks. Hour after hour passed. She took no note of time, and sat there pondering her past life, thinking how the dusty heart deep under the marble would have throbbed with fond pride if it could only have known what the world said of her writings. That she should prove competent to teach the neighbors' children had been Aaron Hunt's loftiest ambition for his darling, and now she was deemed worthy to speak to her race through the columns of a periodical that few women were considered able to fill. She wondered if he were not really cognizant of it all, if he were not watching her struggles and her triumph, and she asked herself why he was not allowed, in token of tender sympathy, to drop one palm leaf on her head from the fadeless branch he waved in heaven. Oh, how far and safe, God, dost thou keep thy saints, when once gone from us? We may call against the lighted windows of thy fair June heaven, where all the souls are happy, and not one, not even my father, look from work or play, to ask, who is it that cries after us, below there in the dark? The shaft threw a long, slanting shadow eastward as the orphan rose, and taking from the box the fragrant exotics which she had brought from Le Bocage, arranged them in the damp soil of one of the vases, and twined their bright-hued petals among the dark green ivy leaves. One shining wreath she broke and laid away tenderly in the box, a hallowed souvenir of the sacred spot where it grew. And as she stood there looking at a garland of poppy leaves chiseled around the inscription, neither flush nor tremor told aught that passed in her mind, and her sculptured features were calm, as the afternoon sun showed how pale and fixed her face had grown. She climbed upon the broad base, and pressed her lips to her grandfather's name, and there was a mournful sweetness in her voice as she said aloud, Pray God to pardon him, Grandpa. Pray Christ to comfort and save his precious soul. O Grandpa, pray the Holy Spirit to melt and sanctify his suffering heart. It was painful to quit the place. She lingered and started away and came back, and at last knelt down and hid her face and prayed long and silently. Then, turning quickly, she closed the iron gate, and without trusting herself to another look, walked away. She passed the spring and the homestead ruins, and finally found herself in sight of the miller's house, which alone seemed unchanged. As she lifted the latch of the gate and entered the yard, it seemed but yesterday that she was driven away to the depot in the miller's covered cart. An ancient apple tree that she well remembered stood near the house, and the spreading branches were bent almost to the earth with the weight of red-streaked apples, round and ripe. The shaggy black dog that so often frolicked with Grip in the days gone by now lay on the step, blinking at the sun and the flies that now and then buzzed over the golden balsam, whose crimson seed glowed in the evening sunshine. Over the rocky well rose a rude arbor, where a scuppernong vine clambered and hung its rich, luscious brown clusters, and here, with a pipe between her lips, and at her feet a basket full of red pepper pods, which she was busily engaged in stringing, sat an elderly woman. She was clad in blue and yellow plaid homespun, and wore a white apron and a snowy muslin cap, whose crimped ruffles pressed caressingly the grizzled hair combed so smoothly over her temples. Presently she laid her pipe down on the top of the mossy well, where the dripping bucket sat, and lifted the scarlet wreath of peppers, eyed it satisfactorily, and as she resumed her work began to hum Auld Lang Syne. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot, and days o' lang syne? The countenance was so peaceful and earnest and honest, that as Edna stood watching it, a warm, loving light came into her own beautiful eyes, and she put out both hands unconsciously and stepped into the little arbor. Her shadow fell upon the matronly face, and the woman rose and curtsied. "Good evening, miss. Will you be seated? There is room enough for two on my bench." The orphan did not speak for a moment, but looked up in the brown, wrinkled face, and then, pushing back her bonnet and veil, she said eagerly, "Mrs. Wood, don't you know me?" The miller's wife looked curiously at her visitor, glanced at her dress, and shook her head. "No, miss. If ever I set my eyes on you before, it's more than I remember. And Dorothy Wood has a powerful memory, they say, and seldom forgets faces. Do you remember Aaron Hunt and his daughter Hester?" "To be sure I do. But you ain't neither the one nor the other, I take it. Stop. Let me see. Aha! Tabitha Willis, you children, run here. Quick. But no, it can't be. You can't be Edna Earle." She shaded her eyes from the glare of the sun, and stooped forward and looked searchingly at the stranger. Then the coral wreath fell from her fingers. She stretched out her arms, and the large mouth trembled and twitched. Can you be little Edna, Aaron Hunt's grandchild?" "I am the poor little Edna you took such tender care of in her great affliction. Samson and the Philistines. Little Edna, so you are. What was I thinking about that I didn't know you right away? God bless your pretty white face." She caught the orphan in her strong arms, and kissed her, and cried, and laughed alternately. A young girl, apparently about Edna's age, and a tall, lank young man, with yellow hair full of meal dust, came out of the house and looked on in stupid wonder. "Why, children, don't you know little Edna that lived at Aaron Hunt's, his granddaughter? This is my Tabitha, and my son Willis, that tends the mill and takes care of us. Now my poor Peter, God rest his soul, is dead and buried these 3 years. Bring some seats, Willis. Sit down here by me, Edna, and take off your bonnet, child, and let me see you. Humph! Humph! Who'd have thought it? What a powerful handsome woman you have made, to be sure, to be sure. Well, well! The very saints up in glory can't begin to tell what children will turn out. Lean your face this way. Why, you ain't no more like that little barefooted, tangle-haired, rosy-faced Edna that used to run around these woods in striped homespun, hunting the cows, than I, Dorothy Elmira Wood, am like the Queen of Sheba when she went up visiting to Jerusalem to call on Solomon. How wonderful pretty you are, and how soft and white your hands are. Now I look at you good, I see you are like your mother, Hester Earl, and she was the loveliest mild little pink in the county. You are taller than your mother, and prouder looking, but you have got her big, soft, shining black eyes, and your mouth is sweet and sorrowful and patient, as hers always was, after your father fell off that frosty roof and broke his neck. Little Edna came back a fine, handsome woman, looking like a queen. But, honey, you don't seem healthy like my Tabitha. See what a bright red she has in her face. You are too pale. You look as if you had just been bled. Ain't you well, child? Mrs. Wood felt the girl's arms and shoulders, and found them thinner than her standard of health demanded. I'm very well, thank you, but tired from my journey, and from walking all about the old place. And like enough you've cried a deal. Your eyes are heavy. You know, honey, the old house burnt down one blustery night in March, and so we sold the place. For when my old man died, we were hard pressed, we were, and a man by the name of Simmons, he bought it and planted it in corn. Edna, have you been to your grandpa's grave? Yes, ma'am, I was there a long time to-day. Oh, ain't it beautiful? It would be a real comfort to die if folks knew such lovely gravestones would cover 'em. I think your grandpa's grave is the prettiest place I ever saw. And I wonder sometimes what Aaron Hunt would say if he could rise out of his coffin and see what is over him. Poor thing, you haven't got over it yet, I see. I thought we should have buried you too when he died, for never did I see a child grieve so. Mrs. Wood, who keeps the walks so clean and the evergreens so nicely cut. My Willis, to be sure, the gentleman that came here and fixed everything last December, paid Willis $100 to attend to it and keep the weeds down. He said he might come back unexpectedly almost any time, and that he did not want to see so much as a blade of grass in the walks. So you see Willis goes there every Saturday and straightens up things. What is his name, and who is he anyhow? He only told us he was a friend of yours, and that his mother had adopted you. What sort of a looking person was he, Mrs. Wood? Oh, child, if he is so good to you, I ought not to say it, but he was a powerful grim-looking man, with fierce eyes and a thick mustache, and hair almost pepper and salt, and bless your soul, honey, his shoulders were as broad as a barn door. While he talked, I didn't like his countenance. It was dark like a pirate's, or one of those prowling cattle thieves over in the coves. He asked a power of questions about you and your grandpa, and when I said you had no kin on earth that I ever heard of, he laughed, that is, he showed his teeth, and said, so much the better, so much the better. What is his name? Mr. Murray, and he has been very kind to me. But, Edna, I thought you went to the factory to work. Do tell me how you fell into the hands of such rich people. Edna briefly acquainted her with what had occurred during her long absence, and informed her of her plans for the future, and while she listened, Mrs. Wood lighted her pipe, and resting her elbow on her knee, dropped her face on her hands, and watched her visitor's countenance. Finally she nodded to her daughter, saying, Do you hear that, Bitha? She can write for the papers and get paid for it, and she is smart enough to teach. Well, well, that makes me say what I do say, and I stick to it. Where there's a will, there's a way, and where there's no hearty will, all the ways in creation won't take folks to an education. Some children can't be kicked and kept down, spite of all the world they will manage to scuffle up somehow, and then again some can't be cuffed and coaxed and dragged up by the ears. Here's Edna, that always had a hankering after books, and she has made something of herself. And here's my girl, that I wanted to get book learning, and I slaved and I saved to send her to school, and sure enough she has got no more use for reading, and knows as little as her poor mother, who never had a chance to learn. It is no earthly use to fly in the face of blooded nature. What is bred in the bone won't come out in the flesh. Some are cut out for one thing, and some for another. Jerusalem artichokes won't bear hops, and persimmons don't grow on blackjacks. She put her brawny brown hand on Edna's forehead and smoothed the bands of hair, and sighed heavily. Mrs. Wood, I should like to see Brindle once more. Lord bless your soul, honey, she has been dead these 3 years. Why, you forget cows don't hang on as long as Methuselah, and Brenda was no yearling when we took her. She mired down in the swamp back of the mill pond, and before we could find her she was dead. But her calf is as pretty a young thing as ever you saw, speckled all over, most as thick as a guinea, and the children call her Speckle. Willis, step out and see if the heifer's in sight. Edna, ain't you going to stay with me to-night?" "Thank you, Mrs. Wood, I should like very much to do so, but have not time, and must get back to Chattanooga before the train leaves, for I'm obliged to go on to-night." "Well, anyhow, lay off your bonnet and stay and let me give you some supper. Then we will go back with you. That is, if you ain't too proud to ride to town in our cart. We have got a new cart, but it is only a miller's cart, and may be it won't suit your fine fashionable clothes." "I shall be very glad to stay, and I only wish it was the same old cart that took me to the depot more than 5 years ago. Please give me some water." Mrs. Wood rolled up her sleeves, put away her pretty peppers, and, talking vigorously all the time, prepared some refreshments for her guest. A table was set under the apple tree, a snowy cotton cloth spread over it, and yellow butter, tempting as Goshen's, and a loaf of fresh bread and honey, amber hued, and buttermilk, and cider, and stewed pears, and a dish of ripe red apples crowned the board. The air was laden with the fragrance that stole in crossing a hayfield beyond the road. The bees darted in and out of their hives, and a peacock spread his iridescent feathers to catch the level yellow rays of the setting sun, and from the distant mill pond came the gabble of geese as the noisy fleet breasted the ripples. Speckle, who had been driven to the gate for Edna's inspection, stood close to the paling, thrusting her pearly horns through the cracks, and watching the party at the table with her large, liquid, beautiful, earnest eyes, and afar off Lookout rose solemn and sombre. "Edna, you eat nothing. What ails you, child? They say too much brain work is not healthy, and I reckon you study too hard. Better stay here with me, honey, and run around the woods and get some red in your face, and churn and spin and drink buttermilk, and get plump and go chestnutting with my children. Goodness knows they are strong enough and hardy enough, and too much study will never make shads of them, for they won't work their brains even to learn the multiplication table. See here, Edna, if you will stay a while with me, I will give Speckle to you." "Thank you, dear Mrs. Wood. I wish I could, but the lady who engaged me to teach her children wrote that I was very much needed, and consequently I must hurry on. Speckle is a perfect little beauty, but I would not be so selfish as to take her away from you." Clouds began to gather in the southwest, and as the covered cart was brought to the gate, a distant mutter of thunder told that a storm was brewing. Mrs. Wood and her 2 children accompanied the orphan, and as they drove through the woods, myriads of fireflies starred the gloom. It was dark when they reached the station, and Willis brought the trunks from the hotel, and found seats for the party in the cars, which were rapidly filling with passengers. Presently the down train from Knoxville came thundering in, and the usual rush and bustle ensued. Mrs. Wood gave the orphan a hearty kiss and warm embrace, and bidding her be sure to write soon, and say how you are getting along, the kind-hearted woman left the cars, wiping her eyes with the corner of her apron. At last the locomotive signaled that all was ready, and as the train moved on, Edna caught a glimpse of a form standing under a lamp, leaning with folded arms against the post, a form strangely like Mr. Murray's. She leaned out and watched it till the cars swept round a curve, and lamp and figure and village vanished. How could he possibly be in Chattanooga? The conjecture was absurd. She was the victim of some optical illusion. With a long, heavily drawn sigh, she leaned against the window frame and looked at the dark mountain mass looming behind her, and after a time, when the storm drew nearer, she saw it only now and then, as a vivid, vindictive, and serpentine flash gored the darkness and shore it across with a gash. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 25. In one of those brownstone palatial houses on Fifth Avenue, which make the name of the street a synonym for almost royal luxury and magnificence, sat Mrs. Andrews's new governess, a week after her arrival in New York. Her reception, though cold and formal, had been punctiliously courteous, and a few days sufficed to give the stranger an accurate insight into the characters and customs of the family with whom she was now domesticated. Though good-natured, intelligent, and charitable, Mrs. Andrews was devoted to society, and gave to the demands of fashion much of the time which had been better expended at home in training her children and making her hearthstone rival the attractions of the club, where Mr. Andrews generally spent his leisure hours. She was much younger than her husband, was handsome, gay, and ambitious, and the polished hauteur of her bearing often reminded Edna of Mrs. Murray, while Mr. Andrews seemed immersed in business during the day, and was rarely at home except at his meals. Felix, the eldest of the two children, was a peevish, spoiled, exacting boy of 12 years of age, endowed with a remarkably active intellect, but pitiably dwarfed in body, and hopelessly lame in consequence of a deformed foot. His sister Hattie was only 8 years old, a bright, pretty, affectionate girl, over whom Felix tyrannized unmercifully, and whom from earliest recollection had been accustomed to yield both her rights and privileges to the fretful invalid. The room occupied by the governess was small, but beautifully furnished, and as it was situated in the 4th story, the windows commanded a view of the trees in a neighboring park and the waving outline of Long Island. On the day of her arrival, Mrs. Andrews entered into a minute analysis of the characters of the children, indicated the course which she wished pursued toward them, and impressing upon Edna the grave responsibility of her position, the mother gave her children to the stranger's guardianship, and seemed to consider her maternal duties fully discharged. Edna soon ascertained that her predecessors had found the path intolerably thorny, and abandoned it in consequence of Felix's uncontrollable fits of sullenness and passion. Tutors and governesses had quickly alternated, and as the cripple finally declared he would not tolerate the former, his mother resolved to humor his caprice in the choice of a teacher. Fortunately, the boy was exceedingly fond of his books, and as the physicians forbade the constant use of his eyes, the governess was called on to read aloud at least 1/2 of the day. From 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 at night, the whole care of these children devolved on Edna, who ate, talked, drove with them, accompanied them wherever their inclination led, and had not one quiet moment from breakfast until her pupils went to sleep. Sometimes Felix was restless and wakeful, and on such occasions he insisted that his governess should come and read him to sleep. Notwithstanding the boy's imperious nature, he possessed some redeeming traits, and Edna soon became much attached to him, while his affection for his new keeper astonished and delighted his mother. For a week after Edna's arrival, inclement weather prevented the customary daily drive, which contributed largely to the happiness of the little cripple. But one afternoon, as the three sat in the schoolroom, Felix threw his Latin grammar against the wall and exclaimed, "I want to see the swans in Central Park, and I mean to go, even if it does rain. Hattie, ring for Patrick to bring the coupe round to the door. Miss Earle, don't you want to go?" "Yes, for there is no longer any danger of rain. The sun is shining beautifully, and besides, I hope you will be more amiable when you get into the open air." She gave him his hat and crutches, took his grey shawl on her arm, and they went down to the neat carriage drawn by a handsome chestnut horse, and set apart for the use of the children. As they entered the park, Edna noticed that the boy's eyes brightened, and that he looked eagerly at every passing face. "Now, Hattie, you must watch on your side, and I will keep a good look out on mine. I wonder if she will come this evening." "For whom are you both looking?" asked the teacher. "Oh, for little Lila, Bro Felix's sweetheart," laughed Hattie, glancing at him with a mischievous twinkle in her bright eyes. "No such thing. Never had a sweetheart in my life. Don't be silly, Hattie. Mind your window, or I guess we shan't see her." "Well, anyhow, I heard Uncle Gray tell mamma that he kissed his sweetheart's hand at the party, and I saw Bro Felix kiss Lila's last week." "I didn't, Miss Earle," cried the cripple, reddening as he spoke. "Oh, he did, Miss Earle. Stop pinching me, Bro Felix. My arm is all black and blue now. There she is. Look here on my side. Here is Red Riding Hood." Edna saw a little girl clad in scarlet, and led by a grave, middle-aged nurse, who was walking leisurely toward one of the lakes. Felix put his head out of the window and called to the woman. "Hannah are going to feed the swans." "Good evening. Yes, we are going there now." "Well, we will meet you there." "What is the child's name?" asked Edna. "Lila Manning, and she is deaf and dumb. We talk to her on our fingers." They left the carriage and approached the groups of children gathered on the edge of the water, and at sight of Felix the little girl in scarlet sprang to meet him, moving her slender fingers rapidly as she conversed with him. She was an exceedingly lovely but fragile child, apparently about Hattie's age, and as Edna watched the changing expression of her delicate features, she turned to the nurse and asked, "Is she an orphan?" "Yes, miss, but she will never find it out as long as her uncle lives. He makes a great pet of her." "What is his name, and where does he live?" "Mr. Douglas G. Manning. He boards at No. 23rd Street, but he spends most of his time at the office. No matter what time of night he comes home, he never goes to his own room till he has looked at Lila and kissed her good night. Master Felix, please don't untie her hat. The wind will blow her hair all out of curl." For some time the children were much amused in watching the swans, and when they expressed themselves willing to resume their drive, an arrangement was made with Hannah to meet at the same place the ensuing day. They returned to the carriage, and Felix said, "Don't you think Lila is a little beauty?" "Yes, I quite agree with you. Do you know her uncle?" "No, and don't want to know him. He is too cross and sour. I have seen him walking sometimes with Lila, and mamma has him at her parties and dinners. But Hattie and I never see the company unless we peep, and above all things I hate peeping. It is ungenteel and vulgar. Only poor people peep. Mr. Manning is an old bachelor, and very crabbed, so my Uncle Gray says. He is the editor of the magazine that mamma declares she can't live without. Look, look, Hattie, there goes mamma this minute. Stop, Patrick. Uncle Gray, hold up, won't you, and let me see the new horses." An elegant phaeton, drawn by a pair of superb black horses, drew up close to the coop, and Mrs. Andrews and her only brother, Mr. Gray Chilton, leaned forward and spoke to the children, while Mr. Chilton, who was driving, teased Hattie by touching her head and shoulders with his whip. "Uncle Gray, I think the bays are the handsomest," which proves you utterly incapable of judging horse flesh, for these are the finest horses in the city. I presume this is Miss Earle, though nobody seems polite enough to introduce us." He raised his hat slightly, bowed, and drove on. "Is this the first time you have met my uncle?" asked Felix. "Yes. Does he live in the city?" "Why, he lives with us. Haven't you seen him about the house? You must have heard him romping around with Hattie, for they make noise enough to call in the police. I think my Uncle Gray is the handsomest man I ever saw, except Edwin Booth, when he plays Hamlet. What do you say?" As I had barely a glimpse of your uncle, I formed no opinion. "Felix, button your coat and draw your shawl over your shoulders. It is getting cold." When they reached home the children begged for some music, and placing her hat on a chair, Edna sat down before the piano and played and sang, while Felix stood leaning on his crutches, gazing earnestly into the face of his teacher. The song was Longfellow's Rainy Day, and when she concluded it, the cripple laid his thin hand on hers and said, "Sing the last verse again. I feel as if I should always be a good boy, if you would only sing that for me every day. Into each life some rain must fall. Yes, lameness fell into mine." While she complied with his request, Edna watched his sallow face, and saw tears gather in the large, sad eyes, and she felt that henceforth the boy's evil spirit could be exorcised. "Miss Earle, we never had a governess at all like you. They were old and cross and ugly, and didn't love to play chess, and could not sing, and I hated them. But I do like you, and I will try to be good." He rested his head against her arm, and she turned and kissed his pale, broad forehead. "Halloo, Felix, flirting with your governess? This is a new phase of school life. You ought to feel quite honoured, Miss Earle, though, upon my word, I'm sorry for you. The excessive amiability of my nephew has driven not less than 6 of your predecessors in confusion from the field, leaving him victorious. I warn you he is an incipient Turenne, and the schoolroom is the Franche Comte of his campaigns." Mr. Chilton came up to the piano and curiously scanned Edna's face, but taking her hat and veil, she rose and moved toward the door, saying, "I'm disposed to believe that he has been quite as much sinned against as sinning. Come, children, it is time for your tea." From that hour her influence over the boy strengthened so rapidly that before she had been a month in the house he yielded implicit obedience to her wishes, and could not bear for her to leave him, even for a moment. When more than usually fretful and inclined to tyrannize over Hattie, or speak disrespectfully to his mother, a warning glance or word from Edna, or the soft touch of her hand, would suffice to restrain the threatened outbreak. Her days were passed in teaching, reading aloud, and talking to the children, and when released from her duties, she went invariably to her desk, devoting more than half the night to the completion of her manuscript. As she took her meals with her pupils, she rarely saw the other members of the household, and though Mr. Chilton now and then sauntered into the schoolroom and frolicked with Hattie, his visits were coldly received by the teacher, who met his attempts at conversation with very discouraging monosyllabic replies. His manner led her to suspect that the good-looking lounger was as vain and heartless as he was frivolous, and she felt no inclination to listen to his trifling, sans souci chatter. Consequently, when he thrust himself into her presence, she either picked up a book or left him to be entertained by the children. One evening in November she sat in her own room, preparing to write, and pondering the probable fate of a sketch which she had finished and dispatched 2 days before to the office of the magazine. The principal aim of the little tale was to portray the horrors and sin of duelling, and she had written it with great care, but well aware of the vast, powerful current of popular opinion that she was bravely striving to stem, and fully conscious that it would subject her to severe animadversion from those who defended the custom, she could not divest herself of apprehension lest the article should be rejected. The door-bell rang, and soon after a servant brought her a card, "Mr. D. G. Manning, to see Miss Earle." Flattered and frightened by a visit from one whose opinions she valued so highly, Edna smoothed her hair, and with trembling fingers changed her collar and cuffs, and went downstairs feeling as if all the blood in her body were beating a tattoo on the drums of her ears. As she entered the library into which he had been shown, Mrs. Andrews having guests in the parlour, Edna had an opportunity of looking unobserved at this critical ogre of whom she stood in such profound awe. Douglas Manning was 40 years old, tall and well built, wore slender steel-rimmed spectacles which somewhat softened the light of his keen, cold, black eyes, and carried a slightly bald head with the haughty air of one who habitually hurled his gauntlet in the teeth of public opinion. He stood looking up at a pair of bronze griffins that crouched on the top of the rosewood bookcase, and the gaslight falling full on his face showed his stern, massive features, which in their granitic cast reminded Edna of those Egyptian androsphinx, vast, serene, changeless. There were no furrows on cheek or brow, no beard veiled the lines and angles about the mouth, but as she marked the chilling repose of the countenance, so indicative of conscious power and well-regulated strength, why did memory travel swiftly back among the stones of Venice, repeating the description of the hawthorn on Bourges Cathedral, a perfect Niobe of May. Had this man, petrified in his youth before the steady stylus of time, left on his features that subtle tracery which passing years engrave on human faces? The motto of his magazine, Veritas sine clementia, ruled his life, and putting aside the lenses of passion and prejudice, he coolly, quietly, relentlessly judged men and women and their works, neither loving nor hating, pitying nor despising his race, looking neither to right nor left, laboring steadily as a thoroughly well-balanced, a marvelously perfect intellectual automaton. "Good evening, Mr. Manning. I'm very glad to meet you, for I fear my letters have very inadequately expressed my gratitude for your kindness." Her voice trembled slightly, and she put out her hand. He turned, bowed, offered her a chair, and as they seated themselves he examined her face as he would have searched the title page of some new book for an insight into its contents. "When did you reach New York, Miss Earle?" "6 weeks ago." "I was not aware that you were in the city until I received your note 2 days since. How long do you intend to remain?" "Probably the rest of my life, if I find it possible to support myself comfortably." "Is Mrs. Andrews an old friend?" "No, sir. She was a stranger to me when I entered her house as governess for her children." "Miss Earle, you are much younger than I had supposed. Your writings led me to imagine that you were at least 30, whereas I find you almost a child. Will your duties as governess conflict with your literary labours?" "No, sir. I shall continue to write. You appear to have acted upon my suggestion to abandon the idea of a book and confine your attention to short sketches." "No, sir. I adhere to my original purpose, and am at work upon the manuscript which you advised me to destroy." He fitted his glasses more firmly on his nose, and she saw the gleam of his strong white teeth as a half-smile moved his lips. "Miss Earle, my desk is very near a window, and as I was writing late last night, I noticed several large moths beating against the glass, which fortunately barred their approach to the flame of the gas inside. Perhaps inexperience whispered that it was a cruel fate that shut them out, but which heals soonest, disappointed curiosity or singed wings? Mr. Manning, why do you apprehend more danger from writing a book than from the preparation of magazine articles?" "Simply because the peril is inherent in the nature of the book you contemplate. Unless I totally misunderstand your views, you indulge in the rather extraordinary belief that all works of fiction should be eminently didactic, and inculcate not only sound morality, but scientific theories. Herein, permit me to say, you entirely misapprehend the spirit of the age. People read novels merely to be amused, not educated, and they will not tolerate technicalities and abstract speculation in lieu of exciting plots and melodramatic denouements. Persons who desire to learn something of astronomy, geology, chemistry, philology, etc., never think of finding what they require in the pages of a novel, but apply at once to the textbooks of the respective sciences, and would as soon hunt for a lover's sentimental dialogue in Newton's Principia, or spicy small talk in Kant's Critique, as expect an epitome of modern science in a work of fiction." "But, sir, how many habitual novel readers do you suppose will educate themselves thoroughly from the textbooks to which you refer. A modicum, I grant you, yet it is equally true that those who merely read to be amused will not digest the scientific dishes you set before them. On the contrary, far from appreciating your charitable efforts to elevate and broaden their range of vision, they will either sneer at the author's pedantry or skip over every passage that necessitates thought to comprehend it, and rush on to the next page to discover whether the heroine, Miss Imogen, Arethusa, Penelope Brown, wore blue or pink tarlatan to her first ball, or whether on the day of her elopement the indignant papa succeeded in preventing the consummation of her felicity with Mr. Belshazzar, Algernon, Nebuchadnezzar Smith. I neither magnify nor dwarf. I merely state a simple fact. But, Mr. Manning, do you not regard the writers of each age as the custodian of its tastes as well as its morals? Certainly not. They simply reflect and do not mould public taste. Shakespeare, Hogarth, Rabelais portrayed men and things as they found them, not as they might, could, would, or should have been. Was Sir Peter Lely responsible for the style of dress worn by court beauties in the reign of Charles II? He faithfully painted what passed before him. Miss Earle, the objection I urge against the novel you are preparing does not apply to magazine essays, where an author may concentrate all the erudition he can obtain and ventilate it unchallenged. For review writers now serve the public in much the same capacity that cupbearers did royalty in ancient days, and they are expected to taste strong liquors as well as sweet cordials and sour light wines. Moreover, a certain haze of sanctity envelops the precincts of Maga, whence the incognita we thunders with oracular power. For, notwithstanding the rapid annihilation of all classic faith in modern times, which permits the conversion of Virgil's Avernus into a model oyster farm, the credulous public fondly cling to the myth that editorial sanctums alone possess the sacred tripod of Delphi. Curiosity is the best stimulant for public interest, and it has become exceedingly difficult to conceal the authorship of a book, while that of magazine articles can readily be disguised. I repeat, the world of novel readers constitute a huge hippodrome, where if you can succeed in amusing your spectators or make them gasp in amazement at your rhetorical legerdemain, they will applaud vociferously and pet you as they would a graceful danseuse or a dexterous acrobat or a daring equestrian. But if you attempt to educate or lecture them, you will either declaim to empty benches or be hissed down. They expect you to help them kill time, not improve it. Sir, is it not nobler to struggle against than to float ignominiously with a tide of degenerate opinion? That depends altogether on the earnestness of your desire for a martyrdom by drowning. I have seen stronger swimmers than you go down after desperate efforts to keep their heads above water. Edna folded her hands in her lap and looked steadily into the calm, cold eyes of the editor, then shook her head and answered, "I shall not drown. At all events, I will risk it. I would rather sink in the effort than live without attempting it. When you require ointment for singed wings, I shall have no sympathy with which to anoint them, for like most of your sex, I see you mistake blind obstinacy for rational, heroic firmness. The next number of the magazine will contain the contribution you sent me 2 days since, and while I do not accept all your views, I think it by far the best thing I have yet seen from your pen. It will, of course, provoke controversy, but for that result I presume you are prepared. Miss Earle, you are a stranger in New York, and if I can serve you in any way, I shall be glad to do so." "Thank you, Mr. Manning. I need some books which I am not able to purchase, and cannot find in this house. If you can spare them temporarily from your library, you will confer a great favour on me." "Certainly. Have you a list of those which you require?" "No, sir, but—" Here is a pencil and piece of paper. Write down the titles, and I will have them sent to you in the morning." She turned to the table to prepare the list, and all the while Mr. Manning's keen eyes scanned her countenance, dress, and figure. A half smile once more stirred his grave lips when she gave him the paper, over which he glanced indifferently. "Miss Earle, I fear you will regret your determination to make literature a profession, for your letters inform me that you are poor. And doubtless you remember the witticism concerning the Republic of Letters, which contained not a sovereign. Your friend Mr. Murray appreciated the obstacles you are destined to encounter, and I am afraid you will not find life in New York as agreeable as it was under his roof." "When did you hear from him?" "I received a letter this morning." "And you called to see me because he requested you to do so?" "I had determined to come before his letter arrived." He noticed the incredulous smile that flitted across her face, and after a moment's pause he continued, "I do not wish to discourage you. On the contrary, I sincerely desire to aid you. But Mill has analyzed the subject very ably in his Political Economy, and declares that on any rational calculation of chances in the existing competition, no writer can hope to gain a living by books, and to do so by magazines and reviews becomes daily more difficult." "Yes, sir, that passage is not encouraging. But I comfort myself with another from the same book. In a national or universal point of view, the labor of the savant, or speculative thinker, is as much a part of production, in the very narrowest sense, as that of the inventor of a practical art. The electromagnetic telegraph was the wonderful and most unexpected consequence of the experiments of Oersted and the mathematical investigations of Ampere. And the modern art of navigation is an unforeseen emanation from the purely speculative and apparently meekly curious inquiry by the mathematicians of Alexandria into the properties of three curves formed by the intersection of a plane, surface, and a cone. No limit can be set to the importance, even in a purely productive and material point of view, of mere thought. Sir, the economic law, which regulates the wages of mechanics, should operate correspondingly in the realm of letters." "Your memory is remarkably accurate." "Not always, sir, but when I put it on its honor, and trust some special treasure to its guardianship, it rarely proves treacherous." "I think you could command better wages for your work in New York than anywhere else on this continent. You have begun well. Permit me to say to you, be careful, do not write too rapidly, and do not despise adverse criticism. If agreeable to you, I will call early next week and accompany you to the public libraries, which contain much that may interest you. I will send you a note as soon as I ascertain when I can command the requisite leisure, and should you need my services, I hope you will not hesitate to claim them. Good evening, Miss Earle." He bowed himself out of the library, and Edna went back to her own room, thinking of the brief interview, and confessing her disappointment in the conversation of this most dreaded of critics. He is polished as an icicle, and quite as cold. He may be very accurate and astute and profound, but certainly he is not half so brilliant as— She did not complete the parallel, but compressed her lips, took up her pen, and began to write. On the following morning Mrs. Andrews came into the schoolroom, and after kissing her children, turned blandly to the governess. "Miss Earle, I believe Mr. Manning called upon you last evening. Where did you know him?" "I never saw him until yesterday, but we have corresponded for some time." "Indeed. You are quite honoured. He is considered very fastidious." "He is certainly hypercritical. Yet I have found him kind and gentlemanly, even courteous. Our correspondence is entirely attributable to the fact that I write for his magazine." Mrs. Andrews dropped her ivory crochet needle, and sat for a moment the picture of wild-eyed amazement. "Is it possible? I had no idea you were an author. Why did you not tell me before? What have you written?" Edna mentioned the titles of her published articles, and the lady of the house exclaimed, "Oh, that Vigil of Grutley is one of the most beautiful things I ever read. And I've often teased Mr. Manning to tell me who wrote it. That apostrophe to the 30 Confederates is so mournfully grand that it brings tears to my eyes. Why, Miss Earle, you would be famous some day. If I had your genius, I should never think of plodding through life as a governess. But, my dear madam, I must make my bread, and am compelled to teach while I write. I do not see what time you have for writing. I notice you never leave the children till they are asleep, and you must sleep enough to keep yourself alive. Are you writing anything at present? I finished an article several days ago, which will be published in the next number of the magazine. Of course I have no leisure during the day, but I work till late at night. Miss Earle, if you have no objection to acquainting me with your history, I should like very much to know something of your early life and education. While Edna gave a brief account of her childhood, Felix nestled his hand into hers and laid his head on her knee, listening eagerly to every word. When she concluded, Mrs. Andrews mused a moment, and then said, "Henceforth, Miss Earle, you will occupy a different position in my house, and I shall take pleasure in introducing you to such of my friends as will appreciate your talent. I hope you will not confine yourself exclusively to my children, but come down sometimes in the evening and sit with me. And moreover, I prefer that you should dine with us, instead of with these nursery folks who are not quite capable of appreciating you." "How do you know that, mamma? I can tell you one thing. I appreciated her before I found out that she was likely to be famous, before I knew that Mr. Manning condescended to notice her. We nursery folk judge for ourselves. We don't wait to find out what other people think. And I shan't give up Miss Earle. She is my governess, and I wish you would just let her alone." There was a touch of scorn in the boy's impatient tone, and his mother bit her lip and laughed constrainedly. "Really, Felix, who gave you a bill of sale to Miss Earle? She should consider herself exceedingly fortunate, as she is the first of all your teachers with whom you have not quarrelled most shamefully, even fought and scratched. And because she is sweet and good and pretty, and I love her, you must interfere and take her off to entertain your company. She came here to take care of Hattie and me, and not to go downstairs to see visitors. She can't go, mamma. I want her myself. You have all the world to talk to, and I have only her. Don't meddle, mamma." "You are very selfish and ill-tempered, my poor little boy, and I am heartily ashamed of you. If I am, it is because—" "Hush, Felix." Edna laid her hand on the pale, curling lips of the cripple, and luckily at this instant Mrs. Andrews was summoned from the room. Scarcely waiting till the door closed after her, the boy exclaimed passionately, "Felix, don't call me Felix. That means happy, lucky. And she had no right to give me such a name. I am in Felix. Nobody loves me, and nobody cares for me, except to pity me, and I would rather be strangled than pitied. I wish I was dead and at rest in Greenwood. I wish somebody would knock my brains out with my crutch, and save me from hobbling through life. Even my mother is ashamed of my deformity. She ought to have treated me as the Spartans did their dwarfs. She ought to have thrown me into the East River before I was a day old. I wish I was dead. Oh, I do, I do." "Felix, it is very wicked to—" "I tell you I won't be called Felix. Whenever I hear the name, it makes me feel as I did one day when my crutches slipped on the ice, and I fell on the pavement before the door, and some newsboys stood and laughed at me. In Felix Andrews. I want that written on my tombstone when I am buried." He trembled from head to foot, and angry tears dimmed his large flashing eyes, while Hattie sat with her elbows resting on her knees and her chin in her hands, looking sorrowfully at her brother. Edna put her arm around the boy's shoulder and drew his head down on her lap, saying tenderly, "Your mother did not mean that she was ashamed of her son, but only grieved and mortified by his ungovernable temper, which made him disrespectful to her. I know that she is very proud of your fine intellect and your ambition to become a thorough scholar, and, oh yes, and of my handsome body and my pretty feet." "My dear little boy, it is sinful for you to speak in that way, and God will punish you if you do not struggle against such feelings." "I don't see how I can be punished any more than I have been already. To be a lame dwarf is the worst that can happen." "Suppose you were poor and friendless, an orphan with no one to care for you. Suppose you had no dear good little sister like Hattie to love you. Now, Felix, I know that the very fact that you are not as strong and well grown as most boys of your age only makes your mother and all of us love you more tenderly, and it is very ungrateful in you to talk so bitterly when we are trying to make you happy and good and useful." Look at little Lila, shut up in silence, unable to speak one word, or to hear a bird sing or a baby laugh. And yet see how merry and good-natured she is, how much more afflicted she is than you are. Suppose she was always fretting and complaining, looking miserable and sour and out of humour, do you think you would love her half as well as you do now?" He made no reply, but his thin hands covered his sallow face. Hattie came close to him, sat down on the carpet, and put her head, thickly crowned with yellow curls, on his knee. Her Uncle Gray had given her a pretty ring the day before, and now she silently and softly took it from her own finger and slipped it on her brother's. "Felix, you and Hattie were so delighted with that little poem which I read to you from the journal of Eugénie de Guerin that I have tried to set it to music for you. The tune does not suit it exactly, but we can use it until I find a better one." She went to the piano and sang that pretty nursery ballad, Juju, the angel of the playthings. Hattie clapped her hands with delight, and Felix partly forgot his woes and grievances. "Now I want you both to learn to sing it, and I will teach Hattie the accompaniment. On Felix's birthday, which is not very distant, you can surprise your father and mother by singing it for them. In gratitude to the author, I think every little child should sing it and call it Eugénie's Angel Song. Hattie, it is 11 o'clock and time for you to practice your music lesson." The little girl climbed upon the piano stool and began to count aloud, and after a while Edna bent down and put her hand on Felix's shoulder. "You grieved your mother this morning and spoke very disrespectfully to her. I know you regret it, and you ought to tell her so and ask her to forgive you. You would feel happier all day if you would only acknowledge your fault. I hear your mother in her own room. Will you not go and kiss her?" He averted his head and muttered, "I don't want to kiss her." "But you ought to be a dutiful son, and you are not. And your mother has cause to be displeased with you. If you should ever be so unfortunate as to lose her, and stand as I do, motherless in the world, you will regret the pain you gave her this morning. Oh, if I had the privilege of kissing my mother, I could bear almost any sorrow patiently. If it mortifies you to acknowledge your bad behavior, it is the more necessary that you should humble your pride. Felix, sometimes I think it requires more nobility of soul to ask pardon for our faults than to resist the temptation to commit them." She turned away and busied herself in correcting his Latin exercise, and for some time the boy sat sullen and silent. At length he sighed heavily, and taking his crutches, came up to the table where she sat. "Suppose you tell my mother I am sorry. I was disrespectful." "Felix, are you really sorry?" "Yes." "Well, then go and tell her so, and she will love you 1,000 times more than ever before. The confession should come from your own lips." He stood irresolute and sighed again. "I will go if you will go with me." She rose, and they went to Mrs. Andrews' room. The mother was superbly dressed in visiting costume, and was tying on her bonnet when they entered. "Mrs. Andrews, your son wishes to say something which I think you will be glad to hear." "Indeed. Well, Felix, what is it?" "Mamma, I know I was very cross and disrespectful to you. And oh, mamma, I hope you will forgive me." He dropped his crutches and stretched out his arms, and Mrs. Andrews threw down the diamond cluster with which she was fastening her ribbons, and caught the boy to her bosom. "My precious child, my darling, of course I forgive you gladly. My dear son, if you only knew half how well I love you, you would not grieve me so often by your passionate temper. My darling." She stooped to kiss him, and when she turned to look for the girlish form of the governess, it was no longer visible. Mother and son were alone. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 26. During the first few months after her removal to New York, Edna received frequent letters from Mrs. Murray and Mr. Hammond, but as winter advanced they wrote more rarely and hurriedly, and finally many weeks elapsed without bringing any tidings from Le Bocage. St. Elmo's name was never mentioned, and while the girl's heart ached, she crushed it more ruthlessly day by day, and in retaliation imposed additional and unremitting toil upon her brain. Mr. Manning had called twice to escort her to the libraries and art galleries, and occasionally he sent her new books and English and French periodicals. But his chill, imperturbable calmness oppressed and embarrassed Edna, and formed a barrier to all friendly worth in their intercourse. He so completely overawed her that in his august presence she was unable to do herself justice, and felt that she was not gaining ground in his good opinion. The brooding serenity of his grave Egyptic face was not contagious, and she was conscious of a vague disquiet, a painful restlessness, when in his company and under his cold, changeless eyes. One morning in January, as she sat listening to Felix's recitations, Mrs. Andrews came into the schoolroom with an open note in one hand and an exquisite bouquet in the other. "Miss Earle, here's an invitation for you to accompany Mr. Manning to the opera to-night, and here, too, is a bouquet from the same considerate gentleman. As he does me the honour to request my company also, I came to confer with you before sending a reply. Of course you will go?" "Yes, Mrs. Andrews, if you will go with me." Edna bent over her flowers, and recognizing many favourites that recalled the hothouse at Le Bocage, her eyes filled with tears, and she hastily put her lips to the snowy cups of an oxalis. How often she had seen just such fragile petals nestling in the buttonhole of Mr. Murray's coat. "I shall write and invite him to come early and take tea with us. Now, Miss Earle, pardon my candour, I should like to know what you intend to wear. You know that Mr. Manning is quite lionized here, and you will have to face a terrific battery of eyes and lorgnettes, for everybody will stretch his or her neck to find out first who you are, and secondly how you are dressed. Now I think I understand rather better than you do what is comme il faut in these matters, and I hope you will allow me to dictate on this occasion. Moreover, our distinguished escort is extremely fastidious concerning ladies' toilettes. Here are my keys, Mrs. Andrews. Examine my wardrobe and select what you consider appropriate for to-night, on condition that you permit me to supply any deficiencies which I may discover. Come to my room at 6 o'clock, and let Victorine dress your hair. Let me see, I expect à la grecque will best suit your head and face." Edna turned to her pupils and their books, but all day the flowers in the vase on the table prattled of days gone by, of purple sunsets streaming through golden-starred acacia boughs, of long, languid, luxurious southern afternoons dying slowly on beds of heliotrope and jasmine, spicy geraniums and gorgeous pelargoniums, of dewy, delicious summer mornings for ever and ever past, when standing beside a quivering snowbank of Lamarck roses, she had watched Tamerlane and his gloomy rider go down the shadowy avenue of elms. The monotonous hum of the children's voices seemed thin and strange and far, far off, jarring the sweet bouquet babble, and still as the hours passed and the winter day waned, the flower fugue swelled on through the cold and dreary chambers of her heart, now rising stormy and passionate like a battle blast from the deep orange trumpet of a bignonia, and now whispering and sobbing and pleading from the pearly white lips of hallowed oxalis. When she sat that night in Mr. Manning's box at the Academy of Music, the editor raised his opera glass, swept the crowded house, scanning the lovely, beaming faces, wreathed with smiles, and then his grave, piercing glance came back and dwelt on the countenance at his side. The cherry silk lining and puffing on her opera cloak threw a delicate stain of colour over her exquisitely moulded cheeks, and in the braid of black hair, which rested like a coronal on her polished brow, burned a scarlet anemone. Her long lashes drooped as she looked down at the bouquet between her fingers, and listening to the fugue which memory played on the pedals, she sighed involuntarily. "Miss Earle, is this your first night at the opera?" "No, sir. I was here once before with Mr. Andrews and his children." "I judge from your writings that you are particularly fond of music." "Yes, sir. I think few persons love it better than I do." "What style do you prefer? Sacred music, oratorios, rather than operas?" The orchestra began an overture of Verdi's, and Edna's eyes went back to her flowers. Presently Mrs. Andrews said eagerly, "Look, Miss Earle, yonder in the box directly opposite is the celebrated Sir Roger Percival, the English nobleman about whom all Gotham is running mad. If he has not more sense than most men of his age, his head will be completely turned by the flattery heaped upon him. What a commentary on Republican Americans, that we are so dazzled by the glitter of a title. However, he really is very agreeable. I've met him several times, dined with him last week at the Coltons. He has been watching us for some minutes. Ah, there's a bow for me, and one, I presume, for you, Mr. Manning." "Yes, I knew him abroad. We spent a month together at Dresden, and his brain is strong enough to bear all the adulation New Yorkers offer his title." Edna looked into the opposite box and saw a tall, elegantly dressed man, with huge whiskers and a glittering opera glass, and then, as the curtain rose on the first act of Ernani, she turned to the stage and gave her entire attention to the music. At the close of the second act, Mrs. Andrews said, "Pray, who is that handsome man down yonder in the parquet, fanning himself with a libretto? I do not think his eyes have moved from this box for the last 10 minutes. He is a stranger to me." She turned her fan in the direction of the person indicated, and Mr. Manning looked down and answered, "He is unknown to me." Edna's eyes involuntarily wandered over the sea of heads, and the editor saw her start and lean forward, and noticed the sudden joy that flashed into her face as she met the earnest upward gaze of Gordon Lee. "An acquaintance of yours, Miss Earle?" "Yes, sir, an old friend from the South." The door of the box opened, and Sir Roger Percival came in, and seated himself near Mrs. Andrews, who in her cordial welcome seemed utterly to forget the presence of the governess. Mr. Manning sat close to Edna, and taking a couple of letters from his pocket, he laid them on her lap, saying, "These letters were directed to my care by persons who are ignorant of your name and address. If you will not consider me unpardonably curious, I should like to know the nature of their contents." She broke the seals and read the most flattering commendations of her magazine sketches, the most cordial thanks for the pleasure derived from their perusal, but the signatures were unknown to her. A sudden wave of crimson surged into her face as she silently put the letters into Mr. Manning's hand, and watched his grave, fixed, undemonstrative features, while he read, refolded, and returned them to her. "Miss Earle, I have received several documents of a similar character, asking for your address. Do you still desire to write incognito, or do you wish your name given to your admirers?" "That is a matter which I am willing to leave to your superior judgment." "Pardon me, but I much prefer that you determine it for yourself." "Then you may give my name to those who are sufficiently interested in me to write and make the inquiry." Mr. Manning smiled slightly, and lowered his voice as he said, "Sir Roger Percival came here to-night to be introduced to you. He has expressed much curiosity to see the author of the last article which you contributed to the magazine, and I told him that you would be in my box this evening. Shall I present him now?" Mr. Manning was rising, but Edna put her hand on his arm and answered hurriedly, "No, no, he is engaged in conversation with Mrs. Andrews, and moreover, I believe I do not particularly desire to be presented to him. Here comes your friend. I will vacate this seat in his favour." He rose, bowed to Gordon Lee, and gave him the chair which he had occupied. "Edna, how I have longed to see you once more." Gordon's hand seized hers, and his handsome face was eloquent with feelings which he felt no inclination to conceal. "The sight of your countenance is an unexpected pleasure in New York. Mr. Lee, when did you arrive?" "This afternoon. Mr. Hammond gave me your address, and I called to see you, but was told that you were here." "How are they all at home?" "Do you mean at Le Bocage or the parsonage?" "I mean, how are all my friends?" "Mrs. Murray is very well. Mrs. Stell ditto. Mr. Hammond has been sick, but was better, and able to preach before I left. I brought a letter for you from him, but unfortunately left it in the pocket of my travelling coat. Edna, you have changed very much since I saw you last." "In what respect, Mr. Lee?" The crash of the orchestra filled the house, and people turned once more to the stage. Standing with his arms folded, Mr. Manning saw the earnest look on Gordon's face, as with his arm resting on the back of Edna's chair, he talked in a low, eager tone. And a pitying smile partly curved the editor's granite mouth, as he noticed the expression of pain on the girl's face, and heard her say coldly, "No, Mr. Lee, what I told you then, I repeat now. Time has made no change." The opera ended, the curtain fell, and an enthusiastic audience called out the popular prima donna. While bouquets were showered upon her, Mr. Manning stooped and put his hand on Edna's. "Shall I throw your tribute for you?" She hastily caught the bouquet from his fingers and replied, "Oh, no, thank you. I am so selfish. I cannot spare it." "I shall call at 10 o'clock to-morrow to deliver your letter," said Gordon, as he stood hat in hand. "I shall be glad to see you, Mr. Lee." He shook hands with her and with Mr. Manning, to whom she had introduced him, and left the box. Sir Roger Percival gave his arm to Mrs. Andrews, and the editor drew Edna's cloak over her shoulders, took her hand, and led her down the steps. As her little gloved fingers rested in his, the feeling of awe and restraint melted away, and looking into his face, she said, "Mr. Manning, I do not think you will ever know half how much I thank you for all your kindness to an unknown authorling. I have enjoyed the music very much indeed. How is Lila to-night?" A slight tremor crossed his lips. The petrified hawthorn was quivering into life. "She is quite well, thank you. Pray, what do you know about her?" "I was not aware that I had ever mentioned her name in your presence." "My pupil Felix is her most devoted knight, and I see her almost every afternoon when I go with the children to Central Park." They reached the carriage where the Englishman stood talking to Mrs. Andrews, and when Mr. Manning had handed Edna in, he turned and said something to Sir Roger, who laughed lightly and walked away. During the drive Mrs. Andrews talked volubly of the foreigner's ease and elegance and fastidious musical taste, and Mr. Manning listened courteously and bowed coldly in reply. When they reached home, she invited him to dinner on the following Thursday to meet Sir Roger Percival. As the editor bade them good night, he said to Edna, Go to sleep at once. Do not sit up to work tonight." Did she follow his sage advice? Ask of the stars that watched her through the long winter night, and the dappled dawn that saw her stooping wearily over her desk. At the appointed hour on the following morning, Mr. Lee called, and after some desultory remarks, he asked rather abruptly, "Has St. Elmo Murray written to you about his last whim?" "I do not correspond with Mr. Murray. Everybody wonders what droll freak will next seize him. Reed, the blacksmith, died several months ago, and to the astonishment of our people, Mr. Murray has taken his orphan, Huldah, to Le Bocage, has adopted her, I believe, at all events is educating her." Edna's face grew radiant. "Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Poor little Huldah needed a friend, and she could not possibly have fallen into kinder hands than Mr. Murray's. There certainly exists some diversity of opinion on that subject. He is rather too grim a guardian, I fancy, for one so young as Huldah Reed." "Is Mr. Hammond teaching Huldah?" "Oh, no. Herein consists the wonder. Murray himself hears her lessons. So Estelle told my sister. Apropos, rumor announces the approaching marriage of the cousins. My sister informed me that it would take place early in the spring." "Do you allude to Mr. Murray and Miss Harding?" "I do. They will go to Europe immediately after their marriage." Gordon looked searchingly at his companion, but saw only a faint, incredulous smile across her calm face. "My sister is Estelle's confidante, so you see I speak advisedly. I know that her trousseau has been ordered from Paris." Edna's fingers closed spasmodically over each other, but she laughed as she answered, "How then dare you betray her confidence, Mr. Lee? How long will you remain in New York?" "I shall leave to-morrow, unless I have reason to hope that a longer visit will give you pleasure. I came here solely to see you." He attempted to unclasp her fingers, but she shook off his hand and said quickly, "I know what you are about to say, and I would rather not hear what would only distress us both. If you wish me to respect you, Mr. Lee, you must never again allude to a subject which I showed you last night was exceedingly painful to me. While I value you as a friend, and am rejoiced to see you again, I shall regret to learn that you had prolonged your stay even 1 hour on my account." "You are ungrateful, Edna, and I begin to realize that you are utterly heartless." "If I am, at least I have never trifled with or deceived you, Mr. Lee. You have no heart, or you certainly could not so coldly reject an affection which any other woman would proudly accept. A few years hence, when your insane ambition is fully satiated, and your beauty fades, and your writings pall upon public taste, and your smooth-tongued flatterers forsake your shrine to bow before that of some new and more popular idol, then, Edna, you will rue your folly." She rose and answered quietly, "The future may contain only disappointments for me, but however lonely, however sad my lot may prove, I think I shall never fall so low as to regret not having married a man whom I find it impossible to love. The sooner this interview ends, the longer our friendship will last. My time is not now my own, and as my duties claim me in the schoolroom, I must bid you good bye. Edna, if you send me away from you now, you shall never look upon my face again in this world." Mournfully her tearful eyes sought his, but her voice was low and steady as she put out both hands and said solemnly, "Farewell, dear friend. God grant that when next we see each other's faces, they may be overshadowed by the shining white plumes of our angel wings in that city of God, where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest. Never again in this world, ah! Such words are dreary and funereal as the dull fall of clouds on a coffin lid, but so be it. Thank God, time brings us all to one inevitable tryst before the great white throne." He took the hands, bowed his forehead upon them, and groaned, then drew them to his lips and left her. With a slow, weary step she turned and went up to her room, and read Mr. Hammond's letter. It was long and kind, full of affection and wise counsel, but contained no allusion to Mr. Murray. As she refolded it, she saw a slip of paper which had fallen unnoticed on the carpet, and picking it up, she read these words: "It grieves me to have to tell you that, after all, I fear St. Elmo will marry Estelle Harding. He does not love her. She cannot influence him to redeem himself. His future looks hopeless indeed. Edna, my child, what have you done? Oh, what have you done?" Her heart gave a sudden wild bound, then a spasm seemed to seize it, and presently the fluttering ceased, her pulses stopped, and a chill darkness fell upon her. Her head sank heavily on her chest, and when she recovered her memory, she felt an intolerable sensation of suffocation, and a sharp pain that seemed to stab the heart, whose throbs were slow and feeble. She raised the window and leaned out, panting for breath, and the freezing wind powdered her face with fine snowflakes, and sprinkled its fairy flower crystals over her hair. The outer world was chill and dreary. The leafless limbs of the trees in the park looked ghostly and weird against the dense, dun clouds, which seemed to stretch like a smoke mantle just above the sea of roofs, and dimly seen through the white mist, Brooklyn's heights and Statton's hills were huge outlines monstrous as echidna. Physical pain blanched Edna's lips, and she pressed her hand repeatedly to her heart, wondering what caused those keen pangs. At last, when the bodily suffering passed away and she sat down exhausted, her mind reverted to the sentence in Mr. Hammond's letter. She knew the words were not lightly written, and that his reproachful appeal had broken from the depths of his aching heart, and was intended to rouse her to some action. I can do nothing, say nothing, must sit still and wait patiently, prayerfully. Today, if I could put out my hand and touch Mr. Murray, and bind him to me for ever, I would not. No, no, not a finger must I lift, even between him and Estelle. But he will not marry her. I know, I feel that he will not. Though I never look upon his face again, he belongs to me. He is mine, and no other woman can take him from me. A strange, mysterious, shadowy smile settled on her pallid features, and faintly and dreamily she repeated, "And yet I know, past all doubting, truly, a knowledge greater than grief can dim. I know, as he loved, he will love me duly, yea, better, e'en better than I love him. And as I walk by the vast calm river, the awful river, so dread to see, I say, thy breadth and thy depth for ever are bridged by his thoughts that cross to me." Her lashes drooped, her head fell back against the top of the chair, and she lost all her woes until Felix's voice roused her, and she saw the frightened boy standing at her side, shaking her hand and calling piteously upon her. "Oh, I thought you were dead. You looked so white and felt so cold. Are you very sick? Shall I go for mamma?" For a moment she looked in his face with a perplexed, bewildered expression, then made an effort to rise. "I suppose that I must have fainted, for I had a terrible pain here." And she laid her hand over her heart. "Felix, let us go downstairs. I think if your mother would give me some wine, it might strengthen me." Notwithstanding the snow, Mrs. Andrews had gone out, but Felix had the wine brought to the schoolroom, and after a little while the blood showed itself shyly in the governess's white lips, and she took the boy's Latin book and heard him recite his lesson. The day appeared wearily long, but she omitted none of the appointed tasks, and it was nearly 9 o'clock before Felix fell asleep that night. Softly unclasping his thin fingers, which clung to her hand, she went up to her own room, feeling the full force of those mournful words in Eugénie de Joan's journal. "It goes on in the soul. No one is aware of what I feel. No one suffers from it. I only pour out my heart before God. And here, oh, today, what efforts I make to shake off this profitless sadness, this sadness without tears, arid, bruising the heart like a hammer." There was no recurrence of the physical agony, and after 2 days the feeling of prostration passed away, and only the memory of the attack remained. The idea of lionizing her children's governess and introducing her to soi-disant fashionable society had taken possession of Mrs. Andrews's mind, and she was quite as much delighted with her patronizing scheme as a child would have been with a new hobby horse. Dreams at which even Maecenas might have laughed floated through her busy brain, and filled her kind heart with generous anticipations. On Thursday she informed Edna that she desired her presence at dinner, and urged her request with such pertinacious earnestness that no alternative remained but acquiescence, and reluctantly the governess prepared to meet a formidable party of strangers. When Mrs. Andrews presented Sir Roger Percival, he bowed rather haughtily, and with a distant politeness which assured Edna that he was cognizant of her refusal to make his acquaintance at the opera. During the early part of dinner he divided his gay words between his hostess and a pretty Miss Morton, who was evidently laying siege to his heart and carefully flattering his vanity. But whenever Edna, his vis-à-vis, looked toward him, she invariably found his fine brown eyes scrutinizing her face. Mr. Manning, who sat next to Edna, engaged her in an animated discussion concerning the value of a small volume containing 2 essays by Buckle, which he had sent her a few days previous. Something which she said to the editor with reference to Buckle's extravagant estimate of Mill brought a smile to the Englishman's lip, and bowing slightly, he said, "Pardon me, Miss Earle, if I interrupt you a moment to express my surprise at hearing Mill denounced by an American. His books on representative government and liberty are so essentially democratic that I expected only gratitude and eulogy from his readers on this side of the Atlantic." Despite her efforts to control it, embarrassment unstrung her nerves and threw a quiver into her voice as she answered, "I do not presume, sir, to denounce a man whom Buckle ranks above all other living writers and statesmen, but in anticipating the inevitable result of the adoption of some of Mill's proposed social reforms, I could not avoid recalling that wise dictum of Frederick the Great concerning philosophers, a saying which Buckle quotes so triumphantly against Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, even Bacon, Newton, and a long list of names illustrious in the annals of English literature. Frederick declared, if I wanted to ruin one of my
provinces I would make over its government to the philosopher. With due deference to Buckle's superior learning and astuteness, I confess my study of Mill's philosophy assures me that, if society should be turned over to the government of his theory of liberty and suffrage, it would go to ruin more rapidly than Frederick's province. Under his teachings, the women of England might soon marshal their Amazonian legions, and storm not only Parnassus, but the ballot box, the bench, and the forum. That this should occur in a country where a woman nominally rules, and certainly reigns, is not so surprising, but I dread the contagion of such an example upon America. His influence is powerful from the fact that he never takes up his pen without using it to break some social shackles, and its strokes are tremendous as those of the hammer of Thor. But surely, Miss Earle, you Americans cannot, with either good taste, grace, or consistency, upbraid England on the score of women's rights movements. At least, sir, our statesmen are not yet attacked by this most loathsome of political leprosies. Only a few crazy fanatics have fallen victims to it, and if lunatic asylums were not frequently cheated of their dues, these would not be left at large, but shut up together in high-walled enclosures, where, like Sidney Smith's gramnivorous metaphysicians, or Romura's spiders, they could only injure one another and destroy their own webs. America has no Bentham, Bailey, Hare, or Mill to lend countenance or strength to the ridiculous clamour raised by a few unamiable and wretched wives, and as many embittered, disappointed old maids of New England. The noble apology which Edmund Burke once offered for his countrymen always recurs to my mind when I hear these women's conventions alluded to, because half a dozen grasshoppers under a fern make the field ring with their importunate chink, while thousands of great cattle repose beneath the shade of the British oak, chew the cud, and are silent. Pray do not imagine that those who make the noise are the only inhabitants of the field, that of course there are many in number, or that after all they are other than the little shrivel, meagre, hopping, though loud and troublesome insects of the hour. I think, sir, that the noble and true women of this continent earnestly believe that the day which invests them with the elective franchise would be the blackest in the annals of humanity, would ring the death knell of modern civilization, of national prosperity, social morality, and domestic happiness, and would consign the race to a night of degradation and horror infinitely more appalling than a return to primeval barbarism. Even my brief sojourn in America has taught me the demoralizing tendency of the doctrine of equality of races and of sexes, and you must admit, Miss Earle, that your countrywomen are growing dangerously learned, answered Sir Roger, smiling. I'm afraid, sir, that it is rather the quality than the quantity of their learning that makes them troublesome. One of your own noble seers has most gracefully declared, a woman may always help her husband, or race, by what she knows, however little, by what she half knows, or misknows, she will only tease him. Sir Roger bowed, and Mr. Manning said, very true, good and beautiful as a mere theory in sociology, but in an age when those hideous hermaphrodites, yclept strong-minded women, are becoming so alarmingly numerous, our eyes are rarely gladdened by a conjunction of highly cultivated intellects, notable loving hearts, tender womanly sensibilities. Can you shoulder the annus probandi? Sir, that rests with those who assert that learning renders women disagreeable and unfeminine. The burden of proof remains for you. Permit me to lift the weight for you, Manning, by asking Miss Earle what she thinks of the comparative merits of the Princess and of Aurora Leigh as correctives of the tendency she deprecates. Hitherto the discussion had been confined to the trio, while the conversation was general, but now silence reigned around the table, and when the Englishman's questions forced Edna to look up, she saw all eyes turned upon her, and embarrassment flushed her face, and her lashes drooped as she answered. It has often been asserted by those who claim proficiency in the analysis of character that women are the most infallible judges of womanly, and men of manly natures. But I am afraid that the poems referred to would veto this decision, while I yield to no human being in admiration of and loving gratitude to Mrs. Browning, and regard the first 8 books of Aurora Leigh as vigorous, grand, and marvellously beautiful. I cannot deny that a painful feeling of mortification seizes me when I read the 9th and concluding book, wherein Aurora, with most unwomanly vehemence, voluntarily declares and reiterates her love for Romney. Tennyson's Princess seems to me more feminine and refined and lovely than Aurora, and it is because I love and revere Mrs. Browning, and consider her not only the pride of her own sex, but an ornament to the world, that I find it difficult to forgive the unwomanly inconsistency into which she betrays her heroine. Allow me to say that in my humble opinion nothing in the whole range of literature so fully portrays a perfect woman as that noble sketch by Wordsworth and the inimitable description in Rogers's human life. The first is, I presume, familiar to all of us, but the last, I confess, escapes my memory. Will you be good enough to repeat it? Said the editor, knitting his brows slightly. Excuse me, sir, it is too long to be quoted here, and it seems that I have already monopolized the conversation much longer than I expected or desired. Moreover, to quote Rogers to an Englishman would be equivalent to carrying coal to Newcastle or peddling owls in Athens. Sir Roger smiled as he said, Indeed, Miss Earle, while you spoke I was earnestly ransacking my memory for the passage to which you allude, but I am ashamed to say it is as fruitless an effort as calling spirits from the vasty deep. Pray be so kind as to repeat it for me. At that instant little Hattie crept softly to the back of Edna's chair and whispered, Bro Felix says, won't you please come back soon and finish that story where you left off reading last night? Very glad to possess so good an excuse, the governess rose at once, but Mrs. Andrews said, Wait, Miss Earle. What do you want, Hattie? Bro Felix wants Miss Earle, and sent me to beg her to come. Go back and tell him he is in a hopeless minority, and that in this country the majority rule. There are 15 here who want to talk to Miss Earle, and he can't have her in the schoolroom just now, said Grey Chiltern, slyly pelting his niece with almonds. But Felix is really sick today, and if Mrs. Andrews will excuse me, I prefer to go. She looked imploringly at the lady of the house, who said nothing, and Sir Roger beckoned Hattie to him and exclaimed, Pray may I inquire, Mrs. Andrews, why your children do not make their appearance? I am sure you need not fear a repetition of the sarcastic rebuke of that wit who, when dining at a house where children were noisy and unruly, lifted his glass, bowed to the troublesome little ones, and drank to the memory of King Herod. I am very certain the murder of the innocents would never be recalled here, unless, forgive me, Miss Earle, but from the sparkle in your eyes, I believe you anticipate me. You really know what I am about to say? I think, sir, I can guess. Let me see whether you are a clairvoyant. On one occasion, when a sign for a children's school was needed, and the lady teacher applied to Lamb to suggest a design, he meekly advised that of the murder of the innocents. Thank you, sir. However, I am not surprised that you entertain such flattering opinions of a profession which in England boasts Squeers as its national type and representative. The young man laughed good-humouredly, and answered, For the honour of my worthy pedagogical countrymen, permit me to assure you that the aforesaid Squeers is simply one of Dickens's inimitable caricatures. Nevertheless, I have somewhere seen the statement that when Nicholas Nickleby first made its appearance, only 6 irate schoolmasters went immediately to London to thrash the author, each believing that he recognized his own features in the amiable portrait of Squeers. She bowed and turned from the table, but Mrs. Andrews exclaimed, Before you go, repeat that passage from Rogers, then we will excuse you. With one hand clasping Hattie's and the other resting on the back of her chair, Edna fixed her eyes on Mrs. Andrews's face and gave the quotation. His house she enters, there to be a light shining within when all without is night, a guardian angel o'er his life presiding, doubling his pleasures and his cares dividing, winning him back when mingling in the throng from a vain world we love, alas, too long, to fireside happiness and hours of ease, blessed with that charm, the certainty to please. How oft her eyes read his, her gentle mind to all his wishes, all his thoughts inclined. Still subject, ever on the watch to borrow mirth of his mirth, and sorrow of his sorrow. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 27. Flowery as Sicilian meads was the parsonage garden on that quiet afternoon late in May, when Mr. Hammond closed the honeysuckle-crowned gate, crossed the street, and walked slowly into the churchyard, down the sacred streets of the silent city of the dead, and entered the enclosure where slept his white-robed household band. The air was thick with perfume, as if some strong, daring south wind had blown wide the mystic doors of Ashtart's huge laboratory, and overturned the myriad alembics, and deluged the world with her fragrant and subtle distillations.
Honey-burdened bees hummed their hymns to labor as they swung to and fro, and numbers of Psyche's symbols, golden butterflies, floated dreamily in and around and over the tombs, now and then poising on velvet wings as if waiting, listening for the clarion voice of Gabriel to rouse and reanimate the slumbering bodies beneath the gleaming slabs. Canary-colored orioles flitted in and out of the trailing willows. A redbird perched on the brow of a sculptured angel guarding a child's grave, and poured his sad, sweet, monotonous notes on the spicy air. 2 purple pigeons with rainbow necklaces cooed and fluttered up and down from the church belfry, and close under the projecting roof of the granite vault a pair of meek brown wrens were building their nest and twittering softly one to another. The pastor cut down the rank grass and fringy ferns, the flaunting weeds and coreopsis that threatened to choke his more delicate flowers, and stooping, tied up the crimson pinks, and wound the tendrils of the blue-veined clematis around its slender trellis, and straightened the white petunias and the orange-tinted crocus, which the last heavy shower had beaten to the ground. The small grey vault was overrun with ivy, whose dark polished leaves threatened to encroach on a plain slab of pure marble that stood very near it, and as the minister pruned away the wreaths, his eyes rested on the black letters in the centre of the slab, Murray Hammond, aged 21. Elsewhere the sunshine streamed warm and bright over the graves, but here the rays were intercepted by the church, and its cool shadow rested over vault and slab and flowers. The old man was weary from stooping so long, and now he took off his hat and passed his hand over his forehead and sighed as he leaned against the door of the vault, where fine, fairy-fingered mosses were weaving their green arabesque immortelles. In a mournfully measured yet tranquil tone he said aloud, "Ah! Truly, throughout all the years of my life, I have never heard the promise of perfect love without seeing aloft amongst the stars fingers as of a man's hand writing the sacred legend, ashes to ashes, dust to dust." Age was bending his body toward the earth, with which it was soon to mingle. The ripe and perfect wheat nodded lower and lower, day by day, as the angel of the sickle delayed, but his noble face wore that blessed and marvellous calm, that unearthly peace which generally comes some hours after death, when all traces of temporal passions and woes are lost in eternity's repose. A low wailing symphony throbbed through the church where the organist was practising, and then out of the windows and far away on the evening air rolled the solemn waves of that matchlessly mournful requiem which, under prophetic shadows, Mozart began on earth and finished perhaps in heaven on one of those golden harps whose apocalyptic ringing smote St. John's eager ears among the lonely rocks of Aegean-girdled Patmos. The sun had paused as if to listen on the wooded crest of a distant hill, but as the requiem ended and the organ sobbed itself to rest, he gathered up his burning rays and disappeared, and the spotted butterflies, like winged tulips, flitted silently away, and the evening breeze bowed the large yellow primroses and fluttered the phlox. The red nasturtiums that climbed up at the foot of the slabs shuddered and shook their blood-coloured banners over the polished marble. A holy hush fell upon all things save a towering poplar that leaned against the church and rustled its leaves ceaselessly, and shivered and turned white, as tradition avers it has done since that day when Christ staggered along the Via Dolorosa, bearing his cross carved out of poplar wood. Leaning with his hands folded on the handle of the weeding hoe, his grey beard sweeping over his bosom, his bare silvered head bowed, and his mild, peaceful blue eyes resting on his son's tomb, Mr. Hammond stood listening to the music, and when the strains ceased, his thoughts travelled onward and upward till they crossed the sea of crystal before the throne, and in imagination he heard the song of the 24 elders. From this brief reverie some slight sound aroused him, and lifting his eyes he saw a man, clad in white linen garments, wearing oxalis clusters in his coat, standing on the opposite side of the monumental slab. "St. Elmo, my poor suffering wanderer, oh, St. Elmo, come to me once more before I die." The old man's voice was husky, and his arms trembled as he stretched them across the grave that intervened.
Mr. Murray looked into the tender, tearful, pleading countenance, and the sorrow that seized his own, making his features writhe beggar's language. He instinctively put out his arms, then drew them back and hid his face in his hands, saying in low, broken, almost inaudible tones, "I am too unworthy. Dripping with the blood of your children, I dare not touch you." The pastor tottered around the tomb and stood at Mr. Murray's side, and the next moment the old man's arms were clasped around the tall form, and his white hair fell on his pupil's shoulder. "God be praised, after 20 years' separation, I hold you once more to the heart that even in its hours of deepest sorrow has never ceased to love you, St. Elmo." He wept aloud and strained the prodigal convulsively to his breast. After a moment Mr. Murray's lips moved, twitched, and with a groan that shook his powerful frame from head to foot, he asked, "Will you ever, ever forgive me?" "God is my witness that I freely and fully forgave you many, many years ago. The dearest hope of my lonely life has been that I might tell you so, and make you realize how ceaselessly my prayers and my love have followed you in all your dreary wanderings. Oh, I thank God that at last you have come to me, my dear, dear boy, my poor, proud prodigal." A magnificent jubilate swelled triumphantly through church and churchyard, as if the organist up in the gallery knew what was happening at Murray Hammond's grave, and when the thrilling music died away, St. Elmo broke from the encircling arms and knelt with his face shrouded in his hands and pressed against the marble that covered his victim. After a little while the pastor sat down on the edge of the slab and laid his shrunken fingers softly and caressingly upon the bowed head. "Do not dwell upon a past that is fraught only with bitterness to you, and from which you can draw no balm. Throw your painful memories behind you, and turn resolutely to a future which may be rendered noble and useful and holy. There is truth, precious truth, in George Herbert's words, for all may have, if they dare choose, a glorious life or grave. And the years to come may, by the grace of God, more than cancel those that have gone by. What have I to hope for in time of eternity? Oh, none but Almighty God can ever know the dreary blackness and wretchedness of my despairing soul, the keen sleepless pain of my remorse, my utter loathing of my accursed distorted nature. And his pitying eyes see all, and Christ stretches out his hands to lift you up to himself, and his own words of loving sympathy and pardon are spoken again to you. "Come unto me, all ye weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Throw all your galling load of memories down at the foot of the cross, and the peace that passeth all understanding shall enter your sorrowing soul and abide there for ever. St. Elmo, only prayer could have sustained and soothed me since we parted that bright summer morning 20 long, long years ago. Prayer took away the sting and sanctified my sorrows for the good of my soul, and my dear, dear boy, it will extract the poison and the bitterness from yours. That God answers prayer and comforts the afflicted among men, I am a living attestation. It is by his grace only that I am what I am, erring and unworthy, I humbly own, but patient at least and fully resigned to his will. The only remaining cause of disquiet passed away just now when I saw that you had come back to me. St. Elmo, do you ever pray for yourself? For some weeks I have been trying to pray, but my words seem a mockery. They do not rise. They fall back hissing upon my heart. I have injured and insulted you. I have cursed you and yours, have robbed you of your peace of mind, have murdered your children. Hush, hush, we will not disinter the dead. My peace of mind you have today given back to me, and the hope of your salvation is dearer to me than the remembered faces of my darlings, sleeping here beside us. Oh, St. Elmo, I have prayed for you as I never prayed even for my own Murray, and I feel that all my wrestling before the throne of God has not been in vain. Sometimes my faith grew faint, and as the years dragged on, and I saw no melting of your haughty, bitter spirit, I almost lost hope, but I did not, thank God, I did not. I held on to the precious promise and prayed more frequently, and blessed be his holy name at last, just before I go hence, the answer comes. As I see you kneeling here at my Murray's grave, I know now that your soul is snatched as a brand from the burning. Oh, bless my merciful God, that in that day when we stand for final judgment, and your precious soul is required at my son's hands, the joyful cry of the recording angel shall be, saved, saved forever and ever, through the blood of the Lamb. Overwhelmed with emotion, the pastor dropped his white head on his bosom, and once more silence fell over the darkening cemetery. One by one the birds hushed their twitter and went to rest, and only the soft cooing of the pigeons floated down now and then from the lofty belfry. On the eastern horizon a thin fleecy scarf of clouds was silvered by the rising moon. The west was a huge shrine of beryl, whereon burned ruby flakes of vapour watched by a solitary vestal star, and the sapphire arch overhead was beautiful and mellow as any that ever vaulted above the sculptured marbles of Pizan Campo Santo. Mr. Murray rose and stood with his head uncovered and his eyes fixed on the nodding nasturtiums that glowed like blood spots. Mr. Hammond, your magnanimity unmans me, and if your words be true, I feel in your presence like a leper, and should lay my lips in the dust, crying, unclean, unclean. For all that I have inflicted on you, I have neither apology nor defence to offer, and I could much better have borne curses from you than words of sympathy and affection. You amaze me, for I hate and scorn myself so thoroughly that I marvel at the interest you still indulge for me. I cannot understand how you can endure the sight of my features, the sound of my voice. Oh, if I could atone, if I could give Annie back to your arms! There is no suffering, no torture that I would not gladly embrace, no penance of body or soul from which I would shrink. My dear boy, for such you still seem to me, notwithstanding the lapse of time, let my little darling rest with her God. She went down early to her long home, and though I missed her sweet laugh and her soft tender hands about my face, and have felt a chill silence in my house, where music once was, she has been spared much suffering and many trials, and I would not recall her if I could, for after a few more days I shall gather her back to my bosom in that eternal land where the blighting dew of death never falls, where adieus and farewells are a sound unknown. Atone? Ah, St. Elmo, you can atone. Save your soul, redeem your life, and I shall die blessing your name. Look at me in my loneliness and infirmity. I am childless. You took my idols from me long, long ago. You left my heart desolate, and now I have a right to turn to you, to stretch out my feeble, empty arms and say, come, be my child, fill my son's place. Let me lean upon you in my old age, as I once fondly dreamed I should lean on my own Murray. St. Elmo, will you come? Will you give me your heart, my son, my son? He put out his trembling hands, and a yearning tenderness shone in his eyes as he raised them to the tall, stern man before him. Mr. Murray bent eagerly forward and looked wonderingly at him. Can you mean it? It appears so impossible, and I have been so long sceptical of all nobility in my race. Will you indeed shelter Murray's murderer in your generous, loving heart? I call my God to witness that it has been my dearest hope for dreary years, that I might win your heart back before I die. It is but a wreck, a hideous ruin, black with sins, but such as I am, my future, my all, I lay at your feet. If there is any efficacy in bitter repentance and remorse, if there is any mercy left in my Maker's hands, if there be saving power in human will, I will atone, I will atone. The strong man trembled like a wave-lashed reed as he sank on one knee at the minister's feet, and buried his face in his arms, and spreading his palms over the drooped head, Mr. Hammond gently and solemnly blessed him. For some time both were silent, and then Mr. Murray stretched out one arm over the slab, and said brokenly, kneeling here at Murray's tomb, a strange, incomprehensible feeling creeps into my heart. The fierce, burning hate I have borne him seems to have passed away, and something something mournfully like the old yearning toward him comes back as I look at his name. O idol of my youth, hurled down and crushed by my own savage hands, for the first time since I destroyed him, since I saw his handsome face whitening in death, I think of him kindly. For the first time since that night, I feel that I can forgive him. Murray, Murray, you wronged me. You wrecked me, but oh, I could give you back the life I took in my madness. How joyfully would I forgive you all my injuries. His blood dyes my hands, my heart, my soul. The blood of Jesus will wash out those stains. The law was fully satisfied when he hung on Calvary. There ample atonement was made for just such sins as yours, and you have only to claim and plead his sufferings to secure your salvation. St. Elmo, bury your past here in Murray's grave, and give all your thoughts to the future. Half of your life has ebbed out, and yet your life work remains undone, untouched. You have no time to spend in looking over your unimproved years. Bury my past? Impossible, even for 1 hour. I tell you I am chained to it, as the Aloides were chained to the pillars of Tartarus, and the croaking fiend that will not let me sleep in memory of sins that avenge your wrongs, old man, that goad me sometimes to the very verge of suicide. Do you know? How could you possibly know? Shall I tell you that only one thought has often stood between me and self-destruction? It was not the fear of death. No, no, no. It was not even the dread of facing an outraged God. But it was the horrible fear of meeting Murray. Not all eternity was wide enough to hold us both. The hate I bore him made me shrink from a deed which I felt would instantly set us face to face once more in the land of souls. Ah! A change has come over me. Now, if I could see his face, I might learn to forget that look it wore when last I gazed upon it. Time bears healing for some natures. To mine it has brought only poison. It is useless to bid me forget. Memory is earth's retribution for man's sins. I've bought at a terrible price my conviction of the melancholy truth that he who touches the weapons of Nemesis effectually slaughters his own peace of mind, and challenges her maledictions from which there is no escape. In my insanity, I said, vengeance is mine, I will repay. And in the hour when I daringly grasped the prerogative of God, his curse smote me. Mr. Hammond, friend of my happy youth, guide of my innocent boyhood, if you could know all the depths of my abasement, you would pity me indeed. My miserable heart is like the crater of some extinct volcano. The flames of sin have burned out and left it rugged, rent, blackened, and I do not think that... St. Elmo, do not upbraid yourself so bitterly. Sir, your words are kind and noble and full of Christian charity. They are well meant, and I thank you, but they cannot comfort me. My desolation, my utter wretchedness isolate me from the sympathy of my race, whom I have despised and trampled so relentlessly. Yesterday I read a passage which depicts so accurately my dreary isolation that I have been unable to expel it. I find it creeping even now to my lips. O misery and mourning! I have felt, yes, I have felt like some deserted world that God hath done with, and had cast aside, to rock and stagger through the gulfs of space, he never looking on it any more. Unfilled, no use, no pleasure, not desired, nor lighted on by angels in their flight from heaven to happier planets, and the race that once hath dwelt on it withdrawn or dead. Could such a world have hoped that some blessed day God would remember her and fashion her anew? Yes, my dear St. Elmo, so surely as God reigns above us, he will refashion it, and make the light of his pardoning love and the refreshing dew of his grace fall upon it, and the waste places shall bloom as Sharon, and the purpling vineyards Shame and Gedi, and the lilies of peace shall lift up their stately heads, and the voice of the turtle shall be heard in the land. Have faith, grapple yourself by prayer to the feet of God, and he will gird and lift up and guide you. Mr. Murray shook his head mournfully, and the moonlight shining on his face showed it colourless, haggard, hopeless. The pastor rose, put on his hat, and took St. Elmo's arm. Come home with me. This spot is fraught with painful associations that open afresh all your wounds. They walked on together until they reached the parsonage gate, and as the minister raised the latch, his companion gently disengaged the arm clasped to the old man's side. Not tonight. After a few days I will try to come. St. Elmo, tomorrow is Sunday, and he paused and did not speak the request that looked out from his eyes. It cost Mr. Murray a severe struggle, and he did not answer immediately. When he spoke, his voice was unsteady. Yes, I know what you wish. Once I swore I would tear the church down, scatter its dust to the winds, leave not a stone to mark the site. But I will come and hear you preach for the first time since that sunny Sabbath 20 years dead, when your text was, cast thy bread upon the waters, for thou shalt find it after many days. Sodden and bitter and worthless from the long tossing in the great deep of sin, it drifts back at last to your feet, and instead of stooping tenderly to gather up the useless fragments, I wonder that you do not spurn the stranded ruin from you. Yes, I will come. Thank God. Oh, what a weight you have lifted from my heart, St. Elmo, my son. There was a long lingering clasp of hands, and the pastor went into his home with tears of joy on his furrowed face, while his smiling lips whispered to his grateful soul, in the morning sow thy seed, and in the evening withhold not thy hand, for thou knowest not whether shall prosper either this or that, or whether they both shall be alike good. Mr. Murray watched the stooping form until it disappeared, and then went slowly back to the silent burying ground, and sat down on the steps of the church. Hour after hour passed, and still he sat there, almost as motionless as one of the monuments, while his eyes dwelt as if spellbound on the dark, dull stain where Annie Hammond had rested in days long, long past, and remorse, more powerful than Erictho, evoked from the charnel house the sweet girlish features and fairy figure of the early dead. His pale face was propped on his hand, and there, in the silent watches of the moonlighted midnight, he held communion with God and his own darkened spirit. What hast thou wrought for right and truth, for God and man, from the golden hours of bright-eyed youth to life's midspan? His almost satanic pride was laid low as the dead in their mouldering shrouds, and all the giant strength of his perverted nature was gathered up and hurled in a new direction. The Dead Sea passed, moaned and swelled, and bitter waves surged and broke over his heart, but he silently buffeted them, and the moon rode in mid-heaven when he rose and went around the church, and knelt and prayed with his forehead pressed to the marble that covered Murray Hammond's last resting place. Oh, that the mist which veileth my to come would so dissolve and yield unto mine eyes a worthy path. I'd count not wearisome, long toil, nor enterprise, but strain to reach it, I with wrestlings stout. Is there such a path already made to fit the measure of my foot? It shall atone for much, if I at length may light on it, and know it for mine own. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 28. On! How grand and beautiful it is! Whenever I look at it, I feel exactly as I did on Easter Sunday, when I went to the cathedral to hear the music. It is a solemn feeling, as if I were in a holy place. Miss Earle, what makes me feel so? Felix stood in an art gallery, and leaning on his crutches, looked up at Church's Heart of the Andes. You are impressed by the solemnity and the holy repose of nature, for here you look upon a pictured cathedral, built not by mortal hands, but by the architect of the universe. Felix, does it not recall to your mind something of which we often speak? The boy was silent for a few seconds, and then his thin, sallow face brightened. Yes, indeed, you mean that splendid description which you read to me from modern painters. How fond you are of that passage, and how very often you think of it. Let me see whether I can remember it. Slowly but accurately he repeated the eloquent tribute to mountain glory from the 4th volume of Modern Painters. Felix, you know that a celebrated English poet, Keats, has said, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever." And as I can never hope to express my ideas in half such beautiful language as Mr. Ruskin uses, it is an economy of trouble to quote his words. Some of his expressions are like certain songs, which, the more frequently we sing them, the more valuable and eloquent they become. And as we rarely learn a fine piece of music to be played once or twice and then thrown aside, why should we not be allowed the same privilege with verbal melodies? Last week you asked me to explain to you what is meant by aerial perspective, and if you will study the atmosphere in this great picture, Mr. Church will explain it much more clearly to you than I was able to do. Yes, Miss Earle, I see it now. The eye could travel up, and on, and never get out of the sky, and it seems to me those birds yonder would fly entirely away, out of sight, through that air in the picture. But, Miss Earle, do you really believe that the Chimborazo in South America is as grand as Mr. Church's? I do not, because I have noticed that pictures are much handsomer than the real things they stand for. Mamma carried me last spring to see some paintings of scenes on the Hudson River, and when we went traveling in the summer, I saw the very spot where the artist stood when he sketched the hills and the bend of the river, and it was not half so pretty as the picture. And yet I know God is the greatest painter. Is it the far-off look that everything wears when painted? Yes, the far-off look, as you call it, is one cause of the effect you wish to understand, and it has been rather more elegantly expressed by Campbell in the line, "'Tis distance lends enchantment to the view." I have seen this fact exemplified in a very singular manner at a house in Georgia where I was once visiting. From the front door I had a very fine prospect or view of lofty hills and a dense forest, and a pretty little town where the steeples of the churches glittered in the sunshine, and I stood for some time admiring the landscape. But presently, when I turned to speak to the lady of the house, I saw, in the glass sidelights of the door, a miniature reflection of the very same scene that was much more beautiful. I was puzzled, and could not comprehend how the mere fact of diminishing the size of the various objects by increasing the distance could enhance their loveliness, and I asked myself whether
All far-off things were handsomer than those close at hand. In my perplexity, I went as usual to Mr. Ruskin, wondering whether he had ever noticed the same thing, and of course he had. And as a noble passage about it in one of his books on architecture, I will see if my memory appreciates it as it deserves. Are not all natural things, it may be asked, as lovely near as far away? Nay, not so. Look at the clouds, and watch the delicate sculpture of their alabaster sides, and the rounded lustre of their magnificent rolling. They are meant to be beheld far away. They were shaped for this place, high above your head. Approach them, and they fuse into vague mists, or whirl away in fierce fragments of thunderous vapors. And here, Felix, your question about Chimborazo is answered. Look at the crest of the Alps from the far-away plains over which its light is cast, whence human souls have communion with it by their myriads. The child looks up to it in the dawn, and the husbandman in the burden and heat of the day, and the old man in the going down of the sun, and it is to them all as the celestial city on the world's horizon. Dyed with the depths of heaven and clothed with the calm of eternity, there was it set for holy dominion by him who marked for the sun his journey, and bade the moon know her going down. It was built for its place in the far-off sky. Approach it, and the glory of its aspect fades into blanched fearfulness. Its purple walls are rent into grisly rocks, its silver fretwork saddened into wasting snow. The storm brands of ages are on its breast. The ashes of its own ruin lie solemnly on its white raiment. Felix, in rambling about the fields, you will frequently be reminded of this. I have noticed that the meadow in the distance is always greener and more velvety, and seems more thickly studded with flowers than the one I am crossing, or the hillside far away has a golden gleam on its rocky slopes, and the shadow spots are softer and cooler and more purple than those I am climbing and panting over. And I have hurried on, and after a little turning to look back, lo, all the glory I saw beckoning me on has flown and settled over the meadow and the hillside that I have passed, and the halo is behind. Perfect beauty in scenery is like the mirage that you read about yesterday. It fades and flits out of your grasp as you travel toward it. When we go home, I will read you something which Emerson has said concerning this same lovely ignis fatuus. For I can remember only a few words. What splendid distance, what recesses of ineffable pomp and loveliness in the sunset! But who can go where they are, or lay his hand, or plant his foot thereon? Off they fall from the round world forever. Felix, I suppose it is because we see all the imperfections and inequalities of objects close at hand, but the fairy film of air, like a silvery mist, hides these when it is a distance, and we are charmed with the heightened beauties which alone are visible. Edna's eyes went back to the painting and rested there, and little Hattie, who had been gazing up at her governess in curious perplexity, pulled her brother's sleeve and said, "Bro, Felix, do you understand all that? I guess I don't, for I know when I am hungry, and seems to me I always am. Why, when I am hungry, the closer I get to my dinner, the nicer it looks. And then there was that hateful, spiteful old Miss Abby Tompkins that mamma would have to teach you. Ugh, I have watched her many a time coming up the street. You know she never would ride in stages for fear of pickpockets, and she always looked just as ugly as far off as I could see her as when she came close to me." A hearty laugh cut short Hattie's observation, and coming forward, Sir Roger Percival put his hand on her head, saying how often children tumble down the step from the sublime to the ridiculous, and drag staid, dignified folks after them. Miss Earle, I have been watching your little party for some time, listening to your incipient art lecture. You Americans are queer people, and when I go home I shall tell Mr. Ruskin that I heard a little boy criticizing the heart of the Andes and quoting from modern painters. Felix, as I wish to be accurate, will you tell me your age?" The poor sensitive cripple imagined that he was being ridiculed, and he only reddened and frowned and bit his thin lips. Edna laid her hand on his shoulder and answered for him. "Just 13 years old, and though Mr. Ruskin is a distinguished exception to the rule that prophets are not without honour, save in their own country, I think he is no reader who loves and admires his writing more than Felix Andrews." Here the boy raised his eyes and asked, "Why is it that prophets have no honour among their own people? Is it because they, too, have to be seen from a great distance in order to seem grand? I heard mamma say the other day that if some book written in America had only come from England, everybody would be raving about it. Some other time, Felix, we will talk of that problem. Hattie, you look sleepy." "I think it will be lunch time before we get home," replied the yawning child. Sir Roger took her by her shoulders and shook her gently, saying, Come, wake up, little sweetheart. How can you get sleepy or hungry, with all these handsome pictures staring at you from the walls?" The good-natured child laughed, but her brother, who had an unconquerable aversion to Sir Roger's huge whiskers, curled his lips and exclaimed scornfully, "Hattie, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Hungry indeed! You are almost as bad as that English lady, who, when her husband was admiring some beautiful lambs, and called her attention to them, answered, 'Yes, lambs are beautiful, boiled.'" Desirous of conciliating him, Sir Roger replied, "When you and Hattie come to see me in England, I will show you the most beautiful lambs in the United Kingdom, and your sister shall have boiled lamb 3 times a day if she wishes it. Miss Earle, you are so fond of paintings that you would enjoy a European tour more than any lady whom I have met in this country. I have seen miles of canvas in Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, but very few good pictures. And yet, sir, when on exhibition in Europe, this great work here before us received most extravagant praise from transatlantic critics, who are very loath to accord merit to American artists. If I am ever so fortunate as to be able to visit Europe and cultivate and improve my taste, I think I shall still be very proud of the names of Alston, West, Church, Bierstadt, Kensett, and Gifford." She turned to quit the gallery, and Sir Roger said, "I leave tomorrow for Canada, and may possibly sail for England without returning to New York. Will you allow me the pleasure of driving you to the park this afternoon? 2 months ago you refused a similar request, but since then I flatter myself we have become better friends." "Thank you, Sir Roger. I presume the children can spare me, and I will go with pleasure." "I will call at 5 o'clock." He handed her and Hattie into the coupe, tenderly assisted Felix, and saw them driven away. Presently Felix laughed and exclaimed, "Oh, I hope Miss Morton will be in the park this evening. It would be glorious fun to see her meet you and Sir Roger." "Why, Felix?" "Oh, because she meddles. I heard Uncle Gray tell mamma that she was making desperate efforts to catch the Englishman, and that she turned up her nose tremendously at the idea of his visiting you. When Uncle Gray told her how often he came to our house, she bit her lips almost till the blood spouted. Sir Roger drives very fine horses, uncle says, and Miss Morton hints outrageously for him to ask her to ride, but she can't manage to get the invitation. So she will be furious when she sees you this afternoon. Yonder is Goupil's. Let us stop and have a look at those new engravings mamma told us about yesterday. Hattie, you can curl up in your corner and go to sleep and dream of boiled lamb till we come back." Later in the day Mrs. Andrews went up to Edna's room and found her correcting an exercise. "At work, as usual. You are incorrigible. Any other woman would be so charmed with her conquest that her head would be quite turned by a certain pair of brown eyes that are considered irresistible. Come, get ready for your drive. It is almost 5 o'clock, and you know foreigners are too polite, too thoroughly well bred, not to be punctual. No, no, Miss Earle, not that hat, on the peril of your life. Where is that new one that I ordered, sent up to you 2 days ago? It will match this delicate white shawl of mine, which I brought up for you to wear. And come, no scruples, if you please. Stand up and let me see whether its folds hang properly. You should have heard Madame de G. when she put it around my shoulders for the first time. Juste ciel. Madame Andres, you are a Greek statue. Miss Earle, put your hair back a little from the temple. There, now the veins show. Where are your gloves? You look charmingly, my dear. Only too pale, too pale. If you don't contrive to get up some colour, people will swear that Sir Roger was airing the ghost of a pretty girl. There is the bell, just as I told you. He is punctual, 5 o'clock to a minute." She stepped to the window and looked down at the equipage before the door. What superb horses! You will be the envy of the city. There was something in the appearance and manner of Sir Roger which often reminded Edna of Gordon Lee, and during the spring he visited her so constantly, sent her so frequently baskets of elegant flowers, that he succeeded in overcoming her reticence, and established himself on an exceedingly friendly footing in Mrs. Andrews's house. Now, as they drove along the avenue and entered the park, their spirits rose, and Sir Roger turned very often to look at the fair face of his companion, which he found more and more attractive each day. He saw, too, that under his earnest gaze the faint colour deepened, until her cheeks glowed like sea-shells, and when he spoke he bent his face much nearer to hers than was necessary to make her hear his words. They talked of books, flowers, music, mountain scenery, and the green lanes of merry England. Edna was perfectly at ease, and in a mood to enjoy everything. They dashed on, and the sunlight disappeared, and the gas glittered all over the city before Sir Roger turned his horses' heads homeward. When they reached Mrs. Andrews's door, he dismissed his carriage and spent the evening. At 11 o'clock he rose to say good-bye. "Miss Earle, I hope I shall have the pleasure of renewing our acquaintance at an early day. If not in America, in Europe. The brightest reminiscences I shall carry across the ocean are those that cluster about the hours I have spent with you. If I should not return to New York, will you allow me the privilege of hearing from you occasionally?" His clasp of the girl's hand was close, but she withdrew it, and her face flushed painfully as she answered, "Will you excuse me, Sir Roger, when I tell you that I am so constantly occupied I have not time to write, even to my old and dearest friends." Passing the door of Felix's room, on her way to her own apartment, the boy called to her, "Miss Earle, are you very tired?" "Oh, no. Do you want anything?" "My head aches, and I can't go to sleep. Please read to me a little while." He raised himself on his elbow and looked up fondly at her. "Ah, how very pretty you are to-night. Kiss me, won't you?" She stooped and kissed the poor parched lips, and as she opened a volume of the Waverley novels, he said, "Did you see Miss Morton?" "Yes, she was on horseback, and we passed her twice." "Glad of it. She does not like you. I guess she finds it as hard to get to sleep to-night as I do." Edna commenced reading, and it was nearly an hour before Felix's eyes closed, and his fingers relaxed their grasp on hers. Softly she put the book back on the shelf, extinguished the light, and stole upstairs to her desk. That night, as Sir Roger tossed restlessly on his pillow, thinking of her, recalling all that she had said during the drive, he would not have been either comforted or flattered by a knowledge of the fact that she was so entirely engrossed by her manuscript that she had no thought of him or his impending departure. When the clock struck 3, she laid down her pen, and the mournful expression that crept into her eyes told that memory was busy with the past years. When she fell asleep, she dreamed not of Sir Roger, but of Le Bocage and its master, of whom she would not permit herself to think in her waking hours. The influence which Mr. Manning exerted over Edna increased as their acquaintance ripened, and the admiring reverence with which she regarded the editor was exceedingly flattering to him. With curious interest he watched the expansion of her mind, and now and then warned her of some error into which she seemed inclined to plunge, or wisely advised some new branch of research. So firm was her confidence in his nature and dispassionate judgment, that she yielded to his opinions a deferential homage such as she had scarcely paid even to Mr. Hammond. Gradually and unconsciously she learned to lean upon his strong, clear mind, and to find in his society a quiet but very precious happiness. The antagonism of their characters was doubtless one cause of the attraction which each found in the other, and furnished the balance wheel which both required. Edna's intense and dreamy idealism demanded a check, which the positivism of the editor supplied, and his extensive and rigidly accurate information on almost all scientific topics constituted a valuable treasury of knowledge to which he never denied her access. His faith in Christianity was like his conviction of the truth of mathematics, more an intellectual process and the careful deduction of logic than the result of some emotional impulse. His religion, like his dialectics, was cold, consistent, irreproachable, unanswerable. Never seeking a controversy on any subject, he never shunned one, and during its continuance his demeanour was invariably courteous but unyielding, and even when severe he was rarely bitter. Very early in life his intellectual seemed to have swallowed up his emotional nature, as Aaron's rod did those of the magicians of Pharaoh, and only the absence of dogmatism and the habitual suavity of his manner atoned for his unbending obstinacy on all points. Edna's fervid and beautiful enthusiasm surged and chafed and broke over this man's stern, flinty realism, like the warm blue waters of the Gulf Stream that throw their silvery spray and foam against the glittering walls of sapphire icebergs sailing slowly southward. Her glowing imagery fell upon the bristling points of his close phalanx of arguments, as gorgeous tropical garlands caught and impaled by bayonets until they faded. Merciless as an anatomical lecturer, he would smilingly take up one of her metaphors and dissect it, and over the pages of her manuscripts for Maga his gravely spoken criticisms fell withering as hoarfrost. They differed in all respects, yet daily they felt the need of each other's society. The frozen man of 40 sunned himself in the genial presence of the lovely girl of 19, and in the dawn of her literary career she felt a sense of security from his proffered guidance, even as a wayward and ambitious child, just learning to walk, totters along with less apprehension when the strong, steady hand it refuses to hold is yet near enough to catch and save from a serious fall. While fearlessly attacking all heresy, whether political, scientific, or ethical, all latitudinarianism in manners and schelism in letters, he commanded the confidence and esteem of all, and became in great degree the centre around which the savants and literati of the city revolved. Through his influence, Edna made the acquaintance of some of the most eminent scholars and artists who formed this clique, and she found that his friendship and recommendation was an open sesame to the charmed circle. One Saturday she sat with her bonnet on, waiting for Mr. Manning, who had promised to accompany her on her first visit to Greenwood, and as she put on her gloves, Felix handed her a letter which his father had just brought up. Recognizing Mrs. Murray's writing, the governess read it immediately, and while her eyes ran over the sheet, an expression first of painful, then of joyful surprise came into her countenance. "My dear child, doubtless you will be amazed to hear that your quondam lover has utterly driven your image from his fickle heart, and that he ignores your existence as completely as if you were buried 20 feet in the ruins of Herculaneum. Last night Gordon Lee was married to Gertrude Powell, and the happy pair, attended by that despicable mother, Agnes Powell, will set out for Europe early next week. My dear, it is growing fashionable to marry for spite. I've seen 2 instances recently, and know of a third which will take place ere long. Poor Gordon will rue his rashness, and before the year expires he will arrive at the conclusion that he is an unmitigated fool, and has simply performed with great success an operation familiarly known as cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. Your rejection of his renewed offer piqued him beyond expression, and when he returned from New York he was in exactly the most accommodating frame of mind which Mrs. Powell could desire. She immediately laid siege to him. Gertrude's undisguised preference for his society was extremely soothing to his vanity, which you had so severely wounded, and in fine the indefatigable manoeuvres of the wily mamma, and the continual flattery of the girl, who is really very pretty, accomplished the result. I once credited Gordon with more sense than he has manifested, but each year convinces me more firmly of the truth of my belief that no man is proof against the subtle and persistent flattery of a beautiful woman. When he announced his engagement to me, we were sitting in the library, and I looked him full in the face and answered, "Indeed, engaged to Miss Powell. I thought you swore that so long as Edna Earle remained unmarried you would never relinquish your suit." He pointed to that lovely statuette of Pallas that stands on the mantelpiece, and said bitterly, "Edna Earle has no more heart than that marble Athena." Whereupon I replied, "Take care, Gordon. I notice that of late you seem inclined to deal rather too freely in hyperbole. Edna's heart may resemble the rich veins of gold which in some mines run, not near the surface, but deep in the masses of quartz. Because you cannot obtain it, you have no right to declare that it does not exist. You will probably live to hear some more fortunate suitor shout Eureka over the treasure." He turned pale as the Pallas and put his hand over his face. Then I said, "Gordon, my young friend, I've always been deeply interested in your happiness. Tell me frankly, do you love this girl, Gertrude?" He seemed much embarrassed, but finally made his confession. "Mrs. Murray, I believe I shall be fond of her after a while. She is very lovely, and deeply, deeply attached to me. Vanity, you see, Edna, and I am grateful for her affection. She will brighten my lonely home, and at least I can be proud of her rare beauty. But I never expect to love any woman as I loved Edna Earle. I can pet Gertrude. I should have worshipped my first love, my proud, gifted, peerless Edna. Oh, she will never realize all she threw away when she coldly dismissed me. Poor Gordon, well, he is married, but his bride might have found cause of disquiet in his restless, abstracted manner on the evening of his wedding. What do you suppose was St. Elmo's criticism on this matrimonial mismatch? Poor devil, before a year rolls over his head he will feel like plunging into the Atlantic, with Plymouth Rock for a necklace. Lee deserves a better fate, and I would rather see him tied to wild horses and dragged across the Andes. These pique marriages are terrible mistakes. So, my dear, I trust you will duly repent of your cruelty to poor Gordon." As Edna put the letter in her pocket, she wondered whether Gertrude really loved her husband, or whether chagrin at Mr. Murray's heartless desertion had not goaded the girl to accept Mr. Lee. Perhaps, after all, Mr. Murray was correct in his estimate of her character when he said that she was a mere child and was capable of no very earnest affection. I hope so. I hope so. Edna sighed as she tried to assure herself of the probability that the newly married pair would become more attached as time passed, and her thoughts returned to that paragraph in Mrs. Murray's letter which seemed intentionally mysterious. "I know of a third instance which will take place ere long." Did she allude to her son and her niece? Edna could not believe this possible, and shook her head at the suggestion, but her lips grew cold, and her fingers locked each other as in a clasp of steel. When Mr. Manning called and assisted her into the carriage, he observed an unusual preoccupancy of mind, but after a few desultory remarks she rallied, gave him her undivided attention, and seemed engrossed by his conversation. It was a fine sunny day, bright but cool, with a fresh and stiffening west wind ripping the waters of the harbour. The week had been one of unusual trial, for Felix was sick, and even more than ordinarily fretful and exacting, and weary of writing and of teaching so constantly, the governess enjoyed the brief season of emancipation. Mr. Manning's long residence in the city had familiarized him with the beauties of Greenwood and the history of many who slept dreamlessly in the costly mausoleums which they paused to examine and admire. And when at last he directed the driver to return, Edna sank back in one corner of the carriage and said, "Some morning I will come with the children and spend the entire day." She closed her eyes, and her thoughts travelled swiftly to that pure white obelisk standing in the shadow of Lookout, and melancholy memories brought a sigh to her lips and a slight cloud to the face that for 2 hours past had been singularly bright and animated. The silence had lasted some minutes when Mr. Manning, who was gazing abstractedly out of the window, turned to his companion and said, "You look pale and badly to-day." "I have not felt as strong as usual, and it is a great treat to get away from the schoolroom and out into the open air, which is bracing and delightful. I believe I have enjoyed this outing more than any I have taken since I came north, and you must allow me to tell you how earnestly I thank you for your considerate remembrance of me. Miss Earle, what I am about to say will perhaps seem premature, and will doubtless surprise you, but I beg you to believe that it is the result of mature deliberation." He paused and looked earnestly at her. "You certainly have not decided to give up the editorship of Maga, as you spoke of doing last winter. It would not survive your desertion 6 months." "My allusion was to yourself, not to the magazine, which I presume I shall edit as long as I live. Miss Earle, this state of affairs cannot continue. You have no regard for your health, which is suffering materially, and you are destroying yourself. You must let me take care of you, and save you from the ceaseless toil in which you are rapidly wearing out your life. To teach, as you do all day, and then sit up nearly all night to write, would exhaust a constitution of steel or brass. You are probably not aware of the great change which has taken place in your appearance during the last 3 months. Hitherto circumstances may have left you no alternative, but one is now offered you. My property is sufficient to render you comfortable. I have already purchased a pleasant home, to which I shall remove next week, and I want you to share it with me, to share my future, all that I have. You have known me scarcely a year, but you are not a stranger to my character or position, and I think that you repose implicit confidence in me. Notwithstanding the unfortunate disparity in our years, I believe we are becoming mutually dependent on each other, and in your society I find a charm such as no other human being possesses, though I have no right to expect that a girl of your age can derive equal pleasure from the companionship of a man old enough to be her father. I am not demonstrative, but my feelings are warm and deep, and however incredulous you may be, I assure you that you are the first, the only woman I have ever asked to be my wife. I have known many who were handsome and intellectual, whose society I have really enjoyed, but not one until I met you whom I would have married. To you alone am I willing to entrust the education of my little Lila. She was but 6 months old when we were wrecked off Barnegat, and in attempting to save his wife, my brother was lost. With the child in my arms, I clung to a spar, and finally swam ashore, and since then, regarding her as a sacred treasure, committed to my guardianship, I have faithfully endeavoured to supply her father's place. There is a singular magnetism about you, Edna Earle, which makes me wish to see your face always at my hearthstone, and for the first time in my life I want to say to the world, this woman wears my name and belongs to me for ever. You are inordinately ambitious. I can lift you to a position that will fully satisfy you, and place you above the necessity of daily labour, a position of happiness and ease, where your genius can properly develop itself. Can you consent to be Douglas Manning's wife?" There was no more tremor in his voice than in the measured beat of a bass drum, and in his granite face not a feature moved, not a muscle twitched, not a nerve quivered. So entirely unexpected was this proposal that Edna could not utter a word. The idea that he could ever wish to marry anybody seemed incredible, and that he should need her society appeared utterly absurd. For an instant she wondered if she had fallen asleep in the soft, luxurious corner of the carriage, and dreamed it all. Completely bewildered, she sat looking wonderingly at him. "Miss Earle, you do not seem to comprehend me, and yet my words are certainly very explicit. Once more I ask you, can you put your hand in mine and be my wife?" He laid one hand on hers, and with the other pushed back his glasses. Withdrawing her hands, she covered her face with them, and answered almost inaudibly, "Let me think, for you astonish me. Take a day or a week, if necessary, for consideration, and then give me your answer." Mr. Manning leaned back in the carriage, folded his hands, and looked quietly out of the window, and for a half-hour silence reigned. Brief but sharp was the struggle in Edna's heart. Probably no woman's literary vanity and ambition has ever been more fully gratified than was hers by this most unexpected offer of marriage from one whom she had been taught to regard as the noblest ornament of the profession she had selected. Thinking of the hour when she sat alone, shedding tears of mortification and bitter disappointment over his curt letter, rejecting her manuscript, she glanced at the stately form beside her, the mysteriously calm, commanding face, the large white, finely moulded hands, waiting to clasp hers for all time, and her triumph seemed complete. To rule the destiny of that strong man, whose intellect was so influential in the world of letters, was a conquest of which, until this hour, she had never dreamed, and the blacksmith's darling was, after all, a mere woman, and the honour dazzled her. To one of her peculiar temperament, wealth offered no temptation, but Douglas Manning had climbed to a grand eminence, and looking up at it, she knew that any woman might well be proud to share it. He filled her ideal. He came fully up to her lofty moral and mental standard. She knew that his superior she could never hope to meet, and her confidence in his integrity of character was boundless. She felt that his society had become necessary to her peace of mind, for only in his presence was it possible to forget her past. Either she must marry him, or live single, and work and die alone. To a girl of 19, the latter alternative seems more appalling than to a woman of 30, whose eyes have grown strong in the grey, cold, sunless light of confirmed old maidenhood, even as the vision of those who live in dim caverns requires not the lamps needed by newcomers fresh from the dazzling outer world. Edna was weary of battling with precious memories of that reckless, fascinating cynic, whom, without trusting, she had learned to love, and she thought that perhaps if she were the wife of Mr. Manning, whom, without loving, she fully trusted, it would help her to forget St. Elmo. She did not deceive herself. She knew that, despite her struggles and stern interdicts, she loved him as she could never hope to love any one else. Impatiently she said to herself, "Mr. Murray is as old as Mr. Manning, and in the estimation of the public is his inferior. Oh, why can not my weak, wayward heart follow my strong, clear-eyed judgment? I would give 10 years of my life to love Mr. Manning as I love—" She compared a swarthy, electrical face, scowling and often repulsively harsh, with one cloudless and noble, over which brooded a solemn and perpetual peace, and she almost groaned aloud in her chagrin and self-contempt as she thought, surely if ever a woman was infatuated, possessed by an evil spirit, I certainly am. In attempting to institute a parallel between the two men, one seemed serene, majestic, and pure as the vast snow dome of Orefa, glittering in the chill light of midsummer midnight suns; the other fiery, thunderous, destructive as Izalco, one moment crowned with flames and lava lashed, the next wrapped in gloom and dust and ashes. While she sat there wrestling as she had never done before, even on that day of trial in the church, memory, as if leagued with Satan, brought up the image of Mr. Murray as he stood pleading for himself, for his future. She heard once more his thrilling, passionate cry, "Oh, my darling, come to me!" And pressing her face to the lining of the carriage to stifle a groan, she seemed to feel again the close clasp of his arms, the throbbing of his heart against her cheek, the warm, tender, lingering pressure of his lips on hers. When they had crossed the ferry and were rattling over the streets of New York, Edna took her hands from her eyes, and there was a rigid paleness in her face and a mournful hollowness in her voice, as she said almost sorrowfully, "No, Mr. Manning, we do not love each other, and I can never be your wife. It is useless for me to assure you that I am flattered by your preference, that I am inexpressibly proud of the distinction you have generously offered to confer upon me. Sir, you cannot doubt that I do most fully and gratefully appreciate this honor, which I had neither the right to expect nor the presumption to dream of. My reverence and admiration are, I confess, almost boundless, but I find not one atom of love, and an examination of my feelings satisfies me that I could never yield you that homage of heart, that devoted affection which God demands that every wife should pay her husband. You have quite as little love for me. We enjoy each other's society because our pursuits are similar, our tastes congenial, our aspirations identical. In pleasant and profitable companionship we can certainly indulge as heretofore, and it would greatly pain me to be deprived of it in future. But this can be ours without the sinful mockery of a marriage. For such I hold a loveless union. I feel that I must have your esteem and your society, but your love I neither desire nor ever expect to possess, for the sentiments you cherish for me are precisely similar to those which I entertain toward you. Mr. Manning, we shall always be firm friends, but nothing more." An expression of surprise and disappointment drifted across, but did not settle on the editor's quiet countenance. Turning to her, he answered with grave gentleness, "Judge your own heart, Edna, and accept my verdict with reference to mine. Do you suppose that after living single all these years, I would ultimately marry a woman for whom I had no affection? You spoke last week of the mirror of John Galeazzo Visconti, which showed his beloved Corregia her own image, and though I am a proud and reticent man, I beg you to believe that could you look into my heart, you would find it such a mirror. Permit me to ask whether you intend to accept the love which I have reason to believe Mr. Murray has offered you." "Mr. Manning, I never expect to marry any one, for I know I shall never meet your superior, and yet I cannot accept your most flattering offer. You fill all my requirements of noble Christian manhood. But after today, this subject must not be alluded to. Are you not too hasty? Will you not take more time for reflection? Is your decision mature and final?" "Yes, Mr. Manning, final, unchangeable. But do not throw me from you. I am very, very lonely, and you surely will not forsake me." There were tears in her eyes as she looked up pleadingly in his face, and the editor sighed and paused a moment before he replied, "Edna, if under any circumstances you feel that I can aid or advise you, I shall be exceedingly glad to render all the assistance in my power. Rest assured I shall not forsake you as long as we both shall live. Call upon me without hesitation, and I will respond as readily and promptly as to the claims of my little Lila. In my heart you are associated with her. You must not tax yourself so unremittingly, or you will soon ruin your constitution. There is a weariness in your face and a languor in your manner, mournfully prophetic of failing health. Either give up your situation as governess, or abandon your writing. I certainly recommend the former, as I cannot spare you from Maga." Here the carriage stopped at Mrs. Andrews's door, and as he handed her out, Mr. Manning said, "Edna, my friend, promise me that you will not write to-night." "Thank you, Mr. Manning, I promise." She did not go to her desk, but Felix was restless, feverish, querulous, and it was after midnight when she laid her head on her pillow. The milkmen in their noisy carts were clattering along the streets next morning before her heavy eyelids closed, and she fell into a brief, troubled slumber, over which flitted a fata morgana of dreams, where the central figure was always that tall one whom she had seen last standing at the railroad station, with the rain dripping over him. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 29. Let thy abundant blessing rest upon it, O Almighty God, else indeed my labor will be in vain. Paul planted, Apollos watered, but thou only can give the increase. It is finished. Look down in mercy, and sanctify it, and accept it. The night was almost spent when Edna laid down her pen and raised her clasped hands over the manuscript which she had just completed. For many weary months she had toiled to render it worthy of its noble theme, had spared neither time nor severe trains of thought. By day and by night she had searched and pondered. She had prayed fervently and ceaselessly, and worked arduously, unflaggingly, to accomplish this darling hope of her heart, to embody successfully this ambitious dream, and at last the book was finished. The manuscript was a mental tapestry into which she had woven exquisite shades of thought, and curious and quaint devices, and rich, glowing imagery that necked the groundwork with purple and amber and gold. But would the design be duly understood and appreciated by the great, busy, bustling world, for whose amusement and improvement she had labored so assiduously at the spinning wheels of fancy, the loom of thought? Would her fellow creatures accept it in the earnest, loving spirit in which it had been manufactured? Would they hang this Gobelin of her brain along the walls of memory, and turn to it tenderly, reading reverently its ciphers and its illuminations, or would it be rent and ridiculed and trampled under foot? This book was a shrine to which her purest thoughts, her holiest aspirations, travelled like pilgrims, offering the best of which her nature was capable. Would those for whom she had patiently chiselled and built it guard and prize and keep it, or smite and overturn and defile it? Looking down at the mass of manuscript now ready for the printer, a sad, tender, yearning expression filled the author's eyes, and her little white hands passed caressingly over its closely written pages, as a mother's soft fingers might lovingly stroke the face of a child about to be thrust out into a hurrying crowd of cold, indifferent strangers, who perhaps would rudely jeer at and browbeat her darling. For several days past Edna had worked hard to complete the book, and now at last she could fold her tired hands and rest her weary brain. But outraged nature suddenly swore vengeance, and her overworked nerves rose in fierce rebellion, refusing to be calm. She had so long anticipated this hour that its arrival was greeted by emotions beyond her control. As she contemplated the possible future of that pile of manuscript, her heart bounded madly, and then once more a fearful agony seized her, and darkness and a sense of suffocation came upon her. Rising, she strained her eyes and groped her way toward the window, but ere she reached it, fell and lost all consciousness. The sound of the fall, the crash of a china vase which her hand had swept from the table, echoed startlingly through the silent house, and aroused some of its inmates. Mrs. Andrews ran upstairs and into Felix's room, saw that he was sleeping soundly, and then she hastened up another flight of steps to the apartment occupied by the governess. The gas burned dazzlingly over the table where rested the roll of manuscript, and on the floor near the window lay Edna.
Ringing the bell furiously to summon her husband and the servants, Mrs. Andrews knelt, raised the girl's head, and rubbing her cold hands tried to rouse her. The heart beat faintly and seemed to stop now and then, and the white rigid face was as ghastly as if the dread kiss of Samuel had indeed been pressed upon her still lips. Finding all her restoratives ineffectual, Mrs. Andrews sent her husband for the family physician, and with the assistance of the servants laid the girl on her bed. When the doctor arrived and questioned her, she could furnish no clue to the cause of the attack, save by pointing to the table where pen and paper showed that the sufferer had been at work. Edna opened her eyes at last and looked around at the group of anxious faces, but in a moment the spasm of pain returned. Twice she muttered something, and putting his ear close to her mouth, the doctor heard her whispering to herself, "Never mind, it is done at last. Now I can rest." An hour elapsed before the paroxysms entirely subsided, and then, with her ivory-like hands clasped and thrown up over her head, the governess slept heavily, dreamlessly. For 2 days she remained in her own apartment, and on the morning of the third came down to the schoolroom with a slow, weary step and a bloodless face, and a feeling of helplessness. She dispatched her manuscript to the publisher to whom she had resolved to offer it, and leaning far back in her chair, took up Felix's Greek grammar. Since the days of Dionysius Thrax it had probably never appeared so tedious, so intolerably tiresome as she found it now, and she felt relieved, almost grateful, when Mrs. Andrews sent for her to come to the library, where Dr. Howell was waiting to see her. Seating himself beside her, the physician examined her countenance and pulse, and put his ear close to her heart. "Miss Earle, have you had many such attacks as the one whose effects have not yet passed away?" "This is the second time I have suffered so severely, though very frequently I find a disagreeable fluttering about my heart, which is not very painful." "What mode of treatment have you been following?" "None, sir. I have never consulted a physician." "Humph! Is it possible?" He looked at her with the keen, incisive eye of his profession, and pressed his ear once more to her heart, listening to the irregular and rapid pulsations. "Miss Earle, are you an orphan?" "Yes, sir." "Have you any living relatives?" "None that I ever heard of." "Did any of your family die suddenly?" "Yes. I've been told that my mother died while apparently as well as usual, and engaged in spinning, and my grandfather I found dead, sitting in his rocking chair, smoking his pipe." Dr. Howell cleared his throat, sighed, and was silent. He saw a strange, startled expression leap into the large, shadowy eyes, and the mouth quivered, the wan face grew whiter, and the thin fingers grasped each other, but she said nothing, and they sat looking at one another. The physician had come, like Daniel, to the banquet of life, and solved for the Belshazzar of youth the hideous riddle scrawled on the walls. "Dr. Howell, can you do nothing for me?" Her voice had sunk to a whisper, and she leaned eagerly forward to catch his answer. "Miss Earle, do you know what is meant by hypertrophy of the heart?" "Yes, yes, I know." She shivered slightly. "Whether you inherited your disease I am not prepared to say, but certainly in your case there are some grounds for the belief." Presently she said abstractedly, "But Grandpa lived to be an old man." The doctor's eyes fell upon the mosaic floor of the library, and then she knew that he could give her no hope. When at last he looked up again, he saw that she had dropped her face in her palms, and he was awed by the death-like repose of her figure, the calm fortitude she evinced. "Miss Earle, I never deceive my patients. It is useless to dose you with medicine and drug you into semi-insensibility. You must have rest and quiet, rest for mind as well as body. There must be no more teaching or writing. You are overworked, and incessant mental labor has hastened the approach of a disease which under other circumstances might have encroached very slowly and imperceptibly. If latent, which is barely possible, it has contributed to a fearfully rapid development. Refrain from study, avoid all excitement, exercise moderately but regularly in the open air, and above all things do not tax your brain. If you carefully observe these directions, you may live to be as old as your grandfather. Heart diseases baffle prophecy, and I make no predictions." He rose and took his hat from the table. "Miss Earle, I have read your writings with great pleasure, and watched your brightening career with more interest than I ever felt in any other female author, and God knows it is exceedingly painful for me to tear away the veil from your eyes. From the first time you were pointed out to me in church, I saw that in your countenance, which distressed and alarmed me, for its marble pallor whispered that your days were numbered. Frequently I have been tempted to come and expostulate with you, but I knew it would be useless. You have no reader who would more earnestly deplore the loss of your writings, but for your own sake I beg you to throw away your pen and rest." She raised her head, and a faint smile crept feebly across her face. "Rest, rest! If my time is so short, I cannot afford to rest. There is so much to do, so much that I have planned and hope to accomplish. I am only beginning to learn how to handle my tools. My life work is as yet barely begun. When my long rest overtakes me, I must not be found idly sitting with folded hands. Since I was 13 years old, I have never once rested, and now I am afraid I never shall. I would rather die working than live a drone." "But, my dear Miss Earle, those who love you have claims upon you." "I am alone in this world. I have no family to love me, and my work is to me what I suppose dear relatives must be to other women. For 6 years I have been studying to fit myself for usefulness, have lived within 4 books, and though I have a few noble and kind friends, do you suppose I ever forget that I am kinless? It is a mournful thing to know that you are utterly isolated among millions of human beings, that not a drop of your blood flows in any other veins. My God only has a claim upon me. Dr. Howell, I thank you for your candor. It is best that I should know the truth, and I am glad that, instead of treating me like a child, you have frankly told me all. More than once I have had a singular feeling, a shadowy presentiment, that I should not live to be an old woman, but I thought it the relic of childish superstition, and I did not imagine that I might be called away at any instant. I did not suspect that just as I had arranged my workshop, and sharpened all my tools, and measured off my work, that my morning sun would set suddenly in the glowing east, and the long cold night fall upon me, wherein no man can work." Her voice faltered, and the physician turned away and looked out of the window. "I'm not afraid of death, nor am I so wrapped up in the mere happiness which this world gives. No, no. But I love my work. Ah, I want to live long enough to finish something grand and noble, something that will live when the hands that fashioned it have crumbled back to dust, something that will follow me across and beyond the dark, silent valley, something that cannot be hushed and straightened and bandaged and screwed down under my coffin lid. Oh, something that will echo in eternity, that Grandpa and I can hear sounding down the ages, making music for the people when I go to my final rest. And, please God, I will. Oh, doctor, I have a feeling here which assures me that I shall be spared till I finish my darling scheme. You know Glanville said, and Poe quoted, 'Man doth not yield himself to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will.' Mine is strong, invincible. It will sustain me for a longer period than you seem to believe. The end is not yet. Doctor, do not tell people what you have told me. I do not want to be watched and pitied like a doomed victim who walks about the scaffold with a rope already around his neck. Let the secret rest between you and me." He looked wonderingly at the electric white face, and something in its chill radiance reminded him of the borealis light that waves its ghostly banners over a cold midnight sky. "God grant that I may be in error concerning your disease, and that 80 years and 10 may be allotted you to embody the airy dreams you love so well. I repeat, if you wish to prolong your days, give yourself more rest. I can do you little good, Still, if at any time you fancy that I can aid or relieve you, do not hesitate to send for me. I shall come to see you as a friend who reads and loves all that has yet fallen from your pen. God help and bless you, child." As he left the room, she locked the door and walked slowly back to the low mantelpiece. Resting her arms on the black marble, she laid her head down upon them, and ambition and death stared face to face, and held grim parley over the coveted prey. Taking the probable measure of her remaining days, Edna fearlessly fronted the future, and pondered the possibility of crowding into 2 years the work which he had designed for 20. To tell the girl to rest was a mockery. The tides of thought ebbed and flowed as ceaselessly as those of ocean, and work had become a necessity of her existence. She was far, far beyond the cool, quiet palms of rest, far out on the burning sands, and the bar Shaitan rippled and glittered and beckoned, and she panted and pressed on. One book was finished, but before she had completed it, the form and features of another struggled in her busy brain, and she longed to put them on paper. The design of the second book appeared to her partial eyes almost perfect, and the first seemed insignificant in comparison. Trains of thought that had charmed her, making her heart throb and her temples flush, and metaphors that glowed as she wrote them down, ah, how tame and trite all looked now in the brighter light of a newer revelation, the attained, the achieved, tarnished in her grasp. All behind was done, all beyond clothed with a dazzling glory that lured her on. Once the fondest hopes of her heart had been to finish the book now in the publisher's hands, but ere it could be printed, other characters, other aims, other scenes usurped her attention, if she could only live long enough to incarnate the new ideal. Moreover, she knew that memory would spring up and renew its almost intolerable torture the moment that she gave herself to aimless reveries, and she felt that her sole hope of peace of mind, her only rest, was in earnest and unceasing labor. Subtle associations, merciless as the chains of Bonnivard, bound her to a past which she was earnestly striving to forget, and she continually paced as far off as her shackles would permit, sternly refusing to sit down meekly at the foot of the stake. She worked late at night until her body was exhausted, because she dreaded to lie awake, tossing helplessly on her pillow, haunted by precious recollections of days gone by forever. Her name was known in the world of letters. Her reputation was already enviable. Extravagant expectations were entertained concerning her future, and to maintain her hold on public esteem, to climb higher, had become necessary for her happiness. Through Mr. Manning's influence and friendship she was daily making the acquaintance of leading men in literature, and their letters and conversation stimulated her to renewed exertion. Yet she had never stooped to conciliate popular prejudices, had never written a line which her conscience did not dictate and her religious convictions sanction, had bravely attacked some of the pet vices and shameless follies of society, and had never penned a page without a prayer for guidance from on high. Now in her path rose God's reaper, swinging his shining sickle, threatening to cut off and lay low her budding laurel wreath. While she stood silent and motionless in the quiet library, the woman's soul was wrestling with God for permission to toil a little while longer on earth, to do some good for her race, and to assist in saving a darkened soul almost as dear to her as her own. She never knew how long that struggle for life lasted, but when the prayer ended, and she lifted her face, the shadows and the sorrowful dread had passed away, and the old calm, the old sweet, patient smile reigned over pale, worn features. Early in July, Felix's feeble health forced his mother to abandon her projected tour to the White Mountains, and in accordance with Dr. Howell's advice, Mr. Andrews removed his family to a seaside summer place which he had owned for some years, but rarely occupied, as his wife preferred Newport, Saratoga, and Nahant. The house at the Willows was large and airy. The ceilings were high, windows wide, and a broad piazza stretching across the front was shaded by two aged and enormous willows that stood on either side of the steps and gave a name to the place. The fresh matting on the floors, the light cane sofa and chairs, the white muslin curtains, and newly painted green blinds imparted an appearance of delicious coolness and repose to the rooms, and while not one bright-hued painting was visible, the walls were hung with soft grey, misty engravings of Landseer's pictures, framed in carved ebony and rosewood and oak. The gilded splendor of the Fifth Avenue house was left behind. Here simplicity and quiet comfort held sway. Even the china wore no glitter, but was enamelled with green wreaths of vine leaves, and the vases held only plumy ferns, fresh and dewy. Low salt meadow lands extended east and west, waving fields of corn stretched northward, and the slight knoll on which the building stood sloped smoothly down to the ever-moaning, foam-fretted bosom of the blue Atlantic. To the governess and her pupils the change from New York heat and bustle to seaside rest was welcome and delightful, and during the long July days, when the strong ocean breeze tossed aside the willow boughs and swept through the rustling blinds and lifted the hair on Edna's hot temples, she felt as if she had indeed taken a new lease on life. For several weeks her book had been announced as in press, and her publishers printed most flattering circulars which heightened expectation and paved the way for its favorable reception. Save the first chapter, rejected by Mr. Manning long before, no one had seen the manuscript, and while the reading public was on the qui vive, the author was rapidly maturing the plot of a second work. Finally the book was bound. Editors' copies winged their way throughout the country. The curious eagerly supplied themselves with the latest publication, and Edna's destiny as an author hung in the balance. It was with strange emotions that she handled the copy sent to her, for it seemed indeed a part of herself. She knew that her own heart was throbbing in its pages, and wondered whether the great world pulses would beat in unison. Instead of a preface, she had quoted on the title page those pithy lines in Aurora Leigh: "My critic Belfair wants a book entirely different, which will sell and live. A striking book, yet not a startling book. The public blames originalities. You must not pump spring water unawares upon a gracious public full of nerves. Good things, not subtle. New, yet orthodox. As easy reading as the dog-eared page that's fingered by said public 50 years since first taught spelling by its grandmother, and yet a revelation in some sort. That's hard, my critic Belfair." Now, as Edna nestled her fingers among the pages of her book, a tear fell and moistened them, and the unvoiced language of her soul was, "Grandpa, do you keep close enough to me to read my book? Oh, do you like it? Are you satisfied? Are you proud of your poor little Pearl?" The days were tediously long while she waited in suspense for the result of the weighing in editors' sanctums, for the awful verdict of the critical Sanhedrim. A week dragged itself away, and the severity of the decree might have entitled it to one of those slips of blue paper upon which Frederick the Great required his courts to inscribe their sentences of death. Edna learned the full import of the words. He that writes or makes a feast more certainly invites his judges than his friends. There's not a guess but we'll find something wanting or ill-dressed. Newspapers pronounced the book a failure. Some sneered in a gentlemanly manner, employing polite phraseology. Others coarsely caricatured it. Many were insulted by its incomprehensible erudition. A few growled at its shallowness. Today there was a hint at plagiarism. Tomorrow an outright wholesale theft was asserted. Now she was a pedant, and then a sciolist. Reviews poured in upon her thick and fast. All found grievous faults, but no two reviewers settled on the same error. What one seemed disposed to consider almost laudable, the other denounced violently. One eminently shrewd lynx-eyed editor discovered that 2 of her characters were stolen from a book which Edna had never seen, and another, equally ingenious and penetrating, found her entire plot in a work of which she had never heard, while a third, shocked at her pedantry, indignantly assured her readers that they had been imposed upon, that the learning was all picked up from encyclopedias, whereat the young author could not help laughing heartily, and wondered why, if her learning had been so easily gleaned, her irate and insulted critics did not follow her example. The book was for many days snubbed, buffeted, browbeaten, and the carefully woven tapestry was torn into shreds and trampled upon, and it seemed that the patiently sculptured shrine was overturned and despised and desecrated. Edna was astonished. She knew that her work was not perfect, but she was equally sure that it was not contemptible. She was surprised rather than mortified, and was convinced from the universal howling that she had wounded more people than she dreamed were vulnerable. She felt that the impetuosity and savageness of the attacks must necessitate a recoil, and though it was difficult to be patient under such circumstances, she waited quietly, undismayed by the clamour. Meantime the book sold rapidly. The publishers could scarcely supply the demand, and at last Mr. Manning's magazine appeared, and the yelping pack of Dandy Dinmont's pets, Old Mustard and Little Mustard, Old Pepper and Little Pepper, Young Mustard and Young Pepper, stood silent and listened to the roar of the lion. The review of Edna's work was headed by that calm retort of Job to his self-complacent censors, "No doubt but ye are the people, and wisdom shall die with you," and it contained a withering rebuke to those who had so flippantly essayed to crush the young writer. Mr. Manning handled the book with the stern impartiality which gave such value to his criticisms, treating it as if it had been written by an utter stranger. He analyzed it thoroughly, and while pointing out some serious errors which had escaped all eyes but his, he bestowed upon a few passages praise which no other American writer had ever received from him, and predicted that they would live when those who attempted to ridicule them were utterly forgotten in their graves. The young author was told that she had not succeeded in her grand aim, because the subject was too vast for the limits of a novel, and her acquaintance with the mythologies of the world was not sufficiently extensive or intimate, but she was encouraged to select other themes more in accordance with the spirit of the age in which she lived, and the assurance was given to her that her writings were destined to exert a powerful influence on her race. Some faults of style were gravely reprimanded, some beauties most cordially eulogized, and held up for the admiration of the world. Edna had as little literary conceit as personal vanity. She saw and acknowledged the errors pointed out by Mr. Manning, and resolved to avoid them in future. She felt that some objections urged against her book were valid, but knew that she was honest and earnest in her work, and could not justly be accused of trifling. Gratefully and joyfully she accepted Mr. Manning's verdict, and turned her undivided attention upon her new manuscript. While the critics snarled, the mass of readers warmly approved, and many who did not fully appreciate all her arguments and illustrations were at least clear-eyed enough to perceive that it was their misfortune, not her fault. Gradually the book took firm hold on the affections of the people, and a few editors came boldly to the rescue and ably championed it. During these days of trial, Edna could not avoid observing one humiliating fact that saddened without embittering her nature. She found that instead of sympathizing with her, she received no mercy from authors who as a class out-Heroded Herod in their denunciations, and left her little room to doubt that envy's a sharper spur than pay, and unprovoked 'twill court the fray. No author ever spared a brother. Wits are gamecocks to one another. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of St. Elmo, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 30. Miss Earle, you promised that as soon as I finished the Antiquary, you would read me a description of the spot which Sir Walter Scott selected for the scene of his story. We have read the last chapter. Now please remember your promise. Felix, in your hunger for books, you remind me of the accounts given of cormorants. The Antiquary ought to satisfy you for the present, and furnish food for thought that would last at least till tomorrow. Still, if you exact an immediate fulfillment of my promise, I am quite ready to comply. Edna took from her work-basket a new and handsomely illustrated volume, and read Bertram's graphic description of Auchmithi and the coast of Forfarshire. Finding that her pupils were deeply interested in the fisher folk, she read on, and when she began the pathetic story of the widow at Prestonpans, Hattie's eyes widened with wonder, and Felix's were dim with tears. We can't then that we micht look across the sea, but ower the waters would never blink the een that made sunshine around our hearths. Ower the waters would never come the voices that were mair delightfu' than the music of the simmer winds when the leaves gang dancing till they sang. My story, sir, is done. I hae nae mair tae tell. Sufficient and suffice it till say that there was great grief at the pans, Rachel weeping for her weans, and wouldna be comforted. The windows were darkened, and the air was heavy with sighin and sabbin. The governess closed the book, laid it back in her basket, and raising the lid of the piano, she sang that sad wailing lyric of Kingsley's, The Three Fishers. It was one of those rare and royal afternoons late in August, when summer, conscious that her reign is well nigh ended, gathers all her gorgeous drapery, and proudly robes the world in regal pomp and short-lived splendor. Pearly cloud islets with silver strands clustered in the calm blue of the upper air. Soft salmon-hued cumulus masses sailed solemnly along the eastern horizon. Atmospheric ships freighted in the tropics, with crystal showers for thirsty fields and parched meadows, with snow crowns for Icelandic mountain brows, and shrouds of sleep for mouldering masts, tossed high and helpless on desolate Arctic cliffs. Restless gulls flashed their spotless wings as they circled and dipped in the shining waves, and in the magic light of evening the swelling canvas of a distant sloop glittered like plate glass smitten with sunshine. A strong, steady southern breeze curled and crested the beautiful bounding billows, over which a fishing smack danced like a gilded bubble, and as the aged willows bowed their heads it whispered messages from citron, palm, and orange groves gleaming far, far away under the white fire of the southern crown. Strange tidings these winged winds waft over sea and land, and today, listening to low tones that traveled to her from Le Bocage, Edna looked out over the ever-changing, wrinkled face of the ocean and fell into a reverie. Silence reigned in the sitting-room. Hattie fitted a new tarlatan dress on her doll, and Felix was dreaming of Prestonpans. The breeze swept over the cluster of Tuscan jasmine, and the tall snowy phlox nodding in the green vase on the table, and shook the muslin curtains till light and shadow chased each other like waves over the noble Longhi engraving of Raphael's vision of Ezekiel, which hung just above the piano. After a while Felix took his chin from the window-sill, and his eyes from the sparkling, tossing water, and his gaze sought the beloved countenance of his governess. The mouth with steady sweetness set, and eyes conveying unaware the distant hint of some regret that harbored there. Her dress was of white mull, with lace gathered around the neck and wristbands,
A delicate fringy fern leaf was caught by the cameo that pinned the lace collar, and around the heavy coil of hair at the back of her head Hattie had twined a spray of scarlet tecoma. Save the faint red on her thin, flexible lips, her face was as stainless as that of the Hebrew Mary in a carved ivory descent from the cross which hung over the mantelpiece. As the boy watched her, he thought the beautiful eyes were larger and deeper and burned more brilliantly than ever before, and the violet shadows beneath them seemed to widen day by day, telling of hard study and continued vigils. Pale and peaceful, patiently sad, without a trace of bitterness or harshness, her countenance might have served as a model for some which airy Schoeffer dimly saw in his rapt musings over Wilhelm Meister. "Oh, yonder comes mamma and Uncle Gray. No, that is not my Uncle Gray. Who can it be? It is Sir Roger." Hattie ran out to meet her mother, who had been to New York, and Felix frowned, took up his crutches, and put on his hat. Edna turned and went to her own room, and in a few moments Hattie brought her a package of letters and a message from Mrs. Andrews, desiring her to come back to the sitting-room. Glancing over the directions, the governess saw that all the letters were from strangers, except one from Mrs. Murray, which she eagerly opened. The contents were melancholy and unexpected. Mr. Hammond had been very ill for weeks, was not now in immediate danger, but was confined to his room, and the physicians thought that he would never be well again. He had requested Mrs. Murray to write and beg Edna to come to him and remain in his house. Mrs. Powell was in Europe with Gertrude and Gordon, and the old man was alone in his home, Mrs. Murray and her son having taken care of him thus far. At the bottom of the page Mr. Hammond had scrawled almost illegibly, "My dear child, I need you. Come to me at once." Mrs. Murray had added a postscript to tell her that if she would telegraph them upon what day she could arrange to start, Mr. Murray would come to New York for her. Edna put the letter out of sight and girded herself for a desperate battle with her famishing heart, which bounded wildly at the tempting joys spread almost within reach. The yearning to go back to the dear old parsonage, to the revered teacher, to cheer and brighten his declining days, and above all, to see Mr. Murray's face, to hear his voice once more. Oh, the temptation was strong indeed, and the cost of resistance bitter beyond precedent. Having heard incidentally of the reconciliation that had taken place, she knew why Mr. Hammond so earnestly desired her presence in a house where Mr. Murray now spent much of his time. She knew all the arguments, all the pleadings to which she must listen, and she dared not trust her heart. "Enter not into temptation," was the warning which she uttered again and again to her own soul, and though she feared the pastor would be pained, she felt that he would not consider her ungrateful, knew that his warm, tender heart would understand hers. Though she had always studiously endeavored to expel Mr. Murray from her thoughts, there came hours when his image conquered, when the longing, the intense wish to see him was overmastering, when she felt that she would give 10 years of her life for one long look into his face, or for a picture of him. Now, when she had only to say, "Come," and he would be with her, she sternly denied her starving heart, and instead of bread gave it stones and serpents. She took her pen to answer the letter, but a pang which she had learned to understand told her that she was not now strong enough, and swallowing some medicine which Dr. Howell had prescribed, she snatched up a crimson scarf and went down to the beach. The serenity of her countenance had broken up in a fearful tempest, and her face writhed as she hurried along to overtake Felix. Just now she dreaded to be alone, and yet the only companionship she could endure was that of the feeble cripple whom she had learned to love, as woman can love only when all her early idols are in the dust. "Wait for me, Felix." The boy stopped, turned, and limped back to meet her, for there was a strange, pleading intonation in her mournfully sweet voice. "What is the matter, Miss Earle? You look troubled." "I only want to walk with you, for I feel lonely this evening." "Miss Earle, have you seen Sir Roger Percival?" "No, no. Why should I see him? Felix, my darling, my little brother. Do not call me Miss Earle any longer. Call me Edna. Ah, child, I am utterly alone. I must have somebody to love me. My heart turns to you." She passed her arm around the boy's shoulders and leaned against him, while he rested on his crutches and looked up at her with fond pride. "Edna, I've wanted to call you so since the day I first saw you. You know very well that I love you better than everything else in the world. If there is any good in me, I shall have to thank you for it. If ever I am useful, it will be your work. I am wicked still, but I never look at you without trying to be a better boy. You do not need me, you who are so great and gifted, whose writings everybody reads and admires, whose name is already famous. Oh, you cannot need any one, and least of all a poor little helpless cripple, who can only worship you, and love the sound of your voice better than all the music that ever was played. If I thought that you, Miss Earle, whose book all the world is talking about, if I thought you really cared for me, oh, Edna, Edna, I believe my heart would be too big for my poor little body. Felix, we need each other. Do you suppose I would have followed you out here if I did not prefer your society to that of others? Something has happened since you sang the Three Fishers and sat looking out of the window an hour ago. Your face has changed. What is it, Edna? Can't you trust me?" "Yes, I received a letter which troubles me. It announces the feeble health of a dear and noble friend, who writes begging me to come to him, and nurse and remain with him as long as he lives. You need not start and shiver so. I'm not going. I shall not leave you, but it distresses me to know that he has asked an impossible thing. Now you can understand why I did not wish to be alone." She leaned her cheek down on the boy's head, and both stood silent, looking over the wide heaving waste of immemorial waters. A glowing orange sky overarched an orange ocean, which slowly became in turn ruby and rose and violet and pearly gray, powdered with a few dim stars. As the rising waves broke along the beach, the stiffening breeze bent the spray till it streamed like silvery plumes, and the low musical murmur swelled to a monotonous moan that seemed to come over the darkening waters like wails of the lost from some far, far isles of the sea. Awed by the mysterious solemnity which ever broods over the ocean, Felix slowly repeated that dirge of Tennyson's "Break, break, break," and when he commenced the last verse, Edna's voice, low and quivering, joined his. Out of the eastern sea, up through gauzy cloud bars, rose the moon, round, radiant, almost full, shaking off the mists, burnishing the waves with a ghostly luster. The wind rose and fluttered Edna's scarlet scarf like a pirate's pennon, and the low moan became a deep, sullen, ominous mutter. "There will be a gale before daylight. It is brewing down yonder at the southwest. The wind has veered since we came out. There, did you notice what a savage snort there was in that last gust?" Felix pointed to the distant water line, where now and then a bluish flash of lightning showed the teeth of the storm raging far away under southern constellations, extinguishing for a time the golden flame of Canopus. "Yes, you must go in, Felix. I ought not to have kept you out so long." Reluctantly she turned from the beach, and they had proceeded but a few yards in the direction of the house when they met Mrs. Andrews and her guest. "Felix, my son, too late for you. Come in with me. Miss Earle, as you are so fond of the beach, I hope you will show Sir Roger all its beauties. I commit him to your care." She went toward the house with her boy, and as Sir Roger took Edna's hand and bent forward, looking eagerly into her face, she saw a pained and startled expression cross his own. "Miss Earle, did you receive a letter from me, written immediately after the perusal of your book?" "Yes, Sir Roger, and your cordial congratulations and flattering opinion were, I assure you, exceedingly gratifying, especially as you were among the first who found anything in it to praise. You have no idea with what intense interest I have watched its reception at the hands of the press, and I think the shallow, flippant criticisms were almost as nauseous to me as they must have been to you. Your book has had a fierce struggle with these self-consecrated, red-handed high priests of the literary Yama, but its success is now established, and I bring you news of its advent in England, where it has been republished. You can well afford to exclaim with Drayton, 'We that calumnious critic may eschew, that blasteth all things with his poisoned breath, detracting what laboriously we do, only with that which he but idly saith.' The numerous assaults made upon you reminded me constantly of the remarks of Blackwood a year or two since. Formerly critics were as scarce and formidable, and consequently as well known as mastiffs in a country parish, but now no luckless traveller can show his face in a village without finding a whole pack yelping at his heels. Fortunately, Miss Earle, though they show their teeth and are evidently anxious to mangle, they are not strong enough to do much harm. Have you answered any of these attacks?" No, sir. Had I ever commenced filling the sieve of the Danaïdes, I should have time for nothing else. If you will not regard me as exceedingly presumptuous and utterly ridiculous by the comparison, I will add that with reference to unfavorable criticism, I have followed the illustrious example of Buffon, who said when critics opened their batteries, "Je n'ai jamais répondu à aucune critique, et je garderai le même silence sur celle-ci." But, my dear Miss Earle, I see that you have been accused of plagiarizing. Have you not refuted this statement? Again I find Buffon's words rising to answer for me, as they did for himself under similar circumstances. Il vaut mieux laisser ces mauvais gens dans l'incertitude. Moreover, sir, I have no right to complain, for it is necessary in well-regulated municipalities to have inspectors of all other commodities. Why not of books also? I do not object to the rigid balancing. I wish to pass for no more than I weigh. But I do feel inclined to protest sometimes when I see myself denounced simply because the scales are too small to hold what is ambitiously piled upon them, and my book is either thrown out pettishly or whittled and scraped down to fit the scales. The storm, Sir Roger, was very severe at first. Nay, it is not yet ended, but I believe I shall weather it safely. If my literary bark had proved unworthy and sprung a leak and foundered, it would only have shown that it did not deserve to live, that it was better it should go down alone and early, than when attempting to pilot others on the rough, unknown sea of letters. I cannot agree with you in thinking that critics are more abundant now than formerly. More books are written, and consequently more are tabooed, but the history of literature proves that from the days of Congreve, critics to plays for the same end resort, that surgeons wait on trials in a court. For innocents condemned they've no respect, provided they've a body to dissect. After all, it cannot be denied that some of the best portions of Byron's and Pope's writings were scourged out of them by the scorpion thongs of adverse criticism, and the virulence of the Zenian Sturm, waged by Schiller and Goethe against the army of critics who assaulted them, attests the fact that even appreciative Germany sometimes nods in her critical councils. Certainly I have had my share of scourging, for my critics have most religiously observed the warning of spare the rod and spoil the child, and henceforth, if my writings are not model, well-behaved, puritanical literary children, my censors must be exonerated from all blame, and I will give testimony in favor of the zeal and punctuality of these self-elected officials of the public whipping post. The canons have not varied one iota for ages. If authors merely reflect the ordinary normal aspect of society, without melodramatic exaggeration or ludicrous caricature, they are voted trite, humdrum, commonplace, and live no longer than their contemporaries. If they venture a step in advance, and attempt to lead, to lift up the masses, or to elevate the standard of thought and extend its range, they are scoffed at as pedants, and die unhonored prophets. And just as the tomb is sealed above them, people peer more closely into their books, and whisper, "There is something here after all. Great men have been among us." The next generation chants paeans and casts chaplets on the graves, and so the world rings with the names of ghosts, and fame pours generous libations to appease the manes of genius slaughtered on the altar of criticism. Once Schiller said, "Against public stupidity the gods themselves are powerless." Since then that same public lifted him to the pedestal of a demigod. Now all Germany proudly claims him, and who shall tell us where sleep his long forgotten critics? Such has been the history of the race, since Homer groped through vine-clad Chios, and poor Dante was hunted from city to city. If the great hierarchs of literature are sometimes stabbed while ministering at the shrine, what can we humble acolytes expect but to be scourged entirely out of the temple? We all get our dues at last, for yonder among the stars Astrea laughs at man's valuations, and shakes her infallible balance, and reweighs us. She had crossed her arms on the low stone wall that enclosed the lawn, and bending forward, the moon shone full on her face, and her eyes and her thoughts went out to sea. Her companion stood watching her countenance, and some strange expression there recalled to his mind that vivid description. And then she raised her head, and upward cast wild looks from homeless eyes, whose liquid light gleamed out between the folds of blue black hair, as gleam twin lakes between the purple peaks of deep Parnassus at the mournful moon. After a short silence, Sir Roger said, "Miss Earle, I can find no triumph written on your features, and I doubt whether you realize how very proud your friends are of your success. As yet, sir, it is not assured. My next book will determine my status in literature, and I have too much to accomplish. I have achieved too little to pause and look back and pat my own shoulder and cry, Io triumph. I am not so indifferent as you seem to imagine. Praise gratifies and censure pains me, but I value both as mere gauges of my work, indexing the amount of good I may or may not hope to effect. I wish to be popular. That is natural and surely pardonable, but I desire it not as an end, but as a means to an end, usefulness to my fellow creatures. And whether crowned or crownless, when I fall, it matters not, so as God's work is done. I love my race. I honor my race. I believe that human nature, sublimated by Christianity, is capable of attaining nobler heights than pagan philosophers and infidel seers ever dreamed of. And because my heart yearns toward my fellow creatures, I want to clasp one hand in the warm throbbing palm of sinful humanity, and with the other hold up the lamp that God gave me to carry through this world, and so struggle onward heavenward with this generation of men and women. I claim no clear Uriel vision. Now and then I stumble and grope, but at least I try to keep my little lamp trimmed, and I'm not so blind as some, who reel and stagger in the marem of crime and fashionable vice. As a pilgrim toiling through a world of sinful temptation, and the night of time, where the stars are often shrouded, I cry to those beyond and above me, hold high your lights, that I may see my way. And to those behind and below me, brothers, sisters, come on, come up. Ah, these steeps of human life are hard enough to climb, when each shares his light and divides his neighbor's grievous burden. God help us all to help one another. Mecca pilgrims stop in the valley of Muna to stone the devil. Sometimes I fear that in the Muna of life we only stone each other and martyr Stephen. Last week I read a lecture on architecture, and since then I find myself repeating one of the passages. And therefore, lastly and chiefly, you must love the creatures to whom you minister, your fellow men. For if you do not love them, not only will you be little interested in the passing events of life, but in all your gazing at humanity you will be apt to be struck only by outside form, and not by expression. It is only kindness and tenderness which will ever enable you to see what beauty there is in the dark eyes that are sunk with weeping, and in the paleness of those fixed faces which the earth's adversity has compassed about, till they shine in their patience like dying watchfires through twilight. In some sort I think we are all mechanics, moral architects, designing as apprentices on the sands of time that which as master builders we shall surely erect on the jasper pavements of eternity. So let us all heed the noble words. She seemed talking rather to herself or to the surging sea, where her eyes rested, than to Sir Roger, and as he noticed the passionless pallor of her face, he sighed and put his hands on hers. Come walk with me on the beach, and let me tell you why I came back to New York, instead of sailing from Canada, as I once intended. A half hour elapsed, and Mrs. Andrews, who was sitting alone on the piazza, saw the governess coming slowly up the walk. As she ascended the steps, the lady of the house exclaimed, "Where is Sir Roger?" "He is gone." "Well, my dear, pardon me for anticipating you, but as I happen to know all about the affair, accept my congratulations. You are the luckiest woman in America." Mrs. Andrews put her arm around Edna's waist, but something in the countenance astonished and disappointed her. "Mrs. Andrews, Sir Roger sails tomorrow for England. He desired me to beg that you would excuse him for not coming to bid you good bye." "Sails tomorrow? When does he return to America?" "Probably never." "Edna Earle, you are an idiot. You may have any amount of genius, but certainly not one grain of common sense. I've no patience with you. I had set my heart on seeing you his wife. But unfortunately for me, I could not set my heart on him. I'm very sorry. I wish we had never met, for indeed I like Sir Roger, but it is useless to discuss what is past and irremediable. Where are the children?" "Asleep, I suppose. After all, show me a gifted woman, a genius, and I will show you a fool." Mrs. Andrews bit her lip and walked off, and Edna went upstairs to Felix's room. The boy was sitting by the open window, watching gray clouds trailing across the moon, checkering the face of the mighty deep, now with shadow, now with sheen. So absorbed was he in his communing with the mysterious spirit of the sea, that he did not notice the entrance of the governess until he felt her hand on his shoulder. "Ah, have you come at last? Edna, I was wishing for you a little while ago, for as I sat looking over the waves, a pretty thought came into my mind, and I want to tell you about it. Last week, you remember, we were reading about Antony and Cleopatra, and just now, while I was watching a large star yonder, making a shining track across the sea, a ragged, hungry-looking cloud crept up and nibbled at the edge of the star, and swallowed it. And I call the cloud Cleopatra swallowing her pearl." Edna looked wonderingly into the boy's bright eyes, and drew his head to her shoulder. "My dear Felix, are you sure you never heard that same thought read or quoted? It is beautiful, but this is not the first time I have heard it. Think, my dear little boy. Try to remember where you saw it written." "Indeed, Edna, I never saw it anywhere. I am sure I never heard it either, for it seemed quite new when it bounced into my head just now. Who else ever thought of it?" "Mr. Stanyan Bigg, an English poet, whose writings are comparatively unknown in this country. His works I have never seen, but I read a review of them in an English book, which contained many extracts, and that pretty metaphor which you used just now was among them." "Is that review in our library?" "No, I am sure it is not, but you may have seen the lines quoted somewhere else." "Edna, I am very certain I never heard it before. Do you recollect how it is written in the Englishman's poem? If you can repeat it, I shall know instantly, because my memory is very good." "I think I can give you one stanza, for I read it when I was in great sorrow, and it made an impression upon me. The clouds like grim black faces come and go. One tall tree stretches up against the sky. It lets the rain through like a trembling hand, pressing thin fingers on a watery eye. The moon came, but shrank back like a young girl who has burst in upon funereal sadness. One star came, Cleopatra like the night, swallowed this one pearl in a fit of madness." "Well, Felix, you are a truthful boy, and I can trust you. I never heard the poetry before, and I tell you, Edna, the idea is just as much mine as it is Mr. Biggs's." "I believe you. Such coincidences are rare, and people are very loath to admit the possibility, but that they do occasionally occur, I have no doubt. Perhaps some day, when you write a noble poem, and become a shining light in literature, you may tell this circumstance to the world, and bid it beware how it idly throws the charge of plagiarism against the set teeth of earnest, honest workers. And I look at my twisted feet sometimes, and I feel thankful that it is my body, not my mind, that is deformed. If I am ever able to tell the world anything, it will be how much I owe you, for I trace all holy thoughts and pretty ideas to you and your music and your writings." They sat there awhile in silence, watching heavy masses of cloud darken the sea and sky, and then Felix lifted his face from Edna's shoulder and asked timidly, "Did you send Sir Roger away?" "He goes to Europe to morrow, I believe." "Poor Sir Roger! I'm sorry for him. I told mamma you never thought of him, that you loved nothing but books and flowers and music." "How do you know that?" "I've watched you, and when he was with you I never saw that great shining light in your eyes, or that strange moving of your lower lips. That always shows me when you are really glad, as you were that Sunday when the music was so grand, or that rainy morning when we saw the pictures of the two Marys at the sepulchre. I almost hated poor Sir Roger, because I was afraid he might take you to England, and then what would have become of me? Oh, the world seems so different, so beautiful, so peaceful, as long as I have you with me. Everybody praises you, and is proud of you, but nobody loves you as I do." He took her hand, passed it over his cheek and forehead, and kissed it tenderly. "Felix, do you feel at all sleepy?" "Not at all. Tell me something more about the animalcula that cause the phosphorescence yonder, making the top of each wave look like a fringe of fire. It is true that they are little round things that look like jelly, so small that it takes 170 all in a row to make an inch, and that a wine glass can hold millions of them?" "I do not feel well enough to-night to talk about animalcula. I'm afraid I shall have one of those terrible attacks I had last winter. Felix, please don't go to bed for a while at least, and if you hear me call, come to me quickly. I must write a letter before I sleep. Sit here, will you, till I come back?" For the first time in her life she shrank from the thought of suffering alone, and felt the need of a human presence. "Edna, let me call mamma. I saw this afternoon that you were not well." "No, it may pass off, and I want nobody about me but you." Only a narrow passage divided her room from his, and leaving the door open, she sat down before her desk to answer Mr. Hammond's appeal. As the night wore on, the wind became a gale. The fitful bluish glare of the lightning showed fearful ranks of ravenous waves scowling over each other's shoulders. A roar as of universal thunder shook the shore, and in the coral columned cathedral of the great deep, wrathful ocean played a wild and weird fugue. Felix waited patiently, listening amid the dead diapason of wind and wave, for the voice of his governess, but no sound came from the opposite room, and at last, alarmed by the ominous silence, he took up his crutches and crossed the passage. The muslin curtains, blown from their ribbon fastenings, streamed like signals of distress on the breath of the tempest, and the lamplight flickered and leaped to the top of its glassy chimney. On the desk lay two letters, addressed respectively to Mr. Hammond and Mrs. Murray, and beside them were scattered half a dozen notes from unknown correspondents, asking for the autograph and photograph of the young author. Edna knelt on the floor, hiding her face in the arms which were crossed on the lid of the desk. The cripple came close to her, and hesitated a moment, then touched her lightly. "Edna, are you ill, or are you only praying?" She lifted her head instantly, and the blanched, weary face reminded the boy of a picture of Gethsemane, which, having once seen, he could never recall without a shudder. "Forgive me, Felix, I forgot that you were waiting, forgot that I asked you to sit up." She rose, took the thin little form in her arms, and whispered, "I'm sorry I kept you up so long. The pain has passed away. I think the danger's over now. Go back to your room, and go to sleep as soon as possible. Good night, my darling." They kissed each other and separated, but the fury of the tempest forbade all idea of sleep, and thinking of the fisher folk exposed to its wrath, governess and pupil committed them to him who calmed the Galilean gale. The sea was all a boiling, seething froth, and God Almighty's guns were going off, and the land trembled.
End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by Augusta Janeevans. Chapter 31. The Greek myth concerning Demophoon embodies a valuable truth which the literary career of Edna Earle was destined to exemplify. Harsh critics, like disguised Ceres, plunged the young author into the flames, and fortunately for her, as no short-sighted, loving Matanera snatched her from the fiery ordeal, she ultimately obtained the boon of immortality. Her regular contributions to the magazine enhanced her reputation and broadened the sphere of her influence. Profoundly impressed by the conviction that she held her talent in trust, she worked steadily, looking neither to the right nor left, but keeping her eyes fixed upon that day when she should be called to render an account to him who would demand his own with interest. Instead of becoming flushed with success, she grew daily more cautious, more timid, lest inadvertence or haste should betray her into errors. Consequently, as the months rolled away, each magazine article seemed an improvement on the last, and lifted her higher in public favor. The blacksmith's grandchild had become a power in society. Feeling that a recluse life would give her only partial glimpses of that humanity which she wished to study, she moved in the circle of cultivated friends who now eagerly stretched out their arms to receive her. And keeping herself unspotted from the world, she earnestly scrutinized social leprosy and calmly watched the tendency of American thought and feeling. Among philosophic minds, she saw an inclination to ignore the principles of such systems as Sir William Hamilton's, and to embrace the modified and subtle materialism of Buckle and Mill, or the gross atheism of Buchner and Moleschott. Positivism in philosophy and pre-Raphaelitism in art confronted her in the ranks of the literary. Lofty idealism seemed trodden down, pawed over by Carlyle's monster utilitaria. When she turned to the next social stratum, she found altars of Mammon groves of Baal, shining show dagons set up by business men and women of fashion. Society appeared intent only upon reviving the offering to propitiate evil spirits, and sometimes it seemed thickly sprinkled with very thinly disguised refugee Yezidis, who in the East openly worshipped the devil. Statesmen were almost extinct. In America, a mere corporal's guard remained, battling desperately to save the stabbed Constitution from howling demagogues and fanatics, who raved and ranted where Washington, Webster, and Calhoun had once swayed a free and happy people. The old venerated barriers and well-guarded outposts which decorum and true womanly modesty had erected on the frontiers of propriety were swept away
in the crevasse of sans souci manners that threatened to inundate the entire land, and latitudinarianism in dress and conversation was rapidly reducing the sexes to an equality dangerous to morals and subversive of all chivalric respect for woman. A double-faced idol, fashion and flirtation, engrossed the homage of the majority of females, while a few misguided ones, weary of the inanity of the mass of womanhood, and desiring to effect a reform, mistook the sources of the evil, and rushing to the opposite extreme, demanded power, which as a privilege they already possessed, but as a right could not extort. A casual glance at the surface of society seemed to justify Burke's conclusion that this earth is the Bedlam of our system. But Edna looked deeper and found much that encouraged her, much that warmed and bound her sympathies to her fellow creatures. Instead of following the beaten track, she struck out a new path, and tried the plan of denouncing the offence, not the offender, of attacking the sin while she pitied the sinner. Ruthlessly she assaulted the darling follies, the pet, velvet-masked vices that society had adopted, and called the reading world to a friendly parley, demanding that men and women should pause and reflect in their mad career, because she was earnest and not bitter, because the white banner of Christian charity floated over the conference ground, because she showed so clearly that she loved the race whose recklessness grieved her, because her rebukes were free from scorn and written rather in tears than gall, people turned their heads and stopped to listen. So it came to pass that finally, after toiling over many obstacles, she reached the vine-clad valley of Eschol. Each day brought her noble fruitage, as letters came from all regions of the country asking for advice and assistance in little trials of which the world knew nothing. Over the young of her own sex she held a singular sway, and orphan girls of all ranks and ages wrote of their respective sorrows and difficulties, and requested her kind counsel. To these her womanly heart turned yearningly, and she accepted their affectionate confidence as an indication of her proper circle of useful labor. Believing that the intelligent, refined, modest Christian women of the United States were the real custodians of national purity, and the sole agents who could successfully arrest the tide of demoralization breaking over the land, she addressed herself to the wives, mothers, and daughters of America, calling upon them to smite their false gods and purify the shrines at which they worshipped. Jealously she contended for every woman's right, which God and nature had decreed the sex, the right to be learned, wise, noble, useful, in woman's divinely limited sphere, the right to influence and exalt the circle in which she moved, the right to mount the sanctified bema of her own quiet hearthstone, the right to modify and direct her husband's opinions if he considered her worthy and competent to guide him, the right to make her children ornaments to their nation and a crown of glory to their race, the right to advise, to plead, to pray, the right to make her desk a Delphi, if God so permitted, the right to be all that the phrase noble Christian woman means, but not the right to vote, to harangue from the hustings, to trail her heaven-born purity through the dust and mire of political strife, to ascend the rasta of statesmen, whither she may send a worthy husband, son, or brother, but whither she can never go without disgracing all womanhood. Edna was conscious of the influence she exerted, and ceaselessly she prayed that she might wield it aright. While aware of the prejudice that exists against literary women, she endeavoured to avoid the outré idiosyncrasies that justly render so many of that class unpopular and ridiculous. She felt that she was a target at which observers aimed random shafts, and while devoting herself to study, she endeavoured to give due attention to the rules of etiquette and the harmonious laws of the toilette. The friendship between Mr. Manning and herself strengthened, as each learned more fully the character of the other, and an affectionate, confiding frankness marked their intercourse. As her popularity increased, she turned to him more frequently for advice, for success only rendered her cautious, and day by day she weighed more carefully all that fell from her pen, dreading lest some error should creep into her writings and lead others astray. In her publisher, an honourable, kind-hearted, and generous gentleman, she found a valued friend, and as her book sold extensively, the hope of a competency was realized, and she was soon relieved from the necessity of teaching. She was a pet with the reading public. It became fashionable to lionize her. Her pictures and autographs were eagerly sought after, and the little barefooted Tennessee child had grown up to celebrity. Sometimes when a basket of flowers, or a handsome book, or a letter of thanks and cordial praise was received from an unknown reader, the young author was so overwhelmed with grateful appreciation of these little tokens of kindness and affection that she wept over them, or prayed tremulously that she might make herself more worthy of the good opinion entertained of her by strangers. Mr. Manning, whose cold, searching eye was ever upon her, could detect no exultation in her manner. She was earnestly grateful for every kind word uttered by her friends and admirers, for every favourable sentence penned about her writings, but she seemed only gravely glad, and was as little changed by praise as she had been by severe animadversion. The sweet, patient expression still rested on her face, and her beautiful eyes beamed with the steady light of resignation rather than the starry sparkle of extravagant joy. Sometimes when the editor missed her at the literary reunions, where her presence always contributed largely to the enjoyment of the evening, and sought her in the schoolroom, he was often surprised to find her seated beside Felix, reading to him or listening to his conversation with a degree of interest which she did not always offer to the celebrities who visited her. Her power over the cripple was boundless. His character was as clay in her hands, and she was faithfully striving to model a noble, hallowed life, for she believed that he was destined to achieve distinction, and fondly hoped to stamp upon his mind principles and aims that would fructify abundantly when she was silent in the grave. Mrs. Andrews often told her that she was the only person who had ever controlled or influenced the boy, that she could make him just what she pleased, and she devoted herself to him, resolved to spare no toil in her efforts to correct the evil tendencies of his strong, obstinate, stormy nature. His fondness for history and for all that involves theories of government led his governess to hope that at some future day he might recruit the depleted ranks of statesmen, that he might reflect lustre upon his country, and with this trust spurring her ever on, she became more and more absorbed in her schemes for developing his intellect and sanctifying his heart. People wondered how the lovely woman, whom society flattered and feted, could voluntarily shut herself up in a schoolroom, and few understood the sympathy which bound her so firmly to the broad-browed, sallow little cripple. One December day, several months after their return from the seaside, Edna and Felix sat in the library. The boy had just completed Prescott's Philip II, and the governess had promised to read to him Schiller's Don Carlos and Goethe's Egmont in order to impress upon his memory the great actors of the Netherland Revolution. She took up the copy of Don Carlos, and crossing his arms on the top of his crutches, as was his habit, the pupil fixed his eyes on her face. The reading had continued probably a half-hour when Felix heard a whisper at the door, and looking over his shoulder saw a stranger standing on the threshold. He rose. The movement attracted the attention of the governess, and as she looked up, a cry of joy rang through the room. She dropped the book and sprang forward with open arms. "Oh, Mrs. Murray, dear friend!" For some moments they stood locked in a warm embrace, and as Felix limped out of the room he heard his governess sobbing. Mrs. Murray held the girl at arm's length, and as she looked at the wan, thin face, she exclaimed, "My poor Edna, my dear little girl, why did not you tell me you were ill? You are a mere ghost of your former self. My child, why did you not come home long ago? I should have been here a month earlier, but was detained by Estelle's marriage." Edna looked vacantly at her benefactress, and her lips whitened as she asked, "Did you say Estelle was married?" "Yes, my dear. She is now in New York with her husband. They are going to Paris." "She married your—" The head fell forward on Mrs. Murray's bosom, and, as in a dream, she heard the answer. Estelle married that young Frenchman, Victor de Saussure, whom she met in Europe. Edna, what is the matter, my child?" She found that she could not rouse her, and in great alarm called for assistance. Mrs. Andrews promptly resorted to the remedies advised by Dr. Howe, but it was long before Edna fully recovered, and then she lay with her eyes closed and her hands clasped across her forehead. Mrs. Murray sat beside the sofa weeping silently, while Mrs. Andrews briefly acquainted her with the circumstances attending former attacks. When the latter was summoned from the room and all was quiet, Edna looked up at Mrs. Murray, and tears rolled over her cheeks as she said, "I was so glad to see you. The great joy and the surprise overcame me. I'm not as strong as I used to be in the old happy days at Le Bocage, but after a little I shall be myself. It is only occasionally that I have these attacks of faintness. Put your hand on my forehead as you did years ago, and let me think that I am a little child again. Oh, the unspeakable happiness of being with you once more." "Hush, do not talk now. You are not strong enough." Mrs. Murray kissed her and tenderly smoothed the hair back from her blue-veined temples, where the blood still fluttered irregularly. For some minutes the girl's eyes wandered eagerly over her companion's countenance, tracing there the outlines of another and far dearer face, and finding a resemblance between mother and son which she had never noticed before. Then she closed her eyes again, and a half-smile curved her trembling mouth, for the voice and the touch of the hand seemed indeed Mr. Murray's. "Edna, I shall never forgive you for not writing to me, telling me frankly of your failing health. Oh, scold me as much as you please. It is a luxury to hear your voice, even in reproof. I knew mischief would come of this separation from me. You belong to me, and I mean to have my own, and take proper care of you in future. The idea of your working yourself to a skeleton for the amusement of those who care nothing about you is simply preposterous, and I intend to put an end to such nonsense. Mrs. Murray, why have you not mentioned Mr. Hammond? I almost dread to ask about him." "Because you do not deserve to hear from him. A grateful and affectionate pupil you have proved, to be sure. Oh, Edna, what has come over you, child? Are you so intoxicated with your triumphs that you utterly forget your old friends, who loved you when you were unknown to the world? At first I thought so. I believed that you were heartless like all of your class, and completely wrapped up in ambitious schemes. But, my little darling, I see I wronged you. Your poor white face reproaches me for my injustice, and I feel that success has not spoiled you, that you are still my little Edna, my sweet child, my daughter. Be quiet now, and listen to me, and try to keep that flutter out of your lips. Mr. Hammond is no worse than he has been for many months, but he is very feeble, and cannot live much longer. You know very well that he loves you tenderly, and he says he cannot die in peace without seeing you once more. Every day when I go over to the parsonage, his first question is, 'Ellen, is she coming? Have you heard from her?' I wish you could have seen him when St. Elmo was reading your book to him. It was the copy you sent, and when we read aloud the joint dedication to him and to myself, the old man wept and asked for his glasses and tried to read it, but could not. Edna put out her hand with a mute gesture, which her friend well understood, and she paused and was silent, while the governess turned her face to the wall and wept softly, trying to compose herself. 10 minutes passed, and she said, "Please go on now, Mrs. Murray, and tell me all he said. You can have no idea how I've longed to know what you all at home thought of my little book. Oh, I've been so hungry for home praise. I sent the very earliest copies to you and to Mr. Hammond, and I thought it so hard that you never mentioned them at all. My dear, it was my fault, and I confess it freely. Mr. Hammond, of course, could not write, but he trusted me to thank you in his name for the book and the dedication. I was really angry with you for not coming home when I wrote for you, and I was jealous of your book and would not praise it because I knew you expected it. But because I was silent, do you suppose I was not proud of my little girl? If you could have seen the tears I shed over some of the eulogies pronounced upon you, and heard all the ugly words I could not avoid uttering against some of your critics, you could not doubt my thorough appreciation of your success. My dear, it is impossible to describe Mr. Hammond's delight as we read your novel to him. Often he would say, 'St. Elmo, read that passage again.' I knew she was a gifted child, but I did not expect that she would ever write such a book as this. When we read the last chapter, he was completely overcome, and said repeatedly, God bless my little Edna. It is a noble book. It will do good, much good. To me it seems almost incredible that the popular author is the same little lame, crushed orphan whom I lifted from the grass at the railroad track 7 years ago. Edna had risen and was sitting on the edge of the sofa with one hand supporting her cheek and a tender, glad smile shining over her features as she listened to the commendation of those dearer than all the world beside. Mrs. Murray watched her anxiously and sighed as she continued, If ever a woman had a worshipper, you certainly possess one in Huldah Reed. It would be amusing, if it were not touching, to see her bending in ecstasy over everything you write, over every notice of you that meets her eye. She regards you as her model in all respects. You would be surprised at the rapidity with which she acquires knowledge. She is a pet of St. Elmo's, and repays his care and kindness with a devotion that makes people stare. For you know my son is regarded as an ogre, and the child's affection for him seems incomprehensible to those who only see the rough surface of his character. She never saw a frown on his face or heard a harsh word from him, for he is strangely tender in his treatment of the little thing. Sometimes it makes me start when I hear her merry laugh ringing through the house, for the sound carries me far back into the past, when my own children romped and shouted at Le Bocage. You were always a quiet, demure, and rather solemn child, but this Huldah is a gay little sprite. St. Elmo is so astonishingly patient with her that Estelle accuses him of being in his dotage. Oh, Edna, it would make you glad to see my son and that orphan child sitting together reading the Bible. Last week I found them in the library. She was fast asleep with her head on his knee, and he sat with his open Bible in his hand. He is so changed in his manner that you would scarcely know him, and oh, I am so happy and so grateful. I can never thank God sufficiently for the blessing. Mrs. Murray sobbed, and Edna bent her own head lower in her palms. For some seconds both were silent. Mrs. Murray seated herself close to the governess and clasped her arms around her. Edna, why did you not tell me all? Why did you leave me to find out by accident that which should have been confided to me? The girl trembled, and a fiery spot burned on her cheeks as she pressed her forehead against Mrs. Murray's bosom, and said hastily, To what do you allude? Why did you not tell me that my son loved you and wished to make you his wife? I never knew what passed between you until about a month ago, and then I learned it from Mr. Hammond. Although I wondered why St. Elmo went as far as Chattanooga with you on your way north, I did not suspect any special interest, for his manner betrayed none when, after his return, he merely said that he found no one on the train to whose care he could commit you. Now I know all, know why you left Le Bocage, and I know, too, that in God's hands you have been the instrument of bringing St. Elmo back to his duty, to his old noble self. Oh, Edna, my child, if you could know how I love and thank you, how I long to fold you in my arms, so, and call you my daughter, Edna Murray, St. Elmo's wife. Ah, how proud I shall be of my own daughter. When I took a little bruised, moaning, homespun-clad girl into my house, how little I dreamed that I was sheltering unawares the angel who was to bring back happiness to my son's heart and peace to my own. She lifted the burning face and kissed the quivering lips repeatedly. Edna, my brave darling, how could you resist St. Elmo's pleading? How could you tear yourself away from him? Was it because you feared that I would not willingly receive you as a daughter? Do not shiver so. Answer me. Oh, do not ask me, Mrs. Murray. Spare me. This is a subject which I cannot discuss with you. Why not, my child? Can you not trust the mother of the man you love? Edna unwound the arms that clasped her, and rising walked away to the mantelpiece. Leaning heavily against it, she stood for some time with her face averted, and beneath the veil of long floating hair, Mrs. Murray saw the slight figure sway to and fro like a reed shaken by the breeze. Edna, I must talk to you about a matter which alone brought me to New York. My son's happiness is dearer to me than my life, and I have come to plead with you for his sake, if not for your own, at least to— It is useless. Do not mention his name again. Oh, Mrs. Murray, I am feeble today. Spare me. Have mercy on my weakness. She put out her hand appealingly, but in vain. One thing you must tell me. Why did you reject him? Because I could not respect his character. Oh, forgive me. You forced me to say it. Because I knew that he was unworthy of any woman's confidence and affection. The mother's face flushed angrily, and she rose and threw her head back with the haughty defiance peculiar to her family. Edna Earl,
how dare you speak to me
in such terms of my own son? There is not a woman on the face of the broad earth who ought not to feel honored by his preference. You might not be proud of his hand. What right have you to pronounce him unworthy of trust? Answer me. The right to judge him from his own account of his past life. The history which he gave me condemns him. His crimes make me shrink from him. Crimes? Take care, Edna. You must be beside yourself. My son is no criminal. He was unfortunate and rash, but his impetuosity was certainly pardonable under the circumstances. All things are susceptible of palliation in a mother's partial eyes, answered the governess. St. Elmo fought a duel, and afterward carried on several flirtations with women who were weak enough to allow themselves to be trifled with. Moreover, I shall not deny that at one period of his life he was lamentably dissipated, but all that happened long ago, before you knew him. How many young gentlemen indulge in the same things, and are never even reprimanded by society, much less denounced as criminals. The world sanctions duelling and flirting, and you have no right to set your extremely rigid notions of propriety above the verdict of modern society. Custom justifies many things which you seem to hold in utter abhorrence. Take care that you do not find yourself playing the Pharisee on the street corners. Mrs. Murray walked up and down the room twice, then came to the hearth. Well, Edna, I am waiting to hear you. There is nothing that I can say which would not wound or displease you. Therefore, dear Mrs. Murray, I must be silent. Retract the hasty words you uttered just now. They express more than you intended. I cannot. I mean all I said. Offences against God's law, which you consider pardonable, and which the world winks at and permits, and even defends, I regard as grievous sins. I believe that every man who kills another in a duel deserves the curse of Cain, and should be shunned as a murderer. My conscience assures me that a man who can deliberately seek to gain a woman's heart merely to gratify his vanity, or to wreak his hate by holding her up to scorn, or trifling with the love which he has won, is unprincipled, and should be ostracized by every true woman. Were you the mother of Murray and Annie Hammond, do you think you could so easily forgive this murderer? Their father forgives and trusts my son, and you have no right to sit in judgment upon him. Do you suppose that you are holier than that white-haired saint whose crown of glory is waiting for him in heaven? Are you so much purer than Alan Hammond that you fear contamination from one to whom he clings? No, 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 you wrong me. If you could know how humble is my estimate of myself, you would not taunt me so cruelly. You would only pity me. The despairing agony in the orphan's voice touched Mrs. Murray's proud heart, and tears softened the indignant expression of her eyes as she looked at the feeble form before her. Edna, my poor child, you must trust me. One thing I must know. I have a right to ask. Do you not love my son? You need not blush to acknowledge it to me. She waited a while, but there was no reply, and softly her arm stole around the girl's waist. My daughter, you need not be ashamed of your affection for St. Elmo. Edna lifted her face from the mantle, and clasping her hands across her head, exclaimed, Do I love him? Oh, none but God can ever know how entirely my heart is his. I have struggled against his fascination. Oh, indeed, I have wrestled and prayed against it. But today I do not deceive myself. I feel that I love him as I can never love any other human being. You are his mother, and you will pity me when I tell you that I fall asleep praying for him, that in my dreams I am with him once more, that the first thought on waking is still of him. What do you suppose it cost me to give him up? Oh, is it hard, think you, to live in the same world, and yet never look on his face, never hear his voice? God only knows how hard. If he were dead, I could bear it better. But to live with this great sea of silence between us, a dreary, cold, mocking sea, crossed by no word, no whisper, filled only with slowly, sadly sailing ghosts of precious memories. Yes, yes, despite all his unworthiness, despite the verdict of my judgment, and the upbraiding of my conscience, I love him, I love him. You can sympathize with me. Do not reproach me. Pity me, oh, pity me in my feebleness. She put out her arms like a weary child and dropped her face on Mrs. Murray's shoulder. My child, if you had seen him the night before I left home, you could not have resisted any longer the promptings of your own heart. He told me all that had ever passed between you, how he had watched and tempted you, how devotedly he loved you, how he reverenced your purity of character, how your influence, your example, had first called him back to his early faith, and then he covered his face and said, Mother, mother, If God would only give her to me, I would be a better man. Edna, I feel as if my son's soul rested in your hands. If you throw him off utterly, he may grow desperate, and go back to his old habits of reckless dissipation and blasphemy. And if he should, oh, if he is lost at last, I will hold you accountable and charge you before God with his destruction. Edna, beware, you have a strange power over him. You can make him almost what you will. If you will not listen to your own suffering, harder to his love, hear me. Hear a mother pleading for her son's eternal safety. The haughty woman fell on her knees before the orphan and wept, and Edna instantly knelt beside her and clung to her. I pray for him continually. My latest breath shall be a prayer for his salvation. His eternal welfare is almost as precious to me as my own, for if I get to heaven at last, do you suppose I could be happy even there without him? But, Mrs. Murray, I cannot be his wife. If he is indeed conscientiously striving to atone for his past life, he will be saved without my influence, and if his remorseful convictions of duty do not reform him, his affection for me would not accomplish it. Oh, of all mournful lots in life, I think mine is the saddest, to find it impossible to tear my heart from a man whom I distrust, whom I cannot honor, whose fascination I dread. I know my duty in this matter. My conscience leaves me no room to doubt, and from the resolution which I made in sight of Annie's grave, I must not swerve. I have confessed to you how completely my love belongs to him, how fruitless are my efforts to forget him. I have told you what bitter suffering our separation cost me, that you may know how useless it is for you to urge me. Ah, if I can withstand the wailing of my own lonely aching heart, there is nothing else that can draw me from the path of duty. No, no, not even your entreaties, dear Mrs. Murray, much as I love and owe you. God, who alone sees all, will help me to bear my loneliness. He only can comfort and sustain me, and in his own good time he will save Mr. Murray and send peace into his troubled soul. Until then, let us pray patiently. Flush and tremor had passed away. The features were locked in rigid whiteness, and the unhappy mother saw that further entreaty would indeed be fruitless. She rose and paced the floor for some moments. At last Edna said, "How long will you remain in New York?" 2 days, Edna. I came here against my son's advice, in opposition to his wishes, to intercede in his behalf, and to prevail on you to go home with me. He knew you better, it seems, than I did, for he predicted the result, and desired to save me from mortification. But I obstinately clung to the belief that you cherish some feeling of affectionate gratitude toward me. You have undeceived me. Mr. Hammond is eagerly expecting you, and it will be a keen disappointment to the old man if I return without you. Is it useless to tell you that you ought to go and see him? You need not hesitate on St. Elmo's account, for unless you wish to meet him, you will certainly not see him. My son is too proud to thrust himself into the presence of any one, much less into yours, Edna Earle. I will go with you, Mrs. Murray, and remain at the parsonage, at least for a few weeks. I scarcely think Mr. Hammond will live until spring, and it will make him very happy to have you in his home. Mrs. Murray wrapped her shawl around her and put on her gloves. I shall be engaged with Estelle while I am here, and shall not call again, but of course you will come to the hotel to see her, and we will start homeward day after tomorrow evening. She turned toward the door, but Edna caught her dress. Mrs. Murray, kiss me before you go, and tell me you forgive the sorrow I am obliged to cause you today. My burden is heavy enough without the weight of your displeasure. But the proud face did not relax. The mother shook her head, disengaged her dress, and left the room. An hour after, Felix came in, and approaching the sofa where his governess rested, said vehemently, "Is it true, Edna? Are you going south with Mrs. Murray?" "Yes, I am going to see a dear friend who is probably dying. Oh, Edna, what will become of me? I shall be absent only a few weeks. I have a horrible dread that if you go you will never come back. Don't leave me. Nobody needs you half as much as I do. Edna, you said once you would never forsake me. Remember your promise." "My dear little boy, I am not forsaking you. I shall only be separated from you for a month or two, and it is my duty to go to my sick friend. Do not look so wretched, for, just so surely as I live, I shall come back to you. You think so now, but your old friends will persuade you to stay, and you will forget me, and he turned around and hid his face on the back of his chair. It was in vain that she endeavored by promises and caresses to reconcile him to her temporary absence. He would not be comforted, and his tear-stained, woe-begone, sallow face, as she saw it on the evening of her departure, pursued her on her journey south.
End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 32. The mockingbird sang, as of old, in the myrtle boughs that shaded the study window, and within the parsonage reigned the peaceful repose which seemed ever to rest like a benediction upon it. A ray of sunshine stealing through the myrtle leaves made golden ripples on the wall. A bright wood fire blazed in the wide, deep, old-fashioned chimney. The white cat slept on the rug, with her pink paws turned toward the crackling flames, and blue and white hyacinths hung their fragrant bells over the gilded edge of the vases on the mantelpiece. Huldah sat on one side of the hearth, peeling a red apple, and snugly wrapped in his palm-leaf cashmere dressing-gown. Mr. Hammond rested in his cushioned easy-chair, with his head thrown far back and his fingers clasping a large bunch of his favorite violets. His snowy hair drifted away from a face, thin and pale, but serene and happy, and in his bright blue eyes there was a humorous twinkle, and on his lips a half-smothered smile, as he listened to the witticisms of his Scotch countrymen in Noctis Ambrosianae. Close to his chair sat Edna, reading aloud from the quaint and inimitable book he loved so well, and pausing now and then to explain some word which Huldah did not understand, or to watch for symptoms of weariness in the countenance of the invalid. The three faces contrasted vividly in the ruddy glow of the fire, that of the little girl, round, rosy, red-lipped, dimpled, merry-eyed; the aged pastor's wrinkled cheeks and furrowed brow and streaming silver beard; and the carved ivory features of the governess, borrowing no colour from the soft folds of her rich merino dress. As daylight ebbed, the ripple danced up to the ceiling and vanished like the pricked bubble of a human hope. The mockingbird hushed his vesper hymn, and Edna closed the book and replaced it on the shelf. Huldah tied on her scarlet-lined hood, kissed her friends good-bye, and went back to Le Bocage, and the old man and the orphan sat looking at the grotesque flicker of the flames on the burnished andirons. "Edna, are you tired, or can you sing some for me? Reading aloud rarely fatigues me. What shall I sing?" "That solemn, weird thing in the Prophet, which suits your voice so well." She sang "Ah, mon fils," and then, without waiting for the request which she knew would follow, gave him some of his favourite Scotch songs. As the last sweet strains of Mary of Argyle echoed through the study, the pastor shut his eyes, and memory flew back to the early years when his own wife Mary had sung those words in that room, and his dead darlings clustered eagerly around the piano to listen to their mother's music. 5 fair-browed, innocent young faces circling about the idolized wife, and baby Annie nestling in her cradle beside the hearth, playing with her waxen fingers and crowing softly. Death had stolen his household jewels, but recollection robbed the grave, and music's magic touch unsealed memory's golden urn. O death in life, the days that are no more! Edna thought he had fallen asleep, he was so still. His face was so placid, and she came softly back to her chair and looked at the ruby temples and towers, the glittering domes and ash-gray ruined arcades built by the oak coals. A month had elapsed since her arrival at the parsonage, and during that short period Mr. Hammond had rallied and recovered his strength so unexpectedly that hopes were entertained of his entire restoration, and he spoke confidently of being able to re-enter his pulpit on Easter Sunday. The society of his favourite pupil seemed to render him completely happy, and his countenance shone in the blessed light that gladdened his heart. After a long, dark, stormy day, the sun of his life was preparing to set in cloudless peace and glory. Into all of Edna's literary schemes he entered eagerly. She read to him the manuscript of her new book as far as it was written, and was gratified by his perfect satisfaction with the style, plot, and aim. Mrs. Murray came every day to the parsonage, but Edna had not visited Le Bocage, and though Mr. Murray spent 2 mornings of each week with Mr. Hammond, he called at stated hours, and she had not yet met him.
Twice she had heard his voice in earnest conversation, and several times she had seen his tall figure coming up the walk, but of his features she caught not even a glimpse. St. Elmo's name had never been mentioned in her presence by either his mother or the pastor, but Alda talked ceaselessly of his kindness to her. Knowing the days on which he came to the parsonage, Edna always absented herself from the invalid's room until the visit was over. One afternoon she went to the church to play on the organ, and after an hour of mournful enjoyment in the gallery, so fraught with precious reminiscences, she left the church and found Tamerlane tied to the iron gate, but his master was not visible. She knew that he was somewhere in the building or yard, and denied herself the pleasure of going there a second time. Neither glance nor word had been exchanged since they parted at the railroad station 18 months before. She longed to know his opinion of her book, for many passages had been written with special reference to his perusal. But she would not ask, and it was a sore trial to sit in one room, hearing the low, indistinct murmur of his voice in the next, and yet never to see him. Few women could have withstood the temptation, but the orphan dreaded his singular power over her heart, and dared not trust herself in his presence. This evening, as she sat, with the firelight shining on her face, thinking of the past, she could not realize that only 2 years had elapsed since she came daily to this quiet room to recite her lessons, for during that time she had suffered so keenly in mind and body that it seemed as if weary ages had gone over her young head. Involuntarily she sighed and passed her hand across her forehead. A low tap at the door diverted her thoughts, and a servant entered and gave her a package of letters from New York. Every mail brought one from Felix, and now opening his first, a tender smile parted her lips as she read his passionate, importunate appeal for her speedy return, and saw that the closing lines were blotted with tears. The remaining 8 letters were from persons unknown to her, and contained requests for autographs and photographs, for short sketches for papers in different sections of the country, and also various inquiries concerning the time when her new book would probably be ready for press. All were kind, friendly, gratifying, and one was eloquent with thanks for the good effect produced by a magazine article on a dissipated, irreligious husband and father, who after its perusal had resolved to reform, and wished her to know the beneficial influence which she exerted. At the foot of the page was a line penned by the rejoicing wife, invoking heaven's choicest blessings on the author's head. Is not the laborer worthy of his hire? Edna felt that her wages were munificent indeed, that her coffers were filling, and though the thank God was not audible, the great joy in her uplifted eyes attracted the attention of the pastor, who had been silently watching her, and he laid his hands on hers. What is it, my dear? The reward God has given me. She read aloud the contents of the letter, and there was a brief silence, broken at last by Mr. Hammond. Edna, my child, are you really happy? So happy that I believe the wealth of California could not buy this sheet of paper which assures me that I have been instrumental in bringing sunshine to a darkened household, in calling the head of a family from haunts of vice and midnight orgies back to his wife and children, back to the shrine of prayer at his own hearthstone. I have not lived in vain, for through my work a human soul has been brought to Jesus, and I thank God that I am accounted worthy to labor in my Lord's vineyard. Oh, I will wear that happy wife's blessing in my inmost heart, and like those old bells in Cambridgeshire inscribed Pestum fungo sabata bungo, it shall ring a silvery chime, exorcising all gloom and loneliness and sorrow. The old man's eyes filled as he noted the radiance of the woman's lovely face. You have indeed cause for gratitude and great joy, as you realize all the good you are destined to accomplish. And I know the rapture of saving souls, for through God's grace I believe I have snatched some from the brink of ruin. But Edna, can the triumph of your genius, the applause of the world, the approval of conscience, even the assurance that you are laboring successfully for the cause of Christ, can all these things satisfy your womanly heart, your loving, tender heart? My child, there is a dreary look sometimes in your eyes that reveals loneliness, almost weariness of life. I have studied your countenance closely when it was in repose. I read it, I think, without terrors, and as often as I hear your writings praised, I recall those lines, written by one of the noblest of your own sex: to have our books appraised by love, associated with love, while we sit loveless. Is it hard, you think? At least 'tis mournful. Edna, are you perfectly contented with your lot? A shadow drifted slowly over the marble face, and though it settled on no feature, the whole countenance was changed. I cannot say that I am perfectly content, and yet I would not exchange places with any woman I know. Do you never regret a step which you took one evening yonder in my church? No, sir, I do not regret it. I often thank God that I was able to obey my conscience and take that step. Suppose that in struggling up the steep path of duty one's soul needs the encouragement, the cheering companionship which only one other human being can give. Will the latter be guiltless if the aid is obstinately withheld? Suppose the latter feels that in joining hands both would stumble? You would not, O Edna, you would lift each other to noble heights. Each life would be perfect, complete. My child, will you let me tell you some things that ought to— She threw up her hand with that old childish gesture which he remembered so well, and shook her head. No, sir, please tell me nothing that will rouse a sorrow I am striving to drug. Spare me, for as St. Chrysostom once said of Olympias the deaconess, I live in perpetual fellowship with pain. My dear little Edna, as I look at you and think of your future, I am troubled about you. I wish I could confidently say to you what that same St. Chrysostom wrote to Pentadea, for I know your great and lofty soul, which can sail as with a fair wind through many tempests, and in the midst of the waves enjoy a white calm. She turned and took the minister's hand in hers, while an indescribable peace settled on her countenance, and still the trembling of her low, sweet voice. Across the gray, stormy billows of life, that white calm of eternity is rimming the water line, coming to meet me. Already the black pilot boat heaves in sight. I hear the signal, and death will soon take the helm and steer my little bark safely into the shining rest, into God's white calm. She went to the piano and sang as a solo, Nights Shade No Longer, from Moses in Egypt. While the pastor listened, he murmured to himself, Sublime is the faith of a lonely soul, in pain and trouble cherished. Sublime is the spirit of hope that lives when earthly hope has perished. She turned over the sheets of music, hunting for a German hymn, of which Mr. Hammond was very fond, but he called her back to the fireplace. My dear, do you recollect that beautiful passage in Faber's Sights and Thoughts in Foreign Churches? There is seldom a line of glory written upon the earth's face, but a line of suffering runs parallel with it, and they that read the lustrous syllables of the one, and stoop not to decipher the spotted and worn inscription of the other, get the least half of the lesson earth has to give. No, sir, I never read the book. Something in that passage brings to my mind those words of Martin Luther's, which explain so many of the spotted inscriptions of this earth. Our Lord God doth like a printer who setteth the letters backward. We see and feel well his setting, but we shall read the print yonder in the life to come. Mr. Hammond, it is said that in the Alexandrian manuscript in the British Museum there is a word which has been subjected to microscopic examination to determine whether it is O-E, who, or the C blank, which is the abbreviation of TOs. God, sometimes I think that so ought we to turn the lens of faith on many dim, perplexing inscriptions traced in human history, and perhaps we might oftener find God. Yes, I have frequently thought that the manuscript of every human life was like a Peruvian quipo, a mass of many-colored cords or threads, tied and knotted by unseen and possibly angel hands. Here, my dear, put these violets in water. They are withering. By the way, Edna, I am glad to find that in your writings you attach so much importance to the ministry of flowers, and that you call the attention of your readers to the beautiful arguments which they furnish in favor of the Christian philosophy of a divine design in nature. Truly, your voiceless lips, O flowers, are living preachers, each cup a pulpit and each leaf a book, supplying to my fancy numerous teachers from lowliest nook. At this moment the doorbell rang, and soon after the servant brought in a telegraphic dispatch addressed to Mr. Hammond. It was from Gordon Lee, announcing his arrival in New York, and stating that he and Gertrude would reach the parsonage sometime during the ensuing week. Edna went into the kitchen to superintend the preparation of the minister's supper, and when she returned and placed the waiter on the table near his chair, she told him that she must go back to New York immediately after the arrival of Gordon and Gertrude, as her services would no longer be required at the parsonage, and her pupils needed her. 2 days passed without any further allusion to the subject, which was evidently uppermost in Mr. Hammond's mind. On the morning of the 3rd, Mrs. Murray said, as she rose to conclude her visit, "You are so much better, sir, that I must claim Edna for a day at least. She has not yet been to Le Bocage, and as she goes away so soon, I want to take her home with me this morning. Clara Inge promised me that she would stay with you until evening. Edna, get your bonnet. I shall be entirely alone to-day, for St. Elmo has carried Huldah to the plantation, and they will not get home until late. So, my dear, we shall have the house all to ourselves." The orphan could not deny herself the happiness offered. She knew that she ought not to go, but for once her strength failed her. She yielded to the temptation. During the drive Mrs. Murray talked cheerfully of various things, and for the first time laid aside entirely the haughty constraint which had distinguished her manner since they travelled south from New York. They entered the avenue, and Edna gave herself up to the rushing recollections which were so mournfully sweet, and they went into the house, and the servants hurried forward to welcome her. She could not repress her tears. She felt that this was her home, her heart's home, and as numerous familiar objects met her eyes, Mrs. Murray saw that she was almost overpowered by her emotions. "I wonder if there is any other place on earth half so beautiful," murmured the governess several hours later, as they sat looking out over the lawn where the deer and sheep were browsing. "Certainly not to our partial eyes, and yet without you, my child, it does not seem like home. It is the only home where you will ever be happy." "Yes, I know it, but it cannot be mine, Mrs. Murray. I want to see my own little room." "Certainly you know the way. I will join you there presently. Nobody has occupied it since you left, for I feel toward your room as I once felt toward the empty cradle of my dead child." Edna went upstairs alone, and closed the door of the apartment she had so long called hers, and looked with childish pleasure and affection at the rosewood furniture. Turning to the desk where she had written much that the world now praised and loved, she saw a vase containing a superb bouquet with a card attached by a strip of ribbon. The hothouse flowers were arranged with exquisite taste, and the orphan's cheeks glowed suddenly as she recognized Mr. Murray's handwriting on the card. For Edna Earle, when she took up the bouquet, a small envelope similarly addressed dropped out. For some minutes she stood irresolute, fearing to trust herself with the contents. Then she drew a chair to the desk, sat down, and broke the seal. "My darling, will you not permit me to see you before you leave the parsonage? Knowing the peculiar circumstances that brought you back, I cannot take advantage of them and thrust myself into your presence without your consent. I have left home to-day because I felt assured that much as you might desire to see Le Bocage, you would never come here while there was a possibility of meeting me. You, who know something of my wayward, sinful, impatient temper, can perhaps imagine what I suffer when I am told that your health is wretched, that you are in the next room, and yet that I must not, shall not see you. My own Edna, do you wonder that I almost grow desperate at the thought that only a wall, a door, separates me from you, whom I love better than my life? Oh, my darling, allow me one more interview. Do not make my punishment heavier than I can bear. It is hard, it is bitter enough to know that you cannot or will not trust me. At least, let me see your dear face again. Grant me 1 hour. It may be the last we shall ever spend together in this world. Your own St. Elmo." "Ah, my God, pity me. Why, oh, why is it that I am tantalized with glimpses of a great joy never to be mine in this life? Why, in struggling to do my duty, am I brought continually to the very gate of the only Eden I am ever to find in this world, and yet can never surprise the watching angel of wrath, and have to stand shivering outside and see my Eden only by the flashing of the sword that bars my entrance?" Looking at the handwriting, so different from any other which she had ever examined, her thoughts were irresistibly carried back to that morning when, at the shop, she saw this handwriting for the first time on the blank leaf of the Dante, and she recalled the shuddering aversion with which her grandfather had glanced at it, and advised her to commit it to the flames of the forge. How many such notes as this had been penned to Annie and Gertrude, and to that wretched woman shut up in an Italian convent, and to others of whose names she was ignorant. Mrs. Murray opened the door, looked in, and said, "Come, I want to show you something really beautiful." Edna put the note in her pocket, took the bouquet, and followed her friend downstairs through the rotunda to the door of Mr. Murray's sitting room. "My son locked this door and carried the key with him, but after some search I have found another that will open it. Come in, Edna. Now look at that large painting hanging over the sarcophagus. It is a copy of Titian's Christ crowned with thorns, the original of which is in a Milan church, I believe. While St. Elmo was last abroad, he was in Genoa one afternoon when a boat was capsized. Being a fine swimmer, he sprang into the water, where several persons were struggling, and saved the lives of 2 little children of an English gentleman who had his hands quite full in rescuing his wife. 2 of the party were drowned, but the father was so grateful to my son that he has written him several letters, and last year he sent him this picture, which, though of course much smaller than the original, is considered a very fine copy. I begged to have it hung in the parlor, but fearing, I suppose, that its history might possibly be discovered, you know how he despises anything like a parade of good deeds, St. Elmo insisted on bringing it here to this Egyptian museum, where, unfortunately, people cannot see it." For some time they stood admiring it, and then Edna's eyes wandered away to the Taj Mahal, to the cabinets and bookcases. Her lip began to quiver, as every article of furniture babbled of the bygone, of the happy evenings spent here, of that hour when the idea of authorship first seized her mind and determined her future. Mrs. Murray walked up to the arch, over which the curtains fell, touching the floor, and laying her hand on the folds of silk, said hesitatingly, "I am going to show you something that my son will not easily forgive me for betraying, for it is a secret he guards most jealously." "No, I would rather not see it. I wish to learn nothing which Mr. Murray is not willing that I should know. You will scarcely betray me to my son when you see what it is, and beside, I am determined you shall have no room to doubt the truth of some things he has told you. There is no reason why you should not look at it. Do you recognize that face yonder over the mantelpiece?" She held the curtains back, and despite her reluctance to glancing into the inner room, Edna raised her eyes timidly, and saw in a richly carved oval frame hanging on the opposite wall a life-size portrait of herself. We learned from the newspapers that some fine photographs had been taken in New York, and I sent on and bought two. St. Elmo took one of them to an artist in Charleston, and superintended the painting of that portrait. When he returned just before I went north, he brought the picture with him, and with his own hands hung it yonder. I've noticed that since that day he always keeps the curtains down over the arch, and never leaves the house without locking his rooms. Edna had dropped her crimson face in her hands, and Mrs. Murray raised it forcibly and kissed her. "I want you to know how well he loves you, how necessary you are to his happiness. Now I must leave you, for I see Mrs. Montgomery's carriage at the door. You have a note to answer. There are writing materials on the table yonder." She went out, closing the door softly, and Edna was alone with surroundings that pleaded piteously for the absent master. Oxalis and heliotrope peeped at her over the top of the lotus vases. One of a pair of gauntlets had fallen on the carpet near the cameo cabinet. 2 or 3 newspapers and a meerschaum lay upon a chair. Several theological works were scattered on the sofa, and the air was heavy with lingering cigar smoke. Just in front of the Taj Mahal was a handsome copy of Edna's novel, and a beautiful morocco-bound volume containing a collection of all her magazine sketches. She sat down in the crimson cushioned armchair that was drawn close to the circular table where pen and paper told that the owner had recently been writing, and near the inkstand was a handkerchief with German initials SEN. Upon a mass of loose paper stood a quaint bronze paperweight representing Cartafides, the wandering Jew, and on the base was inscribed Mr. Murray's favorite Arabian maxim, "Ed dunya de jifatan ve tala baha kalabi." The world is an abomination, and those who toil about it are dogs. There, too, was her own little Bible, and as she took it up, it opened at the 14th chapter of St. John, where she found, as a bookmark, the photograph of herself from which the portrait had been painted. An unwithered geranium sprig lying among the leaves whispered that the pages had been read that morning. Out on the lawn, birds swung in the elm twigs, singing cheerily. Lambs bleated and ran races, and the little silver bell on Huldah's pet fawn, Edna, tinkled ceaselessly. "Help me, O my God, in this the last hour of my trial." The prayer went up meaningly, and Edna took a pen and turned to write. Her arm struck a portfolio lying on the edge of the table, and in falling loose sheets of paper fluttered out on the carpet. One caught her eye. She picked it up and found a sketch of the ivied ruins of File. Underneath the drawing, and dated 15 years before, were traced in St. Elmo's writing those lines which Henry Soame is said to have penned on the blank leaf of a copy of the Pleasures of Memory. Memory makes her influence known by sighs and tears and grief alone. I greet her as the fiend to whom belong the vulture's ravening beak, the raven's funereal song. She tells of time misspent, of comfort lost, of fair occasions gone for ever by, of hopes too fondly nursed, too rudely crossed, of many a cause to wish, yet fear to die. For what except the instinctive fear, lest she survive, detains me here, when all the life of life is fled? The lonely woman looked upward appealingly, and there upon the wall she met, not as formerly, the gleaming augurous, inexorable eyes of the Cimbrian prophetess, but the pitying God's gaze of Titian's Jesus. When Mrs. Murray returned to the room, Edna sat as still as one of the mummies in the sarcophagus, with her head thrown back and the long black eyelashes sweeping her colourless cheeks. One hand was pressed over her heart, the other held a note directed to St. Elmo Murray, and the cold fixed features were so like those of an angel of death sometimes sculptured on cenotaphs that Mrs. Murray uttered a cry of alarm. As she bent over her, Edna opened her arms and said in a feeble, spent tone, "Take me back to the parsonage. I ought not to have come here. I might have known I was not strong enough. You have had one of those attacks. Why did you not call me? I will bring you some wine. No, only let me go away as soon as possible. Oh, I am ashamed of my weakness." She rose, and her pale lips writhed as her sad eyes wandered in a farewell glance around the room. She put the unsealed note in Mrs. Murray's hand, and turned toward the door. "Edna, my daughter, you have not refused St. Elmo's request. My mother, pity me, I could not grant it." End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of St. Elmo. This as a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 33. They have come. I hear Gertrude's birdish voice. The words had scarcely passed Mr. Hammond's lips ere his niece bounded into the room, followed by her husband. Edna was sitting on the chintz-covered lounge, mending a basketful of the old man's clothes that needed numerous stitches and buttons, and throwing aside her sewing materials, she rose to meet the travellers. At sight of her, Gordon Lee stopped suddenly, and his face grew instantly as bloodless as her own. "Edna, oh, how changed! What a wreck!" He grasped her outstretched hand, folded it in his, which trembled violently, and a look of anguish mastered his features as his eyes searched her calm countenance. "I did not think it would come so soon, passing away in the early morning of your life. Oh, my pure, broken lily!" He did not seem to heed his wife's presence until she threw her arms around Edna, exclaiming, "Get away, Gordon. I want her all to myself. Why, you pale darling, what a starved ghost you are. Not half as substantial as my shadow, is she, Gordon? Oh, Edna, how I have longed to see you, to tell you how I enjoyed your dear, delightful, grand, noble book, to tell you what a great woman I think you are, and how proud of you I am. A gentleman who came over in the steamer with us asked me how much you paid me per annum to puff you. He was a miserable old cynic of a bachelor, ridiculed all women unmercifully, and at last I told him I would bet both my ears that the reason he was so bearish and hateful was because some pretty girl had flirted with him outrageously. He turned up his ugly nose, especially at blue stockings, said all literary women were hopeless pedants and slatterns, and quoted that abominable Horace Walpole's account of Lady Mary Wortley Montague's dirt and vivacity. I really thought Gordon would throw him overboard. I wonder what he would say if he could see you darning Uncle Alan's socks. Oh, Edna, dearie, I am sorry to find you looking so pale." All this was uttered interjectionally, between vigorous hugs and warm, tender kisses, and as Gertrude threw her bonnet and wrappings on the lounge, she continued, "I wished for you just exactly 10,000 times while I was abroad. There were so many things that you could have described so beautifully. Gordon, don't Edna's eyes remind you very much of that divine picture of the Madonna at Dresden?" She looked round for an answer, but her husband had left the room, and recollecting a parcel that had been stowed away in the pocket of the carriage, she ran out to get it. Presently she reappeared at the door with a goblet in her hand. "Uncle Alan, who carries the keys now?" "Edna, what will you have, my dear?" "I want some brandy. Gordon looks very pale, and complains of not feeling well, so I intend to make him a mint julep. Ah, Edna, these husbands are such troublesome creatures." She left the room, jingling the bunch of keys, and a few moments after they heard her humming an air from Rigoletto as she bent over the mint bed under the study window. Mr. Hammond, who had observed all that passed and saw the earnest distress clouding the orphan's brow, said gravely, "She has not changed an iota. She never will be anything more than a beautiful, merry child, and is a mere pretty pet, not a companion in the true sense of the word. She is not quick-witted, or she would discern a melancholy truth that might overshadow all her life. Unless Gordon learns more self-control, he will ere long betray himself. I expostulated with him before his marriage, but for once he threw my warning to the winds.
I am an old man, and have seen many phases of human nature, and watched the development of many characters, and I have found that these pique marriages are always mournful, always disastrous. In such instances I would with more pleasure officiate at the grave than at the altar. Once Estelle and Agnes persuaded me that St. Elmo was about to wreck himself on this rock of ruin, and even his mother's manner led me to believe that he would marry his cousin, but thank God he was wiser than I feared. Mr. Hammond, are you sure that Gertrude loves Mr. Lee? Oh, yes, my dear, of that fact there can be no doubt. Why do you question it? She told me once that Mr. Murray had won her heart. It was the first time Edna had mentioned his name since her return, and it brought a faint flush to her cheeks. That was a childish whim, which she has utterly forgotten. A woman of her temperament never remains attached to a man from whom she is long separated. I do not suppose that she remembered St. Elmo a month after she ceased to meet him. I feel assured that she loves Gordon as well as she can love any one. She is a remarkably sweet-tempered, unselfish, gladsome woman, but is not capable of very deep, lasting feeling. I will go away at once. This is Saturday, and I will start to New York early Monday morning. Mr. Lee is weaker than I ever imagined he could be. The outline of her mouth hardened, and into her eyes crept an expression of scorn that very rarely found a harbor there. Yes, my dear, although it grieves me to part with you, I know it is best that you should not be here, at least for the present. Agnes is visiting friends at the North, and when she returns, Gordon and Gertrude will remove to their new house. Then, Edna, if I feel that I need you, if I write for you, will you not come back to me? Dear child, I want your face to be the last I look upon in this world. She drew the pastor's shrunken hand to her lips and shook her head. Do not ask me to do that which my strength will not permit. There are many reasons why I ought not to come here again, and moreover my work calls me hence to a distant field. My physical strength seems to be ebbing fast, and my vines are not all purple with mellow fruit. Some clusters, thank God, are fragrant, ripe, and ready for the wine-press, when the angel of the vintage comes to gather them in. But my work is only half done. Not until my fingers clasp white flowers under a pall shall it be said of me, yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. Incello quies. The German idea of death is to me peculiarly comforting and touching. Heimgang, going home. Ah, sir, humanity ought to be homesick, and in thinking of that mansion beyond the star-paved pathway of the sky, whither Jesus has gone to prepare our places, we children of earth should, like the Swiss, never lose our homesickness. Our bodies are of the dust, dusty, and bend dustward, but our souls floated down from the sardonyx walls of the everlasting city, and brought with them a yearning maladie du pays, which should help them to struggle back. Sometimes I am tempted to believe that the joys of this world are the true lotus, devouring which mankind glory in exile and forget the Heimgang. Oh, indeed, here we have no continuing city, but seek one to come. Heimgang, thank God, going home forever. The splendor of the large eyes seemed almost unearthly as she looked out over the fields, where in summers past the shout of the merry reapers rose like the songs of Greek harvesters to Demeter. Nay, nay, as a hymn of gratitude and praise to him who feedeth the fowls of the air, and maketh the universe a vast Sarepta, in which the cruise never faileth the prophets of God. Edna sat silent for some time with her slender hands folded on her lap, and the pastor heard her softly repeating, as if to her own soul, those lines on life. A cry between the silences, a shadow birth of clouds at strife, with sunshine on the hills of life, between the cradle and the shroud, a meteor's flight from cloud to cloud. Several hours later, when Mr. Lee returned to the study, he found Edna singing some of the minister's favorite Scotch ballads, while Gertrude rested on the lounge, half propped on her elbow, and leaning forward to dangle the cord and tassel of her robe de chambre, within reach of an energetic little blue-eyed kitten, which, with its paws in the air, rolled on the carpet, catching at the silken toy. The governess left the piano, and resumed her mending of the contents of the clothes basket.
In answer to some inquiries of Mr. Hammond, Mr. Lee gave a brief account of his travels in southern Europe, but his manner was constrained, his thoughts evidently preoccupied. Once his eyes wandered to the round, rosy, dimpling face of his beautiful child wife, and he frowned, bit his lip, and sighed, while his gaze, earnest and mournfully anxious, returned and dwelt upon the weary but serene countenance of the orphan. In the conversation, which had turned accidentally upon philology and the manuscripts of the Vatican, Gertrude took no part. Now and then, glancing up at the speakers, she continued her romp with the kitten. At length, tired of her frolicsome pet, she rose with a half-suppressed yawn, and sauntered up to her husband's chair. Softly and lovingly her pretty little pink palms were passed over her husband's darkened brow, and her fingers drew his hair now on one side, now on the other, while she peeped over his shoulder to watch the effect of the arrangement. The caresses were inopportune. Her touch annoyed him. He shook it off, and stretching out his arm, put her gently but firmly away, saying coldly, "There is a chair, Gertrude." Edna's eyes looked steadily into his with an expression of grave, sorrowful reproof, of expostulation, and the flush deepened on his face as his eyes fell before her rebuking gaze. Perhaps the young wife had become accustomed to such rebuffs. At all events, she evinced neither mortification nor surprise, but twirled her silk tassel vigorously round her finger, and exclaimed, "Oh, Gordon, have you not forgotten to give Edna that letter, written by the gentleman we met at Palermo? Edna, he paid your book some splendid compliments. I fairly clapped my hands at his praises, didn't I, Gordon?" Mr. Lee drew a letter from the inside pocket of his coat, and as he gave it to the orphan, said with a touch of bitterness in his tone, "Pardon my negligence. Probably you will find little news in it, as he is one of your old victims, and you can guess its contents." The letter was from Sir Roger, and while he expressed great grief at hearing, through Mr. Manning's notes, that her health was seriously impaired, he renewed the offer of his hand, and asked permission to come and plead his suit in person. As Edna hurriedly glanced over the pages and put them in her pocket, Gertrude said gaily, "Shame on you, Gordon. Do you mean to say, or rather to insinuate, that all who read Edna's book are victimized?" He looked at her from under thickening eyebrows, and replied with undisguised impatience, "No, your common sense ought to teach you that such was not my meaning or intention. Edna places no such interpretation on my words." "Common sense! Oh, Gordon, dearie, how unreasonable you are! Why, you have told me 1,000 times that I had not a particle of common sense except on the subject of juleps, and how then, in the name of wonder, can you expect me to show any? I never pretended to be a great shining genius like Edna, whose writings all the world is talking about. I only want to be wise enough to understand you, dearie, and make you happy. Gordon, don't you feel any better? What makes your face so red?" She went back to his chair and leaned her lovely head close to his, while an anxious expression filled her large blue eyes. Gordon Lee realized that his marriage was a terrible mistake, which only death could rectify, but even in his wretchedness he was just, blaming only himself, exonerating his wife. Had he not wooed the love of which already he was weary? Having deceived her at the altar, was there justification for his dropping the mask at the hearthstone? Nay, the skeleton must be no rattling of skull and crossbones to freeze the blood in the sweet laughing face of the trusting bird. Now her clinging tenderness, her affectionate humility, upbraided him as no harsh words could possibly have done. With a smothered sigh, he passed his arm around her, and drew her closer to his side. "At least my little wife is wise enough to teach her husband to be ashamed of his petulance, and quite wise enough, dear Gertrude, to make him very proud and happy. For you ought to be able to say with the sweetest singer in all merry England, 'But I look up and he looks down,' and thus our married eyes can meet, unclouded his in clear of frown, and gravely sweet." As Edna glanced at the young wife and uttered these words, a mist gathered in her own eyes, and collecting her sewing utensils, she went to her room to pack her trunk. During her stay at the parsonage she had not attended service in the church, because Mr. Hammond was lonely, and her Sabbaths were spent in reading to him. But her old associates in the choir insisted that before she returned to New York she should sing with them once more. Thus far she had declined all invitations, but on the morning of the last day of her visit the organist called to say that a distinguished divine from a distant state would fill Mr. Hammond's pulpit.
and as the best and leading soprano in the choir was disabled by severe cold and could not be present, he begged that Edna would take her place and sing a certain solo in the music which he had selected for an opening piece. Mr. Hammond, who was pardonably proud of his choir, was anxious that the stranger should be greeted and inspired by fine music, and urged Edna's compliance with the request. Reluctantly she consented, and for the first time duty and love seemed to signal a truce, to shake hands over the preliminaries of a treaty for peace. As she passed through the churchyard and walked up the steps where a group of Sabbath school children sat talking, her eyes involuntarily sought the dull brown spot on the marble. Over it little Herbert Inge had spread his white handkerchief and piled thereon his Testament and Catechism, laying on the last one of those gilt-bordered and handsome pictorial cards containing a verse from the Scriptures, which are frequently distributed by Sabbath school teachers. Edna stooped and looked at the picture covering the blood stain. It represented our Savior on the Mount, delivering the sermon, and in golden letters were printed his words, "Judge not that ye be not judged, for with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged, and with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again." The eyes of the divine preacher seemed to look into hers, and the outstretched hand to point directly at her. She trembled, and hastily kissing the sweet red lips which little Herbert held up to her, she went in and up to the gallery. The congregation assembled slowly, and as almost all the faces were familiar to Edna, each arrival revived something of the past. Here the flashing silk flounces of a young belle brushed the straight black folds of a widow's weeds. On the back of one seat was stretched the rough brown hand of a poor laboring man. On the next lay the dainty fingers of a matron of wealth and fashion, who had entirely forgotten to draw a glove over her sparkling diamonds. In all the splendor of velvet, feathers, and sea-green moire, Mrs. Montgomery sailed proudly into her pew, convoying her daughter Maud, who was smiling and whispering to her escort, and just behind them came a plainly clad but happy young mechanic, a carpenter clasping to his warm, honest heart the arm of his sweet-faced, gentle wife, and holding the hand of his rosy-cheeked, bright-eyed 3-year-old boy, who toddled along, staring at the brilliant pictures on the windows. When Mr. Lee and Gertrude entered, there was a general stir, a lifting of heads and twisting of necks, in order to ascertain what new styles of bonnet, lace, and mantle prevailed in Paris. A moment after, Mrs. Murray walked slowly down the aisle, and Edna's heart seemed to stand still as she saw Mr. Murray's powerful form. He stepped forward, and while he opened the door of the pew and waited for his mother to see herself, his face was visible. Then he sat down, closing the door. The minister entered, and as he ascended the pulpit, the organ began to breathe its solemn welcome. When the choir rose and commenced their course, Edna stood silent, with her book in her hand and her eyes fixed on the Murrays' pew. The strains of triumph ceased. The organ only sobbed its sympathy to the thorn-crowned Christ, struggling along the Via Dolorosa, and the orphan's quivering lips parted, and she sang her solo. As her magnificent voice rose and rolled to the arched roof, people forgot propriety and turned to look at the singer. She saw Mrs. Murray start and glance eagerly up at her, and for an instant the grand, pure voice faltered slightly, as Edna noticed that the mother whispered something to the son. But he did not turn his proud head. He only leaned his elbow on the side of the pew next to the aisle, and rested his temple on his hand. When the preliminary services ended, and the minister stood up in the shining pulpit and commenced his discourse, Edna felt that St. Elmo had at last enlisted angels in his behalf, for the text was contained in the warning, whose gilded letters hid the blood spot, "Judge not that ye be not judged." As far as two among his auditory were concerned, the preacher might as well have addressed his sermon to the mossy slabs visible through the windows. Both listened to the text, and neither heard any more. Edna sat looking down at Mr. Murray's massive, finely poised head, and she could see the profile contour of features regular and dark, as if carved in bronze. During the next half hour her vivid imagination sketched and painted a vision of enchantment, of what might have been if that motionless man below, there in the crimson-cushioned pew, had only kept his soul from grievous sins, a vision of a happy, proud young wife reigning at Le Bocage, shedding the warm, rosy light of her love over the lonely life of its master, adding to his strong, clear intellect and ripe experience the silver flame of her genius, borrowing from him broader and more profound views of her race on which to base her ideal aesthetic structures, softening, refining his nature, strengthening her own, helping him to help humanity, loving all good, being good, doing good, serving and worshipping God together, walking hand in hand with her husband through earth's wide valley of Baca, with peaceful faces full of faith looking heavenward. God pity them both, and pity us all,
who vainly the dreams of youth recall, for of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these, "It might have been." At last, with a faint moan, which reached to no ear but that of him who never slumbers, Edna withdrew her eyes from the spot where Mr. Murray sat, and raised them toward the pale Christ, whose wan lips seemed to murmur, "Be of good cheer. He that overcometh shall inherit all things. What I do thou knowest not now, but thou shalt know hereafter." The minister, standing beneath the picture of the Master whom he served, closed the Bible and ended his discourse by hurling his text as a thunderbolt at those whose upturned faces watched him. "Finally, brethren, remember under all circumstances the awful admonition of Jesus, 'Judge not, that ye be not judged.'" The organ peals and the doxology were concluded. The benediction fell like God's dew, alike on sinner and on saint, and amid the solemn moaning of the gilded pipes, the congregation turned to quit the church. With both hands pressed over her heart, Edna leaned heavily against the railing. "Tomorrow I go away forever. I shall never see his face again in this world. Oh, I want to look at it once more." As he stepped into the aisle, Mr. Murray threw his head back slightly, and his eyes swept up the gallery and met hers. It was a long, eager, heart-searching gaze. She saw a countenance more fascinating than of old, for the sardonic glare had gone, the bitterness, the dare man, dare brute, dare devil expression had given place to a stern mournfulness, and the softening shadow of deep contrition and manly sorrow hovered over features where scoffing cynicism had so long scowled. The magnetism of St. Elmo's eyes was never more marvelous than when they rested on the beautiful white face of the woman he loved so well, whose calm, holy eyes shone like those of an angel as they looked sadly down at his. In the mystic violet light with which the rich stained glass flooded the church, that pallid, suffering face, sublime in its meekness and resignation, hung above him like one of Perugino's saints over kneeling mediaeval worshippers. As the moving congregation bore him nearer to the door, she leaned farther over the mahogany balustrade, and a snowy crocus which she wore at her throat snapped its brittle stem and floated down till it touched his shoulder. He laid one hand over it, holding it there, and while a prayer burned in his splendid eyes, hers smiled in a melancholy farewell. The crowd swept the tall form forward under the arches, beyond the fluted columns of the gallery, and the long gaze ended. Ah, well for us all, some sweet hope lies deeply buried from human eyes, and in the hereafter angels may roll the stone from its grave away. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 34. I am truly thankful that you have returned. I'm quite worn out trying to humor Felix's whims and take your place. He has actually lost 10 pounds, and if you had stayed away a month longer, I think it would have finished my poor boy, who has set you up as an idol in his heart. He almost had a spasm last week when his father told him he had better reconcile himself to your absence, as he believed that you would never come back to the drudgery of the schoolroom. I'm very anxious about him. His health is more feeble than it has been since he was 5 years old. My dear, you have no idea how you have been missed. Your admirers call by scores to ascertain when you may be expected home, and I do not exaggerate in the least when I say that there is a champagne basket full of periodicals and letters upstairs that have arrived recently. You will find them piled on the table and desk in your room. "Where are the children?" asked Edna, glancing around the sitting-room, into which Mrs. Andrews had drawn her. "Hattie is spending the day with Lila Manning, who is just recovering from a severe attack of scarlet fever, and Felix is in the library trying to sleep. He has one of his nervous headaches today. Poor fellow! He tries so hard to overcome his irritable temper and to grow patient, but I am growing fonder of him every day. How travel-spent and ghastly you are! Sit down, and I will order some refreshments. Take this wine, my dear, and presently you shall have a cup of chocolate." "Thank you, not any wine. I only want to see Felix." She went to the library, cautiously opened the door, and crept softly across the floor to the end of the sofa. The boy lay looking through the window and up beyond the walls and chimneys at the sapphire pavement where rolled the sun. Casual observers thought the cripple's face ugly and disagreeable, but the tender, loving smile that lighted the countenance of the governess as she leaned forward told that some charm lingered in the sharpened features overcast with sickly sallowness. In his large, deep-set eyes, over which the heavy brows arched like a roof, she saw now a strange expression that frightened her. Was it the awful shadow of the 3 singing spinners whom Catullus painted at the wedding of Peleus? As the child looked into the blue sky, did he catch a glimpse of their trailing white robes, purple-edged, of their floating rose-colored veils? Above all, did he hear the unearthly chorus which they chanted as they spun? Curete ducentis subtenina corita fusi. The governess was seized by a vague apprehension as she watched her pupil, and bending down, she said fondly, "Felix, my darling, I have come back. Never again while I live will I leave you." The almost bewildering joy that flashed into his countenance mutely but eloquently welcomed her, as kneeling beside the sofa she wound her arms around him and drew his head to her shoulder. "Edna, is Mr. Hammond dead?" "No, he is almost well again, and needs me no more." "I need you more than anybody else ever did. Oh, Edna, I thought sometimes you would stay at the South, that you love so well, and I should see you no more, and then all the light seemed to die out of the world, and the flowers were not sweet, and the stars were not bright, and oh, I was glad I had not long to live." "Hush, you must not talk so. How do you know that you may not live as long as Ahasuerus, the everlasting Jew? My dear little boy, in all this wide earth you are the only one whom I have to love and cling to, and we will be happy together. Darling, your head aches today." She pressed her lips twice to his hot forehead. "Yes, but the heartache was much the hardest to bear until you came. Mamma has been very good and kind, and stayed at home and read to me, but I wanted you, Edna. I do not believe that I have been wicked since you left, for I prayed all the while that God would bring you back to me. I've tried hard to be patient." With her cheek nestled against his, Edna told him many things that had occurred during their separation, and noticed that his eyes brightened suddenly and strangely. "Edna, I have a secret to tell you, something that even mamma is not to know just now. You must not laugh at me. While you were gone I wrote a little manuscript, and it is dedicated to you, and some day I hope it will be printed. Are you glad, Edna? My beautiful pale Edna?" "Felix, I'm very glad you love me sufficiently to dedicate your little manuscript to me. But, my dear boy, I must see it before I can say I'm glad you wrote it. If you had been here it would not have been written, because then I should merely have talked out all the ideas to you. But you were far away, and so I talked to my paper. After all, it was only a dream. One night I was feverish, and mamma read aloud those passages that you marked in that great book, Maury's Physical Geography of the Sea, that you admire and quote so often, and of which I remember you said once, in talking to Mr. Manning, that it rolled its warm, beautiful, sparkling waves of thought across the cold grey sea of science, just like the Gulf Stream it treated of. Two of the descriptions which mamma read were so splendid that they rang in my ears like the music of the Swiss bell-ringers. One was the account of the atmosphere by Dr. Buist of Bombay, and the other was the description of the Indian Ocean, which was quoted from Schleiden's lecture. My fever was high, and when at last I went to sleep, I had a queer dream about madrepores and medusae, and I wrote it down as well as I could, and called it Algae Adventures in a Voyage Round the World. Edna, I have stolen something from you, and as you will be sure to find it out when you read my little story, where there is a long hard word missing in the manuscript, I will tell you about it now. Do you recollect talking to me one evening when we were walking on the beach at the Willows about some shell-clad animalcula, which you said were so very small that Professor Schultz of Bonn found no less than 1.5 million of their
minute shells in an ounce of pulverized quartz from the shore of Molodigaita. Well, I put all you told me in my little manuscript. For my life I could not think of the name of the class to which they belong. Do you recollect it? Let me think a moment. Was it not foraminifera? That's the identical word, foraminifera. No wonder I could not think of it. 6 syllables tied up in a scientific knot. Phew! It makes my head ache worse to try to recollect it. How stoop-shouldered your memory must be from carrying such heavy loads. It is a regular camel. Yes, it is a meek, faithful beast of burden, and will very willingly bear the weight of that scientific name until you want to use it. So do not tax your mind now. You said you stole it from me, but my dear, ambitious authorling, my little round jacket scribbler, I wish you to understand distinctly that I do not consider that I have been robbed. The fact was discovered by Professor Schultz, and bequeathed by him to the world. From that instant it became universal, common property, which any man, woman, or child may use at pleasure, provided a tribute of gratitude is paid to the donor. Every individual is in some sort an intellectual bank, issuing bills of ideas, very often specious, but not always convertible into gold or silver. And now, my precious little boy, recollect that just as long as I have any capital left, you can borrow, and some day I will turn Shylock and make you pay me with usury. Edna, I should like above all things to write a book of stories for poor sick children, little tales that would make them forget their suffering and deformity. If I could even reconcile one lame boy to being shut up indoors, while others are shouting and skating in the sunshine, I should not feel as if I were so altogether useless in the world. Edna, do you think that I shall ever be able to do so? Perhaps so, dear Felix, certainly, if God wills it. When you are stronger, we will study and write together. But today you must compose yourself and be silent. Your fever is rising. The doctor left some medicine yonder in that goblet, but mamma has forgotten to give it to me. I will take a spoonful now, if you please. His face was much flushed, and as she kissed him and turned away, he exclaimed, "Oh, where are you going?" "To my room, to take off my hat." "Do not be gone long. I'm so happy now that you are here again, but I don't want you to get out of my sight. Come back soon and bathe my head." On the following day, when Mr. Manning called to welcome her home, he displayed an earnestness and depth of feeling which surprised the governess. Putting his hand on her arm, he said in a tone that had lost its metallic ring, "How fearfully changed since I saw you last. I knew you were not strong enough to endure the trial, and if I had had a right to interfere, you should never have gone." "Mr. Manning, I do not quite understand your meaning." "Edna, to see you dying by inches is bitter indeed. I believed that you would marry Murray, at least I knew any other woman would, and I felt that to refuse his affection would be a terrible trial, through which you could not pass with impunity. Why you rejected him, I have no right to inquire, but I have a right to ask you to let me save your life. I am well aware that you do not love me, but at least you can esteem and entirely trust me. And once more I hold out my hand to you and say, give me the wreck of your life. Oh, give me the ruins of your heart. I will guard you tenderly. We will go to Europe, to the East, and rest of mind and easy traveling and change of scene will restore you. I never realized, never dreamed how much my happiness depended upon you until you left the city. I've always relied so entirely upon myself, feeling the need of no other human being. But now, separated from you, I am restless, am conscious of a vague discontent. If you spend the next year as you have spent the last, you will not survive it. I have conferred with your physician. He reluctantly told me your alarming condition, and have come to plead with you for the last time not to continue your suicidal course, not to destroy the life, which, if worthless to you, is inexpressibly precious to a man who prays to be allowed to take care of it, a man who realizes that it is necessary to the usefulness and peace of his own lonely life, who wishes no other reward on earth but the privilege of looking into your approving eyes when his daily work is ended and he sits down at his fireside. Edna, I do not ask for your love, but I beg for your hand, your confidence, your society, for the right to save you from toil. Will you go to the old world with me?" Looking suddenly up at him, she was astonished to find tears in his searching and usually cold eyes.
Scandinavian tradition reports that 7 parishes were once overwhelmed, and still lie buried under snow and ice, and yet occasionally those church bells are heard ringing clearly under the glaciers of the Folgefond. So, in the frozen crystal depths of this man's nature, his long silent, smothered affections began to chime. A proud smile trembled over Edna's face as she saw how entirely she possessed the heart of one whom above all other men she most admired. Mr. Manning, the assertion that you regard your life as imperfect, incomplete, without the feeble complement of mine, that you find your greatest happiness in my society, is the most flattering, the most gratifying tribute which ever has been or ever can be paid to my intellect. It is a triumph indeed, and because unsought, surely it is a pardonable pride that makes my heart throb. This assurance of your high regard is the brightest earthly crown I shall ever wear. But, sir, you err egregiously in supposing that you would be happy wedded to a woman who did not love you. You think now that if we were only married, my constant presence in your home, my implicit confidence in your character, would fully content you. But here you fail to understand your own heart, and I know that the consciousness that my affection was not yours would make you wretched. No, no, my dear noble friend. God never intended us for each other. I cannot go to the old world with you. I know how peculiarly precarious is my tenure of life, and how apparently limited is my time for work in this world, but I am content. I try to labor faithfully, listening for the summons of him who notices even the death of sparrows. God will not call me hence so long as he has any work for me to do on earth, and when I become useless and can no longer serve him here, I do not wish to live. Through Christ, I am told, let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. Mr. Manning, I am not ignorant of nor indifferent to my physical condition, but thank God I can say truly I am not troubled, neither am I afraid, and my faith is all as God wills, who wisely heeds to give or to withhold, and knoweth more of all my needs than all my prayers have told. The editor took off his glasses and wiped them, but the dimness was in his eyes, and after a minute, during which he recovered his old calmness and hushed the holy chime, muffling the Folgefond bells, he said gaily and quietly, Edna, one favor at least you will grant me. The death of a relative in Louisiana has placed me in possession of an ample fortune, and I wish you to take my little Lila and travel for several years. You are the only woman I ever knew to whom I would entrust her and her education, and it would gratify me beyond expression to feel that I had afforded you the pleasure which cannot fail to result from such a tour. Do not be too proud to accept a little happiness from my hands. Thank you, my generous, noble friend. I gratefully accept a great deal of happiness at this instant, but your kind offer I must decline. I cannot leave Felix. He sighed, took his hat, and his eyes ran over the face and figure of the governess. Edna Earle, your stubborn will makes you nearly akin to those gigantic fuci which are said to grow and flourish as submarine forests in the stormy channel of Terra del Fuego, where they shake their heads defiantly, always trembling, always triumphing in the fierce lashing of waves that wear away rocks. You belong to a very rare order of human algae, rocked and reared in the midst of tempests that would either bow down or snap asunder or beat out most natures. As you will not grant my petition, try to forget it. We will bury the subject. Good-bye. I shall call tomorrow afternoon to take you to drive. With renewed zest, Edna devoted every moment stolen from Felix to the completion of her new book. Her first had been a bounteous promise, at least, so said criticdom, and she felt that the second would determine her literary position, would either place her reputation as an author beyond all cavil, or utterly crush her ambition. Sometimes, as she bent over her manuscript and paused to reread some passage just penned, which she had laboriously composed and thought particularly good as an illustration of the ideas she was striving to embody perspicuously, a smile would flit across her countenance while she asked herself, will my readers see it as I see it?
Will they thank me for my high opinion of their culture, in assuming that it will be quite as plain to them as to me? If there should accidentally be an allusion to classical or scientific literature, which they do not understand at the first hasty, careless, novel-reading glance, will they inform themselves, and then appreciate my reason for employing it, and thank me for the hint, or will they attempt to ridicule my pedantry? When will they begin to suspect that what they may imagine sounds learned in my writings merely appears so to them because they have not climbed high enough to see how vast, how infinite is the sphere of human learning? No, no, dear reader, shivering with learning phobia, I am not learned. You are only a very little more ignorant. Doubtless you know many things which I should be glad to learn. Come, let us barter. Let us all study the life of Giovanni Pico Mirandola, and then we shall begin to understand the meaning of the word learned. Edna unintentionally and continually judged her readers according to her own standard, and so eager, so unquenchable was her thirst for knowledge, that she could not understand how the utterance of some new fact or the redressing or presentation of some forgotten idea could possibly be regarded as an insult by the person thus benefited. Her first book taught her what was termed her surplus paraded erudition, had wounded the amour propre of the public, but she was conscientiously experimenting on public taste, and though some of her indolent, luxurious readers, who wished even their thinking done by proxy, shuddered at the spring water pumped upon their nerves, she good-naturedly overlooked their grimaces and groans, and continued the hydropathic treatment even in her second book, hoping some good effects from the shock. Of one intensely gratifying fact she could not fail to be thoroughly informed by the avalanche of letters which almost daily covered her desk. She had at least ensconced herself securely in a citadel, whence she could smilingly defy all assaults, in the warm hearts of her noble countrywomen. Safely sheltered in their sincere and devoted love, she cared little for the shafts that rattled and broke against the rocky ramparts, and recoiling dropped out of sight in the moat below. So with many misgivings and much hope and great patience she worked on assiduously, and early in summer her book was finished and placed in the publisher's hands. In the midst of her anxiety concerning its reception, a new and terrible apprehension took possession of her, for it became painfully evident that Felix, whose health had never been good, was slowly but steadily declining. Mrs. Andrews and Edna took him to Sharon, to Saratoga, and to various other favorite resorts for invalids, but with no visible results that were at all encouraging, and at last they came home almost disheartened. Dr. Howell finally prescribed a sea voyage, and a sojourn of some weeks at Aubun in the Pyrenees, as those waters had effected some remarkable cures. As the doctor quitted the parlour, where he held a conference with Mr. and Mrs. Andrews, the latter turned to her husband, saying, "It is useless to start anywhere with Felix, unless Miss Earle can go with us, for he would fret himself to death in a week. Really, Louis, it is astonishing to see how devoted they are to each other. Feeble as that woman is, she will always sit up whenever there is any medicine to be given during the night, and while he was ill at Sharon, she did not close her eyes for a week. I can't help feeling jealous of his affection for her, and I spoke to her about it. He was asleep at the time, with his hand grasping one of hers, and when I told her how trying it was for a mother to see her child's whole heart given to a stranger, to hear morning, noon, and night, Edna, always Edna, never once mamma, I wish you could have seen the strange suffering expression that came into her pale face. Her lips trembled so that she could scarcely speak, but she said meekly, 'Oh, forgive me if I have won your child's heart, but I love him. You have your husband and daughter, your brother and sister, but I have only Felix. I've nothing else to cling to in all this world.' Then she kissed his poor little fingers and wept as if her heart would break, and wrung her hands and begged me again and again to forgive her if he loved her best. She is the strangest woman I ever knew. Sometimes when she is sitting by me in church I watch her calm, cold, white face,
and she makes me think of a snow statue. But if Felix says anything to arouse her feelings and call out her affection, she is a volcano. It is very rarely that one finds a beautiful woman distinguished by her genius, admired and courted by the reading public, devoting herself as she does to our dear little crippled darling. Well, I confess I'm jealous of her. Her kindness to my child makes me love her more than I can express. Louis, she must go with us. Poor thing, she seems to be failing almost as fast as Felix, and I verily believe he should die. It would kill her. Did you notice how she paced the floor while the doctors were consulting in Felix's room? She loves nothing but my precious lame boy. Certainly, Kate, she must go with you. I quite agree with you, my dear, that Felix is dependent upon her, and would not derive half the benefit from the trip if she remained at home. I confess she has cured me to a great extent of my horror of literary characters. She is the only one I ever saw who was really lovable, and not a walking parody on her own writings. You would be surprised at the questions constantly asked me about her habits and temper. People seem so curious to learn all the routine of her daily life. Last week a member of our club quoted something from her writings, and said that she was one of the few authors of the day whose books, without having first examined, he would put into the hands of his daughters. He remarked, I can trust my girl's characters to her training, for she is a true woman, and if she errs at all in any direction, it is the right one, only a little too rigidly followed. I'm frequently asked how she is related to me, for people cannot believe that she is merely the governess of our children. Kate, will you tell her that it is my desire that she should accompany you? Speak to her at once, that I may know how many staterooms I shall engage on the steamer. Come with me, Louis, and speak to her yourself. They went upstairs together and paused on the threshold of Felix's room to observe what was passing within. The boy was propped by pillows into an upright position on the sofa, and was looking curiously into a small basket which Edna held on her lap. She was reading to him a touching little letter just received from an invalid child, who had never walked, who was confined always to the house, and wrote to thank her in sweet, childish style for a story which she had read in the magazine, and which made her very happy. The invalid stated that her chief amusement consisted in tending a few flowers that grew in pots in her windows, and in token of her gratitude she had made a nosegay of mignonette, pansies, and geranium leaves, which she sent with her scrawling letter. In conclusion, the child asked that the woman whom, without having seen, she yet loved, would be so kind as to give her a list of such books as a little girl ought to study, and to write her just a few lines that she could keep under her pillow to look at now and then. As Edna finished reading the note, Felix took it to examine the small, indistinct characters, and said, Dear little thing, don't you wish we knew her? Louis Lawrence? Of course you will answer it, Edna? Yes, immediately, and tell her how grateful I am for her generosity in sparing me a portion of her pet flowers. Each word in her sweet little letter is as precious as a pearl, for it came from the very depths of her pure heart. Oh, what a blessed thing it is to feel that you are doing some good in the world. That little Louis says she prays for you every night before she goes to sleep. What a comfort such letters must be to you. Edna, how happy you look, but there are tears shining in your eyes. They always come when you are glad. What books will you tell her to study? I will think about the subject and let you read my answer. Give me the notelet. I want to put it away securely among my treasures. How deliciously fragrant the flowers are. Only smell them, Felix. Here, my darling, I will give them to you, and write to the little Louis how happy she made two people. She lifted the delicate bouquet, so daintily fashioned by fairy child fingers, inhaled the perfume, and as she put it in the thin fingers of the cripple, she bent forward and kissed his fever-parched lips. At this instant Felix saw his parents standing at the door, and held up the flowers triumphantly. Oh, mamma, come smell this mignonette. Why can't we grow some in boxes in our window? Mr. Andrews leaned over his son's pillows, softly put his hand on the boy's forehead, and said, My son, Miss Earle professes to love you very much, but I doubt whether she really means all she says, and I am determined to satisfy myself fully. Just now I cannot leave my business, but mamma intends to take you to Europe next week, and I want to know whether Miss Earle will leave all her admirers here, and go with you and help mamma to nurse you. Do you think she will? Mrs. Andrews stood with her hand resting on the shoulder of the governess, watching the varying expression of her child's countenance. I think, papa, I hope she will. I believe she— He paused, and struggling up from his pillows, he stretched out his poor little arms, and exclaimed,
Oh, Edna, you will go with me? You promised you would never forsake me. Tell papa you will go." His head was on her shoulder. His arms were clasped tightly around her neck. She laid her face on his and was silent. Mr. Andrews placed his hand on the orphan's bowed head. "Miss Earle, you must let me tell you that I look upon you as a member of my family, that my wife and I love you almost as well as if you were one of our children. I hope you will not refuse to accompany Kate on the tour she contemplates. Let me take your own father's place, and I shall regard it as a great favour to me and mine, if you will consent to go, and allow me to treat you always as I do my Hattie. I've no doubt you will derive as much benefit from travelling as I certainly hope for Felix." "Thank you, Mr. Andrews. I appreciate your generosity, and I prize the affection and confidence which you and your wife have shown me. I came an utter stranger into your house, and you kindly made me one of the family circle. I'm alone in the world, and have become strongly attached to your children. Felix is not merely my dear pupil, he is my brother and my companion, my little darling. I cannot be separated from him. Next to his mother, he belongs to me. Oh, I will travel with him anywhere that you and Mrs. Andrews think it best he should go. I will never, never leave him." She disengaged the boy's arms, laid him back on his pillows, and went to her own room. In the midst of prompt preparations for departure, Edna's new novel appeared. She had christened it "Shining Thorns on the Hearth," and dedicated it to "My countrywomen, the queens who reigned thereon." The aim of the book was to discover the only true and allowable and womanly sphere of feminine work, and though the theme was threadbare, she fearlessly picked up the frayed woof and rewove it. The tendency of the age was to equality and communism, and this, she contended, was undermining the golden throne shining in the blessed and hallowed light of the hearth, whence every true woman ruled the realm of her own family. Regarding every pseudo-reform which struck down the social and political distinction of the sexes as a blow that crushed one of the pillars of woman's throne, she earnestly warned the crowned heads of the danger to be apprehended from the unfortunate and deluded female malcontents, who, dethroned in their own realm and despised by their quondam subjects, roamed as pitiable royal exiles threatening to usurp man's kingdom. And to proud happy mothers, guarded by praetorian bands of children, she reiterated the assurance that those who rocked the cradle ruled the world. Most carefully she sifted the records of history, tracing in every epoch the sovereigns of the hearth throne who had reigned wisely and contentedly, ennobling and refining humanity, and she proved by illustrious examples that the borders of the feminine realm could not be enlarged without rendering the throne unsteady and subverting God's law of order. Woman reigned by divine right only at home, if married, in the hearts of husband and children, and not in the gilded, bedizened palace of fashion, where thinly veiled vice and frivolity hold carnival, and social upas and social asps wave and trail. If single, in the affections of brothers and sisters and friends, as the golden sceptre in the hands of parents. If orphaned, she should find sympathy and gratitude and usefulness among the poor and the afflicted. Consulting the statistics of single women, and familiarizing herself with the arguments advanced by the advocates of that progress which would indiscriminately throw open all professions to women, she entreated the poor of her own sex, if ambitious, to become sculptors, painters, writers, teachers in schools or families, or else to remain manteau makers, milliners, spinners, dairymaids, but on the peril of all womanhood not to meddle with scalpel or red tape, and to shun rostra of all description, remembering St. Paul's injunction that it is not permitted unto women to speak, and even that it is a shame for women to speak in the church. To married women who thirsted for a draught of the turbid waters of politics, she said, "If you really desire to serve the government under which you live, recollect that it was neither the speeches thundered from the Forum, nor the prayers of priests and augurs, nor the iron tramp of glittering legions, but the ever triumphant maternal influence, the potent, the pleading My Son of Volumnia, the mother of Coriolanus, that saved Rome." To discontented spinsters who travelled like Pandora over the land, haranguing audiences that secretly laughed at and despised them, to these unfortunate women, clamouring for power and influence in the national councils, she pointed out that quiet happy home at Barley Wood, whence immortal Hannah More sent forth those writings which did more to tranquillize England and bar the hearts of its yeomanry against the temptations of red republicanism than all the eloquence of Burke and the cautious measures of Parliament. Some errors of style, which have been pointed out by critics as marring her earlier writings, Edna had endeavoured to avoid in this book, which she humbly offered to her countrywomen as the best of which she was capable. From the day of its appearance it was a success, and she had the gratification of hearing that some of the seed she had sown broadcast in the land fell upon good ground, and promised an abundant harvest. Many who called to bid her good-bye on the day before the steamer sailed found it impossible to disguise their apprehensions that she would never return, and some who looked tearfully into her face and whispered Godspeed thought that they saw the dread signet of death set on her white brow. To Edna it was inexpressibly painful to cross the Atlantic while Mr. Hammond's health was so feeble, and over the long farewell letter which she sent him with a copy of her new book the old man wept. Mrs. Murray had seemed entirely estranged since that last day spent at Le Bocage, and had not written a line since the orphans returned to New York. But when she received the new novel, and the affectionate, mournful, meek note that accompanied it, Mrs. Murray laid her head on her son's bosom and sobbed aloud. Dr. Howell and Mr. Manning went with Edna aboard the steamer, and both laughed heartily at her efforts to disengage herself from a pertinacious young book-vendor, who, with his arms full of copies of her own book, stopped her on deck and volubly extolled its merits, insisting that she should buy one to while away the tedium of the voyage. Dr. Howell gave final directions concerning the treatment of Felix, and then came to speak to the governess. Even now, sadly as you have abused your constitution, I shall have some hope of seeing gray hairs about your temples, if you will give yourself unreservedly to relaxation of mind. You have already accomplished so much that you can certainly afford to rest for some months at least. Read nothing, write nothing except long letters to me, study nothing but the aspects of nature and European scenery, and you will come back and prove to the country that is so justly proud of you. Disobey my injunctions, and I shall soon be called to mourn over the announcement that you have found an early grave, far from your native land and among total strangers. God bless you, dear child, and bring you safely back to us. As he turned away, Mr. Manning took her hand and said, I hope to meet you in Rome early in February, but something might occur to veto my program. If I should never see you again in this world, is there anything that you wish to say to me now? Yes, Mr. Manning, if I should die in Europe, have my body brought back to America and carried to the South, my own dear South that I love so well, and bury me close to Grandpa, where I can sleep quietly in the cool shadow of old Lookout. And be sure, please be sure to have my name carved just below Grandpa's on his monument. I want that one marvel to stand for us both. I will. Is there nothing else? Thank you, my dearest, good, kind friend, nothing else. Edna, promise me that you will take care of your precious life. I will try, Mr. Manning. He looked down into her worn, weary face and sighed. Then for the first time he took both her hands, kissed them, and left her. Swiftly the steamer took its way seaward through the Narrows, past the lighthouse, and the wind sang through the rigging, and the purple hills of Jersey faded from view, proving never sink a misnomer. One by one the passengers went below, and Edna and Felix were left on deck, with stars burning above and blue waves bounding beneath them. As the cripple sat looking over the solemn moaning ocean, awed by its brooding gloom, did he catch in the silvery starlight a second glimpse of the rose-coloured veils and snowy vitae and purple-edged robes of the Parsi, spinning and singing as they followed the ship across the sobbing sea. He shivered, and clasping tightly the hand of his governess, said, Edna, we shall never see the Neversink again. God only knows, dear Felix, his will be done. How silvery the echoes run, thy will be done, thy will be done. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Janeevans. Chapter 35. Worthy? No, no, unworthy, most unworthy. But was Thomas worthy to tend the wandering sheep of him whom face to face he doubted? Was Peter worthy to preach the gospel of him whom he had thrice indignantly denied? Was Paul worthy to become the apostle of the Gentiles, teaching the doctrine of him whose disciples he had persecuted and slaughtered? If the repentance of Peter and Paul availed to purify their hands and hearts and sanctify them to the service of Christ, ah, God knows my contrition has been bitter and lasting enough. to fit me for future usefulness. 8 months ago, when the desire to become a minister seized me so tenaciously, I wrestled with it, tried to crush it, arguing that the knowledge of my past life of sinfulness would prevent the world from trusting my professions. But those who even slightly understand my character must know that I have always been too utterly indifferent to, too unfortunately contemptuous of public opinion, to stoop to any deception in order to conciliate it. Moreover, the world will realize that in a mere worldly point of view I can possibly hope to gain nothing by this step. If I were poor, I might be accused of wanting the loaves and fishes of the profession, and if unknown and ambitious, of seeking eminence and popularity. But when a man of my wealth and social position, after spending half of his life in luxurious ease and sinful indulgence, voluntarily subjects himself to the rigid abstemiousness and self-sacrificing requirements of a ministerial career, he cannot be suspected of hypocrisy. After all, sir, I care not for the discussion of 9 days' gossip and wonder, the gibes and comments my course may occasion. I am hearkening to the counsel of my conscience. I am obeying the dictates of my heart. Feeling that my God accepts me, it matters little that men may reject me. My remorse, my repentance has been inexpressibly bitter, but the darkness has passed away, and today, thank God, I can pray with all the fervor and faith of my boyhood, when I knew that I was at peace with my Maker. Oblivion of the past I do not expect, and perhaps should not desire. I shall always wear my melancholy memories of sin, as Mussulmen wear their turban or pall, as a continual memento of death, because I have proved so fully the inadequacy of earthly enjoyments to satisfy the demands of a soul, because I tried the alluring pleasures of sin, and was satiated, utterly sickened. I turned with panting eagerness to the cool, quiet peace which reigns over the life of a true Christian pastor. I want neither fame nor popularity, but peace. Peace I must have. I have hunted the world over and over. I have sought it everywhere else, and now, thank God, I feel that it is descending slowly, slowly but surely, upon my lonely, long-tortured heart. Thank God, I have found peace after much strife and great weariness. Mr. Murray could no longer control his voice, and as he stood leaning against the mantelpiece at the parsonage, he dropped his head on his hand. St. Elmo, the purity of your motives will never be questioned, for none who knows you could believe you capable of dissembling in this matter, and my heart can scarcely contain its joy when I look forward to your future, so bright with promise, so full of usefulness. The marked change in your manner during the past 2 years has prepared this community for the important step you are to take today, and your influence with young men will be incalculable. Once your stern bitterness rendered you an object of dread, and now I find that you are respected, and people here watch your conduct with interest and even with anxiety. Ah, St. Elmo, I never imagined earth held as much pure happiness as is my portion today. To see you one of God's anointed, to see you ministering in the temple, oh, to know that when I'm gone to rest you will take my place, guard my flock, do your own work and poor Murray's, and finish mine. This is indeed the crowning blessing of my old age. For some minutes Mr. Hammond sobbed, and lifting his face, Mr. Murray answered, As I think of the coming years consecrated to Christ, passed peacefully in endeavoring to atone for the injury and suffering I have inflicted on my fellow creatures, oh, as the picture of a calm, useful, holy future rises before me, I feel indeed that I am unworthy, most unworthy of my peace, but thank God. Oh, I see the crescent promise of my spirit hath not set, ancient founts of inspiration well through all my fancy yet. It was a beautiful Sabbath morning, just 1 year after Edna's departure, and the church was crowded to its utmost capacity, for people had come for many miles around to witness a ceremony, the announcement of which had given rise to universal comment. As the hour approached for the ordination of St. Elmo Murray to the ministry of Jesus Christ, even the doors were filled with curious spectators, and when Mr. Hammond and St. Elmo walked down the aisle, and the old man seated himself in a chair within the altar, there was a general stir in the congregation. The officiating minister had come from a distant city to perform a ceremony of more than usual interest, and when he stood up in the pulpit and the organ thundered through the arches, St. Elmo bowed his head on his hand and sat thus during the hour that ensued. The ordination sermon was solemn and eloquent, and preached from the text in Romans, "For when ye were the servants of sin, ye were free from righteousness. But now being made free from sin, and become servants to God, ye have your fruit unto holiness, and the end everlasting life." Then the minister, having finished his discourse, came down before the altar and commenced the services, but Mr. Murray sat motionless, with his countenance concealed by his hand. Mr. Hammond approached and touched him, and as he rose led him to the altar, and presented him as a candidate for ordination. There, before the shining marble pulpit, which he had planned and built in the early years of his life for the idol of his youth, stood St. Elmo, and the congregation, especially those of his native village, looked with involuntary admiration and pride at the erect, powerful form, clad in its suit of black, at the nobly proportioned head, where grey locks were visible. But if there be any of you who knoweth any impediment or crime for the which he ought not to be received into this holy ministry, let him come forth in the name of God and show what the crime or impediment is. The preacher paused. The echo of his words died away, and perfect silence reigned. Suddenly St. Elmo raised his eyes from the railing of the altar, and turning his face slightly, looked through the eastern window at the ivy-draped vault, where slept Murray and Annie. The world was silent, but conscience and the dead accused him. An expression of intolerable pain crossed his handsome features. Then his hands folded themselves tightly together on the top of the marble balustrade, and he looked appealingly up to the pale Jesus staggering under his cross. At that instant a spotless white pigeon from the belfry found its way into the church through the open doors, circled once around the building, fluttered against the window, hiding momentarily the crown of thorns, and, frightened and confused, fell upon the fluted pillar of the pulpit. An electric thrill ran through the congregation, and as the minister resumed the services, he saw on St. Elmo's face a light, a great joy, such as human countenances rarely wear this side of the grave. When Mr. Murray knelt and the ordaining hands were laid upon his head, a sob was heard from the pew where his mother sat, and the voice of the preacher faltered as he delivered the Bible to the kneeling man, saying, "Take thou authority to preach the word of God and to administer the holy sacraments in the congregation." There were no dry eyes in the entire assembly, save two that looked out coldly blue from the pew where Mrs. Powell sat like a statue between her daughter and Gordon Lee. Mr. Hammond tottered across the altar and knelt down close to Mr. Murray, and many who knew the history of the pastor's family wept as the grey head fell on the broad shoulder of St. Elmo, whose arm was thrown around the old man's form, and the ordaining minister, with tears rolling over his face, extended his hands in benediction above them. The peace of God, which passeth all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord, and the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost be among you, and remain with you alway. And all hearts and lips present whispered, Amen. And the organ and the choir broke forth in a grand Gloria in Excelsis. Standing there at the chancel, purified, consecrated henceforth unreservedly to Christ, Mr. Murray looked so happy, so noble, so worthy of his high calling, that his proud, fond mother thought his face was fit for an archangel's wings. Many persons who had known him in his boyhood came up with tears in their eyes and wrung his hand silently. At last Huldah pointed to the white pigeon that was now beating its wings against the gilded pipes of the organ, and said in that singularly sweet, solemn, hesitating tone with which children approach sacred things. "Oh, Mr. Murray," when it fell on the pulpit, it nearly took my breath away, for I almost thought it was the Holy Ghost. Tears, which till then he had bravely kept back, dripped over his face as he stooped and whispered to the little orphan, "Huldah, the Holy Spirit, the Comforter, came indeed, but it was not visible. It is here in my heart." The congregation dispersed. Mrs. Murray and the preacher and Huldah went to the carriage, and leaning on Mr. Murray's arm, Mr. Hammond turned to follow, but observing that the church was empty, the former said, "After a little I will come." The old man walked on, and Mr. Murray went back and knelt, resting his head against the beautiful, glittering balustrade within which he hoped to officiate through the remaining years of his earthly career. Once the sexton, who was waiting to lock up the church, looked in, saw the man praying alone there at the altar, and softly stole away. When St. Elmo came out, the churchyard seemed deserted, but as he crossed it, going homeward, a woman rose from one of the tombstones and stood before him, the yellow-haired Jezebel, with sapphire eyes and soft, treacherous red lips, who had goaded him to madness and blasted the best years of his life. At sight of her he recoiled, as if a cobra had started up in his path. "St. Elmo, my beloved, in the name of other days, stop and hear me. By the memory of our early love, I entreat you." She came close to him, and the alabaster face was marvelously beautiful in its expression of penitential sweetness. "St. Elmo, can you never forgive me for the suffering I caused you in my giddy girlhood?" She took his hand and attempted to raise it to her lips, but shaking off her touch, he stepped back, and steadily they looked in each other's eyes. "Agnes, I forgive you. May God pardon your sins, as he has pardoned mine." He turned away, but she seized his coat sleeve and threw herself before him, standing with both hands clasping his arm. "If you mean what you say, there is happiness yet in store for us. Oh, St. Elmo, how often have I longed to come and lay my head down on your bosom and tell you all. But you were so stern and harsh, I was afraid. Today, when I saw you melted, when the look of your boyhood came dancing back to your dear eyes, I was encouraged to hope that your heart had softened also toward one who so long possessed it. Is there hope for your poor Agnes? Hope that the blind, silly girl, who, ignorant of the value of the treasure, slighted and spurned it, may indeed be pardoned, when, as a woman, realizing her folly, and sensible at last of the nobility of a nature she once failed to appreciate, she comes and says what is so hard for a woman to say: "Take me back to your heart, gather me up in your arms, as in the olden days, because I love you now, because only your love can make me happy. St. Elmo, we are no longer young, but believe me when I tell you that at last your own Agnes loves you as she never loved any one, even in her girlhood. Once I preferred my cousin Murray to you, but think how giddy I must have been when I could marry before a year had settled the sod on his grave. I did not love my husband, but I married him for the same reason that I would have married you then. And yet for that there is some palliation. It was to save my father from disgrace that I sacrificed myself for money entrusted to his keeping. Money belonging to his orphan ward had been used by him in a ruinous speculation, and only prompt repayment could prevent exposure. Remember, I was so young, so vain, so thoughtless then. St. Elmo, pity me, love me, take me back to your heart. God is my witness that I do love you entirely now. Dearest, say, Agnes, I will forgive all, and trust you and love you as in the days long past." She tried to put her arms up around his neck and to rest her head on his shoulder, but he resisted and put her at arm's length from him. Holding her there, he looked at her with a cold scorn in his eyes and a heavy shadow darkening the brow that 5 minutes before had been so calm, so bright. "Agnes, how dare you attempt to deceive me after all that has passed between us? O woman, in the name of all true womanhood, I could blush for you." She struggled to free herself, to get closer to him, but his stern grasp was relentless, and as tears poured down her cheeks, she clasped her hands and sobbed out, "You do not believe that I really love you? Oh, do not look at me so harshly. I am not deceiving you.
as I hope for pardon and rest for my soul, as I hope to see my Father's face in heaven. I'm not deceiving you. I do love you. When I spoke to you about Gertrude, it cost me a dreadful pang, but I thought you loved her because she resembled me, and for my child's sake I crushed my own hopes. I wanted, if possible, to save her from suffering, but you only upbraided and heaped savage sarcasms upon me. Oh, St. Elmo, if you could indeed see my poor heart, you would not look so cruelly cold. You ought to know that I am terribly in earnest when I can stoop to beg for the ruins of a heart which in its freshness I once threw away and trampled on. He had seen her weep before, when it suited her purpose, and he only smiled and answered, Yes, Agnes, you ruined and trampled it in the mire of sin, but I have rebuilt it, and by the mercy of God I hope I have purified it. Look you, woman, when you overturned the temple, you crumbled your own image that was set up there, and I long, long ago swept out and gave to the hungry winds the despised dust of that broken idol, and over my heart you can reign no more, the only queen it has known since that awful night 23 years ago, when my faith, hope, charity were all strangled in an instant by the velvet hand I had kissed in my doting fondness. The only queen my heart has acknowledged since then is one who in her purity soars like an angel above you and me, and her dear name is Edna Earle. Edna Earle, a puritanical fanatic, nay, a Pharisee, a cold prude, a heartless blue, a woman with some brain and no feeling, who loves nothing but her own fame, and has no sympathy with your nature. St. Elmo, are you insane? Did you not see that letter from Estelle to your mother, stating that she, Edna, would certainly be married in February to the celebrated Mr. Manning, who was then on his way to Rome to meet her? Did you see that letter? I did. And discredit it? Blindness, madness, equal to my own in the days gone by. Edna Earle exists no longer. She was married a month ago. Here, read for yourself, or you will believe that I fabricate the whole. She held a newspaper before his eyes, and he saw a paragraph marked with a circle of ink, Marriage in Literary Circles. The very reliable correspondent of the New York writes from Rome that the Americans now in that city are on the qui vive concerning a marriage announced to take place on Thursday next at the residence of the American minister. The very distinguished parties are Miss Edna Earle, the gifted and exceedingly popular young authoress, whose works have given her an enviable reputation even on this side of the Atlantic, and Mr. Douglas G. Manning, the well-known and able editor of the magazine. The happy pair will start immediately after the ceremony on a tour through Greece and the Holy Land. Mr. Murray opened the paper, glanced at the date, and his swarthy face paled as he put his hands over his eyes. Mrs. Powell came nearer and once more touched his hand, but with a gesture of disgust he pushed her aside. Away, not a word, not one word more. You are not worthy to take my darling's name upon your lips. She may be Manning's wife, God forbid it, or she may be in her grave. I've lost her, I know, but if I never see her dear angel face again in this world, it will be in consequence of my sins and of yours, and with God's help I mean to live out the remainder of my days, so that at last I shall meet her in eternity. Leave me, Agnes. Do not make me forget the vows I have today taken upon myself, in the presence of the world and of my Maker. In future, keep out of my path, which will never cross yours. Do not rouse the old hate towards you, which I am faithfully striving to overcome. The first time I went to the communion table, after the lapse of all those dreary years of sin and desperation, I asked myself, have I a right to the sacrament of the Lord's Supper? Can I face God and say, I forgive Agnes Powell? Finally, after a hard struggle, I said from the depths of my heart, even as I need and hope for forgiveness myself, I do fully forgive her. Mark you, it was my injuries that I pardoned, your treachery that I forgave. But recollect, there is a mournful truth in those words. There is no pardon for desecrated ideals. Once, in the flush of my youth, I selected you as the beau ideal of beautiful, perfect womanhood, but you fell from that lofty pedestal where my ardent, boyish love set you for worship, and you dragged me down, down, almost beyond the pale of God's mercy. I forgive all my wrongs, but take you back, love you? Ah, I can never love anyone.
I never even in my boyhood loved you as I love my pure darling, my own Edna. Her memory is all I have to cheer me in my lonely work. I do not believe that she is married. No, no. But she is in her grave. For many days past I have been oppressed by a horrible presentiment that she has gone to her rest in Christ, that the next steamer will bring me tidings of her death. Do not touch me, Agnes, if there be any truth in what you have today asserted so solemnly, though I cannot believe it. For if you ridiculed and disliked me in my noble youth, how can you love the same man in the melancholy wreck of his hopes? If there be a shadow of truth in your words, you are indeed to be pitied. Ah, you and I have learned at a terrible price the deceitfulness of riches, the hollowness of this world's pleasures, and both have writhed under the poisonous fangs that always dart from the dregs of the cup of sin which you and I have drained. Experience must have taught you also what I was so long in learning, the utter hopelessness of peace for heart and soul, save only through that religion which so far subdues even my sinful, vindictive, satanic nature, that I can say to you, you who blasted all my earthly happiness, I forgive you my sufferings, and hope that God will give you that pardon and comfort which, after awful conflicts, I have found at last. Several times you have thrust yourself into my presence, but if there remains any womanly delicacy in your nature, you will avoid me henceforth when I tell you that I loathe the sight of one whose unwomanliness stabbed my trust in womanhood, and sunk me so low that I lost Edna Earle. Agnes, go yonder, where I have spent so many hours of agony, yonder to the graves of your victims as well as mine. Go down on your knees yonder, and pray for yourself, and may God help you. He pointed to the grave vault and the slab that covered Annie and Murray Hammond, and disengaging her fingers, which still clutched his sleeve, he turned quickly and walked away. Her mournful eyes, strained wide and full of tears, followed him till his form was no longer visible, and sinking down on the monument whence she had risen at his approach, she shrouded her fair, delicate features, and rocked herself to and fro. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 36. How lovely! Oh, I did not think there was any place half so beautiful this side of heaven. With his head on his mother's bosom, Felix lay near the window of an upper room, looking out over the Gulf of Genoa. The crescent curve of the olive-mantled Apennines girdled the city in a rocky clasp, and mellowed by distance and the magic enamelling of evening light, each particular peak rose against the chrysoprase sky like a pyramid of lapis lazuli, around whose mighty base rolled soft waves of golden haze. Over the glassy bosom of the gulf, where glided boats filled with gay pleasure-seeking Italians, floated the merry strains of a barcarolle, with the silvery echo of Fridolin keeping time with the silvery gleam of the dipping oars. And the sun went into the west, and down upon the water stooped an orange cloud, and the pale milky reaches flushed as glad to wear its colours, and the sultry air went out to sea, and puffed the sails of ships with thymy wafts, the breath of trodden grass. Lift me up, mamma, higher, higher yet. I want to see the sun. There, it is gone down into the sea. I can't bear to see it set today. It seemed to say good-bye to me just then. Oh, mamma, mamma, I don't want to die. The world is so beautiful, and life is so sweet up here in the sunshine and the starlight, and it is so cold and dark down there in the grave. Oh, where is Edna? Tell her to come quick and sing something to me. The cripple shuddered and shut his eyes. He had wasted away until he looked a mere shadow of humanity, and his governess stooped and took him from his mother's arms as if he were a baby. Edna, talk to me. Oh, don't let me get afraid to die.
"I." She laid her lips on his, and the touch calmed their shivering, and after a moment she began to repeat the apocalyptic vision of heaven. "And there shall be no night there, and they need no candle, neither light of the sun, for the Lord God giveth them light, and they shall reign for ever and ever." "But, Edna, the light does not shine down there in the grave. If you could go with me—" "A better and kinder friend will go with you, dear Felix." She sang with strange pathos, motet, that beautiful arrangement of "The Lord is my shepherd." As she reached that part where the words, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," are repeated, the weak, quavering voice of the sick boy joined hers, and when she ceased, the emaciated face was placid. The great dread had passed away for ever. Anxious to divert his thoughts, she put into his hand a bunch of orange flowers and violets, which had been sent to her that day by Mr. Manning, and taking a book from the bed, she resumed the reading of the Shepherd of Salisbury Plain, to which the invalid had never wearied of listening. But she soon saw that for once he was indifferent, and understanding the expression of the eyes that gazed out on the purple shadows shrouding the Apennines, she closed the volume and laid the sufferer back on his pillow. While she was standing before a table preparing some nourishment to be given to him during the night, Mrs. Andrews came close to her and whispered, "Do you see much change? Is he really worse, or do my fears magnify every bad symptom?" "He is much exhausted, but I trust the stimulants will revive him. You must go to bed early and get a good sound sleep, for you look worn out. I will wake you if I see any decided change in him." Mrs. Andrews hung for some time over her child's pillow, caressing him, saying tender, soothing, motherly things, and after a while she and Hattie kissed him and went into the adjoining room, leaving him to the care of one whom he loved better than all the world beside. It was late at night before the sound of laughter, song, and chatter died away in the streets of Genoa the Magnificent. While the human tide ebbed and flowed under the windows, Felix was restless, and his companion tried to interest him by telling him the history of the Dorias, and of the siege during which Messina won such glory. Her conversation drifted away even to Ancona, and that sad but touching incident which Sismondi records of a noble patriotic young mother who gave to a starving soldier the milk that her half-famished babe required, and sent him thus refreshed and strengthened to defend the walls of her beleaguered city. The boy's fondness for history showed itself even then, and he listened attentively to her words. At length silence reigned through the marble palaces, and Edna rose to place the small lamp in an alabaster vase. As she did so, something flew into her face and fluttered to the edge of the vase, and as she attempted to brush it off, she started back, smothering a cry of horror. It was the Sphinx Atropos, the death's head moth, and there upon its breast, appallingly distinct, grinned the ghastly grey human skull. Twice it circled rapidly round the vase, uttering strange stridulous sounds, then floated up to the canopy overarching Felix's bed, and poised itself on the carved frame, waiting and flapping its wings, vulture-like. Shuddering from head to foot, notwithstanding the protest which reason offered against superstition, the governess sat down to watch the boy's slumber. His eyes were closed, and she hoped that he slept, but presently he feebly put out his skeleton hand and took hers. "Edna, mamma cannot hear me, can she? She is asleep, but I will wake her if you wish it." "No, she would only begin to cry, and that would worry me. Edna, I want you to promise me one thing." He paused a few seconds and sighed wearily. "When you all go back home, don't leave me here. Take me with you, and lay my poor little deformed body in the ground at the willows, where the sea will sing over me. We were so happy there. I always thought I should like my grave to be under the tallest willow, where our canary's cage used to hang. Edna, I don't think you will live long. I almost hope you won't, and I want you to promise me, too, that you will tell them to bury us close together, so that the very moment I rise out of my grave on the day of judgment, I will see your face. Sometimes when I think of the millions and millions that will be pressing up for their trial before God's throne on that great awful day, I'm afraid I might lose or miss you in the crowd and never find you again. But you know, if our coffins touch, you can stretch out your hand to me as you rise, and we can go together. Oh, I want your face to be the last I see here and the first yonder. He raised his finger slowly, and they fell back wearily on the coverlet. Don't talk so, Felix. Oh, my darling, God will not take you away from me. Try to sleep. Shut your eyes. You need rest to compose you. She knelt down, kissed him repeatedly, and laid her face close to his on the pillow, and he tried to turn and put his emaciated arm around her neck. Edna, I've been a trouble to you for a long time, but you will miss me when I'm gone, and you will have nothing to love. If you live long, marry Mr. Manning, and let him take care of you. Don't work so hard, dear Edna, only rest, and let him make you happy. Before I knew you, I was always wishing to die, but now I hate to leave you all alone, my own dear, pale Edna. Oh, Felix, darling, hush, go to sleep, you wring my heart. Her sobs distressed him, and feebly patting her cheek, he said, Perhaps if you will sing me something low, I may go to sleep. I want to hear your voice once more. Sing me that song about the child in the rose bush that Hattie likes so much. Not that, anything but that. It is too sad, my precious little darling. But I want to hear it, please, Edna. It was a painful task that he imposed, but his wishes ruled her, and she tried to steady her voice as she sang in a very low, faltering tone the beautiful but melancholy ballad. Tears rolled over her face as she chanted the verses, and when she concluded, he repeated very faintly, Sweetly it rests, and on dream wings flies, to play with the angels in paradise. He nestled his lips to hers, and after a little while murmured, Good night, Edna. Good night, my darling. She gave him a stimulating potion and arranged his head comfortably. Ere long his heavy breathing told her that he slept, and stealing from his side, she sat down in a large chair near the head of his bed and watched him. For many months he had been failing, and they had travelled from place to place, hoping against hope that each change would certainly be beneficial. Day and night Edna had nursed him, had devoted every thought, almost every prayer to him, and now her heart seemed centred in him. Scenery, music, painting, rare manuscripts, all were ignored. She lived only for that poor dependent boy, and knew not a moment of peace when separated from him. She had ceased to study aught but his comfort and happiness, had written nothing save letters to friends, and notwithstanding her anxiety concerning the cripple, the frequent change of air had surprisingly improved her own health. For 6 months she had escaped the attack so much dreaded, and began to believe her restoration complete, though the long-banished colour obstinately refused to return to her face, which seemed unable to recover its rounded outline. Still she was very grateful for the immunity from suffering, especially as it permitted more unremitting attendance upon Felix. She knew that his life was flickering out gently but surely, and now as she watched the pale pinched features her own quivered, and she clasped her hands and wept and stifled a groan. She had prayed so passionately and continually that he might be spared to her, but it seemed that whenever her heartstrings wrapped themselves around an idol, a jealous god tore them loose and snatched away the dear object, and left the heart to bleed. If that boy died, how utterly desolate and lonely she would be, nothing left to care for and to cling to, nothing to claim as her own, and anoint with the tender love of her warm heart. She had been so intensely interested in the expansion of his mind, had striven so tirelessly to stimulate his brain and soften and purify his heart. She had been so proud of his rapid progress and so ambitious for his future, and now the mildew of death was falling on her fond hopes. Ah! She had borne patiently many trials, but this appeared unendurable. She had set all her earthly happiness on that little thing, the life of a helpless cripple, and as she gazed through her tears at that shrunken, sallow face, so dear to her, it seemed hard that God denied her this one blessing. What was the praise and admiration of all the world in comparison with the loving light in that child's eyes and the tender pressure of his lips? The woman's ambition had long been fully satisfied, and even exacting conscience, jealously guarding its shrine, saw daily sacrifices laid thereon, and smiled approvingly upon her. But the woman's hungry heart cried out, and fought fiercely, famine goaded, for its last vanishing morsel of human love and sympathy, Verily, these bread riots of the heart are fearful things, and crucified consciences too often mark their track. The little figure on the bed was so motionless that Edna crept nearer and leaned down to listen to the breathing, and her tears fell on his thick curling hair and upon the orange blossoms and violets. Standing there, she threw up her clenched hands and prayed sobbingly, "My Father, spare the boy to me. I will dedicate anew my life and his to thy work. I will make him minister of thy word, and he shall save precious souls. Oh, do not take him away. If not for a lifetime, at least spare him a few years, even one more year, oh my God." She walked to the window, rested her forehead against the stone facing, and looked out, and the wonderful witchery of the solemn night wove its spell around her. Great golden stars clustered in the clear heavens, and were reflected in the calm blue pavement of the Mediterranean, where not a ripple shivered their shining images. A waning crescent moon swung high over the eastern crest of the Apennines, and threw a weird light along the Doria's marble palace, and down on the silvery gray olives, on the glistening orange groves, snow-powdered with fragrant bloom, and in that wan, mysterious, and most melancholy light, the old miraculous mountains heaved in sight, one straining past another along the shore, the way of grand dull Odyssean ghosts, athirst to drink the cool blue wine of seas, and stare on voyagers. From some lofty campanile in a distant section of the silent city sounded the Angelus bell, and from the deep shadow of olive, vine, and myrtle that clothed the amphitheatre of hills, the convent bells caught and re-echoed it. Nature comes sometimes and says, "I am ambassador for God." And the splendor of the Italian night spoke to Edna's soul, as the glory of the sunset had done some years before, when she sat in the dust in the pine glades at Le Bocage, and she grew calm once more, while out of the blue depths of the starlit sea came a sacred voice that said to her aching heart, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you, not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid." The cup was not passing away, but courage to drain it was given by Him who never calls His faithful children into the gloom of Gethsemane without having first stationed close at hand some strengthening angel. The governess went back to the bed, and there, on the pillow, rested the moth, which at her approach flew away with a humming sound and disappeared. After another hour she saw that a change was stealing over the boy's countenance, and his pulse fluttered more feebly against her cold fingers. She sprang into the next room, shook his mother, and hastened back, trying to rouse the dying boy and give him some stimulants. But though the large black eyes opened when she raised his head, there was no recognition in their fixed gaze, for the soul was preparing for its final flight, and was too busy to look out of its windows. In vain they resorted to the most powerful restoratives. He remained in the heavy stupor, with no sign of animation save the low, irregular breath, and the weak flutter of the thread-like pulse. Mrs. Andrews wept aloud, and wrung her hands, and Hattie cried passionately, as she stood in her long white nightgown at the side of her brother's bed. But there were no tears on Edna's cold grey face. She had spent them all at the foot of God's throne, and now that He had seen fit to deny her petition, she silently looked with dry eyes at the heavy rod that smote her. The night waned, the life with it. Now and then the breathing seemed to cease, but after a few seconds a faint gasp told that the clay would not yet forego its hold on the soul that struggled to be free. The poor mother seemed almost beside herself as she called on her child to speak to her once more. "Sing something, Edna. Oh, perhaps he will hear. It might rouse him." The orphan shook her head and dropped her face on his. "He would not hear me. No, no. He is listening to the song of those whose golden harps ring in the New Jerusalem." Out of the whitening east rose the new day, radiant in bridal garments, wearing a star on its pearly brow, and the sky flushed, and the sea glowed, while silvery mists rolled up from the purple mountain gorges, and rested awhile on the summits of the Apennines, and sunshine streamed over the world once more. The first rays flashed into the room, kissing the withered flowers on the bosom of the cripple, and falling warm and bright on the cold eyelids and the pulseless temples. Edna's hand was pressed to his heart, and she knew that it had given its last throb, knew that Felix Andrews had crossed the sea of glass, and in the dawn of the eternal day wore the promised morning star, and stood in peace before the Sun of Righteousness. During the 2 days that succeeded the death of Felix, Edna did not leave her room, and without her knowledge Mrs. Andrews administered opiates that stupefied her. Late on the morning of the 3rd she awoke and lay for some time trying to collect her thoughts. Her mind was clouded, but gradually it cleared, and she strained her ears to distinguish the low words spoken in the apartment next to her own. She remembered as in a feverish dream all that passed on the night that Felix died, and pressing her hand over her aching forehead, she rose and sat on the edge of her bed. The monotonous sounds in the neighboring room swelled louder for a few seconds, and now she heard very distinctly the words, "And I heard a voice from heaven, saying unto me, Write, Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth." She shivered and wrapped around her shoulders a bright blue shawl that had been thrown over the foot of the bed. Walking across the floor, she opened the door and looked in. The boy's body had been embalmed and placed in a coffin which rested in the center of the room, and an English clergyman, a friend of Mr. Manning, stood at the head of the corpse and read the burial service. Mrs. Andrews and Hattie were weeping in one corner, and Mr. Manning leaned against the window with his hand on Lila's curls. As the door swung open and Edna entered, he looked up. Her dressing gown of gray merino trailed on the marble floor, and her bare feet gleamed like ivory, as one hand caught up the soft merino folds sufficiently to enable her to walk. Over the blue shawl streamed her beautiful hair, making the wan face look even more ghastly by contrast with its glossy jet masses. She stood irresolute, with her calm, mournful eyes riveted on the coffin, and Mr. Manning saw her pale lips move as she staggered toward it. He sprang to meet and intercept her, and she stretched her hands in the direction of the corpse and smiled strangely, murmuring like one in a troubled dream, "You need not be afraid, little darling. There is no night there." She reeled and put her hand to her heart and would have fallen, but Mr. Manning caught and carried her back to her room. For 2 weeks she hovered on the borders of eternity, and often the anxious friends who watched her felt that they would rather see her die than endure the suffering through which she was called to pass. She bore it silently, meekly, and when the danger seemed over and she was able to sleep without the aid of narcotics, Mrs. Andrews could not bear to look at the patient white face so hopelessly calm. No allusion was made to Felix even after she was able to sit up and drive, but once when Mr. Manning brought her some flowers she looked sorrowfully at the snowy orange blossoms, whose strong perfume made her turn paler, and said faintly, "I shall never love them or violets again. Take them away, Hattie, out of my sight. Put them on your brother's grave. They smell of death." From that day she made a vigorous effort to rouse herself, and the boy's name never passed her lips, though she spent many hours over a small manuscript which she found among his books directed to her for revision. "Tales for Little Cripples" was the title he had given it, and she was surprised at the beauty and pathos of many of the sentences. She carefully revised and rewrote it, adding a brief sketch of the young writer, and gave it to his mother. About a month after Felix's death the governess seemed to have recovered her physical strength, and Mrs. Andrews announced her intention of going to Germany. Mr. Manning had engagements that called him to France, and on the last day of their stay at Genoa he came as usual to spend the evening with Edna. A large budget of letters and papers had arrived from America, and when he gave her the package containing her share, she glanced over the directions, threw them unopened into a heap on the table, and continued the conversation in which she was engaged concerning the architecture of the churches in Genoa. Mrs. Andrews had gone to the vault where the body of her son had been temporarily placed, and Edna was alone with the editor. "You ought to look into your papers. They contain very gratifying intelligence for you. Your last book has gone through 10 editions, and your praises are chanted all over your native land. Surely, if ever a woman had adulation enough to render her perfectly happy and pardonably proud, you are the fortunate individual. Already your numerous readers are inquiring when you will give them another book." She leaned her head back against her chair, and the little hands caressed each other as they rested on her knee, while her countenance was eloquent with humble gratitude for the success that God had permitted to crown her efforts, but she was silent. "Do you intend to write a book of travels, embracing the incidents that have marked your tour? I see the public expect it." "No, sir. It seems now a mere matter of course that all scribblers who come to Europe should afflict the reading world with an account of what they saw or failed to see. So many noble books have been already published, thoroughly describing this continent, that I have not the temerity, the presumption, to attempt to retouch the grand old word pictures. At present I expect to write nothing. I want to study some subjects that greatly interest me, and I shall try to inform and improve myself and keep silent until I see some phase of truth neglected or some new aspect of error threatening mischief in society. Indeed, I have great cause for gratitude in my literary career. At the beginning I felt apprehensive that I was destined to sit always under the left hand of fortune, whom Michelangelo designed as a lovely woman seated on a revolving wheel, throwing crowns and laurel wreaths from her right hand, while only thorns dropped in a sharp, stinging shower from the other. But after a time the wheel turned, and now I feel only the soft pattering of the laurel leaves. God knows I do most earnestly appreciate his abundant blessing upon what I have thus far striven to effect. But until I see my way clearly to some subject of importance, which a woman's hand may touch, I shall not take up my pen. Books seem such holy things to me, destined to plead either for or against their creators in the final tribunal, that I dare not lightly or hastily attempt to write them, and I cannot help thinking that the author who is less earnestly and solemnly impressed with the gravity, and I may almost say the sanctity of his or her work, is unworthy of it, and of public confidence. I dare not, even if I could, dash off articles and books as the rower shakes water drops from his oars, and I humbly acknowledge that what success I may have achieved is owing to hard, faithful work. I have received so many kind letters from children, that sometime, if I live to be wise enough, I want to write a book especially for them. I'm afraid to attempt it just now, for it requires more mature judgment and experience, and greater versatility of talent to write successfully for children than for grown persons. In the latter, one is privileged to assume native intelligence and cultivation, but the tender, untutored minds of the former permit no such margin, and this fact necessitates clearness and simplicity of style, and power of illustration that seem to me very rare. As yet, I am conscious of my incapacity for the mission of preparing juvenile books, but perhaps if I study closely the characteristics of young people, I shall learn to understand them more thoroughly. So much depends on the proper training of our American youth, especially in view of the great political questions that now agitate the country, that I confess I feel some anxiety on this subject. But, Edna, you will not adhere to your resolution of keeping silent. The public is a merciless taskmaster. Your own ambition will scourge you on, and having once put your hand to the literary plough, you will not be allowed to look back. Rigorously the world exacts the full quota of the author's aurora. Yes, sir, but he that plougheth should plough in hope, and when I can see clearly across the wide field, and drive the gleaming share of truth straight and steady to the end, then and not till then shall I render my summer day's aurora. Meantime I am resolved to plough no crooked, shallow furrows on the hearts of our people. At length, when Mr. Manning rose to say good night, he looked gravely at the governess, and asked, Edna, cannot Lila take the vacant place in your sad heart? It is not vacant, sir. Dear memories walk to and fro therein, weaving garlands of immortelles, singing sweet tunes of days and years that can never die. Hereafter I shall endeavor to entertain the precious guests I have already, and admit no more. The past is the realm of my heart, the present and future the kingdom where my mind must dwell and my hands labor. With a sigh he went away, and she took up the letters and began to read them. Many were from strangers, and they greatly cheered and encouraged her. But finally she opened one, whose superscription had until this instant escaped her cursory glance. It was from Mr. Hammond, and contained an account of Mr. Murray's ordination. She read and reread it, with a half-bewildered expression in her countenance, for the joy seemed far too great for credence. She looked again at the date and signature, and passing her hand over her brow, wondered if there could be any mistake. The paper fell into her lap, and a cry of delight rang through the room. Saved, purified, consecrated, henceforth to God's holy work, a minister of Christ. O most merciful God, I thank thee. My prayers are answered with a blessing I never dared to hope for, or even to dream of. Can I ever be grateful enough? A pastor, holding up pure hands. Thank God, my sorrows are all ended now. There is no more grief for me. Ah, what a glory breaks upon the future! What though I never see his face in this world? I can be patient indeed, for now I know, oh, I know, that I shall surely see it yonder. She sank on her knees at the open window, and wept for the first time since Felix died. Happy, happy tears mingled with broken words of rejoicing that seemed a foretaste of heaven. Her heart was so full of gratitude and exultation that she could not sleep, and she sat down and looked over the sea while her face was radiant and tremulous. The transition from patient hopelessness and silent struggling, this most unexpected and glorious fruition of the prayers of many years, was so sudden and intoxicating that it completely unnerved her. She could not bear this great happiness as she had borne her sorrows, and now and then she smiled to find tears gushing afresh from her beaming eyes. Once in an hour of sinful madness, Mr. Murray had taken a human life, and ultimately caused the loss of another, but the waves that were running high beyond the mole told her in thunder tones that he had saved had snatched 2 lives from their devouring rage, and the shining stars overhead grouped themselves into characters that said to her, "Judge not, that ye be not judged," and the ancient mountains whispered, "Stand still and see the salvation of God," and the grateful soul of the lonely woman answered, that all the jarring notes of life seemed blending in a psalm, and all the angels of its strife slow rounding into calm. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 37. Immediately after her return to New York, Edna resumed her studies with renewed energy, and found her physical strength recruited and her mind invigorated by repose. Her fondness for Hattie induced her to remain with Mrs. Andrews in the capacity of governess, though her position in the family had long ceased to resemble in any respect that of a hireling. 3 hours of each day were devoted to the education of the little girl, who, though vastly inferior in mental endowments to her brother, was an engaging and exceedingly affectionate child, fully worthy of the love which her gifted governess lavished upon her. The remainder of her time Edna divided between study, music, and an extensive correspondence, which daily increased. She visited little, having no leisure and less inclination to fritter away her morning in gossip and chit-chat, but she set apart one evening in each week for the reception of her numerous kind friends and of all strangers who desired to call upon her. These reunions were brilliant and delightful, and it was considered a privilege to be present at gatherings where eminent men and graceful, refined, cultivated Christian women assembled to discuss ethical and aesthetic topics which all educated Americans are deemed capable of comprehending. Edna's abhorrence of double entendre and of the fashionable sans souci style of conversation, which was tolerated by many who really disliked, but had not nerve enough to frown it down, was not a secret to any one who read her writings or attended her receptions. Without obtruding her rigid views of true womanly delicacy and decorum upon any one, her deportment under all circumstances silently published her opinion of certain latitudinarian expressions prevalent in society. She saw that the growing tendency to free and easy manners and colloquial license was rapidly destroying all reverence for womanhood, was levelling the distinction between ladies' parlours and gentlemen's club-rooms, was placing the sexes on a platform of equality which was dangerous to feminine delicacy, that God-built bulwark of feminine purity and of national morality. That time-honoured maxim, honi soit qui mal y pense, she found had been distorted from its original and noble significance, and was now a mere convenient India-rubber cloak, stretched at will to cover and excuse allusions which no really modest woman could tolerate. Consequently, when she heard it flippantly pronounced in palliation of some gross offence against delicacy, She looked more searchingly into the characters of the indiscreet talkers, and quietly intimated to them that their presence was not desired at her receptions. Believing that modesty and purity were twin sisters, and that vulgarity and vice were rarely, if ever, divorced, Edna sternly refused to associate with those whose laxity of manners indexed in her estimation a corresponding laxity of morals. Married belles and married beaux she shunned and detested, regarding them as a disgrace to their families, as a blot upon all noble womanhood and manhood, and as the most dangerous foes to the morality of the community, in which they unblushingly violated hearthstone statutes and the venerable maxims of social decorum. The ostracized banded in wrath and ridiculed her antiquated prudery, but knowing that the pure and noble mothers, wives, and daughters honored and trusted her, Edna gave no heed to raillery and envious malice, but resolutely obeyed the promptings of her womanly intuitions. Painful experience had taught her the imprudence, the short-sighted policy of working until very late at night, and in order to take due care of her health, she wisely resorted to a different system of study, which gave her more sleep and allowed her some hours of daylight for her literary labors. In the industrial pursuits of her own sex she was intensely interested, and spared no trouble in acquainting herself with the statistics of those branches of employment already open to them. Consequently, she was never so happy as when the recipient of letters from the poor women of the land, who thanked her for the words of hope, advice, and encouragement which she constantly addressed to them. While the world honored her, she had the precious assurance that her Christian countrymen loved and trusted her. She felt the painful need of Mr. Manning's society, and even his frequent letters did not fully satisfy her, but as he had resolved to remain in Europe, at least for some years, she bore the irreparable loss of his counsel and sympathy, as she bore all other privations, bravely and quietly. Now and then alarming symptoms of the old suffering warned her of the uncertainty of her life, and after much deliberation, feeling that her time was limited, she commenced another book. Mr. Hammond wrote, begging her to come to him, as he was now hopelessly infirm and confined to his room, but she shrank from a return to the village, so intimately associated with events which she wished, if possible, to forget, and though she declined the invitation, she proved her affection for her venerable teacher by sending him every day a long, cheerful letter. Since her departure from the parsonage, Mrs. Murray had never written to her, but through Mr. Hammond's and Huldah's letters, Edna learned that Mr. Murray was the officiating minister in the church which he had built in his boyhood, and now and then the old pastor painted pictures of life at Le Bocage that brought happy tears to the orphan's eyes. She heard from time to time of the good the new minister was accomplishing among the poor, of the beneficial influence he exerted, especially over the young men of the community, of the charitable institutions to which he was devoting a large portion of his fortune, of the love and respect, the golden opinions he was winning from those whom he had formerly estranged by his sarcastic bitterness. While Edna fervently thanked God for this most wonderful change, she sometimes repeated exultingly, "Man-like is it to fall into sin, fiend-like is it to dwell therein. Christ-like is it for sin to grieve, God-like is it all sin to leave." One darling rose-hued dream of her life was to establish a free school and circulating library in the village of Chattanooga, and keeping this hope ever in view, she had denied herself all superfluous luxuries, and jealousy hoarded her savings. She felt now that, should she become an invalid, and incapable of writing or teaching, the money made by her books, which Mr. Andrews had invested very judiciously, would at least supply her with the necessities of life. One evening she held her weekly reception as usual, though she had complained of not feeling quite well that day. A number of carriages stood before Mrs. Andrews's door, and many friends, who laughed and talked to the governess, little dreamed that it was the last time they would spend an evening together in her society. The pleasant hours passed swiftly. Edna had never conversed more brilliantly, and the auditors thought her voice was richer and sweeter than ever, as she sang the last song and rose from the piano. The guests took their departure. The carriages rolled away. Mrs. Andrews ran up to her room, and Edna paused in the brilliantly lighted parlours to read a note which had been handed to her during the evening. Standing under the blazing chandelier, the face and figure of this woman could not fail to excite interest in all who gazed upon her. She was dressed in plain black silk, which exactly fitted her form, and in her hair glowed clusters of scarlet geranium flowers. A spray of red fuchsia was fastened by the beautiful stone cameo that confined her lace collar, and save the handsome gold bands on her wrists, she wore no other ornaments. Felix had given her these bracelets as a Christmas present, and after his death she never took them off, for inside he had his name and hers engraved, and between them the word Mizpah. Tonight the governess was very weary, and the fair, sweet face wore its old childish expression of mingled hopelessness and perfect patience and indescribable repose. As she read, the tired look passed away, and over her pallid features, so daintily sculptured, stole a faint glow, such as an ivory Niobe might borrow from the fluttering crimson folds of silken shroudings. The peaceful lips stirred also, and the low tone was full of pathos as she said, "How very grateful I ought to be! How much I have to make me happy, to encourage me to work diligently and faithfully! How comforting it is to feel that parents have sufficient confidence in me to be willing to commit their children to my care! What more can I wish? My cup is brimmed with blessings. Ah, why am I not entirely happy?" The note contained the signature of 6 wealthy gentlemen, who requested her acceptance of a tasteful and handsome house on condition that she would consent to undertake the education of their daughters, and permit them to pay her a liberal salary. It was a flattering tribute to the clearness of her intellect, the soundness of her judgment, the extent of her acquirements, and the purity of her heart. While she could not accede to the proposition, she appreciated most gratefully the generosity and good opinion of those who made it. Twisting the note between her fingers, her eyes fell on the carpet, and she thought of all her past, of the sorrows, struggles, and heartaches, the sleepless nights and weary, joyless days, first of adverse, then of favourable criticism, of toiling, hoping, dreading, praying, and now, in the peaceful zenith of her triumph, popularity, and usefulness, she realized that care and trial seem at last, through memory's sunset air, like mountain ranges overpast, in purple distance fair. The note fluttered to the floor. The hands folded themselves together, and she raised her eyes to utter an humble, fervent "Thank God!" But the words froze on her lips, for as she looked up, she saw Mr. Murray standing a few feet from her. "God has pardoned all my sins, and accepted me as a labourer worthy to enter his vineyard. Is Edna Earle more righteous than the Lord she worships?" His face was almost as pale as hers, and his voice trembled as he extended his arms toward her. She stood motionless, looking up at him with eyes that brightened until their joyful radiance seemed indeed unearthly, and the faint, delicate blush on her cheeks deepened and burned, as with a quivering cry of gladness that told volumes. She hid her face in her hands. He came nearer, and the sound of his low, mellow voice thrilled her heart as no other music had ever done. "Edna, have you a right to refuse me forgiveness when the blood of Christ has purified me from the guilt of other years?" She trembled and said brokenly, "Mr. Murray, you never wronged me, and I have nothing to forgive." Do you still believe me an unprincipled hypocrite? Oh, no, no, no! Do you believe that my repentance has been sincere and acceptable to my insulted God? Do you believe that I am now as faithfully endeavoring to serve him as a remorseful man possibly can? I hope so, Mr. Murray. Edna, can you trust me now? Some seconds elapsed before she answered, and then the words were scarcely audible. I trust you. Thank God. There was a brief pause, and she heard a heavily drawn sigh escape him. Edna, it is useless to tell you how devotedly I love you, for you have known that for years. And yet you have shown my love no mercy. But perhaps if you could realize how much I need your help in my holy work, how much more good I could accomplish in the world if you were with me, you might listen without steeling yourself against me, as you have so long done. Can you, will you, trust me fully? Can you be a minister's wife, and aid him as only you can? Oh, my darling, my darling! I never expect to be worthy of you, but you can make me less unworthy. My own darling, come to me. He stood within 2 feet of her, but he was too humble, nay, nay, too proud to touch her without permission. Her hands fell from her crimson cheeks, and she looked up at the countenance of her king. In her fond eyes he seemed noble and sanctified and worthy of all confidence, and as he opened his arms once more, she glided into them and laid her head on his shoulder, whispering, "Oh, I trust you fully." Standing in the close, tender clasp of his strong arms, she listened to a narration of his grief and loneliness, his hopes and fears, his desolation and struggles and prayers during their long separation. Then for the first time she learned that he had come more than once to New York, solely to see her, having exacted a promise from Mr. Manning that he would not betray his presence in the city. He had followed her at a distance as she wandered with the children through the park, and once in the ramble stood so close to her that he put out his hand and touched her dress. Mr. Manning had acquainted him with all that had ever passed between them on the subject of his unsuccessful suit, and during her sojourn in Europe had kept him regularly advised of the state of her health. At last, when Mr. Murray bent his head to press his lips again to hers, he exclaimed in the old pleading tone that had haunted her memory for years, "Edna, with all your meekness, you are wilfully proud. You tell me you trust me, and you nestle your dear head here on my shoulder. Why won't you say what you know so well I am longing, hungering to hear? Why won't you say, 'Saint Elmo, I love you'?" The glowing face was only pressed closer. "My little darling. Oh, Mr. Murray, could I be here? Well, my stately Miss Earle, I am waiting most respectfully to allow you an opportunity of expressing yourself." No answer. He laughed, as she had heard him once before when he took her in his arms and dared her to look into his eyes. "When I heard your books extolled, when I heard your praises from men, women, and children, when I could scarcely pick up a paper without finding some mention of your name, when I came here tonight and paced the pavement, waiting for your admirers to leave the house, whenever and wherever I've heard your dear name uttered, I've been exultingly proud, for I knew that the heart of the people's pet was mine. I gloried in the consciousness, which alone strengthened and comforted me, that despite all that the public could offer you, despite the adulation of other men, and despite my utter unworthiness, my own darling was true to me, that you never loved any one but Saint Elmo Murray. And as God reigns above us, his happy world holds no man so grateful, so happy, so proud as I am, no man so resolved to prove himself worthy of his treasure. Edna, looking back across the dark years that have gone so heavily over my head, and comparing you, my pure, precious darling, with that woman whom in my boyhood I selected for my life companion, I know not whether I am most humble or grateful or proud. Ah, I, who am I, that God hath saved? me from the doom I did desire, and cross the lot myself had craved to set me higher. What have I done that he should bow from heaven to choose a wife for me, and what deserved he should endow my home with thee? As Mr. Hammond was not able to take the fatiguing journey north, and Edna would not permit anyone else to perform her marriage ceremony, she sent Mr. Murray home without her, promising to come to the parsonage as early as possible. Mr. and Mrs. Andrews were deeply pained by the intelligence of her approaching departure, and finally consented to accompany her on her journey. The last day of the orphan's sojourn in New York was spent at the quiet spot where Felix slept his last sleep, and it caused her keen grief to bid good-bye to his resting place, which was almost as dear to her as the grave of her grandfather. Their affection had been so warm, so sacred, that she clung fondly to his memory, and it was not until she reached the old village depot, where carriages were waiting for the party, that the shadow of that day entirely left her countenance. In accordance with her own request, Edna did not see Mr. Murray again until the hour appointed for their marriage. It was a bright, beautiful afternoon, warm with sunshine, when she permitted Mrs. Murray to lead her into the study where the party had assembled. Mr. and Mrs. Andrews, Hattie, Huldah, and the white-haired pastor were all there, and when Edna entered, Mr. Murray advanced to meet her and received her hand from his mother. The orphan's eyes were bent on the floor, and never once lifted, even when the trembling voice of her beloved pastor pronounced her St. Elmo Murray's wife. The intense pallor of her face frightened Mrs. Andrews, who watched her with suspended breath, and once moved eagerly toward her. Mr. Murray felt her lean more heavily against him during the ceremony, and now turning to take her in his arms, he saw that her eyelashes had fallen on her cheeks. She had lost all consciousness of what was passing. 2 hours elapsed before she recovered fully from the attack, and when the blood showed itself again in lips that were kissed so repeatedly, Mr. Murray lifted her from the sofa in the study, and passing his arm around her, said, "Today I snap the fetters of your literary bondage. There shall be no more books written, no more study, no more toil, no more anxiety, no more heartaches. And that dear public you love so well must even help itself, and whistle for a new pet. You belong solely to me now, and I shall take care of the life you have nearly destroyed in your inordinate ambition. Come, the fresh air will revive you." They stood a moment under the honeysuckle arch over the parsonage gate, where the carriage was waiting to take them to Le Bocage, and Mr. Murray asked, "Are you strong enough to go to the church?" "Yes, sir. The pain has all passed away. I am perfectly well again." They crossed the street, and he took her in his arms and carried her up the steps and into the grand, solemn church, where the soft, holy violet light from the richly tinted glass streamed over gilded organ pipes and sculptured columns. Neither Edna nor St. Elmo spoke as they walked down the aisle, and in perfect silence both knelt before the shining altar, and only God heard their prayers of gratitude. After some moments Mr. Murray put out his hand, took Edna's, and holding it in his on the balustrade, he prayed aloud, asking God's blessing on their marriage, and fervently dedicating all their future to his work. The hectic flush of the dying day was reflected on the window high above the altar, and burning through the red mantle of the Christ, fell down upon the marble shrine like sacred sacrificial fire. Edna felt as if her heart could not hold all its measureless joy. It seemed a delightful dream to see Mr. Murray kneeling at her side, to hear his voice earnestly consecrating their lives to the service of Jesus Christ. She knew from the tremor in his tone and the tears in his eyes that his dedication was complete, and now to be his companion through all the remaining years of their earthly pilgrimage, to be allowed to help him and love him, to walk heavenward with her hand in his, this was the crowning glory and richest blessing of her life. When his prayer ended, she laid her head down on the altar railing, and sobbed like a child. In the orange glow of a wintry sunset they came out and sat down on the steps, while a pair of spotless white pigeons perched on the blood-stain, and Mr. Murray put his arm around Edna and drew her face to his bosom. "Darling, do you remember that once in the dark days of my reckless sinfulness I asked you one night in the library at Le Bocage if you had no faith in me, and you repeated so vehemently, 'None, Mr. Murray.' Oh, sir, do not think of it. Why recur to what is so painful and so long past? Forgive those words and forget them. Never was more implicit faith, more devoted affection given to any human being than I give now to you, Mr. Murray, you who are my first and my last and my only love." She felt his arm tighten around her waist as he bowed his face to hers. "Forgive? Ah, my darling, do you recollect also that I told you then that the time would come when your dear lips would ask pardon for what they uttered that night, and that when that hour arrived I would take my revenge? My wife, my pure, noble, beautiful wife, give me my revenge. For I cry with the long-banished Roman, oh, a kiss, long as my exile, sweet as my revenge." He put his hand under her chin, drew the lips to his, and kissed them repeatedly. Down among the graves in the brown grass and withered leaves, behind a tall shaft, around which coiled a carved marble serpent with hooded head, there, amid the dead, crouched a woman's figure, with a stony face and blue, chatoyant eyes that glared with murderous hate at the sweet countenance of the happy bride. When St. Elmo tenderly kissed the pure lips of his wife, Agnes Powell smothered a savage cry, and Nemesis was satisfied as the wretched woman fell forward on the grass, sweeping her yellow hair over her eyes to shut out the vision that maddened her. Then and there, for the first time, as she sat enfolded by her husband's arm, Edna felt that she could thank him for the monument erected over her grandfather's grave. The light faded slowly in the west. The pigeons ceased their fluttering about the belfry, and as he turned to quit the church, so dear to both, Mr. Murray stretched his hand toward the ivy-clad vault, and said solemnly, "I throw all mournful years behind me, and by the grace of God, our new lives, commencing this hallowed day, shall make noble amends for the wasted past, loving each other, aiding each other, serving Christ, through whose atonement alone I have been saved from eternal ruin. To thy merciful guidance, O Father, we commit our future." Edna looked reverently up at his beaming countenance, whence the shadows of hate and scorn had long since passed, and as his splendid eyes came back to hers, reading in her beautiful, pure face all her love and confidence and happy hope, he drew her closer to his bosom, and laid his dark cheek on hers, saying fondly and proudly, "My wife, my life, oh, we will walk this world yoked in all exercise of noble end, and so through those dark gates across the wild that no man knows. My hopes and thine are one. Accomplish thou my manhood, and thyself lay thy sweet hands in mine, and trust to me." End of chapter 37. End of St. Elmo by Augusta J. Evans.